It's finally the big day of that super hyped awakening ceremony, and students from all the fancy noble families have shown up to flex and show what they're made of. The deal is simple. You gotta hit this massive, ridiculously tough steel wall and leave a solid mark on it. The bigger the damage, the higher your score. Easy as that. First up is some kid from a lower family. He pours everything he's got into one big swing and leaves behind nothing but a sad little scratch. Oof. Then come the absolute elites from the top families across the continent. These guys are loaded with mana, and one by one they go all out. But even with all that power, the wall barely gets messed up. Still, everyone's convinced that your average student doesn't stand a damn chance against talents like them. And yet, here comes our boy Theo Ragnar, stepping into the lobby like he owns the place, even though he's clearly outscaled. He's the bastard child of the Ragnar noble family, the ones with dragon blood running through their veins. But because he's the illegitimate kid, his pure-blooded siblings have always treated him like absolute garbage. To them, he's just an NPC, a pathetic weakling at the bottom of the barrel. So obviously, all his siblings and the rest of the spectators are betting this kid is gonna crash and burn hard. But Theo, he doesn't show even a hint of hesitation. He struts into the arena full of main character energy, grabs his sword, walks up to that steel wall and swings like a beast. His slash is so clean and precise it slices right through the steel like a hot knife through butter. The whole crowd's jaws hit the fucking floor. It's an insane, unprecedented flex that completely shatters every expectation they had. And honestly, their shock makes total sense. See, Theo wasn't always this much of a giga-chad. For over 1,000 years, the powerful Ragnar clan has been the northern defensive wall of the empire, all thanks to their special dragon-inherited physique. Every member is born with crazy magical power, insane endurance, and natural sword talent. Except for Theo. Because he had zero talent, everyone wrote him off as a worthless bastard and treated him like trash, even his own sword teacher. Then one day, their family estate gets attacked. Theo couldn't do shit. He gets mortally wounded, and that's when he finally sees who's behind it. It's Randon, his own master, the one who betrayed him. Randon laughs in his face and says he watched Theo train every single morning. All that effort, all that struggling, it was completely pointless. No matter how hard he tried, he was never going to get anywhere. Then Randon swings his sword and chops off Theo's arm. Blood's pouring everywhere as Theo collapses, screaming in pain. Randon grabs him by the head, lifts him up, and says, "Everything happening right now is your fault, Theo." He forces him to watch Rose's palace burning and tells him his whole family is dying because he's too weak. Then someone drags over his mother's lifeless body and drops it right in front of him. Randon coldly says her death is on him too. Broken and bleeding, Theo still tries to fight back. He grabs his sword again and charges at the bastard. But before he can even get close, another guy throws a sword straight through Theo's body. The impact sends him flying, and he crashes hard onto the ground. Renon casually apologizes, saying he just got carried away remembering the past. As Theo lies there, the world starts fading away. He regrets how damn weak he was, and then everything goes dark. But it doesn't end there. He regresses back in time, carrying his hidden traits and skills with him. Theo opens his eyes again, and standing right in front of him is that same bastard Rendon. Looks like they're in the middle of sword training. Rendon tries to snap him out of it for spacing out so hard, but Theo has no clue what the hell is going on. He wonders if he's having flashbacks of his life and can't believe the face he's seeing is Randon's annoying mug. Feels like a cruel joke from the universe. Suddenly, a system window pops up right in front of him. Theo just stares at it, completely clueless. The system tells him to punch Randon in the face as part of his tutorial quest. At this point, Theo's more confused than ever. He wonders if this is how flashbacks are supposed to work. He also notices that Renon can't see the system window at all. Well, Theo isn't complaining. He drops his training stick, balls up his fist, and with everything he's got, lands a solid punch right on the bastard's face. When the punch connects, Randon's expression doesn't even change. He has no idea what the hell that was about. Meanwhile, our boy smirks to himself, thinking how crazy realistic everything feels. Randon finally reacts in anger and throws a solid attack at Theo, sending him crashing backward. Theo's annoyed that he has to deal with this pain even in his flashback. The bastard master just sighs and explains that he gets why Theo might be frustrated, especially with the awakening ceremony coming up soon and his lack of progress. But he still can't forgive a student who lashes out at their master. The mention of the awakening ceremony hits Theo like a truck. That event happened almost 10 years before his death. Rendome keeps berating him for his behavior and walks away, saying he'll see him in the next lesson. The other clan members snicker among themselves, calling him an imbecile for blaming his master when he's the real talentless one. While his peers keep throwing insults at him, Theo finally starts piecing it together. He scratches at the ground and can feel it clearly under his fingers. Then he looks at the injury Renon gave him earlier, and the realistic pain hits him hard. It becomes crystal clear. He isn't just flashing back. He's actually gone back 10 years in time to when he was only 17 years old. Right on cue, another system window pops up congratulating him for completing the tutorial quest. As a reward, Ragnar's talent has been activated. The system asks if he wants to receive the reward. Without hesitation, Theo presses yes. Arcane energy shimmers in the middle of his chest as the system confirms the reward. All his stats will now increase at an incredible speed. Cut to the Rose Palace. That same filthy bastard is having tea with Theo's mother. He reports to her that he's never seen anyone as talentless as her son. But then he flashes a broad grin and says that's exactly why he's here. The true teacher, Randon, will do his best to make Theo strong enough for the awakening ceremony in 5 months, at least. The lady of the Rose Palace, Cecilia Ragnar, smiles and says she'll happily leave him in Randon's capable hands. She also hands over a fat bag full of gold coins and tells him to give Theo a bit more attention. The filthy bastard takes the money with a smile and tries to reassure her that she doesn't have to worry at all. In response, she says she isn't worried one bit because she believes in her Theo. Later, we see Randon walking down the corridor with the bag of money in his hand, grinning like an idiot. He's thrilled he's getting paid such a handsome amount just to teach Theo absolutely nothing. He smirks to himself, thinking both mother and son are total imbeciles. Not only is he getting paid to train someone from Ragnar's direct line, but he's also going to get rewarded by his real master for leaking all of Theo's secrets and sabotaging his growth. It's the kind of sweet deal he's never had before. Meanwhile, Theo comes sprinting down the same corridor at full speed and zooms right past Randon. His so-called master just scoffs and calls him an idiotic loser as he runs by. Theo was rushing to meet his mother. As he approaches, he calls out to her. When she turns around, she sees him completely out of breath. Without saying a word, Theo pulls her into a tight hug and starts crying, overwhelmed just from seeing her alive again. This moment finally convinces him that he really has returned 10 years into the past. The painful memory of Randon forcing him to watch his mother's lifeless body flashes through his mind. But now, seeing her warm and breathing fills him with real happiness. He's now determined to change the future for her sake. If that mysterious system window is real, he knows he can grow stronger thanks to Ragnar's talent trait. He's sure he'll become powerful enough to hold his own in the damn war for the throne. Most importantly, he's dead set on getting strong enough to take revenge on that piece of shit Randon. The second tutorial quest pops up, telling Theo to train his body to the limit. It's still early as hell in the morning. The sun hasn't even risen yet, but Theo is already hard at work, fueled by pure thoughts of revenge against Randon. He knows he needs to get stronger as fast as possible. In his previous life, he was part of an intelligence agency called Blackword, but he was stuck doing information work and never given any big combat roles because he lacked the skills. He never thought he'd end up using all that info like this. One thing he clearly remembers is the potion that greatly empowers the body, the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir. Its true worth will show up later through the secret manuals. Most importantly, he recalls the extreme training he gave up on before because of his lack of talent. But now that he has Ragnar's talent, he's sure he can actually gain strength if he pushes hard. His face twists with a happy grin as he notices his running speed is increasing, and the system window promptly shows his progress too. Other clan members who showed up at the training halls are pretty bewildered to see him running without getting tired. They start wondering if he's always been this fit. Afterward, he swings his sword and can definitely tell he's swinging faster than ever before. A few days later, we find him still practicing in the dead of night. That's when we meet the training ground manager, Evelyn Nerveville. She's yawning and feeling tired as she watches him. She reflects on how he's been training without sleep for days now and starts wondering if he really is the talentless fool everyone says he is. On the other hand, Theo is so exhausted he feels like he's about to collapse, but seeing that progress bar going higher and higher keeps him going. Just last night, he was totally wiped out from all the training. He had hit 90% progress, but the second he took a little break to rest, the damn percentage dropped back to 89. That's exactly why he's been practicing like a madman, pushing himself without even thinking about what speed means anymore. Now he's hit 98%, so he cranks it up even more, knowing he's so damn close. After one final brutal push, he's completely exhausted and can barely breathe, but there's still 1% left. Somehow, he squeezes out every last drop and finally sees that beautiful 3-digit number he's been dying for. The system immediately congratulates him for completing the tutorial quest and tells him he's obtained the dragon heart as a reward. But before he can even read all the juicy details, he faints from pure exhaustion. The system just hovers over him, asking if he wants to receive the reward now. His hand trembles as he tries to lift it, but he barely manages to press yes. The second he accepts the reward, a blue light engulfs him. The hall manager watches the whole thing in total disbelief as he powers up. A while later, Theo wakes up in a room. As soon as he opens his eyes and looks around, Evelyn appears and reassures him that he's in the break room of Training Ground 4. She tells him there was no need to push himself that hard. When Theo sees her, he recognizes her right away, which surprises her. She introduces herself formally as the manager of the 4th training ground. She explains that he lost consciousness while training alone early that morning, so she brought him here to rest. Theo thanks her for her kindness. She offers him some water and reminds him that within the Ragnar clan, opening one's mana hall before the official awakening ceremony is strictly forbidden. Theo has no idea why she's bringing this up, but he nods and says he's aware of the rule. She then asks if he knows why she's questioning him. He still looks confused and asks why she's pressing him like this. That's when she tells him that right when he passed out, there was a mana wave that perfectly matched the opening of a mana hall. With a serious, almost menacing look, she demands to know if he opened his mana hall. Theo is completely clueless about what she's talking about at first, but then he remembers what happened right before he blacked out. He got the dragon heart as a reward, and as a bonus for clearing the quest early, he also received the magic power of 10 of his past lives. When that hits him, he's at a total loss for words. Getting a dragon heart is no joke. You see, a dragon heart is special because a mana hall can be placed inside it. Having the mana hall in the heart lets it work way more efficiently. Normal humans, unlike dragons, usually put their mana hall in the lower abdomen because the human heart can't handle that kind of power. That's why every warrior, especially in the Ragnar clan, dreams of getting a dragon heart. It's the fastest way to become ridiculously strong without the usual limitations. Humans have never been able to overcome the natural limits of their hearts, until now. With the dragon heart given to Theo as a quest reward, he's suddenly in a pretty awkward situation. The rewards are insane, but they've also put him in a tricky spot. On top of that, he's sitting in front of Evelyn Nerveville, a high-ranking swordswoman who retired after losing her left arm and now manages the training grounds. She used to be the commanding officer of the white-armored dragon cavalry, and her skills were so impressive that even the demon dragon respected her. Known for her fierce principles, she doesn't give a damn about status or strength. She can't stand dishonesty or cowardice. At one point, when she found him too inflexible, she even gave up her position as his direct master. In other words, if she discovers his dragon heart and mana hall, he could very well lose his head. But Theo just smiles. He's already got a plan. As long as he doesn't get caught, there's nothing to worry about. He hits her with a sassy comeback, asking how she can talk about executing him just based on a gut feeling. He questions if she can handle the consequences of throwing around words like that. The girl falls silent, unable to counter him. Theo keeps pushing, reminding her that he's also an heir of the Ragnar clan. If they find out her suspicions against him are baseless and false, it could be seen as defiling the Ragnar name. She agrees, acknowledging that those are the rules. With a menacing look, he asks if she knows what the punishment is for humiliating an heir. She confidently replies that it's execution. He's glad she understands and tells her to think before she speaks next time. The lady is completely blown away by this new side of him and wonders if this is really the same person she knew. Still, she's sure she saw a mana wave, so she decides to investigate further, even if he carries Ragnar blood. Rules are rules, and she's going to hold him accountable. However, she soon realizes that he actually doesn't have a mana hall. Her expression drops as she understands she might have been wrong. Theo feels pretty cocky and asks if she's satisfied now. According to the rules, she sits down at his feet without hesitation and tells him to just execute her. She says she'll pay for her sins with her lowly life. As she bows her head lower and lower, Theo reveals to us that dragon hearts are different from ordinary mana halls. The existence of a dragon heart is basically a mana hall that the user can control freely. In other words, he can hide his mana whenever he wants. Plus, the fact that humans can even possess a dragon heart won't be discovered for a few more years, so Theo is confident no one can accuse him of having one. Instead of executing her, he places a reassuring hand on her back and tells her there's no need for that. He walks away, saying she did her job and that not many people would risk their lives to demand the truth from an heir. He appreciates her righteousness, but the real reason, Theo just doesn't want to kill her because she's one of the strongest around. Keeping her alive will benefit him big time in the long run. He then explains that the restriction on opening mana halls before the awakening ceremony is meant to prevent overflow. He's glad to see her actually concerned about someone like him, a bastard of Ragnar. And with that, he leaves her sitting there quietly. Theo walks off confidently, feeling on top of the world as he remembers that not only does he have the dragon heart, but he also gained 10 years worth of magic power from his past lives. A few days later, we see Randon screaming at Theo again, telling him to swing a bit more to the right. Theo is pretending to be weak, and it's getting harder and harder to sit there and listen to Randon insult him every chance he gets. Theo can't help but notice how this bastard is subtly, but deliberately, teaching him weird sword techniques. He's becoming more certain that there's a mastermind behind Randon's actions. He's convinced that the person who gave him that final blow in his previous life must be the true mastermind. Theo decides it's time to find out who that mastermind is. A smirk spreads across his face as he realizes exactly what he should do next. Meanwhile, Randon keeps yelling at him, and that's when Theo finally snaps. He breaks the training stick he was holding clean in two. He lets this jerk know he can't listen to his yapping anymore because his lessons are utter trash. He asks the piece of shit how he even became a mid-rank swordsman with such garbage skills. To really twist the knife, Theo adds that he'd probably struggle against low-level demonic beasts. Of course, Randon takes the bait and is fuming now, but Theo isn't backing down. He strides right up to the old man and makes it crystal clear again that his skills are pathetic. Theo's plan is simple: provoke Randon hard enough that he resigns from his position, and if things go south, Theo's sure this bastard will run straight to his mastermind. The scene shifts to Camellia Palace. A man bursts into a pub with a huge grin on his face. He calls out to someone named Axion and announces to everyone that the bastard of Ragnar is going to duel his master next week. Axion just sits there silently, unable to even lift his glass off the table. The excited guy keeps rambling about how Theo was blaming his instructor for his lack of talent and how he's confident Theo will end up disabled after the duel. Suddenly, the glass Axion was holding smashes straight into the loud guy's face, knocking him out cold with one hit. The guy is seriously pissed off and makes it clear he doesn't give a damn if some bastard ends up half disabled. After all, he's another Ragnar, specifically one of the four hounds of the north, the dark tiger Axion Ragnar. The man standing next to him is Remington Narcio, one of the four hounds of the north, the silver lion. Just then, another guy walks in, a pissed-off Ed Trovan, the nine-dragon sky dragon. He looks worried and says things might go wrong if they let their guard down, but Axion reassures him that this only applies to people with actual talent, so they don't need to worry about Theo, who's basically a muddle-headed nobody. Ed points out that with the Ragnar clan, unprecedented things can happen even from the slightest possibility. Axion just shrugs it off, saying it's actually a good thing Theo is messing with Randon. That means the instructor should be more than capable of handling their boy. A week later, a big crowd gathers at Training Ground 4, not just clan members, but plenty of other big shots too. In the arena stands Theo, looking pretty anxious under the gaze of hundreds of spectators. He curses himself, remembering how he just wanted to get Randon fired after the humiliation, but things have spiraled way out of control. Still, he isn't too worried. This was supposed to happen, and he's fired up to get his revenge on Randon. The system notification pops up, confirming that his third tutorial quest is to fight Randon and win. We flash back to the moment Theo confronted Randon about his pathetic skills. He straight up told him he's fired and can get lost. Randon tried to protest, claiming there was still time left on the contract, but Theo countered that since he's being fired by the employer himself, there's nothing left to discuss. Theo would have loved to punch the bastard in the face right then, but he wasn't sure about his own abilities yet. On the other hand, Randon couldn't afford to get fired since he hadn't accomplished his main goal yet. As Randon walked toward Theo, trying to convince him otherwise, a system window flashed in front of Theo's eyes, stating he must fight and win against Randon. This completely blindsides him, and right at that moment, Evelyn Nerveville pops into the scene and encourages Theo to settle this the Ragnar way, the rule of the strong. A sword match will decide everything. No need for some boring tribunal. Just follow the will of the victor. The old bastard sees his chance and quickly jumps on board, saying it's a brilliant idea to solve the dispute. This leaves Theo at a total loss for what to do. Evelyn keeps insisting it's a great plan, but Theo isn't so sure. He doesn't feel ready to beat this bastard yet. But somehow, Theo ends up confronting Randon anyway. The crowd smirks among themselves, whispering about how pathetic Theo is. They say he doesn't even know how to swing a sword properly and are sure he's going to get crippled today. There's no way he can beat a mid-rank swordsman. Randon cockily tells our hero that if he apologizes now, he'll pretend none of this happened. No need to risk his life over pride. But Theo's got sass for days and fires back, saying Randon should be the one apologizing. He warns the old bastard that if he doesn't want to become a one-armed swordsman, he'd better accept he's been fired and leave quietly. Randon just smirks with a big grin, thinking the fight is already in his hands. He decides to take full advantage and kill Theo while making it look like an accident. Once the battle starts, Randon invites Theo to come at him first, giving the first strike as his teacher. Theo charges in with his sword raised. Everyone's jaw drops seeing this imbecile rushing in so recklessly, not even knowing how to swing properly. Randon delivers a few sword strikes, but Theo manages to block them. The old bastard keeps up his barrage of swings. As he corners Theo, he thinks to himself that this is the obvious result. After all, Theo isn't even a low-ranked swordsman, he's just an apprentice. He believes that while Theo's skills might have improved a tiny bit, it's still not enough. If Theo were at least on the level of the four hounds of the north, it would be a different story. But there's no way this imbecile from the Ragnar clan could ever beat him. The scene flashes back a few days earlier. Theo turns to Evelyn and asks her what the hell she was thinking when she suggested the match. She simply replies that she was trying to help him. If he wants to cut Randon out, he needs to be smart about it. She strongly believes Randon has someone backing him, so just firing him won't solve the real problem. Theo asks how she knows all this. She says it was obvious from the bizarre sword style Randon was teaching him. She had someone secretly investigate the guy. Theo is bewildered. In his past life, Evelyn didn't bother catching this, but now she's making an effort just because the Manor Hall incident caught her interest. She explains that her investigation showed all of Randon's traces lead back to Camellia Palace. That's not surprising to Theo. He's more annoyed realizing this is all because of that miserable war for the throne. But he quickly shakes off the anger and says it's impressive she figured out this much. He admits that with his current skills, he's afraid he can't beat Randon yet. So he asks what she plans to do now. Evelyn tells him straight up that he can beat Randon and advises him to stop underestimating his own potential so much. Back in the fight, Randon keeps throwing one heavy blow after another, but Theo fends off all the attacks like they're no big deal. This is making Randon wonder what the hell happened to this brat. He's clearly not the Theo Ragnar he knew. The tables have completely turned, and now it's Randon who's struggling hard. Everyone in the crowd can feel the sting of defeat coming. We also spot this hooded guy, probably Remington, shitting his pants in some corner of the seating area. Meanwhile, Evelyn is having the time of her life watching the fight. For some reason, she's genuinely proud of him. The scene shifts to the past. In just 1 week, she personally trained him. She admits it's technically against the rules for her to do so, but since Randon is a jerk who doesn't deserve to be a teacher anyway, she went for it. This revelation puts a big smirk on Theo's face. He's feeling a mix of excitement and satisfaction, thinking having Evelyn in his debt was totally worth it. Still, there's one thing he's curious about. He wants to know her real reason for going this far to help him. He asks if it's because of what happened last time. She agrees that's part of it, but also mentions there's someone she knows who would like him. That guy is obsessed with collecting talent. Back in the present, The battle rages on, and Randon is getting more desperate by the minute. He starts wondering if this brat has been acting like an idiot and pretending to be weak on purpose all along. In the middle of the fight, Theo asks him straight up who's backing him. This makes the old bastard lash out, asking what the hell he means. But Theo reminds him that he already knows Randon was teaching him trash lessons on purpose. He gets blunt and asks if he's working with Camellia Palace. The old coot is stunned for a moment, and his reaction confirms everything to Theo. With that cleared up, Theo swings his sword the very next moment and severs the old man's hand clean off. The amputated hand flies through the air, leaving the entire crowd absolutely boggled. The wannabe teacher cries out in pain and starts cursing under his breath. Theo strides toward him confidently, finally feeling like he's actually gotten stronger. He reminds the old bastard of the exact words he said in his past life, that everything was Theo's fault because he was a weak, talentless fool. With a menacing swing, Theo throws those same words right back in his face, telling him he is the weakest one here. Given Ragnar's belief in the rule of the strong, someone as weak as him shouldn't have come here in the first place. Then, with one final swing, the sword comes down and the fucker's head rolls across the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The system window pops up right away, congratulating him for successfully completing Tutorial Quest 3. Not only did he win the fight, he exceeded the objective, so he earned a bonus reward. The system asks if he wants to receive the reward now, and of course, we already know his answer. Everyone in the crowd has basically sharted their pants. It's mind-boggling to watch an apprentice swordsman straight up slaughter a mid-tier swordsman like that. Meanwhile, Theo's thinking this old bastard was ridiculously weak. He's actually embarrassed he ever suffered at the hands of someone like that in his past life. But hey, things are definitely different this time around. The system then reveals that the ability Observation has been activated as a reward. As an additional bonus, he gained 1 year of magic power. That's when a man comes crashing down from the sky, slamming into the ground like a goddamn meteor. Before Theo can even react, the man shouts his name with a wide grin. The man in question is none other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, and commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo is absolutely stunned to see him. He can't believe it's really him and starts wondering how long he's been watching the whole thing. Meanwhile, the crowd is losing their minds. This guy is the commander of the white armored dragon cavalry, and everyone's freaking out trying to figure out why someone of his rank is even here. Theo figures this must be the guy Evelyn was talking about, the one obsessed with collecting talent. We see Evelyn looking absolutely devastated and dejected that the commander just destroyed the flooring with his dramatic landing. On the other hand, Julius looks like a total beast. His terrifying appearance leaves Theo sweating and completely unsure what to do next. But his worries turn out to be unnecessary. The man just laughs, flashing a big, broad grin. He looks like a friendlier version of Brutus from Popeye. He gives Theo some gentle pats on the back, which honestly aren't that gentle at all. He keeps laughing and says he's quite surprised to see someone carrying this much talent. He adds that it was a little disrespectful to kill his teacher, but admits Randon deserved every bit of it. Then he bursts into laughter again, pats Theo on the shoulder, and promptly invites him to join the white armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn had already expected this, while the entire crowd stands there with their jaws hanging open, struggling to believe that the infamous Julius Ragnar just scouted someone as inexperienced as Theo for the elite white armored knights. We catch another glimpse of Remington. He asks the guy next to him if he's ever heard of an apprentice swordsman who hasn't even gone through the awakening ceremony, getting scouted. The stranger looks unsure and admits he's never heard of anything like it. Of course, Remington knows this too. It's never happened in the entire history of their world. Meanwhile, in Theo's head, he's thinking it's impossible to truly gauge someone's potential while their mana hall is still closed. Even if their swordsmanship is exceptional, their magical power could be lacking. So no matter how great Julius Ragnar is, he can't be entirely sure about Theo. Still, he wonders if the demon dragon can actually see that kind of potential in him. Theo quickly declines the offer, doing so flatly without a shred of hesitation or doubt on his face. Julius looks like he just bit into a sour lemon. The crowd is in total shock too. jaws on the floor at how coldly Theo turned down such a prestigious invitation. There's a heavy moment of silence in the entire hall as everyone processes what just happened. As the day passes, news of the incident spreads like wildfire throughout the clan. Everyone's talking about how this young Master Theo, the one everyone saw as an imbecile, destroyed his teacher, and when the demon dragon tried to recruit him into the white armored dragon cavalry, he straight up turned it down. Opinions are split on whether he's being humble or just plain arrogant. The scene transitions to Camellia Palace. We see a lady who looks pretty pissed off that Randon has been killed and everything has gone off the rails. She is the lady of Camellia Palace, Amelie Ragnar. A man steps in to assure her not to worry, reminding her that Randon was a noob who was only assigned because of his terrible skills. She brushes it off, saying his death isn't a major concern. The man speaking to her is her brother, Sky Dragon Ed Troven, the same guy we saw at the pub earlier. She explains that the demon dragon himself reached out to Theo. And what's even more troubling is that people are saying Evelyn ordered it. This means they can't interfere by assigning Theo a new master anymore. If Theo starts standing out, it'll become way harder to take control of the Rose Palace. At that moment, Axion enters the scene casually and asks why they're so worried. He reassures them that there's no way the clan head will take any interest in this situation, so their plan can proceed as usual. Emile asks if he understands that the best way to take control of the Rose Palace without offending the clan leader is for Theo to stay powerless. Her son acknowledges it and says he already knows, adding that he's certain Theo is still powerless. After all, how much could someone like him really have changed? He believes Evelyn and the demon dragon have always had a soft spot for underdogs, so there's no reason to make a big deal out of it. But Ed Troven isn't feeling his nephew's nonchalant attitude and warns him not to take the situation lightly. That's when Axion pulls out a letter. With a sly grin, he says that since his mother and uncle are so worried, he'll just play with Theo a little and remind him of his place. Later, the scene shifts to the training grounds. Evelyn is giving Theo props for his solid practice session. He thanks her back, saying it's definitely different learning from a proper master like her. She mentions that it would have been better if he had joined the white armored dragon cavalry and asks why he turned down the offer. Theo thinks to himself for a second. It would be a lie to say he didn't regret rejecting that juicy offer. It was his dream in his past life. But he just smirks, knowing that joining now would actually hurt him in the long run. There's no reason to limit himself this early in the game. When he thinks about all the privileges that come with being at the top after the awakening ceremony, getting into the white armored dragon cavalry doesn't even compare. So he smiles and says he didn't want any special privileges and that he still feels he's not ready. He's satisfied just training with her for the awakening ceremony. Evelyn reminds him that the commander is probably pretty disappointed after getting rejected like that. At that moment, Theo decides to use his observation skill for the first time. He reads all of her stats and sees without a doubt that she's a high-ranking swordswoman. He learns that she admires his humility and character, and teaching him has given her a sense of energy and purpose that she hasn't felt in a long time. He also sees that she misses the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo is thrilled to realize just how useful this observation skill is. He squints a little when he reads the last line about her missing the cavalry. That part surprises him. That's when a guy enters the scene and introduces himself as Sybil Drea. He mentions he's come from the Southern Inspection Post and has something he needs to discuss with Theo. Theo finds the guy a bit intimidating and isn't sure what this discussion is going to be about. He decides to use his observation skill again and learns that Sybil has a strong longing to spar with him. The revelation makes him sweat with anxiety. He feels terrified at the thought of fighting someone with such a scary face. Right on cue, the system notification pops up with the 4th tutorial quest. His main goal is to discard the title of Imbecile of Ragnar, and he's already made almost 28% progress. Sybil was pretty frank with his intentions. He straight up said he wanted to follow young Master Theo. He even honestly admitted that he used to be one of those dumbasses in the crowd who just ignored Ragnar because he seemed totally untalented. Back then, he genuinely thought the whole Ragnar's imbecile label fit the guy perfectly. Theo appreciated the honesty, but damn, he couldn't help feeling a little pissed off. The bastard was basically bad-mouthing him without even realizing it. Sybil had a change of heart once he found out the young master was out there every morning training harder than anyone else. On top of that, he was seriously impressed seeing the results of all that hard work in the fight against that fraud Renan Harvey. The dude straight up reveled when the instructor's head went flying through the air. He was blown away watching Theo's insane growth up close. The image of demon dragon Julius Ragnar personally inviting the young master to join the white-armored dragon cavalry was burned into his mind. From that moment on, Sybil declared that Theo had become his idol. He was ready to give up on himself after being called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but everything changed when Theo showed up. All he wanted now was a chance to cross swords with his hero. The young man's frankness was pretty shocking. Normally, Theo would be suspicious of anyone's real intentions, but his observation skill confirmed the guy was being completely genuine. Sybil held serious respect for Theo. All he really wanted was a good spar. Everything about him screamed honest. It was a bit unexpected, but Theo was genuinely pleased. After taking down Randon and with the rumors spreading about Lord Julius paying attention to him, he figured a bunch of jealous pricks with inferiority complexes would come swarming to test him. He never expected people would actually admire him and want to follow instead. Looks like some folks still have that real Ragnar pride running through their veins. This could actually work out great. Theo knew he'd need people he could trust in his circle, especially if he wants to become the clan head someday. Plus, he could use this to push forward on the final tutorial quest and finally ditch that damn imbecile title once and for all. It was a shitty nickname he could never shake in his past life. With the new chances the system gave him, he was determined to leave that embarrassing label behind for good. Theo turned to Evelyn and asked for permission to spar. His new master happily agreed, telling him to go ahead and show what he could do. With his blade raised in salute, he formally introduced himself. Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, training under Master Evelyn Naravville and awaiting the awakening ceremony. The one-armed swordmaster smiled with approval. Sybil clumsily saluted back and introduced himself as an apprentice swordsman from the Southern Inspection Post. He said he inherited the swordsmanship of the Kurai clan and specialized in quicksword. Finally, the sparring session kicked off. Sybil blasted off the ground like a madman, going straight for the kill right from the start. Theo blocked the first strike, and their blades sparked hard on impact. The idiot of the Southern Inspection Post was undeniably fast. That was the one thing he was super confident about. Just from that first clash, Sybil could already tell the young master's skills were the real deal. Meanwhile, Theo was thinking, why the hell did they call this kid an idiot in the first place? If he had faced this guy in his previous life, he would have struggled to handle even a few hits. But of course, he'd come a long damn way since then. Theo went on the offensive and swung his blade, sending Sybil flying like a damn rag doll and knocking the sword right out of his hand. For the current Theo, this was straight up child's play. Poor Sybil almost puked his guts out from the massive hit to his solar plexus. He eventually crashed into the training area's stands, but luckily he wasn't badly hurt. Sybil forced himself to stand up and immediately started praising young Master Theo's sword mastery. He graciously conceded defeat with a big thank you. Theo stayed graceful in victory, saluted the guy, and told him it was a good fight. While holding his sword up in salute, he stared at his reflection on the shiny blade. A sudden idea hit him. Maybe he could use the observation skill on himself too. He tried it, and hell yeah, it actually worked. His talent showed up as observation, player, Ragnar, and a whole bunch more that were still locked. He was a level 1 swordsman with balanced stats and an insanely high 190 points in magic power. Now that he could finally see his stat points, they'd be shown as numbers from here on out. Under his talents, all his abilities were listed out clearly. Based on the locked slots, he figured he could just keep knocking out quests to unlock at least 4 more. Being able to check his own stats whenever he wanted was a pretty sweet discovery, too. Theo figured his crazy high magic power came from the magic he used in his past life, plus the dragon heart beating in his chest. What he didn't like one bit was the negative 49 points in luck. He wondered if he was straight up cursed with such shitty luck. Maybe all the misfortune from his previous life was because of this rotten stat. He definitely needed to find a way to boost his luck as fast as possible. Theo was so focused on the spar and checking his status that he didn't even notice the crowd of young guys who had gathered all around the arena. They had basically formed a full circle surrounding him, their intentions still unclear. He thought about it. Yeah, even though his previous instructor was weak and trashy, the bastard was still a mid-ranked swordsman. After beheading that fraud Randon and getting approval from a respected commander, it was only natural that these young swordsmen would show up. With Ragnar's whole rule of the strong motto, people usually had two reactions. They either got envious as hell or became huge admirers. As for the guys gathered in the arena, Evelyn could clearly see they belonged to the second group. They were amazed that the rumors about the young master were actually true. Respect and approval were written all over their faces. Each of them imagined themselves in Sybil's shoes during that spar, wondering if they could even block a single swing from Theo. That thought only made them want to clash blades with the young master even more. One of those young swordsmen was Iode Nayland. Theo scanned the crowd and was pretty pleased with their reaction. He singled out E. Nayland, which surprised the guy. The young master called him forward for a spar. Ood Nayland gave a solid salute and introduced himself as the third son of Viscount Nayland, specializing in double ascension swordsmanship. Theo returned the salute and casually wished him a good fight. Without wasting any more time on formalities, both of them got into position and started going at it. With every clash of their blades, Theo's basic swordsmanship proficiency kept rising steadily. EOD was no pushover. He was fast and clever enough to sneak in a slash that looked like it had no immediate counter. At that moment, Theo felt like the whole world slowed down. He quickly shifted his grip on the sword and met the attack with a perfectly angled block. It was enough to send the blade flying right out of the guy's hand. That crucial block boosted Theo's proficiency in the changing heart swordsmanship. Odd was completely stripped of his sword. It was a clear and utter defeat at the hands of the young master. The young man acknowledged his loss and gave Theo his full eternal approval. Much to Theo's surprise, gaining EOD's approval also bumped up his luck. Maybe luck is tied to reputation, he thought. If that was the case, he just found a solid way to fix his abysmal luck. He could just keep fighting and literally turn his luck around. Next up on the chopping block was Bernat Romero. That was an easy win. With another approval, his luck went up by one more point. Then came Eric Moran. He put up a decent fight, but it was still a struggle. After that, he got Manfred Nonbert's approval. Without slowing down his sparring rampage, he wiped the floor with Manuel Noir. The thuggish-looking Vero Perenc didn't even last a full minute. After a while, Theo was totally immersed in the battles and kept riding his winning streak through Daniel Riemann and the rest. By the time he'd gone through most of the young swordsmen, he was itching for more. He called for the next challenger, but nobody stepped up. He'd fought so much he was damn near exhausted, but when he checked his quest progress for ditching the imbecile title, it had only gone up by 1%. Maybe it's because these guys already approve of me, he figured. He might need to find stronger opponents or show off in front of the people who still look down on him. Either way, he'd need something different. Suddenly, a man pushed through the crowd and told Theo he looked exhausted. Theo argued that he'd rest when he actually needed to, but right now he could still keep going. Since he claimed he was still good to fight, the armored man known as the Silver Lion, Remington Narcio, formally asked for a sparring match. Theo and the crowd of young swordsmen weren't expecting someone so big to show up. After all, Remington was one of the four hounds of the North. Those four, Hulkus Lanka, Ray Ragnar, Remington Nario, and Axion Ragnar from the Chamilia Palace, were known as the four strongest in the awakening ceremony generation under the Ragnar clan. Remington Narcio said he'd come early to observe the young lord's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony. Saluting with a smile, he thanked Theo for accepting his request. The Silver Lion was a talented sword genius with sharp senses and crazy work ethic. Right now, he was honestly surprised to find an unexpected rival in Theo. Theo Ragnar returned the salute with pride. This time, he introduced himself as the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. He never expected to meet, let alone spar with, the sword genius Remington. He had respected this man a lot in his past life. When he said he was honored to cross swords with the famed young deputy clan head of Narcio, he really meant it. Immersed in the awesome rush of fighting non-stop, Theo just wanted to show Remington what he could do. Both of them were looking forward to one hell of a fight. Theo watched as the Silver Lion's aura exploded to a terrifying level. He couldn't help but wonder if his current self could actually beat Remington. Both fighters charged forward, blades smashing together with sparks flying everywhere. Just how strong is one of the four hounds of the North, Theo thought. Every single clash shook the whole stage like crazy. Theo kept his eyes locked on the prize while shards of steel flew all over the arena. Remington smiled and did the same. One of the swords got cleanly cut after taking too much wear and tear. Evelyn didn't take her eyes off them for a second, watching everything closely. The young swordsmen who had already lost to Theo were completely speechless. In the middle of the deathly silent arena, the sound of the broken blade clanging as it hit the ground echoed loudly. It was Theo's sword. In a single clash of pure strength, Remington sliced his blade clean in half, stopping his attack just inches away from lopping Theo's head off. To everyone watching, the result was crystal clear. Young Master Theo had lost. Sybil refused to believe his idol could get trounced that quickly, but it was the obvious outcome. They had to accept that no matter how much Theo had grown, beating one of the four hounds was still impossible. Those guys were the strongest of the current generation for a damn good reason. Sybil argued that the fighting spirit Theo showed was more than enough to admire. But then, to everyone's surprise, the White Lion suddenly declared that the duel was his loss. He respectfully saluted Theo, his form perfect as he humbly thanked the young lord for the fight. Remington pointed out that Theo's sword was already worn out before they even started, plus he was exhausted from all the previous fights. Theo insisted that on a real battlefield, no one would give him those kinds of excuses, so he accepted his defeat the moment he lost his blade. Remington gave him an understanding smile. The White Lion and the former imbecile shook hands, and a deeper respect formed between the unlikely pair. Remington genuinely hoped they could have a proper duel under better conditions next time, and Theo felt the same way. Everyone watched in shock as Theo got acknowledged by one of the four hounds. They were all thinking the young master really was built different. That duel with Remington shot his quest progress straight up to 35%, a massive jump all things considered. Evelyn sighed in relief from the sidelines. This couldn't have ended more perfectly. Thanks to Remington's display of power, Theo finally had a real gauge of just how strong the hounds were. Even though he'd become way stronger than his past self through quests, talents, and secret manuals, crossing blades with the White Lion reminded him that he was still lacking in a lot of areas. It sucked that the duel ended early because of his condition, but he still gained a ton from that short exchange. His luck shot up by 10 points, and his reputation improved dramatically. As for the quest, he still had a long way to go, so he'd need to actively look for other ways to finish it. He needed to set up a bigger stage to win more approval. Remington then confessed he didn't come just for a simple duel. He actually wanted to deliver an important letter to Theo. It was a formal invitation to the Scaled Dragon Society. Just hearing the name Scaled Dragon Society made all the young swordsmen's blood rush to their heads. It was an elite group with an extremely tough selection process, and here was Remington himself inviting the young master. Getting invited to the Scaled Dragon Society was a huge honor for any rising star. Theo modestly asked if it would really be okay for him to join the club. The White Lion quickly assured him that he was more than qualified. Besides, he insisted it wasn't even that serious of a group in the first place. Most of the prominent members just saw it as a chill social club for peers waiting for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Theo couldn't tell if Remington had any hidden motives with the invite, but he knew the Scaled Dragon Society was currently centered around his half-brother, Axion. It was basically a gathering full of snakes who looked at him with contempt and ridicule. That made it the perfect spot for him to make big progress on his quest. Plus, it'd give him a chance to do some recon on Axion and the Chamilia Palace. Seeing no reason to turn it down, Theo took the invitation letter and formally thanked Remington for going out of his way. He promised he'd participate and step right into the den of his enemies. Remington happily shook his hand, glad to have pulled in another rising star. He also told Theo not to hesitate to ask him for anything. The meeting was in 2 weeks, so that was all the time he had to prepare and come up with a plan. Evelyn took a drag from her cigarette, looking a bit worried about her new disciple. Not long after, the news of Theo getting invited to the high society gathering reached the Rose Palace. His mom, Cecilia, burst into his room with a huge, excited smile on her face. He was just about to tell her himself, but that clearly wasn't necessary anymore. Cecilia had already brought the palace's whole grooming team to his room. Since this was the first time her son had been invited to something this big, she was naturally super pumped. It was a club that included Axion, the son of that cunning Amani, and other brilliant talents like Remington. The group even caught the attention of the council itself. Cecilia knew that everything from how Theo dressed to how he carried himself would be under close watch. She pulled out a tape measure and started taking his measurements. She was confident her boy would nail the etiquette, but attire and overall vibe were different matters. Luckily, this was one area of high society where Cecilia could personally help him. After all, she used to be a successful actress. She was just happy to be involved and to support her dear son. Theo knew his mother had always carried the weight of being a commoner concubine who gave birth to an illegitimate child. She felt guilty for giving him that shameful label, even though it wasn't her fault at all. In the cold Ragnar clan where strength was everything, he could only imagine how tough it must have been for her to have such a weak son in his past life. Cecilia might have been acting all excited and joyful, but deep down she was just a mom worried about her son's well-being. She pulled Theo into a tight hug and told him that his mother would always believe in him and that he could do anything. The warmth of her embrace melted the coldness in Theo's heart. He hugged her back with real love. This time around, he was determined to work his ass off so his mom wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. While she was thrilled about her son joining the Scaled Dragon Society, all Theo could think about was pulverizing that whole damn snake's nest. 2 weeks later, the night of the society banquet finally arrived. Remington personally came by the Rose Palace to pick Theo up in a fancy carriage. As soon as he saw the young man, he thought he was looking at a completely different person. Theo had ditched his usual training clothes and was now rocking some exquisite drip, all thanks to his mom and the palace staff. Instead of looking like a warrior, he looked more like a proper aristocrat. Remington commented on his new look, and Theo took it as a joke. But the White Lion wasn't joking. He was genuinely impressed by the young master's transformation. Theo had to admit his body had gone through a massive overhaul. He'd grown taller, his muscles had developed perfectly, and all of it came from just 2 weeks of hard, diligent training. During those 2 weeks, Remington surprisingly showed up every day to train with him, and they'd gotten pretty close now. He'd also gained a solid little following with Sybil and the others. Poor Evelyn ended up stuck teaching a whole battalion of Theo fanatics when she only signed up to teach the young master for a short while. It was a lively 2 weeks of training, to say the least. Even now, Theo was still recovering from dealing with so many overeager people. Today, he was heading to his first formal banquet. Remington assured him there was no need to be nervous, but the White Lion did give him one warning. He explained that his friend Axion could be pretty mischievous at times. It was actually Axion who suggested inviting Theo, saying he wanted to meet the new rising star. On top of that, this whole banquet had been prepared just for Theo's sake. Getting all this info definitely changed things. Not for the worse, though. It was actually better for Theo. He was already looking forward to getting insulted left and right. At the banquet hall, the Dark Tiger, Axion Ragnar, had already started sipping on expensive brews. He was quite excited to turn the imbecile of Ragnar into his new toy. The carriage pulled up in front of a lavish palace, signaling their arrival at the banquet venue. Remington and Theo stepped out. The young lord immediately scanned the place. He was about to enter the Humiliated Palace, the home court of the scum who instigated Rhindone to mess with his growth. In his past life, they had devoured him, his mother, and the entire Rose Palace without mercy. His thoughts of vengeance were interrupted when Remington invited him to head inside. The lively Remington had received word that Axion would personally come greet them and should be waiting at the entrance by now. It was pretty obvious why that bastard Axion had invited him in the first place. The fool probably thought that since the imbecile of Ragnar was acting up, it was up to him to stop Theo's momentum. But the young master hadn't walked into the snake's nest without a plan either. He was going to make Axion understand exactly who he was trying to mess with. As they got closer to the palace, Theo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. Up on a higher floor of the Chemilea Palace, the weird blue light of a system quest was calling to him. He was momentarily distracted by the possible quest inside the palace, so he didn't notice something rapidly descending toward him. Remington tried to save him from the unknown object, but it exploded into white smog before he could get close. Remington panicked and quickly called out to Theo. Thankfully, he was fine. It was just a sack of white flour aimed at him and launched from above. Remington was furious at the childish prank. Theo acknowledged that in his previous life, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it, and the outfit his mom painstakingly prepared would have been completely ruined. He thought Remington might have been in on the stunt, but that didn't seem to be the case. The White Lion was just as confused and pissed off at the unexpected situation. Welcoming him with flour must have been the best those dumbasses upstairs could come up with. The idiot who thought of something this immature was probably one of those smug nobles watching from the windows. A familiar voice parted the nobles and claimed it was just a little greeting between friends, a basic courtesy, if you will. Remington wasn't having any of it, though. He was genuinely angry. Axion finally showed his smug face and insisted he was just extending a fun greeting to his brother Theo. Our boy immediately used his observation skill to check out the Dark Tiger. His talents included madness, psychopathy, and overwhelming swordsmanship potential. He was clearly excited about finding a new toy to play with. Theo smiled and simply said, "Thanks," which confused the hell out of his psychopathic brother. He continued that with how welcoming Axion was being, he was naturally grateful and really looking forward to the party today. Axion's confusion quickly flipped to elation. This brother of his had really become fun since the last time they saw each other. Finally, Remington and Theo entered the banquet hall where every member of the promising noble society was gathered. It was an extremely private event, so only a select few were invited to wine, dine, and chat with their fellow talented peers. Everyone's attention was on today's special guest. They couldn't understand why Axion would invite a bum. Even if Theo was from a direct Ragnar bloodline, he was still widely known as the imbecile. Having that kind of trash in the Scaled Dragon Society was an unpleasant surprise for most of them. They had to admit, though, the drip was pretty damn cold. Most nobles knew Axion was just playing with his new toy. Since the trashy nobles didn't even bother lowering their voices, Remington apologized to Theo, saying these gatherings weren't usually this scandalous. Theo was just letting them talk all the shit they wanted. In fact, the more they badmouthed him, the better. That would make crushing them later so much sweeter. He also noticed the blue quest light was somewhere nearby. He was pretty sure it could be important, but he didn't have a natural way to approach it yet. Axion, the host of the party, descended the stairs and asked his brother if he was enjoying himself. Theo forced himself to stay calm and stick to his plan. He smiled and thanked Axion again for the invitation. Axion sarcastically apologized for the flower incident a few minutes ago, playfully admitting he might have gone a little overboard. Then he closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, grabbed Theo's shoulders tightly, and pressed him to accept the apology in front of everyone. Remington wanted to step in, but Theo cut in and said Axion had nothing to apologize for. He insisted, using Axion's own words, that the prank was just a greeting between brothers. The psycho was at a loss for words. Theo was way too calm and composed to rattle. Axion laughed and patted Theo on the back like a proud older brother. He never knew the kid had this much spunk. He had changed a lot since they were little. Axion actually liked him more and more now. The nobles watched Theo smiling and going along with his brother's whim, even calling him Axions. They started throwing comments about his illegitimate lineage compared to the noble blood of Troon. Sure, they were half-brothers, but the nobles believed Theo and Axion were on completely different levels, even though they were both Ragnars. The Troven clan was the swordsmanship powerhouse of the East, while Theo's mom was just some random woman from nowhere. Theo smiled as he soaked up all the blatant insults they were hurling at him, letting it fuel the fire inside. One thing that confused the nobles was how close Remington was with the imbecile, so they started directing insults at him too, calling him an illegitimate son of the Narzio family. The White Lion had been on edge ever since they arrived at the banquet. Hearing these nobles bring up that forbidden topic almost made him snap right there. Theo figured that in just a few seconds, Remington might steal his spotlight. He wanted to listen to a few more insults, but that wasn't going to work now. Before Axion could drag him upstairs, Theo paused. Since he had just arrived, he said he should greet his new friends first. He walked over to the banquet table where the snickering nobles were gathered. All eyes were locked on the imbecile of Ragnar. Theo quietly picked up a bottle of wine from the table. He approached the noble who was running his mouth about Remington's lineage and motioned to fill his glass. The noble smirked smugly and asked if he'd said something wrong. Theo shifted his grip on the wine bottle and smashed it straight on Blondie's head without mercy. Remington and even the psychotic Axion were shocked by the sudden move. Blondie grabbed his head in agony as blood stained his piss-colored hair. Theo stood over him, still holding the bloody, broken bottle. The bastard tried to sit up and curse at Theo for humiliating him in front of everyone. Before he could spew more arrogant, noble bullshit, Theo kicked him hard enough to break the guy's jaw. Theo's straightforward plan had finally kicked off as his eyes turned cold and crazy. He said he was just giving Blondie a little greeting, only to get a hurtful response back. The other nobles froze in place, scared and confused as hell. Meanwhile, Theo's quest progress shot up to 43%. Remington had trained with the young lord for 2 weeks and knew he wasn't some hot-headed thug. He figured Theo might be doing this for his sake. As Blondie kept bleeding on the palace floor, Theo declared that this was his version of a welcome greeting. He stepped over Blondie's arm, placed the noble's limp body on a platform, and slowly started applying pressure. Since he'd already sent his hellos, it was time for goodbyes. Blondie desperately begged him to wait and stop. Too bad for him. Theo stomped down hard and completely shattered the bastard's arm. A horrifying cracking sound echoed through the entire banquet hall. The nobles who had been running their mouths just minutes ago were now stunned and speechless at the ruthless punishment. That bone-breaking move pushed Theo's quest progress up to 58%. Blondie passed out from the shock and pain, drool staining the palace carpets. Theo tossed the limp body aside like the trash it was and asked the crowd if anybody else wanted to say hello. His intimidating vibe pushed the quest progress to 66%. Suddenly, knights who had been hiding in the shadows stepped out and surrounded Theo from all sides. They drew their blades and focused on taking out the threat right in front of them. 4 swords surrounded Theo, trapping him in place. The knights wanted payback for the sin of hurting their young master. They declared that the punishment for such a vile act had to be death. Theo smiled. His plan was getting better and better. He asked the knights, "Who the hell did I just trash?" They answered that Blondie was the 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan, young master Ian Hanavi. Theo was amused by their confident reply. The Hanavi clan was one of the 6 snow clans that supported Ragnar. He knew the bodyguard knights of these spoiled nobles wouldn't just sit back and watch. They always looked down on the imbecile whenever he started acting up. So Theo asked them what the problem was if he roughed up their young master. With deep pride in his voice, he asked if the dogs of one of Ragnar's bannerman clans really dared to demand his death. Could they actually take responsibility for threatening Kyle Ragnar's bloodline? He wasn't one to tolerate disrespect, after all. The knights felt their grip on their swords loosen as soon as they heard Theo's words. Their anger over seeing their young master get wrecked was quickly replaced by the deep-rooted fear they had for the Ragnar clan. On top of that, the oppressive aura the young man was giving off was suffocating them. This was not the imbecile of Ragnar they knew and loved making fun of. Now that they thought about it, Theo also had the right of succession as direct Ragnar blood. Plus, Ragnar was the Lord of the North, the overseer who ruled over the 6 snow clans. Declaring death on the blood of the dragon wasn't something any sane person should do. It was a sin that could get an entire insignificant snow clan wiped out without anyone batting an eye. That protection and prestige hadn't really applied to Theo for a long time because he used to be a useless descendant, so most people forgot. But that shit wasn't gonna fly anymore. All 4 knights knew they had made a massive blunder and needed to apologize immediately, but Theo had already given the kill order to a mysterious presence lurking nearby. A swift glint of a blade flashed so fast it blinded everyone. The next thing they knew, 4 severed heads were already flying through the air. Night blood stained the palace floor. Theo stood calm as the eye of a storm, while the blood of his enemies swirled around him. The mysterious figure he'd ordered to slaughter the knights landed gracefully on the carpet. It was none other than his master, Evelyn Noreviville herself. With more blood spilling everywhere, the arrogant nobles finally felt the real threat hanging over their heads. This wasn't a joke anymore. Theo's quest to ditch the imbecile of Ragnar title had jumped to 70% completion. Axion had no choice but to watch as his own banquet turned into Theo's show of force and dominance. Evelyn looked at her disciple and asked when he realized she was tailing him. Well, it was pretty obvious. He didn't exactly know why she followed him all the way to the Chamilia Palace, but thanks to her, Theo could turn the tables on these morons without any worries. As the crowd stood stunned into silence, they seemed to be waiting for Theo's next move. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius had paid Evelyn a secret visit. He came to rag on her about refusing to take more disciples, yet training her new student diligently every single day. Evelyn must have gotten used to this brute sneaking into her quarters because she didn't even bother entertaining his games. Recently, Julius's only joy in life had been tormenting his former comrade, including raiding her expensive wine stash for his own enjoyment. Tonight, Commander Julius really wanted to know what Evelyn saw in the kid. She knew there was no way she was prying that wine bottle out of the brute's hand, so she answered that Theo was simply beyond expectations. With his attitude toward training and his talent, he was truly one of the best she had ever taught. And considering that even Axion had passed through her hands, that was a pretty bold claim. Evelyn didn't mince her words. Based on Theo's potential, she could confidently say he was already beyond even young Master Axion. She sincerely insisted she wasn't just blowing smoke. Well, Julius had always trusted her eye for talent. She had two eyes, after all, while he only had one. Julius figured a person couldn't change that drastically overnight, so the most reasonable explanation was that the kid had been hiding his strength all this time for some reason. Admittedly, it was weird to think someone would keep it hidden for so long and then suddenly start showing off. As a trainer, Evelyn believed that rushing your steps usually made you trip and fall, but what she saw in Theo felt different. It seemed like he was being chased by something invisible, pushing himself out of fear. That's also why she was worried about him attending this Scaled Dragon Society event. Julius finished off the bottle of wine and agreed that the Axion brat was definitely worth worrying about. He was also the one who suggested Evelyn should just follow the kid to be safe. Commander Julius had a gut feeling that something was going to go down at the banquet. It might not be exactly what Evelyn was worried about, but something was definitely happening. Being a Ragnar himself, he knew from first-hand experience that when hungry wolf cubs who crave blood gather, they start fighting to establish a hierarchy. The commander laid out a uniform on the table and urged Evelyn to try tempting Theo to join his unit again. Not just the kid, he wanted Evelyn back in the white-armored dragon cavalry too. He refused to let her retire just because she couldn't ride a dragon anymore. She had to come back and take responsibility for what she started. Julius left Evelyn's quarters, thanking her for the delicious wine. She'd lost an expensive bottle, but she might have just regained her purpose. Back to the present. Inside the Chamilia Palace, Evelyn started piecing everything together. She figured Theo must have noticed her tailing him and orchestrated this whole situation on purpose. Maybe he joined the Scaled Dragon Society aiming for exactly this. Her worries didn't need to exist in the first place. She wondered at what point he had noticed her presence on the way to the palace. Theo had actually sensed his master discreetly following him the moment he got into the carriage. With his dragon heart, he could unleash his energy perception around him, basically acting like a sixth sense. Anyway, what mattered now was that the stage for his revenge was set. Theo turned to Evelyn and explained that most of the nobles in the banquet hall had shown blatant disrespect to a successor candidate of the Ragnar clan. He asked her what the punishment for such a horrid crime was. The guilty nobles almost fainted on the spot. They knew exactly what the punishment was. Evelyn, ever the stickler for the rules, stated that depending on clan laws, immediate execution of the guilty parties was completely enforceable. Theo smiled. He had set it up, and Evelyn perfectly finished it off. Acting like a magnanimous guy, Theo declared that the offenders were just kids who hadn't even gone through their awakening. He'd be cool with just chopping one arm off each of those criminals and calling the sin forgiven. Evelyn didn't waste a second. She turned into an unstoppable slicing machine and went straight for those bratty, panicking nobles from the Scaled Dragon Society. The second son of the Byron clan tried to dodge, but nope, right arm gone. The first son of the red and white mercenary corps screamed like hell as blood sprayed from his stump. Even the dainty arm of the fourth daughter from the Ceres Merchant Guild got the same treatment. The third son of the Clark clan tried to run, but outrunning Evelyn? Pretty much impossible. When the first daughter of the Howard clan got turned into a one-armed Stumpy, Theo's quest hit 79% completion. One of those pathetic nobles crawled toward Axion, or Axe if you were close to him, begging for help. Axe just repeated his brother's words. He couldn't step in. This was basically just another form of greeting. The crawling guy saw a flash of blade out of the corner of his eye and then slice, arm gone clean. His blood almost got on Axion's clothes. While the first son of the parent family twisted and groaned in pain, Axe looked over at his old teacher. Evelyn just casually met his eyes and nodded. Axe never thought he'd run into his former trainer in the middle of a scene this damn grisly. Evelyn even gave him a little salute with her blade. Axiom checked out the bloodied banquet hall and realized Evelyn had only gone after the ones who'd made those outright comments about the bloodline. Theo had set it up so that even as a fellow successor candidate, Axiom didn't have the authority to stop the slaughter. It only took Evelyn a few minutes to chop the right arms off 14 people under Theo's orders. Sure, they could still haul their arms to a priest and get them reattached, but their lives as swordsmen? That was a whole different story. Everything went exactly as planned. Axion was way more interested in how Theo managed to get both Remington and Evelyn on his side. Theo Ragnar, the so-called imbecile of the Rose Palace, had turned into something seriously terrifying. The Psycho and Axion were both pretty damn happy about it. He really wanted to crush this brother under his foot. Once he'd finished what he came for, Theo called Evelyn and Remington and they headed out. They walked out of the palace slowly while the remaining nobles stared at Theo like they were scared shitless. The brothers locked eyes. No words needed. But right before they left, Theo grabbed Axion's arm. He squeezed hard enough to wrinkle his brother's suit. A second later, he let go, waved goodbye, and told Axion he'd had a ton of fun at this bloody banquet. The final tutorial quest to ditch the imbecile of Ragnar title was finally done. Axion was pissed. He wanted to make a move right then and there, but he knew it wouldn't be smart. The Psycho just stormed out of his own place, screaming Theo's name at the top of his lungs. With all the tutorial quests finished, nobody would dare call Theo the family idiot anymore. The tutorial was over, but his real revenge was only just getting started. His reward for completely flipping his public image was an experience elixir, a tonic that instantly bumps your level up by 5 if you're under level 30. News of the bloodshed spread fast to the other palaces. Anyone would be shocked as hell to hear that Axion's fancy-scaled dragon society got torn limb from limb, literally and figuratively. As for Theo, he was in full celebration mode after flexing on those nobles. His subordinates dragged him to a pub to party over his flashy, gory high society debut. Every single one of his followers showed up. Hell, even Evelyn stopped by for a few drinks. He couldn't help wondering how the Scaled Dragon Society was feeling after getting wrecked by the guy they all loved calling an imbecile. Inside the Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar was sitting there in total disbelief. Not only had they handed the MC the perfect justification for what he did, but the guy had straight up chopped everyone's arms off right in front of Axion. Axion answered like it was no big deal, which just pissed her off even more because it made zero sense to her. She remembered warning him beforehand not to take this shit so lightly. She was disappointed as hell that they hadn't just tried pressuring Theo into submission. Instead, they'd given their boy complete free rein to go wild. Axion tried to defend himself, saying that once Theo got some recognition, it would be a lot harder to take over the Rose Palace, and told her not to worry. She wasn't having it. She told him to reflect on his actions and shut him down completely. She pointed out every mistake he'd made that almost ruined their whole plan. Axion finally decided to listen and just left. Emmy wondered out loud who the hell Axion took after to end up this obnoxious. Ed Trovan replied that Axion actually reminded him of her when she was younger. She wasn't in the mood for jokes, so he quickly apologized and assured her the whole incident might not be worth stressing over that much. He explained that the Rose Palace had been part of the clan head's harem, so getting ownership of it was always going to be tough. Even though it had fallen out of the clan leader's interest because it was where Rifra liked to gather, it still had the clan leader's support behind it. He laid out the plan. All they really needed was justification. And thankfully, since their boy Theo had caused total chaos at the Scaled Dragon Society meeting, he was slowly turning into the face of the Rose Palace. By using this whole incident as justification, they could suppress the MC through legal procedures. Amal was left speechless after hearing that. She started thinking about how the real reason she'd been scared of Theo getting stronger was because she feared his power and influence would just keep growing if the clan leaders started paying more attention to the Rose Palace. But now, by using Theo, who was getting stronger, she realized the Camellia Palace could shut him down through legal means, and the Rose Palace would have no choice but to bow to the Trovans. She actually started believing the plan might work and asked Ed how long it would take to get everything ready. The guy told her all the preparations were already done, and when she woke up tomorrow morning, she'd hear some really good news. He comforted her, saying she could go enjoy a bath and sleep well, and even mentioned he'd prepared an aromatic candle for her from the South Akran volcanic region. Amal decided to trust her elder brother and showed him some real gratitude. Meanwhile, back in the tavern, Remington was going on about how shocked he was and how he never knew Theo cared that much about him. Our boy had no idea what the hell he was talking about and found it pretty funny watching him act all drunk when he'd only been drinking orange juice. Remington said that even though Theo had been getting insulted himself, he didn't hesitate for a second and stepped right up for his friend. The moment people started insulting Remington, he'd felt embarrassed as hell and was kicking himself for not doing anything. Remington looked at the MC and felt pretty damn surprised. Theo had put up with all those years of everyone looking down on him and treating him like some untalented, useless kid, and he still never gave up. He just kept getting stronger. Even against people he had zero chance of beating, he showed that crazy willpower and decided to fight the Camellia Palace, the one place nobody ever dares to mess with. Remington realized Theo had the guts to swing his sword without hesitating for a second, and he'd done it all for him. The guy started getting all teary-eyed. Theo immediately clocked that Remington had completely misunderstood the whole situation. Remington stood up and told the MC that even though his clan had given him orders, he wanted to go a different way. He said he wanted to follow Theo. The people watching the two of them started cheering and calling the MC and his friend amazing. Theo tried to clear up the misunderstanding, but Evelyn telepathically told him to just let his friend have it. He glanced over at her and she added that it wasn't a bad misunderstanding at all. Everyone probably just wanted to get along with their boy. Hearing that, Theo cracked a little smile, but deep down he knew he wasn't anything special. All his power came from the status window. He checked his own stats and realized everything he'd gained was thanks to that thing. At first, he thought it was just some leftover piece of his own regrets, but looking at how detailed it was, he figured it had to be something else entirely. He got this vague sense of déjà vu, but decided not to overthink it since it was clearly helping him get better. After the Scaled Dragon Society mess was over, the MC noticed his level had gone up. Every time he leveled, the system handed him points he could use to boost his stats. Theo understood he could raise his abilities however the hell he wanted, and for a second he actually felt a little scared of the shiny future a guy with this much potential could create. Evelyn caught that evil little smile of his and looked worried. Theo decided the first thing he needed to do was get ready for the Camellia Palace's counterattack. He asked Remington if he was willing to help with something. His friend immediately said he could ask for anything. Remington was a bit surprised to hear Theo call him Remy so casually like that. Theo pulled something out, handed it over, and told Remy that the war for the throne between him and Axion was about to start. He needed help getting prepared for when that time came. Remy went quiet, remembering that in his past life he'd become the clan head of Narcio and built the clan's forces up strong enough to actually challenge the Ragnars. The MC realized just how valuable this chance was to pull Remy over to his side. He gave Remington a piece of paper, and the guy promised that since he'd already sworn loyalty, he'd do everything in his power to help. Theo thanked him. Then out of nowhere, someone barged into the tavern screaming Theo's name. Everyone froze as a bunch of knights stormed in and announced that under the sword of law, Theo was under arrest for assault, threat, and intimidation. Evelyn called it complete bullshit, but their boy told her to calm down and stepped forward to check the arrest warrant. He saw it was the real deal. The ink hadn't even dried yet, which meant his enemies had been in a serious rush. Theo decided to go quietly. They slapped the handcuffs on him right away. As they hauled him off, he just smiled at his friends because he trusted them to handle everything while he was gone. Remington and Evelyn were completely shocked. Remy looked down at the paper Theo had just given him. The news of Theo getting arrested hit the Rose Palace, and Theo's mom, Cecilia, was completely stunned when she heard they were taking her son to the tribunal. She just dropped to her knees in shock. Her servant got all worried, but she waved him off and said she was fine, then asked why the hell they took her son away. He told her it was because of the Scaled Dragon Society mess. They were accusing him of inciting a rebellion. She was surprised and asked if that meant he was going to trial. The servant figured Theo wouldn't get out of this one easily since he'd basically destroyed the Scaled Dragon Society. Cecilia never expected that invitation to turn into such a huge mess, but she still believed her son would get through it somehow. That was just the kind of kid he was. She quietly wished he'd come back safe. Meanwhile, inside the carriage taking the MC to the tribunal, they finally arrived. He remembered it had been a while since he'd last seen this place. Since he'd completely obliterated the Scaled Dragon Society, he knew he wasn't getting some light slap on the wrist. He was probably looking at a full trial, and they'd definitely start questioning whether he even deserved to be a successor. The knights ordered him to get out. As he walked, he realized his enemies wanted to crush him completely, but he just smiled because everything was going exactly the way he'd planned. The knights announced that the prisoner Theo had been escorted, and they got the okay to bring him inside. The MC thought to himself that if he was going to pull out everything he'd prepared so far, he might as well do it on a stage this big. He stood in front of some seriously impressive people and felt a little anxious seeing them all gathered in one room. There was the demon dragon captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, Julius Ragnar, and 4 of the 9 dragons who protected Ragnar, including Skyragon Ed Trovan. The MC admitted that in his previous life he would have been completely overwhelmed right about now. He also spotted the sword dragon lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar, and the elder dragon head counselor, Wolfgang Ragnar. Wolfgang looked at him, and the MC remembered it had been a while. He definitely hadn't expected to see the old man here. He knew Wolfgang was big on bloodlines, so a half-blooded, illegitimate kid like him probably seemed completely disgusting, and Wolfgang wasn't even trying to hide it. The man asked if Theo was aware he'd been summoned to answer for his crimes. Then he kept going. The Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, even the Hanavi clan, all of them were cutting ties with the main family because of Theo's foolish actions. Wolfgang got pissed, called him a bastard, and demanded to know if he could even handle the damage he'd caused. He made it crystal clear that Theo was going to be held accountable for dragging Ragnar's honor through the mud. Theo just agreed with him and admitted he'd been way too careless. Honestly, he should have cut off their heads instead of just their limbs. Everyone in the room went dead silent in shock, but the MC kept talking. He said all those other clans were their subjects. The Lord had given them land and honor, and in return the subjects were supposed to offer their loyalty and their lives to the Ragnar. That was the way of chivalry, and even knowing that, they'd still defied their lord. The MC showed some real frustration and said that if he'd known how insolent those assholes were being, he would have just cut their heads off instead. He told Wolfgang they should be punished properly to restore the principles of chivalry. He couldn't just sit there and watch the honor Ragnar had maintained for centuries get trampled on like that. Everyone went completely speechless. Julius called their boy impressive and figured he'd probably just get a normal punishment after that justification. Wolfgang thought the MC was straight up mocking them with all that fancy talk, but Osa Ragnar actually understood where he was coming from and admitted Theo was right. Wolfgang looked surprised as hell that she was taking his side. Osa explained that Ragnar was strong, sure, but it wasn't truly great yet. They still needed to listen to the voices of their vassals and knights. Otherwise, the whole clan would eventually fall, because you can't rule the world with pure power alone. Wolfgang got what she was saying and decided to keep it in mind. The MC noticed that the first wife of the clan head, the best swordsman in the north, was actually taking his side and didn't seem hostile at all. He was pretty surprised by that and couldn't figure out why she was doing it. Osa hoped their boy understood that the punishment he was about to get was justified. He asked what the punishment even was, and Wolfgang told him he'd get 3 months of probation. Theo said he still wanted to participate in the ceremony, which immediately pissed Wolfgang off. He thought the kid was talking back, but Osa decided to take his words into consideration and allowed him to join next year's awakening ceremony. Ed figured it had already been decided that the kids Theo had injured would be participating next year anyway. Thanks to the demon dragon's interference, their boy got a much lighter punishment than expected. Ed was pretty satisfied with how his plans were turning out. He knew delaying the awakening ceremony would bring dishonor to the Ragnars, and since the MC was the one representing the Rose Palace, forcing him to carry that dishonor would let the Camellia Palace finally take over the Rose Palace. He started smiling to himself, thinking that once his plan was fully in motion, their boy wouldn't be able to do a damn thing about it, and would have no choice but to accept defeat. Ed was sure that if Theo tried to appeal, he'd get killed, but he also believed the kid wasn't that stupid. Then the MC announced that he wanted to appeal. That surprised not just Ed, but everyone else in the room. Ed tried hard not to smile as he called the MC a huge fool whose arrogance had zero limits. He looked happy as hell that things were suddenly getting even easier for him. Julius asked if their boy even understood what it meant to appeal. Theo said he did, and he knew this wasn't something that could be brushed off with just 3 months of probation. Sure, the demon dragon had clearly pulled some strings, but he was still going to follow his own plan. He told them that in the strong and proud Ragnar clan, appealing meant war. Theo made it clear he wasn't planning on taking even a light slap on the wrist. In the end, only the strong got to speak the truth. He even said he should be rewarded for what he'd done, which left the entire room speechless. Meanwhile, at the hidden northern branch of the series Merchant Guild, the whole place was engulfed in flames. Evelyn was busy finishing off the last guy still standing. Remington realized this was exactly where they'd been hiding, just like the MC had said. After they wrecked the place, Remy and Evelyn found something. Back at the trial, Ed's eyes lit up with pure joy as he thought the Trovan Camellia Palace was basically finished. As the MC stood there in front of all those important figures, Wolfgang asked if he really wanted to turn an issue that could be easily resolved by waiting 3 months into a full-blown war. Wolfgang called it pure arrogance and asked if their boy really thought he could face the forces of 15 clans all by himself. Theo said this was something he had to handle, especially since the power gap was so damn huge. He figured appeals through proxy battles were a pretty normal thing around here. The MC understood that appealing meant settling the winner and loser through a fight, but if an all-out war was completely impossible because of how lopsided the power difference was, each side could send a representative and decide everything with a one-on-one sword battle. That was how a proxy battle worked, which meant their boy would be representing himself. There was a high chance the plaintiff's representative would be Axion. Julius could already see that if things kept going this way, the MC was pretty much guaranteed to lose. He asked if Theo actually had a plan, and figured that if their boy was counting on someone stepping up to fight for him, he was going to be disappointed as hell. Theo requested a proxy battle in 1 week, just like the rules said. Ed thought he could see right through the kid's plan. He figured Theo was hoping to get Julius or Evelyn as his representative, but nobody was going to agree to that, so he'd end up having to fight himself. Ed decided he'd send Axion as his representative and make the MC learn his place by finishing him off for good. Ed was about to announce his representative when suddenly they all heard someone and went completely speechless. A man walked in and praised Theo's clever plans, noting that their boy had changed a lot since the last time he'd seen him. It was the clan head himself, Kyle Ragnar. The second he stepped into the trial room, everyone dropped to their knees to show respect. The MC did the same and greeted the incarnation of the great dragon god. Out of nowhere, the system window popped up, telling him to complete a new quest, take over the Camellia Palace and uncover its hidden secrets. He noticed this was his first real quest after the tutorial and wondered if it had anything to do with that blue light he'd seen earlier. The MC realized he'd completely forgotten about it with everything going on lately, but he remembered there had been something there. He stopped overthinking and decided to focus on the present while facing his father. He needed to handle this situation first, because the king himself showing up was a massive variable that could mess up his whole plan. The MC asked why his father was here. Kyle told him to stand up. He said he'd heard about the whole situation and understood that his son was trying to appeal through a proxy battle. Theo confirmed it. His father said he could see it would be tough for Theo to fight the battle himself and asked who he was planning to choose as his representative. Their boy realized his father was testing him. He answered that there was no one who could stand in his place, so of course he was planning to step up himself and be his own representative. His father believed he'd lose, but Theo said he shouldn't jump to that conclusion without even letting him try. The MC was determined to face every challenge head-on and not bend to anyone unless he had no other choice. After hearing all that, the king burst out laughing and asked the rest of the people in the trial if they'd heard what his son just said. The king was impressed that their boy refused to lower himself for anyone. That was the best way to describe what it meant to be a Ragnar. He praised his son for having such an amazing attitude. Their boy felt pretty damn grateful and started smiling because everything was still going exactly according to his plan. He remembered the proxy battle was just bait. Since he didn't even have to fight, it felt pretty damn amazing being able to say all that without holding back. He thought about the job he'd asked Remy and Evelyn to handle and knew they'd get him the proof of the Camellia Palace's treasonous conspiracy. That would make his victory absolute without him swinging a single sword. The king decided to give his son a shot. As the master of Ragnar, Kyle said he wanted to test a single strike against their boy. Theo was shocked when his father told him to forget about the trial. If the MC could endure just one blow, every charge would be cleared with zero punishment. The king told Theo to come on out. Ed immediately started shouting, trying to object. He realized that testing a single strike against their boy meant the king was basically approving of him, and if by some crazy chance Theo managed to endure that strike, he'd walk away with the clan head's personal approval. Ed was sure the MC couldn't handle it, but just in case he somehow did, Ed decided he had to step in and stop their boy from looking good in the king's eyes. He started going on about how the vassals and bannermen had dared to talk shit about the clan leader's son's blood, then tried bringing up the rules of the proxy battle. Kyle Ragnar just told him to shut the hell up and made it clear that if a vassal dared speak against the Ragnars, they should simply get rid of him. Ed had no choice but to back down. Kyle asked if Julius had anything to say, since he'd been giggling for a while. The demon dragon said he was just surprised to see the king take an interest in something after such a long time. Kyle got straight to the point and asked his son if he was willing to do it. Their boy understood things had taken a huge turn. He hadn't seen this coming at all, but he still smiled and decided to accept the challenge. The MC spoke up and told the clan leader this felt a bit too heavy for him. It was kind of absurd comparing a single strike from the clan leader himself to a proxy war against a bunch of vassals and bannermen. The king asked if he was trying to refuse. Theo said no, he just wanted a fair trade since the trial had gotten a lot stricter. With a cheeky smile, he demanded that his compensation should go up too. Kyle asked what he wanted. The MC turned and looked straight at Ed, then said he wanted something like the Camellia Palace. Ed was left completely speechless. He got frustrated as hell, and Wolfgang called it pure madness to propose a deal like that with the clan leader himself. He thought someone needed to put this bastard in his place, because agreements only worked when both sides were on equal footing. Wolfgang was sure the MC would fail because of his arrogance, but to his surprise, the clan leader actually agreed. Kyle said that if the MC was aiming to become the successor, he needed to be at least this courageous and bold. The clan leader asked if the Sky Dragon had any objections. The man just assured him that everything belonged to his lord Kyle, so he wouldn't dare comment on the decision. The lord was happy to hear that and ordered them to quickly prepare a stage. He wanted to test his son himself. Theo got a little hesitant. After a while, he stood face to face with his father, Kyle Ragnar, while the rest of the vassals hung back on the sidelines watching. Ed was completely losing it because the trap he'd set to catch the MC had somehow turned into a stage that was totally favoring their boy. Ed kept telling himself not to get anxious. Even if Theo had gotten stronger, there was no way in hell he could withstand even a single strike from the clan leader. That was something not even high-ranking swordsmen could pull off easily. Ed was sure Theo was about to die right here, but their boy saw right through his plans and felt confident he wouldn't die, thanks to the tutorial reward he'd gotten. The king noticed something different about his son and asked if he'd secretly downed an elixir without anyone knowing. He figured even an elixir shouldn't have changed him this much, but decided he didn't really care how the MC had gotten so strong. Their boy realized his father had seen through him way too easily. Not even the 9 dragons had noticed he'd taken an elixir. The king asked if he was warmed up. Theo said he was, and his father chuckled that normally he'd use his greatsword, but since their boy didn't even know how to use mana yet, he was going easy on him with a rusty steel sword instead. The clan leader asked if he had any objections. Theo said he didn't. His father got serious and decided it was time to start. An immense aura started pouring out everywhere as the clan leader stepped forward, making their boy a little anxious. Theo could feel the insane pressure his father was putting out with nothing but pure fighting spirit. The clan leader actually praised him, surprised that his son was still standing. Theo stayed confident. His strength had almost tripled thanks to the reward he'd gotten for clearing the tutorial, the experience elixir. He'd gained 5 whole levels from it and dumped every single stat point into strength. With that kind of power, he finally felt true freedom, stepping out of the realm of the weak and into the realm of the extraordinary. He was sure he could at least survive one strike from his father. When the clan leader threw his attack, everyone went completely silent. Ed was already convinced the MC was done for. Their boy poured every bit of focus into defending and managed to see the attack coming. A huge red beam of light smashed into the ground and completely wrecked the stage. When the smoke finally cleared, the clan leader was smiling. He'd finally found a decent son. Their MC was still standing, and the whole room was left in total shock. Theo had proven his innocence through pure will and determination. After he successfully survived the strike, the trial was over. The system notified him that the sudden quest single strike from Kyle Ragnar had been successfully completed. Theo received an inventory and a mysterious blue key as rewards for what he'd pulled off. Sometime later, their boy woke up, completely confused about where the hell he was. His mother Cecilia was so happy to see him open his eyes. She told him he'd fainted while still standing. She started crying while holding his hand, talking about how terrified she'd been when she found out the clan leader himself had challenged him. She got all worried and asked if he had any more injuries, promising she'd call a physician right away if anything was fractured or dislocated. Theo told her he was fine, but he still had no idea where they were. Julius walked in and explained that by the clan leader's orders, the Lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, and the Director of Intelligence had all been forced to vacate. Theo lit up when he realized they were inside the Camellia Palace itself. The system updated him on the situation and showed that he just needed to uncover the secret now. Meanwhile, out in the Camellia Palace's garden, Emma was making a huge fuss because she couldn't understand why she was being forced out of her own property. The servants tried to calm her down and begged her not to cause a scene. Watching all of this from the side, Ed gave Axion a cold order: kill Theo Ragnar. Axion started sharing his plan for the awakening ceremony, but Ed cut him off and told him to just chop Theo's head off and finish the bastard for good. Axion looked at Ed's eyes and saw them burning with pure, intense desire for revenge. Once everything settled down at the Camellia Palace, their boy realized that even though a bunch of stuff had gone against his original plan, he'd still ended up with way better results than he'd expected. He'd managed to get the Camellia Palace without even using his trump card, and on top of that, he'd picked up another authority. He activated the inventory skill and pulled an item out of it. The MC took a bite of the apple and wondered how the hell this kind of thing was even possible, but he had to admit it was damn useful. Then he pulled out the blue key he'd gotten recently and figured it had to be connected to something important. He focused on a door and the keyhole suddenly lit up. Theo decided to unlock it. When he opened the door, he was surprised to find a deep tunnel stretching out in front of him. The system told him he'd discovered a dungeon for the first time, and as a reward, any experience he gained inside would be doubled. Seeing a cave hidden inside the Camellia Palace, he figured it was probably another quest of some kind. He decided to clear it because there was no way he was missing out on free experience. Before heading in, though, he remembered he shouldn't just charge in unprepared. He went and got ready. A little while later, he came back with his inventory stuffed full of weapons and decided to check out the dungeon. As he walked forward, he noticed a huge wolf staring right at him. The thing was big enough to be a demonic beast. The wolf monster lunged at him, but their boy managed to block it with a shield. He could tell the wolf was seriously strong, but he quickly shoved it back, determined not to lose a pure strength contest. The wolf charged at him again while howling. Theo slashed at it with his sword, but the attack barely scratched it. He realized the hide was way too thick and the wolf was crazy fast. Half-hearted attacks weren't going to cut it. The MC recognized this was no ordinary wolf. It might even be as strong as a real demonic beast. He admitted it wasn't going to be easy to take down. Suddenly, the monster came at him with its claws. He wished he could copy that ray of light he'd seen when his father threw that single strike. He called it amazing and tried to use the pure white arc on the wolf, but he completely failed to copy his dad's move. He accepted that it wasn't going to be that easy. A single strike was just a nice way of saying a hit that brought certain death. He finally understood that the key to mimicking his father's attack was putting every single bit of his strength into one sword swing. He ditched the shield and started thinking about improving his sword skills, especially those secret sword arts that relied on speed, the ones Evelyn had taught him. He charged the wolf and stabbed it right in the eye. The monster screamed and stumbled back. Their boy realized his plan was working and went in for another attack, feeling sure he was going to win. 2 months later, at the training grounds, someone noticed the number of people showing up kept growing. Cybele agreed and said they probably needed to change the training grounds. A rumor had been spreading lately that the clan leader himself had taught young Master Theo a single strike. Now a ton of people wanted to spar with him. While Cybele was talking about their boy, someone came up from behind and called him a lackey. It was Henry Morris from the Plum Blossom Palace. He asked when their incredible young master was finally going to show up. It had already been 2 months. Morris sounded disappointed and said he'd assumed the young master never missed a single day of training. He called the MC a coward and figured he'd run off after that fake story of his spread too far. Cybele got pissed, but Henry kept going. He thought the whole rumor might be a total lie since there weren't any witnesses. He assumed their boy had just exaggerated everything. Henry even said the whole Scaled Dragon Society got destroyed thing was probably fake news too. That was the last straw for Cybele. He punched Henry with everything he had and completely wrecked his face. Another guy from the Plum Palace got angry and called Cybele a dropout, but everyone on the training ground started glaring at him hard. Cybele shot back that the guy had a face only a mother could love and made it clear nobody could compare to their young master. Odd was surprised to hear his friend call someone ugly when Cybele's own face wasn't exactly winning any prizes. Cybele explained he'd already been annoyed watching the Plum Palace guys keep showing up just to cause trouble, and he wasn't about to let anyone disrespect their young master Theo. Cybele and his comrades pulled out their swords and basically declared war on the Plum Palace guys. The other side got fired up too and decided they were going to put those dropout losers in their place. But right as they were about to clash, someone stepped between them and froze every single weapon solid. Everyone froze in surprise. Cybele recognized the guy. It was Ray Ragnar from the Four Hounds. Then someone else joined in, laughing like crazy. It was Hocus Lanka, also one of the Four Hounds. Cybele was shocked to see 2 members of the Four Hounds show up out of nowhere. Hocus noticed someone was missing and asked one of the Plum Palace guys where the Luster Tiger was. The guy looked completely confused. Hocus got even more fired up and demanded to know if everyone was deaf. He was asking for the master of the training ground. Hocus announced that he'd come here to challenge their MC, Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, back inside the dungeon, the MC was reaching his absolute limit. His sword finally shattered. The system notified him that he'd leveled up. Suddenly, a bunch of system windows started popping up, showing his stats climbing and that he'd hunted 170 demonic beasts. Their boy sat down on the pile of monster corpses he'd taken out. The system told him only 1 monster was left. Theo downed a healing potion to get his strength back and remembered how many times he'd almost died in here. The potions had always saved his ass. At first, it had been a real struggle to take these things down, but as he leveled up, everything got a lot easier. He was still surprised at how fast time had flown by. He'd already spent 2 whole months inside this dungeon. The system confirmed only 1 demonic beast remained. He realized it had to be a boss monster when he spotted some stairs. The MC started walking and stepped onto the 5th floor. He looked at his broken sword and knew it was useless now, so he opened his inventory and pulled out another one. He found only a single sword left and realized it was his last one. Their boy remembered this sword was a birthday present from his mother. He started thinking about his past life. Back then, he'd had a ton of friction with his mom leading up to the awakening ceremony, so he'd just tossed the sword into a corner of his room and let it gather dust. He looked at the ceremonial sword now and realized it was actually a really good one, forged from white snow steel. Theo went quiet as the memories hit him. In that past life, his mother had barged into his room, wishing him a happy birthday, saying she'd been waiting until midnight so she could shower him with gifts. But he'd gotten angry at her and told her he didn't want to waste time on birthday presents because the ceremony was right around the corner. He was expecting way better from his mom and made it pretty damn clear that no fancy gear would ever change his bloodline. He remembers telling her to just leave him alone, but he decides he's not going to repeat any of the dumb mistakes from his previous life. Our boy finds the boss room and the system warns him to be careful because a strong demonic beast is about to show up. Inside the boss room, Theo spots a dragon just taking a nap. He's relieved as hell when he realizes it's only a lesser drake. Theo starts wondering why the final boss of this quest is even draconic in the first place. The Ragnars are supposed to be descendants of dragons, right? Our boy thinks maybe it's just a coincidence, but he decides to focus on taking this boss monster down because there's no getting out of the dungeon without it. The system shows him the quest scenario and how many monsters are left. She questions if he can actually win this fight since he's still dealing with some kind of dragon. The MC starts locking in and decides to go for a single flash. He remembers practicing that move a ton against those wolves he fought earlier, and even though it might not be on the same level as his dad's dragon flash, he charges straight at the dragon, figuring if he pushes his dragon heart to the max, he should be able to land a serious hit. He drives his sword right through the monster's eye and successfully wounds it as the thing starts screaming in pain. Suddenly, it swings its tail at our boy, but he dodges it easily and feels kinda disappointed that his weak attack couldn't pierce all the way to its brain. The drake starts roaring and gets ready to kill our boy, but he can see the openings and confidently charges in, believing he might actually pull this off. The MC lands a few hits and decides to distract the monster first with some normal attacks so he can find its weak point. All of a sudden, the lesser drake starts screaming again, and fear just takes over the whole battlefield. Theo's body completely freezes up from the fear. Even though he can see the attack coming, he can't dodge it and has to block with his sword instead. He gets thrown back and smacks into the rock wall, realizing just how strong this boss monster really is. He admits he can't keep this up much longer and gets back up to attack the huge monster charging at him, hoping he can hit its weak spots for a quick win. Our boy already knows a dragon's weak point is those reverse scales, so he jumps onto the lesser drake's body while dodging every attack. He manages to pierce the reverse scales with his sword, and blood starts gushing out of the monster. He keeps hammering that same spot as it screams in pain. Our boy thinks his plan worked, but the lesser drake doesn't go down and totally surprises Theo. At the training grounds, Hulkus gets pissed at Ray and makes it clear he wants to fight the young master first. She calls him a loser and tells him to stay out of it, but he starts defending himself and says he only lost 3 years ago. He's been working his ass off every single day to improve, so 3 years should be more than enough to close that gap. Ray doesn't listen to a word he says and just calls him a loser again, which makes Hulkus even angrier. He decides they're gonna duel and says the winner gets a shot at fighting Theo Ragnar. He swings a huge weapon at her, but she stops the attack like it's nothing and doesn't even flinch. Sybil and Henry have no clue what's going on, but they get pretty scared watching the 4 Hounds members go at it. As they both move in to attack, Remington suddenly appears right between them and tells them to take their fight somewhere else, cause this is young Master Theo's domain. He makes it crystal clear he won't let anyone cause trouble for the master. Hulkus gets all happy seeing Remington and even says he'd love to fight him too. But Remington just asks Hulkus to actually listen to what he's saying. Suddenly, everyone feels this insane pressure, and Remington wonders where the hell this menacing killing intent is coming from. They all look back and see the MC walking into the training grounds. Remington is shocked to feel such overwhelming pressure and starts wondering what the hell happened during Theo's seclusion training. Ray and Hulkus get super excited that young Master Theo has finally shown up. The RMC completely dominates the whole training ground with the skill Lesser Drake's Fear. Earlier, inside the dungeon, after the MC pierced through its reverse scales, the Lesser Drake finally died, and the system congratulated our boy on the hunt. The second he touched those reverse scales, the monster went completely crazy. Our boy thought he was done for, but after a few minutes, the thing just wore itself out, cause those scales were definitely its weak point. The system notified him he'd gotten the Lesser Drake's tooth and claw. The tooth was an enhancement material for weapons, while the claw could make a weapon sharper. He decided to use his rewards to fix up the sword he already had, since he didn't want to lose a gift his mom gave him. The MC also got a skill called Lesser Drake's Fear, which totally surprised him. He checked the stats and realized it could inflict fear on anyone weaker than him. He was shocked to get a skill like that, because he thought only a few chosen people could use it. He's pretty happy he's finally getting a chance to try it out. While stuffing all his stuff back into his inventory, he wonders if the skill will even be useful in Ragnar since the place is already packed with powerful people. The Camellia Palace dungeon gets cleared, and our boy finally steps out after finishing the quest of uncovering the palace's secrets. For successfully clearing Scenario Quest 1, he gets a nest compass as his reward. He has no idea what it is and questions whether it'll even be useful in the next quest. Theo tosses it into his inventory and decides to head back to his room to rest first because he's completely wiped out. But suddenly, a maid rushes over to our boy and tells him there's an urgent matter he needs to deal with. She notices the wounds on his body, but he just brushes it off and asks what's going on. The maid informs him there's a brawl happening in Training Ground 4. Our boy heads straight there after hearing that. Dominating everyone with his new skill, Lesser Drake's Fear, he angrily tells them all to get the hell out because he needs some rest. The intense aura knocks a bunch of people unconscious, but Hocus gets excited seeing such overwhelming killing intent and charges at our boy without a second thought just to see who's stronger. Hocus swings his sword, but the MC easily overpowers him with a single swing, leaving everyone stunned. Hocus gets knocked back and can't believe his strike was deflected so easily. The MC is surprised by how much he's improved after the dungeon training, but Hocus doesn't back down. He's always been considered the weakest of the 4 Hounds of the North because he's pretty dumb and never really rounds out his arsenal. Hocus attacks Theo again, challenging him to block it. Even though he's the weakest, Hocus has never once been outmatched when it comes to pure raw strength. But now the MC is surprised he can actually keep up with Hocus, and with one clean slash he counters him and takes him down. He feels amazing after leveling up so much, while Hocus starts coughing up blood, passes out, and hits the ground. Theo realizes he got a bit too careless and should have held back more, but he's glad he was facing Hocus. The guy's known for being tough as hell and can tank hits like that. The MC checks and sees Hocus only fainted. Cybele looks shocked, and everyone in the training ground starts cheering for the young master who just took down the Black Bear, one of the 4 Hounds, with a single strike. Theo quickly assures them Hocus is still alive. Then his sword suddenly breaks too, which really disappoints our boy since it was a gift from his mom. Everyone keeps cheering and praising him for snapping his own sword in one hit. He has no idea why they're so happy about that. Meanwhile, watching all of this, Ray remembers one of her old memories. Back when she was a little kid, the MC found her one day and asked why the hell she was walking around in such freezing weather wearing barely anything. Theo gave her his own scarf, but she still looked freezing, so he decided to take her to his house and told her he'd bring her home once the snow finally stopped. After remembering all that, she starts smiling and walks away from the battleground. Remington is surprised to see her smiling like that. A little later at the Camellia Palace, our boy looks kinda embarrassed as the maids congratulate him on his new title, Luster Tiger. One of the maids is happy to see all his hard work finally paying off and tells him to keep it up and ride that momentum all the way to the awakening ceremony. She believes he can do it, and then suddenly his mother shows up and starts force-feeding him this new abalone dish. He tries to stop her, but she just keeps stuffing more food in his face while he begs her to chill. While eating, he thinks back to his past life and starts feeling really grateful. He tells his mom the food is actually super delicious, and that's when she notices the broken sword. She looks shocked, and the MC starts sweating nervously. He tells her it broke during training and starts apologizing because it was a precious birthday gift from her. Theo's mom gets pissed at the guy who swore it wouldn't break. It was supposedly made with white snow steel and ebony steel wood. He asks if she means the steel wood from the southern jungle. She says yeah, it's rare and really valuable stuff, and she's disappointed it turned out to be a lie. She figures if that guy had been telling the truth, the sword never would have broken so easily. The MC realizes just how precious those materials are and is surprised as hell because he had no idea it was that valuable. He wonders how his mom even found a sword like that. She decides she's gonna go demand an explanation from the maker and force him to craft a better one this time, something perfect for her precious son. He tries to tell her it's fine and he can just use another sword, but she shuts that idea down. She says people are finally starting to see his real power, so he needs to be even more careful than before. And since the awakening ceremony is right around the corner, there's no way she's letting him show up carrying some shabby old sword. Theo feels happy seeing how much his mom cares about him, and then Cecilia says they should get going since they're done talking. The MC looks confused. She reveals they're heading to the best workshop in all of Wintera, the Bosk Workshop. It's one of the top 3 manufacturing workshops in Wintera, and its fame comes from how massive it is, basically the size of a whole factory. But the most impressive thing about the place is its master. She's one of those rare people who falls into the special rank category, according to the intelligence agency, and she's a blacksmith with the title of Master Craftsman, something only 2 other Ragnar artisans have. The MC is shocked to see the elf of capitalism incarnate herself, the demon craftsman Kursinen. He never expected to meet a tycoon like her and wonders how the hell his mom even has connections with the demon craftsman. Cecilia angrily asks why her mother is still smoking. Hearing her call Kursinen mother, our boy is completely speechless. Kursinen tells Cecilia not to call her that since their relationship isn't exactly parent and child. On the day Cecilia decided to run away, Theo was always told his mom was an orphan with no family left in the world, so he's pretty surprised to find out she's actually the daughter of the high elf Kursinen. He suddenly realizes the reason he looks so damn handsome is because he's also a quarter elf. Kursinen asks why Cecilia decided to show up out of nowhere. Theo's mom just throws the sword at her and says it's a defective piece of junk. Kursinen doesn't buy it and gets pissed hearing her own daughter call a sword she forged herself defective. She pulls the sword out, sees it's broken, and goes quiet. Cecilia asks if that doesn't count as a defective product, and Kursinen has nothing to say. The high elf asks who the hell was swinging it. Cecilia tells her Theo is the one who used the sword. Kursinen looks over and asks if it's the kid standing behind her, and Cecilia tells her to watch her mouth because the MC is a genius who's going to reign over Ragnar one day. Theo introduces himself to the high elf and says he's grateful to finally meet the famous master of the Bosk Workshop. Kursinen remembers him and praises Cecilia for raising such a solid kid. She asks if he's the only one who used the sword, and the MC says yeah. Cecilia still thinks the sword is defective, but Kursinen looks surprised and realizes this is going to be a long conversation, so she invites them inside. As they walk in, the MC asks if his mom is actually related to the demon craftsman. She says he got it right, and he gets curious whether Kursinen is her real mother. Cecilia tells him he wouldn't know because she never really talked about it, but even if it was only for a short time, Kursinen took her in as a foster mother. She explains that her mother falls in love with anything she finds beautiful, whether it's music, jewels, theater, or even people. That's the whole reason Kursinen took her in as a foster child. Ken tells them to cut the past talk, calling it pointless. Cecilia thinks she's full of it, and her son asks how she ended up getting out of this place in the first place. Ken reveals that Cecilia left because she wanted to marry the Ragnar clan's leader. Kursinen never expected her daughter to willingly go to such a miserable place and is surprised she survived this long. Cecilia says she just couldn't resist the manliness and handsomeness of the clan leader who loved her so much. Kursinen looks disappointed that even after running away from home, she came crawling back last year, begging her to forge a sword as a gift for Theo. Kursinen calls her shameless, but Cecilia gets annoyed that she's saying all this right in front of her son. The two of them start arguing, and the MC can't help smiling because he's never seen his mom talk like this before. He remembers that in his past life, he never bothered learning anything about his mother and was a pretty ungrateful son. He wonders if he was just too obsessed with the clan, and he notices that Kursinen actually cares a lot about his mom too. He can't help thinking why she never did anything in his past life. They finally reach their destination, and Kursinen says this is the room she lives in. Cecilia asks why the hell her mother dragged them all the way in here and demands she make the best damn sword possible for Theo to make up for the broken one. Kursinen suddenly tells Cecilia to wait outside. grabs Theo, and quickly shuts the door, leaving his mom stuck out there. Inside the room, Kursanen completely ignores Cecilia yelling for her and decides to cut straight to the point. She asks if the MC has the relic of the primordial dragon. Our boy looks confused and asks if she's talking about the ancestor of the guardian dragon that protects the clan. He mentions he's heard the legend about treasure being scattered all over Winterra for the descendants of the Ragnar clan. She makes it clear it's not just some legend and asks if he really doesn't have any relic on him. Kursanen starts tearing up and gets frustrated, wondering how the hell he managed to destroy her sword when she poured her heart and soul into making it. She refuses to believe the sword could break against anything except a relic, and asks if our boy has any idea how precious that sword was. He tries to apologize and remembers the sword got messed up while he was fighting a lesser drake. He doesn't understand a thing about relics, so she just gives up and decides to show him instead so he can get it faster. She brings out a casket that's completely locked up with chains and asks if he notices anything. The MC starts seeing a blue glow and wonders if it's another quest after realizing it's the exact same glow he saw on the dungeon door back at the palace. Kursanen says she can't see anything, but from the way he's acting, she can tell he noticed something. She starts dragging the casket over and tells him she's tried opening the sealed thing a bunch of times to get what's inside, but she always fails. She sets the shield casket down and brings up the primordial dragon's relic again. Kursanen tells him the story of how the primordial dragon pulled out one of its own fangs and forged a blade from it, the monster sword known as the White Moonlight Blade. She says if he can break the seal on the casket and pull it off, she'll hand him that sword. The MC looks a little confused, and she adds that if he fails to open it, he might straight up die in the process. She asks if he still wants to try, and the MC just starts smiling out of pure excitement. He makes it clear the sword is already his. The system shows that the next scenario for the quest is to be chosen by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. That blade belongs to the leader of Black Snow, one of the 9 dragons known as the Black Dragon. Barely anyone knows about the sword because everyone who's ever seen it or even talked about it has either died or gone missing. Our boy remembers a mysterious man who noticed him once and seemed surprised Theo could even see him. The MC ended up catching a glimpse of the sword's true form by pure coincidence and still doesn't get why the Black Dragon let him live. He's shocked to find out the Black Dragon's White Moonlight sword is right here and that it's an actual relic of the primordial dragon. He remembers running into the Black Dragon 4 years ago and realizes Kursanen already had the sword back then. She asks if he wants to open it, and the MC just smiles, determined to get that sword no matter what. He tells her it's his sword now, and while looking at the casket, he realizes it looks a lot like the Camellia Palace. He tries using the blue key to open it. Kursanen looks confused as our boy unlocks the casket and this weird light starts shining. Suddenly, she gets worried as our boy starts getting pulled inside by some mysterious black fog. The MC tries to free himself but fails and gets dragged into some weird, mysterious place. He opens his eyes and has no clue where the hell he is. Theo recognizes the Rose Palace, but everything's on fire. He doesn't get why he's seeing all this shit again. While watching his past memories play out, he realizes he completely forgot how weak he used to be. That's why he needs way more power, enough to take down Randon and crush the Camellia Palace. A griffin starts messing with his head and grabs our boy, ready to swallow him whole. But the MC snaps awake, grabs its beak, and catches it completely off guard. He realizes the monster's trying to take over his mind by using his own desire for power against him. That's when it clicks. This is why they call it a monster sword. The mysterious griffin calls him insolent and tries to break free, but the boy confidently tells it he's already conquered all the despair it's trying to throw at him a long time ago. He asks if the monster really thought he'd fall for its useless powers when he's already been through so many quests. The griffin looks confused, and our MC notices it looks totally different from the one in his memory. The monster keeps trying to free itself, but our boy doesn't let go. He remembers it used to be at least 10 meters tall, but right now they're basically the same height. He wonders if the griffin shrunk because it's been sealed for so long. In the end, he decides he doesn't give a damn and makes it clear the Moonlight Sword is his now, then tries to punch the griffin with a nasty look on his face. The monster starts trying to talk its way out of it. Meanwhile, back in Kursanen's room, Cecilia starts screaming when she sees her son knocked out cold. She tries to wake him up, but nothing works, and she breaks down crying, asking her mother why the hell her son is unconscious like this. Kursanen goes speechless as Cecilia cries and says she never asked for any of this. She just wanted a sword for her son. Kursonen notices there's some kind of monster energy linked straight into Theo's bloodstream, something she's never seen or even heard of before. She was hoping he'd be okay since he already had a relic. Cecilia tells her mother that if anything bad happens to her son, she will never forgive Kursonen for this. All of a sudden, the MC grabs the moonlight sword and a weird light starts forming around his chest. Cecilia gets worried and keeps trying to wake him. Theo finally opens his eyes. She hugs her son tight and starts crying, telling him she was so damn worried. He just tells her not to overthink it. He's completely fine. The system congratulates him on hunting a griffin and finishing the quest. As a reward, he becomes the official owner of the White Moonlight Sword. The MC figures he only survived because of pure luck. The griffin was easy to beat since it had just been unsealed, and none of its psychological attacks worked on him. The system notifies him that he's observed the monster energy of the White Moonlight Sword, so his magic power has shot up big time. His magic power goes past 200 and his body starts glowing. Our boy learns that his magic power has started gaining divinity and has reached the level of a high-ranking swordsman. He's a bit disappointed he can't use the new power right away and has to hold back until the awakening ceremony. Kersanen says how surprised she was and congratulates him on pulling it off. He asks if she's going to keep her promise, and she assures him that elves don't lie. He notices the sword is being all rebellious and wonders if it still hasn't acknowledged him as its master. He gets a little anxious, but the elf assures him the sword's just acting up after being trapped for 400 years. She says now that it's finally free, it wants to let out all that pent-up frustration. Kersanen suggests he take a full swing at the wall with everything he's got. He asks if that's really okay, but she starts mocking him, saying he's worrying for nothing, even if it is a legendary sword. A swing from an inexperienced brat who hasn't even had his awakening ceremony yet couldn't possibly damage the Basque workshop. That gets under his skin, so he decides to give it a shot. Our boy knows he can hide his dragon heart whenever he wants, so this is a perfect chance to test out the new legendary sword he just got. He walks over to the wall and tries pouring all his magic power into it. The MC excuses himself, pulls the cover off the legendary Moonlight Sword, and gets ready to swing. Kersanen watches him and starts looking worried. She tries to stop our boy, but he ends up using that single flash attack and completely wrecks the workshop's wall. Cecilia is stunned, while Kersanen's eyes fill with anxious tears looking at the destruction. Contrary to what she thought, my guy literally split the building wall in half with one swing, and he wasn't even trying to destroy it. Kersanen sinks into despair at yet another costly loss thanks to our boy, especially right after the last sword he broke. Even Theo thinks this is seriously overkill, and he's already running on empty because that sword drained every bit of his magic to pull off that crazy slash. Right then, Kin starts pouring some mana into him, dashing over so fast he didn't even notice her arrive. She's startled to see he really has zero control over his magic. Still, after looking at that massive crack in the 10-foot thick wall, she's sure this kid is an absolute genius. She starts feeling kind of proud to have a grandson like him, and you can practically see the dollar signs lighting up in her eyes as her greedy mind starts cooking up ways to profit off our boy. She puts a hand on him and tells him she'll be his patron from now on. All he has to do is spread his wings and show the world what he can do. Yeah, she's basically using him as a walking, talking billboard for her workshop, and Theo can clearly see that glint in her eyes. He bluntly tells her he can see those dollar signs shining right back at him. As the night gets deeper, Theo and his mom get ready to leave the Bosque workshop. After their final goodbyes, they head out. We see the fangs she's holding. Turns out Theo gave them to her as wall repair money. She's thrilled to have loot from a drake and figures he must have grabbed it while getting the relic. She's also feeling proud of her daughter for raising such an incredible son. Right then, someone shows up and greets her by her title of Demon Craftsman. Kersinnen freezes for a second at the sound of that familiar voice. She turns around and asks why he's here, but this mysterious crow from Robber Ragnar just sits there with a red glint in his eyes and doesn't say a word, leaving us hanging. 5 days later, the day of the awakening ceremony finally arrives. As usual, Evelyn and Theo are in the middle of a sparring session. After trading a few blows, she can tell his swordplay has gotten stronger and faster overall. My guy just flashes a grin, saying he's really glad to hear that because he never thought someone like Evelyn would ever praise him. The onlookers, as usual, are sweating their balls off because they feel like total weak sauce next to Theo. It's been half a year since Theo started changing, and Evelyn is amazed he's already grown strong enough to push her back. If he awakens his magic today, it's basically going to be the birth of a monster. After they spar a bit more, she gives him props, saying he's done a great job and that he might even aim to become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Her prayers are with him. Theo flashes a big smirk back at her, thanking her for the kind words. He says if he does become valedictorian, he'll mention her name during his speech in front of everyone. Of course, Evelyn gives him this worn-out look, wondering if that's even necessary. Meanwhile, his buddies come over, excitedly telling him to mention their names too. Theo can't help feeling a bit proud, thinking that being popular is such a drag, while Evelyn just gives him this creeped-out look, clearly thinking he's getting way too full of himself. The scene then shifts to the central headquarters where Theo makes his grand entrance, introducing himself to the guards as Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. Once inside, he notices the huge crowd. The awakening ceremony is the most important annual event for the Ragnar clan, so every participant is hoping to get good results. For the swordsmen of Ragnar, this is their first real chance to get acknowledged and honored. With the whole clan watching, including the clan head, Kyle Ragnar, the pressure is high. Even some big shots are here, like the 9 dragons and the former clan head from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar. The more Theo looks at Hilda, the less she seems like someone who's 150 years old. Either way, he's relieved to see her attending again. The conductor then bangs a drum to grab everyone's attention. This guy is Vonor Ragnar, the judge of the ceremony and a Dragon Gate swordsman. He snaps everyone to attention and tells them it's time to begin the preliminary examination. The prelim is simple. Grab a sword from the ground and leave a mark on the steel wall up on the platform. He explains the wall is forged with a mix of white snow steel, so regular steel blades won't even scratch it. That changes if they channel their magic power into the attack. To help with that, he's handing out soma to everyone. One single soma pill gives the power of 10 years worth of magic, an elixir made to help open their mana halls. He tells them to swallow the soma, focus on opening their mana hall in the Dantian, and only then will they be able to cut through the white snow steel wall. The depth of their cut will decide their results. Vonor calls out that from now on, the participants whose names he announces have to step forward, grab a soma, and get on the platform. First up is Theo Ragnar. Come forth. Of course, my guy steps up right away. As he's taking the pill, he thinks back to how in his past life Axion was the valedictorian. He grabs a sword and walks toward the white wall, determined that this time won't be like the past. As he does, a system window pops up with Scenario Quest 3. Become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony to clear the quest. We then cut to the 150-year-old Hilda, asking Kyle if this boy is the one he mentioned before. Kyle says yeah, and asks if he's caught her attention too. Hilda replies that she's definitely curious after hearing so much about this kid and wants to see for herself just how competent his descendant really is. My guy stretches his shoulder muscles while trying not to look nervous as hell. The judge, Vonor, promptly shows up and reminds him to swallow the soma. Theo pops the pill into his mouth right away, thinking back to how in his past life he swallowed the soma but couldn't control the mana and seriously messed up his Dantian. But this time, that shit isn't happening. The second he swallows it, he feels a massive surge of power and mana starts scattering all over the place. Vonor looks completely bewildered seeing this brat kick up a mana wave this big. He's worried Theo might not be able to control it properly. When someone swallows soma, they've got to handle it carefully. For the more talented Ragnars who already have loads of mana, they need to be extra cautious so the mana hall can settle properly in the Dantian. Otherwise, they can end up disabled. And Vonor is pretty sure this brat is done for. But to everyone's surprise, my guy stabilizes it real quick. Theo can't help feeling a rush of happiness realizing he's got both a dragon heart and a mana haul. It's almost a little disheartening how easy it feels this time compared to his past life. But from now on, he's officially allowed to use mana, and he won't have to hold back the huge amount stored in his dragon heart anymore. He gets ready, leaps into the air, and just unleashes everything. A dragon forms from his mana and soars straight at the wall. In a single flash, it hits, leaving a giant crack. Vonor is left completely boggled and announces without a doubt that Theo Ragnar has passed. The spectators are just as stunned by that display of power. A system window pops up in front of Theo, announcing that the curse of bad luck that's been hanging over him has finally ended, and his fame is starting to spread throughout the world. Genuine joy spreads across our boy's face because he's finally reached the same starting point as everyone else. The system further reveals that a lot of people have taken an interest in his impressive performance. Osa Ragnar Plunis wants to take him in as a disciple, while Julius Ragnar is pissed about how much attention is focused on him. Meanwhile, Rober Ragnar stays cautious about the kid. And lastly, Hilda Ragnar shows interest too. My guy is thrilled that not only the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon are paying attention to him, but the fact that he's also caught Hilda's eye makes him especially happy. After all, she's got the heart of Garuda. He thinks to himself how amazing it would be if he could just get his hands on that. The other contestants start trying their luck with the white wall. One of them only manages to leave a tiny scratch as thin as a hair. He cries out that he's still got a long way to go before he can even come close to Master Theo. Ray Ragnar gives it a shot, then Hokus Lanka and Remington Nacrio. They all do their best, but none of them come anywhere close to the massive cut my guy left in the wall. This poor guy is absolutely devastated that all 4 Hounds of the North had monstrous results, yet not a single one of them made a mark as big as young Master Theo's. It's finally Axion Ragnar's turn. As he walks forward, people start murmuring among themselves. Some say that at this rate it's a contest between the Luster Tiger and the Dark Tiger, while others doubt even Axion can match that level. The fact that people are talking about Theo like this only pisses Axion off beyond belief. He strides toward the wall with his sword in hand, and once he swallows the Soma pill, he's all fired up. Mana crackles around him, and a giant red dragon pops out, slashing straight at the wall. The sheer power of it leaves Vonor completely speechless. This is the first time he's been surprised this many times in one day. The crack in the wall is massive, and Vonor promptly announces that Axion Ragnar has passed as well. The crowd goes absolutely wild, because Axion's slash left a crack just as big as Theo's. Now everyone's on edge, knowing the precision grading is going to decide who comes out on top. As dusk starts settling in, Vonor announces that with this, the first stage of the awakening ceremony is officially over. This year, he's especially satisfied seeing so many people jump up in their scores. He tells everyone who passed to prepare for the second stage in 4 days. Finally, the rankings everyone's been waiting for are about to be announced, including the valedictorian for the first stage. Everyone in the arena holds their breath as the name gets called. The clear frontrunners, Axion and Theo, are both locked in, hoping to hear their own names. In the end, Theo Ragnar clutches the win. While he's a bit stunned, the arena erupts in booming cheers. Vonor Ragnar is pleased to announce that his performance earned him a perfect 10 out of 10 from the judges. Technique, magic power, control, speed, every single aspect was flawless. While his followers are cheering their asses off, most of the other candidates can barely believe that the Luster Tiger took first place instead of Axion. Turns out the depth of his sword mark came close to the record held by young Master Thor's. That little detail makes the crowd go even wilder. Thorl Ragnar is a total enigma, one of the 5 major candidates of Ragnar and widely speculated to be the closest in the line of succession. The Salutatorian Award goes to Axion Ragnar, and his displeasure is written all over his face. He also got a perfect 10 out of 10, but he got bumped to second place because his sword mark was just a tiny bit shorter than Theo's. That fact makes his blood boil even more. Remington Nacrio snags third, Ray Ragnar takes fourth, and Hokus Lanka lands fifth. The Hounds of the North basically locked down the top spots. Meanwhile, the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post and Theo's first follower, Sibylria, barely squeaks into the last slot at 87th place. The second stage of the awakening ceremony starts in 4 days at the treacherous Winter Mountains. All 87 examinees who passed are told to prepare as best they can. With that, they're dismissed, and the first day of the ceremony wraps up in a pretty unexpected direction. That night, Theo's faction heads straight to the tavern for a celebration. The place is roaring with cheers for the first and second placers. Everyone feels vindicated now that the true might of Training Ground Number 4 has been shown to the world. Praise and applause for their very own Sir Theo and Sir Remington flow freely along with the liquor. Theo thanks his men for the support, but he knows better than anyone that the trials aren't over yet. His goal is for every single one of them to pass the second stage together. He pulled his buddy Remington closer and confidently announced to everyone that they were going to go for final valedictorian and salutatorian of the batch. Evelyn was in a full-on festive mood too, and she genuinely believed the two of them could somehow pull it off. Remington personally congratulated the young master for that badass display of power earlier. Seeing Theo's hard work finally pay off filled everyone with pride, but at the same time, Remington couldn't help feeling like shit about himself for falling so damn far behind his friend. Theo just smiled at Remy and assured him he got a little lucky this time. Besides, ranks and all that crap shouldn't matter between friends, right? Hearing that cleared Remington's head of all those useless anxieties. They made a toast with their orange juice glasses and promised to give it their best shot in the upcoming second stage. Sometime later, Theo found himself roaming the nearby snowy mountains. Finally away from the crowd, he processed what it really meant to snag first place in the awakening ceremony. It was an achievement he wouldn't even dare dream of in his past life. Even if it wasn't a real fight, he still beat Axion fair and square. He could hardly believe how far he'd come in such a short time. Clenching his fists in anticipation, Theo proclaimed that this was only the beginning of his story. Defeating and decapitating that traitorous fraud Randone was nowhere near enough. That guy was just a lackey to the actual players. Theo's true enemies were the psychotic Axion and the tricky Sky Dragon backing him up. Theo was ready to use every damn thing at his disposal to get his ultimate revenge down the line. For now, though, he had another matter of great importance to take care of concerning the nest compass he got as a reward. The mysterious artifact was actually pointing toward the Winter Mountains, the venue of the next trial. In the second stage, he'd finally have the chance to find out what the hell the compass was steering him into. While he was lost in his own thoughts, he sensed something fishy nearby. His instincts kicked in right away, ready to defend himself from whatever was hiding close by. Someone had been tailing him, and Theo hated surveillance with a passion. The hooded spy watched in surprise as his target vanished out of thin air, only to feel the cold glint of a blade aimed at his neck from behind. Theo demanded to know who the spy was, and the dude tried his best to convince Theo that he wasn't Seuss. He introduced himself as Gatsby Yotan of the renowned Gale Sword Platoon. Gatsby insisted that his captain sent him after witnessing such a splendid performance at the first test of the awakening ceremony. Theo just stared at the guy with an unreadable poker face. Looks like the scouting offers were showing up sooner than he expected. Gatsby elaborated that their captain was offering Theo a chance to take an admittance qualification test. This offer completely flabbergasted him. He was straight up offended that the Gale Sword Platoon wanted him to take some useless test instead of just giving him a full-on invitation. Gatsby started bragging about the illustrious reputation of his platoon, asserting that even a chance to take the test was hard to come by. Before the dude could spout any more nonsense, a fiery voice cut him off, calling the Gale platoon a bunch of morons. A woman carrying a great sword on her back addressed Theo as young master and offered a far better deal than those morons from the Gale Sword Platoon. This feisty girl is Ayan Suli, also known as the Fire Goblin and vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. She personally came to extend a direct invitation for Theo to join their ranks. Gatsby completely stumbled on his words the second he saw who had just shown up. Anyone who recognizes the Fire Goblin's name knows better than to piss her off. But before she could even get close to Theo, a bunch of scouts from different factions popped out of hiding, scared shitless that such a promising candidate might get signed before they could throw their own offer out. They all came running in, shouting their ridiculous proposals. The Black Sword Platoon was willing to promote him to squad leader within 3 years. The Swords of Law and the Security Bureau also threw their eager hats into the ring. Annoyed as hell at the bidding war unfolding right in front of her, the fire goblin snapped in anger. These scouts were supposed to entice the young master with promises of helping and advancing his career, but instead they were just fighting and bickering among themselves like idiots. Theo just watched from the sidelines as the bunch of them cursed and jabbed at one another. He figured he should quietly slip away before they started pestering him even more. But his exit plan might have to wait. Pink plum petals slowly filled the area, dancing through the air. A sultry voice silenced everyone with sheer aura alone. Even though she knew she'd get criticized for being too greedy, the newcomer just couldn't help herself. Slightly sullying her sterling reputation was nothing if it meant snagging an exceptionally talented individual for her side. Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the sword dragon herself, Osa Ragnar Plunis, had just joined the scouting war, shocking everyone into complete silence. Ion was the only one who dared to question what the hell business the clan head's first wife had in a place like this. Lady Osa simply confessed that she came with the exact same intention as everyone else. She'd come all the way out here just to see Theo Ragnar in person. While Theo was stuck dealing with this ridiculous circus, the salutatorian was off relieving some stress by beheading people. Calling Axion Ragnar a sore loser was a massive understatement. This dude was straight up wantonly killing his own men just to get his frustrations out before he exploded. He weaved, maneuvered, and slashed his way through a bunch of young swordsmen, treating them like nothing more than training dummies as he snuffed their lives out one by one. Axion Ragnar was hungry for blood, and blood he was gonna get. With every dash and slash, he kept remembering Theo's smug face after leaving that bloody, armless mess back at the Scaled Dragon Society banquet. The image of Theo unleashing so much damn draconic aura when he took that first slash in the trial was etched deep into Axion's disturbed mind. Losing by just a few inches made the whole defeat even more infuriating. The only thing running through his head was the thought of killing and gutting Theo Ragnar. For now, though, killing his own men would have to do. By the end of his rampage, he'd completely ditched his blade in favor of a much more hands-on and brutal way of venting his anger. By the time he finally calmed down, the training ground was already littered with lifeless young swordsmen who thought they were just getting a spar with their young master. When another person stepped into the arena, Axion's eyes darted around. Without even looking at who just arrived, he picked his sword back up and motioned to attack. He threw the whole blade with pinpoint accuracy, aiming straight for the intruder's head. But for someone like the Sky Dragon, stopping a basic-ass outburst like that was child's play. He just grabbed the sword's tip right out of the air. Ed Trovin cursed his nephew out for being so damn pathetic. Releasing his rage on random people wasn't going to change a single thing. When Axion finally got a good look at his uncle, he calmed down a little. The Sky Dragon advised that at times like this, Axion needed to cool his head and come up with a proper plan. Ed Trovin had already put some things in motion, and Axion only needed to follow along. The nefarious uncle and nephew duo were hell-bent on turning the second stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo Ragnar's funeral. Back in the snowy woods, the scouts quickly made way for Lady Plumblossom out of pure fear and respect. They knew that whatever they tried to offer Theo would be completely insignificant if she was in the competition. Just as they were about to start complaining about how unfair that would be, the space between Theo and Lady Osa got severed from the outside world, locking the two of them inside her personal domain. Ion figured that setting up an isolation zone could only mean one thing. She was probably planning to personally share her teachings with the young Ragnar inside that swirling lump of energy. The inside of the isolation zone was a hell of a lot bigger than it looked from the outside. As the space stretched as far as they could see, Theo recognized it as one of Lady Plumblossom's signature moves. She could freely create a perfectly isolated space completely cut off from the outside. He'd heard stories about the technique before, and now he was actually experiencing it. His popularity was definitely catching up with him. Lady Plumblossom laughed at his reaction. She was certain the demon dragon would be furious once he found out what she was trying to do. But no one could stop her from giving Theo a gift if she wanted to. And by gift, it could only mean one thing. She slowly unsheathed her blade as she described just how intense the clan head's swordsmanship was. It was like dragon fire raining down from the heavens, destroying and incinerating everything in its path. Lady Plum Blossom's style couldn't be more different. She preferred embracing countless variations in her sword. Theo looked around and saw that the snowy trail he'd been walking on a minute ago had completely turned into a tranquil field of vibrant plum trees. Her steps were rhythmic, sending ripples across the still water floor with every stride. This was the form of the dragon she pursued, one full of constant and infinite changes. As the sword dragon started slowly moving forward, she began swinging her sword, making the plum blossoms bloom while countless petals gently drifted down. Her blades softly traced through the petals as they danced right alongside it. She pulled off a weird, flowing series of movements that looked straight up impossible. She slashed, stabbed, and chopped with this strange tempo. By the end of her demonstration, she slowly lowered her sword, making the petals spiral along the blade before they beautifully settled on the ground. It was absolute cinema, a total feast for Theo's eyes. The crazy part? The entire sequence was performed in just a single breath. What she just showed him was the celestial flower rain, the first full-bloom technique of the plum blossoms. Opening her eyes, the First Lady's deep gaze locked onto Theo. The young man was completely speechless as he felt his heart pounding like crazy. He'd just witnessed something truly awe-inspiring. Within that single continuous movement, he counted 120 circles and variations. It completely backed up the claims that, when it came to pure swordsmanship, she was above even the clan head. If Theo could absorb and apply even a little bit of what he'd just seen into his single flash, his power would skyrocket for sure. He humbly asked her if he was really deserving of a gift like that. She just laughed lightly and assured him it was fine as long as he enjoyed watching it. Finally, Lady Plum Blossom dissolved the isolation zone. The tranquil field of plum trees vanished, and the snowy woods came right back. She told him that if he ever wanted to see what came after the first technique, he could come find her whenever after the awakening ceremony. That blatant offer left the scouts completely shocked. The First Lady simply wished for Theo to become a new wind in this desolate place. With that, her body turned into a pile of beautiful plum petals and drifted away. Theo knew better than anyone that he'd just received something way too great. It'd be hard even for him to act completely shameless and not show any gratitude to the First Lady. Now he was stuck in a complicated position. He figured it would be way too greedy to become Lady Plum Blossom's disciple and join the white-armored dragon cavalry at the same time. 3 days later, the second phase of the trial finally kicked off into full gear. The 87 eligible candidates had all gathered at the Winter Mountains near the northern Great Wall. Such a treacherous venue was perfect for the challenge ahead. The Winter Mountains stretched across a ridiculously vast distance, from their home of winter all the way to the Demon Sea. In this place, the Ragnars had been shielding humanity with everything they had. They'd been at war with the cursed land beyond the Great Wall for over a millennium now, culling the Demon Sea where countless demonic fiends just ran wild and caused havoc. High-ranked swordsman and second-stage exam overseer Jackie Ragnar cautioned everyone that the new generation would inherit that duty one day. That made the Winter Mountains the perfect testing ground. However, as apprentice swordsmen, the examinees weren't allowed to cross over to the Demon Sea, and the exam area was strictly limited to the inner side of the Great Wall. Today's exam was pretty simple. They'd have 15 days to defenders roaming the Winter Mountains and retrieve the bells that had been placed around their necks. There were 7 different colored bells out there: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, the colors of the rainbow. Each bell was worth more points in that same order. Naturally, higher points meant dealing with a more powerful demonic fiend. Overseer Jackie made sure to emphasize just how dangerous the Violet Bell fiends were. Those abominations were on a level no apprentice swordsman could even touch, let alone defeat. Still, they were worth a ton of points. The hunting method was left entirely up to the examinees. Whatever method they chose didn't matter. All they had to do was bring the bells back to be tallied before the exam ended. Everyone immediately picked up on what the overseer was implying, since they could use whatever method they wanted. Snatching someone else's prey or bells was allowed. Hell, it was encouraged. They were purposely sowing seeds of discord among everyone. But that was just another reflection of the Ragnar clan's law of the jungle approach to things. As a final note, the overseer told them about the totems installed across the mountains that repelled fiends. Inside those safe zones, supplies had been buried nearby, and everyone was encouraged to make good use of them. Finally, Overseer Jackie formally signaled the start of the second trial. The second he dismissed everyone, several candidates took off and scattered without a second thought. Most of them were thinking the same thing as Sybil. Since the exam was going to stretch for a full 15 days, supplies were essential. First, they'd secure those resources, then they'd go with their own strategies. It had barely even started, but Hulk Lanka was loving every second of this test. He was right in his element. Axion, fueled by pure revenge, had come into this exam with a malicious goal in mind. His Sky Dragon uncle had drilled it into him that he had to stick to the plan precisely. All he had to do was play his role, and Theo would fall. As Axion single-mindedly pushed forward at breakneck speeds, he completely failed to notice someone tailing him from behind. It was none other than the ever-mysterious Ray Ragnar. Seeing that everyone else was already rolling out, Theo started walking toward the woods to get going too. But before he could get far, a familiar voice called out to him. Remy ran up to his side and asked if Theo remembered saying they were friends. The Silver Lion had thought long and hard over the past 3 days leading up to the trial, and it seemed he'd decided Theo was both a friend and a rival. With that realization, a real desire had taken root inside him, the desire to truly surpass young Master Theo in power. The young dragon was shocked at first, but he eventually grinned with pure delight. He knew exactly what Remy was feeling. The moment they first crossed swords back in that training ground, a mutual respect for each other had blossomed. Theo felt the same way about the Silver Lion. He considered him a dear friend and rival too. Remy heartily laughed in relief, since he'd been stressing over whether the feeling was one-sided. With that renewed clarity, Remy proclaimed that he was going to try to beat Theo during the second stage. Theo genuinely wished him good luck with that goal. Without wasting another precious second, Remy exploded forward in a burst of speed and headed deep into the winter mountains. Theo took a second to just soak that feeling in. Someone incredible like Remington had set him as a goal, someone to surpass. It gave him a thrill he'd never felt before. He was finally becoming someone who was truly strong, and damn if that didn't feel good. Opening his inventory, Theo set the mushy feelings aside for after the trial. He pulled out the nest compass and officially started the search for the dragon's nest. The compass needle pointed him in a general direction, enough to get started. On the side of one of those deadly cliff faces, the familiar blue light of the system shone through a hidden cavern. The nest compass had led Theo to the treacherous outskirts of the winter mountains. When he arrived at his supposed destination, he was confused as hell and saw absolutely nothing that stood out. The compass had turned its needle straight toward the ground, so that had to mean something, right? Maybe he needed to start digging until he hit the jackpot. If that was the case, he really should have brought a shovel, because using the white moonlight blade to dig through snowy soil would have been a gross misuse of a legendary sword. As he was standing there considering what to do, Theo's spidey senses started tingling once again. He steadily drew his sword from the scabbard and spun around on a dime. His eyes locked onto the unwelcome presence. Sometimes, if the wind isn't doing its job, you've just got to take to the oars. He sent out a sweeping attack, the force of the slash mowing down everything in its path. The trees were cleared in a clean line and the ground got completely wrecked, spilling some killing intent toward the presence secretly tailing him. He gravely urged them to come the hell out. A few unsavory characters started stepping out of the woods, completely confused about how Theo had noticed their well-concealed presence. The second Theo got a good look at the guy's face, he was taken aback. It wasn't just one man, there were 3 of them. In Theo's previous life, he knew these monsters as the 3 scoundrels of Vuk Mountain, Hyde, Cow, and Rune. These aptly named assholes were the absolute scum of the earth. They were widely known for slaughtering civilians and covering it up as accidents during missions. They were the cancer that cropped up as a nasty side effect of the Ragnar's rule of the strong. Theo especially could never forget the massacre they committed in Vuk village. Back when he was working in Black Snow, he'd been assigned to personally clean up after those bastards. He knew better than anyone the kind of horror these 3 would inflict on the world. According to the public records, the death toll from that single incident was reported at 761, with another 220 people missing. The truly shocking part was that none of the corpses could be identified at all because their killing method involved completely smashing the heads of their targets for fun. He'd already figured their terrible nature would get in the way down the line, so he was planning to deal with them at some point. He just never expected to run into them this early, especially since they'd been expertly tailing him. Theo asked if Axion had sent them for a hit or something. One of the scoundrels just laughed at his assumption and made it clear they couldn't be ordered around by some kids. Naturally, they were employed by someone so high up that Theo would never even imagine who was behind the hit, but the young dragon quickly narrowed it down to one person for certain, the head counselor. The scoundrel's reaction completely gave it away. Theo had guessed the employer correctly on the first try. It wasn't exactly hard to figure out, considering how much they'd been talking about blood and heritage. There wasn't an exam proctor anywhere nearby either, so those guys had to be in on the conspiracy too. Theo's sharpness was a real problem for them, but the scoundrels were still confident they'd get this job in the bag no matter what. The leader of the group asserted that he felt the best when he crushed a good-looking face like Theo's. Bro was just glazing at this point. The flash tiger stayed completely unfazed and refused to let the three of them out of his sight. He didn't even give the mouthy scoundrel a chance to keep going with the childish trash talk. Theo immediately slashed forward, summoning an avatar of an ancient dragon with his force. They hadn't even gotten the chance to close the distance yet, and the scoundrels were already at death's door. Theo chopped his sword 3 times in quick succession with perfect precision and executed his newly formulated technique, Triple Dragon's Claw, each strike targeting one of the scoundrels. The young master never shied away from violence, but he sure as hell didn't want to become like these pieces of trash, so he was doing this as revenge for a crime they wouldn't even commit until a few years down the line. He'd do the exact opposite of what those scumbags did, only their heads would remain. The destructive power of the dragon's claw was so potent it could turn a human body into absolute pulp while leaving the head perfectly intact. He simply flexed on these criminals and gave them the comeuppance they deserved. Theo was actually a little surprised at how fast these troublemakers went down to his blade. Maybe that was just because they were still young at this point in time. He owed this new skill to the celestial flower rain that Lady Plumblossom had briefly shown him. He'd spent the past 3 days dissecting and reconstructing the style, and somehow managed to figure out a way to chain 3 single flashes in a row. Using circles and arcs to draw those curved lines of slashes was a real pain in the ass, but a whole new world of different transformations and applications had opened up. Of course, pulling off those transformations 120 times in a row like the First Lady was still way out of reach. Theo quickly grabbed the severed heads, their pained and surprised expressions still frozen on their faces, and simply tossed the evidence down the cliff for the beasts to feast on while he went back to figuring out how to get underground. Much to his surprise, he heard a dull thud the second the heads dropped just a couple meters down. Upon closer inspection, he realized there was an invisible staircase winding down the side of the cliff. It was now stained with scoundrel blood. The hidden quest to find the unseen stairs and explore the blue cave had officially started. Theo excitedly jumped down from the cliff to go claim his treasure. Unbeknownst to him, a strange bird had been keeping an eye on everything from afar. Back in the palace, the officials posted that they were receiving the test's initial results for the first few hours. Currently, Axion Ragnar held first place with 41 demon bells collected as he tore through the exam with 20 of his men. Second place was Ray Ragnar, but everyone kept wondering about one thing: how the hell was Theo Ragnar doing? The messenger had to scroll all the way down to the last page of his report just to find Theo's recorded progress. Right now, the young man had collected 0 demon bells and was off on his own without a team. It was safe to assume he was either moving quietly or lying in ambush somewhere. Those assumptions could easily be checked if any proctors were around to confirm. Everyone at the table could hear the impatience in Lady Plumblossom's voice. The head counselor argued that there were no rules saying exceptional performance in the first stage automatically meant the same caliber in the second. He even floated the idea that the kid's heart might not be ready for real battles, especially since he was a so-called natural child and not a pure Ragnar. The head counselor figured his goons must have taken care of business quickly and done their job better than expected. Suddenly, the old councilman received a telephonic transmission from Ed Trovan asking if he'd done anything behind the scenes. The head counselor didn't even bother denying the allegation. He was a little bummed he couldn't tell everyone else beforehand, but it looked like things had worked out, so that was good enough. Even the Sky Dragon was shocked at the guy's brazen attitude toward an impure child of the throne. It pissed Ed the hell off that some crazy elitist old coot had acted without permission or consultation, potentially screwing up his plans. After Kumelia had been taken from his family, the Sky Dragon had campaigned hard for a shot at taking over the Rose Palace. Problem was, he couldn't find the primordial dragon's relic anywhere. Ed Trovan had come up with a hypothesis that Theo must be holding some kind of clue about the Rose Palace relic. The Sky Dragon could feel it in his bones. That boy Theo had something on him related to the relic. He'd grown, and he'd clearly shown himself as a real threat. Using telepathy again, Ed jacked into a guard's mind with a message to hurry Axion the hell up. Lady Plumblossom could see that the head counselor and the Central Intelligence Director were scheming something, and they weren't nearly as sneaky as they thought. The pro-Theo group might have to start setting up some precautions and countermeasures of their own. It was a reasonable idea, but Julius Ragnar heavily opposed it. The demon dragon genuinely believed Theo wasn't the type to crumble under a mere challenge. Julius trusted his gut that Theo was safe and just stuck dealing with some unknown circumstance of his own. Also, Julius still hadn't gotten over the fact that Lady Plumblossom had sneakily met with Theo. The First Lady just feigned ignorance and playfully laughed it off. Back in the Winter Mountains, Theo finally managed to see where those stairs were leading. Inside was a relatively simple cave structure, but there were a bunch of pesky skeletons hanging around on the outskirts. They kept attacking with a pretty strong mental attack trap set up inside. Most people would have had a full-on breakdown if they got caught in it. Luckily for Theo, low-level mental attacks like that were nothing after he'd already passed the White Moonlight Blade's tough-ass test. More importantly, he managed to follow the compass needle and find something to check on the situation. Theo expanded his senses outward, making all the nearby wildlife scurry for their lives. For times like this, that special divinity skill was just too damn juicy. He could even see what was lurking behind every corner. Casting those thoughts aside, Theo was the first one to arrive and get tested. Finally, he found the hatchling's lair. 3 years from now, things would probably look a lot different. Black Snow would end up killing the hatchling and discovering a priceless legendary item. Walking deeper into the cavern, Theo quietly apologized to the future of Black Snow as he planned to snag one of their historic records. Behind the gate was the AN Grimoire, a one-of-a-kind game-changer. The second Theo stepped through the gate, he froze in place, completely overwhelmed by the sight in front of him. There were literal mountains of gold and legendary weapons, gems, and trinkets scattered everywhere. One thing was for sure, this place was no hatchling's nest. Right in the middle of the gigantic room was a sleeping draconic beast, an ancient dragon using a sea of gold coins as the most expensive bed in the world. Looking a bit closer, it seemed to be in a deep sleep, totally uncaring about the outside world. Theo wasn't delusional. He knew that if this thing woke up and decided to attack, he could forget about the relic and all the riches in this place. He'd be dead for sure. Could the reports from Black Snow have been wrong? Why the hell was there a full-grown dragon in the chamber instead of just a hatchling? Maybe he was a victim of misinformation, or maybe he'd just shown up 3 years too early. Either way, he needed to figure out his next move in this unexpected situation. He seriously considered just leaving without touching a single thing. It sucked, but he could always come back later before Black Snow got here a few years down the line. That choice got ripped right out of his hands the second the dragon opened its eyes. When he turned around, Theo found himself locked in a staring contest with one of the most archaic beings in the world. Much to his surprise, the ancient dragon Roadbrook spoke in human tongue, calling him the first selector that had come in a long time. The giant beast was actually kind of chill. It even introduced itself without a hint of hostility. Roadbrook explained that the Ragnars called her the guardian dragon and the owner of Winter Mountain. Pretty much everyone who grew up around the clan knew that name. Trying not to be rude or disrespectful, Theo dropped to his knees and paid his respects to his ancestor. Roadbrook seemed pretty interested in the fact that the young human had called her an ancestor. As far as Theo had been taught his whole life, the guardian dragon Rodebrook was the companion of the Ragnar clan's progenitor, Sigurd, and the mother of Friedreif. The beast asserted that Friedreif, that bastard, must have been spreading a whole lot of nonsense out there. While it was true that she and Sigurd had been old companions for a time, she only saw it as a sign of respect for the contractor who'd sold his soul to dragons. There wasn't much emotional exchange between them at all. Hell, it was straight up impossible for humans to mate with dragons in the first place. Maybe the humans in this world just weren't real monster bangers. That led Theo to ask if his family's line actually had the blood of the dragon, or if it was just one big propaganda campaign to prop up the Ragnar name. Rodebrook cleared it up right away. The claim wasn't wrong at all. Through the long-term contract between her and Sigurd, her dragon's blood had been shared. Just as Theo was about to dig deeper into his family's history, Rodebrook cut him off. She was done with the pleasantries. It was time to start her duties as a guardian dragon to the selectors. From this point forward, she was going to uphold the covenant made at the beginning of the clan and allow the selector who passed her test to ask 3 questions. Theo could finally breathe a sigh of relief and thank the gods. This actually seemed like a non-battle situation. Since his goal was to eventually stand at the peak of the clan, deepening his knowledge of the family's lore was crucial. Through these 3 questions, he needed to squeeze out as much information as possible. Outside, the second phase of the awakening ceremony was still in full swing. Axion continued dominating the leaderboard and the beasts in the surrounding area. His 1,000 dragons roar was already powerful enough to one-shot most enemies. As a white tiger beast collapsed onto the snowy ground, bloodied and lifeless, Axion walked closer. He headed straight for the green bell dangling around the poor cat's neck. With another bell secured, that made 57 confirmed kills. He was racking up points crazy fast. Still, killing these monsters was secondary. Axion was just itching to find Theo, but his scouts kept giving him the same damn report over and over. Theo was nowhere to be seen. One of Axion's lackeys, Orion Gardner, smugly remarked that Theo must be scared shitless now that he actually had to risk his life and face real monsters. Orion was determined to stick to Axion's entourage the whole way through, no matter what. He both feared and believed in the maniac's strength, but he might have run his mouth a little too far when he admitted that Theo had gotten stronger, yet lived as an idiot for far too long. The next thing you know, Orion was tearing up and gasping for oxygen as Axion's hand slowly crushed his windpipe in a chokehold. Axion reckoned this pissant of a follower must not know a simple fact because he'd never been strong himself. In the clan, having power meant you didn't need to fear a damn thing. The Dark Leopard was on the brink of mentally breaking at this point, and he was still as cruel and paranoid as ever. Orion tried to eke out an apology between his desperate gasps for air. This little outburst would have kept going if another messenger hadn't come running in with a message from the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Trovan. The message was just a simple reminder to hurry up and carry the plan out. Axion threw the pissant away like garbage and told the messenger to send a reply to his uncle. Stop pestering him. He didn't need to be reminded of the goal because no one in this world wanted to kill that punk Theo more than this psychotic half-brother of his. Meanwhile, Theo was just chilling down in the dragon's den, still trying to come up with a solid question that would give him as much info as possible. After a while, he finally landed on his first one. Rodebrook yawned. She was just glad the young man had finally made up his mind. The boredom had almost knocked her right back into a deep sleep. So the first question was simple. Why was the guardian dragon still here? He kept it short and sweet. Rodebrook instantly clocked his strategy of asking basic questions to dig up some hidden background knowledge and gave the kid some props for it. The reason she was still hanging around was pretty straightforward. There was a monster sitting at the very edge of the world, its body spread out across the seas. They called this thing the Nameless Monarch. For the past 1,000 years or so, Rodebrook had been lying in wait and staying in her lair because she was tasked with protecting the world. The Winter Mountains and this dragon's den were just an outpost. Theo fell silent, trying to digest the bombshell his ancestor had just dropped. He was certain he hadn't imagined it. For a brief moment, he caught what looked like fear in Rodebrook's eyes. Who the hell would have thought that an almost godlike figure as powerful as an ancient dragon could still feel terror? There was an existence out there that could scare a deity who'd reigned for over 1,000 years. The nameless monarch had to be one freaky bastard. Theo desperately wanted to ask more and dig deeper into the lore, but there were more important things he needed to find out first. So for the second question, he asked what exactly these ancient dragon relics he'd kept hearing about even were. Roadbrook answered that there were about 3 relics out in the world. She didn't know much about them, but she could sense that the young selector had been pretty damn lucky. The 3 she knew of were the dungeon in Camellia Palace and the White Moonlight Blade. As for the last one, it was a bit more complicated. Roadbrook called it the Ancient Dragon Paper's Relic. It came from a great ancient dragon's soul fragmenting into 31 different pieces. Those pieces had been given to humans in hopes of protecting humanity and resisting the nameless monarch. The form of these relics wasn't limited either. Some could be items, some could take the form of an experience, and a rare few even turned into intangible yet strange phenomena. Hearing that last part made the gears in Theo's head start spinning. He could finally see that he'd always had the last relic inside him. Everything he'd experienced after regressing in time flashed before his eyes. Going through 20 years of life and then getting yanked back to the brink of death was about the strangest phenomenon anyone could ever go through. His regression must have been just another form of an ancient dragon's relic, which meant Theo himself contained the relic. He must have been given a fragment of Paper's soul, but something still wasn't adding up. There was always a dragon protecting the relics, yet there hadn't been any such thing with his regression. Realizing something, Theo came up with the third and final question. He looked Roadbrook straight in her piercing eyes and asked why he was chosen. Why would the hand of fate pick someone as talentless as Ragnar's imbecile to fight something as powerful as the nameless monarch? Roadbrook stared right back at him just as fiercely and decided to answer his final question with a question of her own. She asked why the hell Theo thought he was the only one chosen out there. That simple reply hit him like a truck and made him realize he'd been staring at the whole thing through a tiny-ass keyhole. He might not be the only one these powerful relics picked. Sky Dragon Ed Trovan, the demon craftsman Kursinen, even the Black Dragon, all of them already knew the relics existed. Hell, they even went out of their way hunting the damn things down. Chances are they got chosen by some piece of Paper's soul fragment too. And if that's the case, are they seeing the same messages Theo's been getting? Did they also get sent back in time? Those questions pushed him one step closer to figuring out the world's real truth, but damn if they didn't also make everything a whole lot messier. So here's the short version. There's some nameless monarch lurking at the edge of the planet that even the ancient dragon is scared of, and it's completely possible there are other regressors besides Theo. Now that Roadbrook had answered his 3 questions, the quest was done, and it was reward time. The young man was so deep in all the crazy implications he'd just uncovered that he almost forgot he originally came here for Aen's grimoire. But with his horizons blown wide open, he'd changed his mind. He needed something bigger, a lot bigger. Something that made every other item in this treasure trove look like pocket change. As his reward, he got to pick and take anything he wanted from the ancient dragon's hoard. Roadbrook proudly bragged about how many treasures she'd collected from all over the world. Gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, weapons, you name it. She had the whole damn catalog. Whatever Theo picked would be a fortune beyond his wildest dreams. She told him to choose carefully and promised she'd deliver. Theo's lips slowly curled into a sly little smile. When the ancient dragon asked him what he wanted, Theo Ragnar proudly said he wanted Roadbrook herself. That answer definitely threw her for a loop. She treated it like a joke at first and played along, but then she got serious and told the Ragnar kid to cut the crap and name his real choice. Theo stood his ground and said he'd already told her exactly what he wanted. The dragon paused, then asked if he was actually serious. Once he confirmed it, she let her full menacing aura loose. The ground rumbled under Theo's feet as she hit him with that heavy dragon fear, calling his words disrespectful and yelling at him for crossing the line. Theo felt the full weight of that attack and still forced himself to stay standing. Just her roar was strong enough to make blood leak out of every damn opening on his face. He fired back with his own lesser Drake's fear, which was completely pointless, of course. Even Lodbrok thought he was an idiot for trying to match an ancient dragon's roar with that weak-ass version. Still determined, Theo shouted his request again, reminding the guardian dragon that she'd told him he could pick any treasure from her nest. And according to her own words, nothing said he couldn't pick the guardian dragon Lodrock herself. He was talking a big game, but even Theo knew this was a massive risk, one he was ready to put his life on the line for. This beast, the guardian dragon Lodrock, had basically built the Ragnar clan alongside the progenitor Sigurd. Becoming her partner would mean Theo had finally proven himself as a real warrior of the Ragnar clan. He's ready to throw his whole damn life away for this shot if it means stopping the atrocities of the dark past from ever happening again. Theo straight up demands the guardian dragon surrender herself, just like she promised with her own words. The warrior's voice is aching as he basically begs for her help. Right then, the guardian dragon catches a glimpse of the legend of Sigurd trailing behind Theo like a shadow. Seeing that image, Lodrock lets out a roar and accepts his request. Theo's completely shocked. A few seconds later, she shrinks down into a smaller, more human-like form, those sharp golden eyes locked right on him. Lodrock's impressed, so she's willing to give the kid a shot. She stands there in all her majestic beauty, and Theo just freezes, speechless for a couple seconds. She reminds him she's over 2,000 years old, so there's no point letting his mind wander in that direction. Theo points at her chest, and no, you horn dogs, he's not talking about the pair of personalities you're probably thinking about. He's talking about the actual hole left from a battle 50 years ago. Lodrock lost her heart back then and has basically been waiting to die ever since. She's only got 3 years left. That's why she can't leave her nest, which means she can't exactly tag along and help him out in person. So she asks one more time, is he really serious about picking her as his treasure? This simpleton just smiles and confirms he hasn't changed his mind one bit. He wants her as his reward. You know, guys, under different circumstances, this would sound pretty damn horrible. The system confirms the selection of the guardian dragon as his reward. Lodrock calls it a foolish choice, but figures it's just one of those weird qualities that come with being the chosen one. The system hands him the title of the guardian dragon's significant other, plus descendant of the clan's progenitor. Theo promises he'll get even stronger and climb way higher, then admits he's going after the rest of the primordial dragon Fafnir's relics. A solid link forms between the guardian dragon and the warrior as Theo swears he'll find something that can basically replace Lodrock's heart. After all, among the relics of that all-powerful primordial dragon, there's gotta be something miraculous that can help her out. He levels up from the experience points too. Theo figures it's only right he does at least this much if he's gonna claim the title of the guardian dragon's significant other. You guys see what I'm talking about, right? She gives him a little smirk and says she hopes her new partner takes good care of her. Yeah, this one's going straight on Santa's naughty list. Lodrock reminds him she's still stuck in the domain, so he's gonna have to figure something out on his own until she hibernates for a bit. She's also got something for him, an ancient-looking book. She explains that if he wants his soul to truly sync up with hers, he's got to read the artifact and awaken his mind gate. She figures he can pull it off in about a month and tells him to take his time flipping through it. The system pings him about a bonus reward he just got, the grimoire called Aeon. Theo checks its properties and is pretty damn impressed. It holds magical principles that go all the way back to the beginning of time. It's a special book packed with rich knowledge about basically everything in the universe. Theo's glad as hell he managed to get his hands on this baby, but what really bugs him is that 1 month timeline she just dropped. He asks Lodrock what she means by 1 month. The guardian dragon says it usually takes that long to awaken a person's mind gate, then asks if he's got something more important keeping him busy. Theo looks disappointed as he explains he's stuck dealing with the second stage of the awakening ceremony, which is happening right now. The exam only lasts 15 days total, so he's got less than half a month to figure everything out. That's why he wants to wait until the exam's over before getting started. Lodrock eyes him down and admits it's possible, but she won't allow it. She doesn't want him slipping away so soon. So for this dude, she wants him to open that mind gate before the second stage ends. Until then, she's making damn sure he stays right here. Yeah, that's a bone-chilling threat. Total time left until the exam wraps up is 13 days, roughly 300-something hours. He's got to get it done in that window. All right, let's rewind a little. There were 3 days left before the second stage kicked off when Axion's uncle was explaining how the totems create anti-fiend safety zones. The reason? There's a fiend summoning marble sitting inside each totem. It's a tiny sphere loaded with amplified fiend energy that keeps other fiends away. He crushes one to show what happens. A fiend monster pops out right away. Basically, you can summon them anytime, anywhere. A bunch of fiends immediately swarm around the guy, which just shows how convenient those marbles are. He smashes them with his dragon spirit and says the whole point of the second stage exam is to eliminate fiends and rack up points. So Theo's only real option is to hunt those things for points. Axion's starting to see the bigger picture of his uncle's plan. Use the marbles to bait Theo into a trap. But his uncle reminds him it's not that simple. They're not just going to kill the guy with some basic baiting scheme. They need more info on the Rose Palace relics. Axion's got a serious hate boner for Theo, so he wants to torture the hell out of him and force the information out. His uncle has to humble the kid with a simple but sharp reminder. The gap between him and Theo's strength isn't nearly as big as he thinks. He's not going to get his way that easily. On top of that, Theo's been showing compassion, which means his followers could be used against him. The uncle suggests using the dropouts gathered in the fourth training ground as hostages to squeeze info about the artifact out of Theo. Since it's not a straight-up strength approach, Axion's pissed, but he goes along with it anyway. Fast forward to their plan actually playing out in the present. The Dark Leopard is thinking about how Theo completely shocked everyone by staying hidden until the very end of the exam. Only 12 hours left until the second stage wraps up, and the Ragnar prodigy is sitting in first place with a ridiculous 860 points. Still, he thinks it's a real pity their whole plan fell apart like that. One of his guys wonders if the scoundrels from the council got to Theo first. Seems like the only reasonable explanation for why the guy just vanished. Felix Ragnar, currently sitting in 7th place, shares the same thought. Axion immediately fires back, saying Felix's observation is borderline stupid. He digs the knife in deeper by reminding him why Lady Plumblossom took an interest in Theo instead of him. Felix is pissed as hell. All he was trying to do was help catch the guy, but Axion couldn't care less about his feelings. Axion stands up with that sinister little smile of his and makes a declaration. If Theo isn't ready to come out on his own, he'll force him out. He's got both the Scaled Dragon Society and the Plum Blossom Palace working under him. Time to lead the charge and murder the failures of the fourth training ground. This psychopath plans to keep the killing spree going until Theo has no choice but to show his face. Eavesdropping on the whole conversation from her hiding spot is Ray Ragnar, currently holding 3rd place in the exam. The scene shifts to a frost lizard fiend getting wrecked by a group of warriors. They're celebrating like they just took down some legendary beast, even though it's just a yellow bell creature. These poor guys barely have any points to their names, and there's only 12 hours left until the exam ends. They're worried about Theo, especially since they stocked up a whole bunch of supplies for him. Maybe he's off doing something more important. At least that's what one of them figures. Survival's the bare minimum for this exam anyway. Rankings don't really matter. Still, they were hoping to see him top the charts and become valedictorian again. While they're chatting carelessly, some bastard suddenly impales one of them. Orion Gardner just murdered Sybil in cold blood. The rest of the group is freaking out, questioning what the hell the Scaled Dragon Society is doing. Then they find out the hard way. They've become today's targets just to lure Theo out. These poor guys are about to get wrecked simply for existing. Meanwhile, back in Lodbrok's nest of gold and treasures, the Guardian Dragon is genuinely impressed that Theo managed to open his mind gate in less than half a month. The system confirms he's got an initial grasp on the magical principles. All of that is thanks to the knowledge he picked up in his previous life before regressing. The key to learning the AN Grimoire is the quantity and quality of magic power. Since Theo has both a monohel and a dragon heart, the whole process comes naturally to him. He learns twice as fast as a regular person. As a result, a lower-ranked skill called Hatchling Synchro pops up. It lets him mind-read objects using psychokinesis magic. Lodbrok decides he's proven himself worthy of being her partner. He's got the fundamentals down. The rest can be handled with training. She also tells him that when the time is right and he reaches a higher level, he'll start hearing her voice. Eventually, he'll be able to cast Lodbrok's power, the same ability the progenitor of the clan once had. But before any of that can happen, the guardian dragon needs to recover. She's still only got 3 years left. Theo, ever the optimist, promises he's going to impress her with his accomplishments. Satisfied, she declares the primordial covenant complete. Lodbrok gives him a heartfelt farewell and says she hopes they meet again soon. And with that, we finally see this guy step foot outside. It's a good thing he got the pack sorted, but he's still sitting at 0 points with only 12 hours left on the clock. Even Theo's thinking he's playing life on extra hard difficulty right now. He runs through his options and realizes that if he tries hunting fiends the normal way, there's no damn way he's hitting first place in 12 hours. So the only real strategy left is to steal bells from the other candidates. He remembers how Axion took first place in his past life and figures it'll play out the same way this time. All he has to do is deal with his Ragnar rival and snatch the top spot. Easy to say, of course. Behind him, a figure stumbles out of the woods. They're barely holding it together with all the injuries and immediately grab the hero's attention. It's Ray Ragnar, and she's in really bad shape. Theo wonders if some powerful fiend got the jump on her. He still can't wrap his head around the idea that a fiend actually beat her. Then he spots the sword slash across her body and realizes a person did this. He worriedly asks what the hell happened, but Ray's in no condition to talk. She just urges him to head west, and then collapses right into his arms. Using his brand new ability to read the minds of objects, Theo pulls the memories from the sword's owner. He sees that Ray had been secretly spying on the group that was out hunting his companions. The failures from the 4th training ground were all tied up and getting the shit beaten out of them. The only question left was whether to kill them or not. Someone asked Orion why he dragged 9 of these clowns along when 2 or 3 would have been plenty for a hostage situation. Before those lunatics could finish off the innocents, Ray stepped up valiantly and exposed herself right in front of Axion. The Dark Leopard reminded him this was a personal matter, so she wouldn't interfere. Ray still refused to let the madness slide and got ready to fight. Axion was disappointed she'd been persuaded by Theo and prepared to take her down. Their fight kicked off in a chaotic, powerful exchange, and by the end, Ray took a brutal slash. Beyond that, the memories are locked because Theo's skill level is still too low. Theo's furious and completely lost as to why Axion went this far just to capture his allies. Ray's shocked he managed to piece the whole truth together without her saying a word. He begs her for answers, and in her half-dead state she explains that Axion's goal from the very beginning was to capture Theo. Since the guy was nowhere to be found, he took matters into his own hands and grabbed Theo's friends as hostages instead. That hits Theo hard. He's supremely pissed. He realizes his enemies from the previous life aren't planning to back down in this one either, but this time he's a hell of a lot more capable of dealing with them. He demands to know where Axion is and what the bastard's planning. Meanwhile, one of Axion's henchmen reports Theo's location up on the northern cliffside. The news catches Axion off guard for a second, but his men are certain Theo's already made contact with Ray Ragnar, which means they'll be heading this way soon. Theo, filled with the pure joy of finally getting to cut the guy down, waits for him with an evil little grin. Axion's quickly reminded there's no need for a one-on-one confrontation. His main goal is still gathering clues about the relics. His men can handle Theo. In the meantime, they want him to activate the summoning marbles and create a big distraction in the surrounding area. Axion buys into the plan and says he's ready to go through with it. Going back to Ray, she's begging him not to go. Even the Central Intelligence proctors are in on this whole grand scheme to take him down. It's way beyond his current strength. She lays out the real state of the exam. It's basically a slaughterhouse right now, a trap set up purely to kill him. Going alone is the riskiest move he could make, and she'd rather he just ask the proctors for help. Theo still thinks there's no time. He's grateful as hell for what she did, but he can't just sit there and ignore what's happening to his friends. That's why he's ready to move the second she drops Axion's location. At this point, Ray's convinced the guy's gone completely crazy. The stakes are too high and death is basically guaranteed if he heads there. She tells him to play it safe this time. Theo lashes right back, saying he has zero desire to lose his precious loved ones a second time. They promised they'd make it out of the second stage together, after all. Ray mutters about the inevitable fate of the Ragnars and reminds him that sacrifices are always on the table. He bites back by pointing out her own resolve to fight Axion's cruelty. Even she couldn't just sit around and watch the terror unfold. The whole scene makes him relive the memories of his original life, when everything he knew went up in flames, all because he was weak in a clan that was supposed to raise the strongest. Theo's done with always losing people and getting played for a fool. He drives it home that he refuses to relive the mistakes of his past. Fueled by pure anger and determination, he demands Axion's location. The scene shifts over to Remington Narcio, who's just come across the abandoned supplies Sybil and the others dropped. There's blood everywhere. Something's clearly wrong. He turns and confronts the two warriors standing in the distance, Hulkus Lanka in 5th place and Eric Lanka in 4th. And finally, we learn Remington Narcio himself is trailing right behind Axion as the current second-place guy. Back to Theo's side. He's out here fighting a snow fiend. He dodges the first few attacks, then finishes the whole thing in one clean move because he's got way more important shit to deal with. He takes off running toward Axion, hoping at least some of his friends are still alive. He knows for a fact that Ed is messing with Axion's feelings and making sure Theo gets taken out without the clan raising much of a fuss. The Intelligence Bureau proctors siding with Axion is the biggest piece of evidence he's got. Theo cuts down the creatures with his triple dragon claw strike, figuring the same proctors who are supposed to kill him will probably keep Axion from going completely off the rails. Still, he prioritizes speed. Knowing how easy Axion is to provoke and how impulsive the guy gets, Theo thinks he can use that nature against him. He lunges for an aerial strike, drives his sword straight through the fiend's head, and a pool of blood spills out. Let's check on Ray real quick. She's collecting her thoughts, remembering how Theo hasn't changed one bit since they were kids. Even in her messed up condition, she wants to help him this time. Meanwhile, the hostages are getting the absolute shit kicked out of them under Axion's heel. He's ready to cut them down just for making the slightest noise, until the proctors remind him again not to act on his own and stir up unnecessary conflicts. So Axion stops his blade and waits patiently. He already knows 4 high-ranking swordsmen from the proctors are being sent to silently assassinate Theo. After all, his uncle's of the opinion that Axion just isn't powerful enough to take Theo down, which is frustrating as hell for him to accept, since he still sees Theo as nothing more than an insect. And right on cue, the devil himself decides to show his face. Axion spots him covered in trails of blood like some killing machine straight out of a war zone. Theo's eyes are locked in with pure determination as he takes in the beat-up state of his companions all around. He glances at the scumbags who caused this whole mess, then turns back to Axion, who's clearly been waiting for him a long while. Finally, his gaze lands on the corpses of his friends, and he tightens his grip on his weapon. Axion draws his sword, ready to throw down, but once again he's told to stay put, so he lets the weapon drop. Moving into negotiations, Axion tells Theo to just spill the info on the artifacts if he wants to see his friends walk away alive. Shockingly, Theo Ragnar asks if the guy's actually afraid of him. It's a calculated move. He planned the whole time to use Axion's nature against him. Theo arrogantly mocks him for being a coward and pulling these extreme measures just to avoid a crushing defeat. Axion's blood starts boiling, but Theo keeps going. He claims the only reason Axion's surrounded by all these scumbags is to protect his own name. Then there's the whole hostage game. To Theo, it's just a desperate all-out effort to avoid losing face as a man unworthy of the title of the 4 Hounds. Axion is now royally pissed, exactly what Theo wanted. He keeps egging him on, challenging him to a proper duel like a real Ragnar would, unless he wants to back out like the coward he is. That last push is all it takes. Axion can't hold it in anymore. Theo lays out the conditions. If he loses, he'll hand over the information and his life. But if he wins, he walks away with his friends. The Black Leopard has completely lost himself to the madness. He arrogantly reminds this imbecile of a Ragnar of his place in the clan, then laughs and hits him with a murderous glare, mocking how little he understands the situation. The CBI tries to step in even though they can see Theo's deliberately stirring Axion up with his words. They urge him to stick to the plan, but Axion's done playing around. He accepts the challenge and walks forward to take Theo on, just like our boy wanted. The proctors watching realize things are going the exact opposite of what they planned. They're ready to jump in as soon as it looks like Axion's about to take a crushing defeat. The brutal warrior reminds his group not to interfere. It's a Ragnar duel, after all, and they need to respect the tradition of honor. He also tells them not to touch the hostages for the time being. Their fight kicks off with Theo landing the first slash and catching his opponent off guard. With that settled, both swordsmen get serious and clash on equal ground. Axion talks down to him the whole time and comes in with heavy attacks, trying to show Theo the gap between their strengths by unleashing a heaven dragon shout. The roaring attack even has Theo worried for his life for a second. In response, Theo charges up a slash of his own and answers with the triple dragon claw, completely severing Axion's attack and leaving him stunned. Standing there is a confident man who can actually challenge his best moves. Theo fires the trash talk right back and asks if this guy's really on a high enough level to be lecturing him. Seeing this clash go down, Orion is sweating bullets after the aftermath of Theo's latest attack. At first, he was pretty doubtful of the warrior's abilities, but now even he is starting to believe the imbecile actually has real strength. The situation's getting tense, and suddenly it looks like Axion might be the one who loses this fight. Concerned for his own ass, Orion wonders if he should switch sides while there's still time. He also figures Axion seriously underestimated his opponent. In the end, though, he decides against betraying Axion. Those bastard proctors from the Intelligence Bureau are watching way too closely. He figures they'll still take Theo down no matter what, so he orders the rest of his men to scatter and search for the remaining proctors. They want to stay the hell out of this battle. The story dips into Axion's past for a second. He was expected to seize the throne of their clan at a young age. Both his mother and uncle were pushing hard for his success so they could prosper. The Ragnar name was basically just a cover. Underneath it all, they still saw the boy as a Trovan. Axion can't help but praise his opponent's performance. Then he lunges in to strike Theo down. Unsurprisingly, the attack gets blocked with a confident little smile. He's acting exactly the way Theo wanted him to. We cut away from the fight and jump over to the council. They're talking about Theo's resurgence and the news that he's made contact with Axion. His supporters are pumped that he made it out safe and sound, while his haters are shocked the scoundrels didn't manage to finish him off. Axion's uncle is actually happy the kid survived. Nobody knows exactly what he's planning, but their own plans can still move forward once they extract the information from him. He's just waiting for that info to come out so he can send the high-ranking swordsman to destroy Theo. Suddenly, they get fresh intel about the fight happening between Theo and Axion right now. As you can imagine, the dude is scared shitless. This is the complete opposite of what he planned. Back to the fight. Theo pulls out his gesture footwork secret technique, giving him a serious edge in mobility and evasion. Axion's swinging his sword around like crazy, but nothing's connecting. Through the exchange, he's come to realize Theo's strength has grown immensely. A now serious Axion shoots him a sharp glare and remarks that the guy's not as fast as everyone presumed. Now that he's got a read on his movements, he hurls his sword at full speed straight at Theo's head. The technique catches Theo off guard because it brings back a nasty memory of a sword-throwing attack from his previous life. Back then, while he was lost in thought, a sharp blade had impaled him from the side. Axion claims that even if Theo's using a secret technique, his movements are still predictable, easy enough to pinpoint exactly where he'll appear next. Blood trails down the length of the sword, but it looks like Theo survived by catching the blade with his bare hands, and in that moment, he confirms the identity of the asshole who took him down in his first life. Axion was one of the people who betrayed him and helped bring about the downfall of the Ragnar clan. Filled with pure hatred, Theo is almost happy to confirm it. This is the bastard who knocked him down last time. The same day he died was the day he never even got to learn who the real perpetrators were that caused the collapse of the Rose Palace. He'd been weak, running blindly, and it was only thanks to Rendon taking off his mask that he finally started to understand what the hell was going on. Evelyn's investigation had already tied Randon to the Camellia Palace. The rest was just connecting the dots. The ones who led the attack were none other than the bastards from the Trovan clan, and among those assholes, the only person who could pull off that uncommon sword-throwing technique was the sly bastard himself, Axion Ragnar, the one who betrayed them. The guy was so arrogant he even risked losing his own weapon. At first, Theo had only been suspicious. Now the truth was standing right in front of him. He grips the sword tight and in pure fury shatters the damn thing with his bare hand. Theo's dying to know what the hell motivates these people so much that they'd go to these lengths just to kill them. Seeing that display of raw physical strength leaves Axion speechless. Unfortunately for his enemies, Theo isn't the same man from his previous life. This time he's hell-bent on prioritizing his own life and the lives of his comrades. Theo hurls the broken blade at Axion, who dodges it easily and talks shit about his aim and that pathetic imitation of the throwing technique. All of a sudden, Axion feels a massive wave of anger and bloodlust pouring off his opponent, a killing intent so monstrous it kicks up an enormous surge of mana. Axion's eyes go wide as he realizes Theo's been hiding his real skills this whole time. Our hero vanishes in the blink of an eye and reappears right under Axion for a devastating strike. The sheer force sends Axion flying onto the back foot. Now he's the one on defense against Theo's attacks, and Theo even manages to graze his face with a precise cut. Smirking at the impulsive warrior, Theo asks when Axion's finally going to stop holding back and pull out his full strength, poking the bear even more. Surprisingly, Theo's arm gets caught and Axion returns the favor by slicing his face. They're going at it on completely equal grounds now. Theo disappears from his sight again and delivers a slash so strong it knocks Axion's blade clean out of his hands. The guy's left wide open with zero defense. Theo quizzes him for a second before lining up his blade to drive it straight through Axion's damn stomach. He's about to take the kill shot, and at this distance there's no way Axion can dodge it. Meanwhile, over on Remington's side, he notices the blood trails look like someone's been dragging an injured body. The only person who comes to mind is Axion, even though it doesn't make much sense for him to act this recklessly, especially when first place was already locked in. Remington cleverly pieces together their plan to hunt Theo down during the second stage of the exam. Hocus is pissed they had to resort to such cowardly measures. Erica, on the other hand, isn't surprised at all. She says shit like this is pretty much expected in the clan's awakening ceremony. Remington knows that and admits it's exactly why he despises the Ragnar way of doing things, blindly worshipping raw strength and crossing every boundary in the process. A provoked Erica warns him to watch his tongue. Remington doesn't really give a damn and focuses on saving his friends' lives, just like Theo would. He asks for their help and Hocus is all in. Erica couldn't care less and starts to turn away. She only wanted to meet Theo, and the guy's nowhere to be found. She's got no interest in saving weak men, which prompts her brother to ask if she's really that cold. Remington gets why she's so intrigued by Theo and tells her that helping him out right now would only work in her favor long term. The three warriors take off to find the hostages' location. Remington's hoping they're still safe and sound by the time they get there, but they get stopped by a bunch of men. Warriors from the Scaled Dragon Society suddenly confront them, and it's clear this is a full-on betrayal. Orion's a little pissed that the white-haired punk ran off to Theo's side and is now hanging out with a bunch of meatheads. Hocus takes major offense at that, while Remington calmly warns his friend to take the easy path and just step aside. But this guy's clearly looking to catch some smoke, so he refuses to move. Left with no other option, he draws his blade. All three of them lunge forward to take on the Scaled Dragon Society. The scene cuts to the hostages. One of them has grabbed the shattered blade Theo threw earlier. Turns out the purpose of that throw wasn't to hit Axion at all. It was meant to land right next to the hostages. It's their one shot at escaping. The guy starts frantically working his knees, trying to saw through the ropes with the broken blade. Zooming back to the main battle, Axion's life gets saved at the very last second by one of the higher-ranking swordsmen. They finally decided to show up after reading the situation. This guy is Liam Troven, and he's even ready to take the punishment for stepping in. Liam breaks up their clash and tells his men to look after Axion, then immediately launches an aggressive attack on Theo. The rest of the proctors are praising the young master for how he fought and even hand him his blade back. Axion doesn't look furious or anything, just disappointed. Liam's ferocious slashes are giving our boy a real tough time, but Theo's still managing to hold his own in a near-equal exchange. Liam comes in with a forward strike that Theo blocks cleanly. From this short clash, the high-ranking swordsman is actually pretty impressed by Theo's defense against both Axion and himself. Still, it's obvious Theo's no match for Liam's pure sword skill. With no other proctors nearby to monitor the fight, this is the perfect chance to kill the swordsman prodigy. For the sake of the Troven clan, Liam goes for an aerial strike meant to finish Theo Ragnar in one shot. And then comes the plot twist. It's not Theo who gets impaled, it's Liam out of nowhere. The one who stuck him is none other than Axion, who's reminding his own men of the fair warning he gave at the start: do not interfere. The fight just took a wild turn, with Axion straight up betraying his own side. The other swordsmen confront the young master for lashing out so blindly. Axion whirls on them, furious that they actually thought he was going to lose. He calls it a complete mockery of his skills as the heir. Theo watches and flat out acknowledges that the guy has gone completely mad. As for Axion, he finally recognizes Theo's skill as a real Ragnar. His uncle had been feeding him delusions of grandeur since he was a kid, pushing him to climb all the way to the top and sit on the Ragnar throne. Axion claims that while Theo might be stronger in some ways, he's still weaker overall. He declares himself the man destined to become the strongest warrior and claim that throne. There's just no way he's losing this fight. Axion is ready to cut down anyone who stands in the way of his ambitions and lunges in with a slash. But the sword doesn't even come close to Theo, who's already used his speed to soar up into the sky. He hits Axion with a surprise attack that actually connects. Also, turns out Liam is still alive, just gravely injured. He tells his men to go help Axion no matter the cost. They need to kill Theo while they still have the chance. The high-ranking swordsmen aren't exactly thrilled with the idea, seeing how it just got Liam wrecked. Liam doesn't give a damn and orders them to move anyway, because if the young master doesn't make it out of this fight, they're all dead. Axion's seriously on the back foot right now, totally baffled that he's getting his ass handed to him. He keeps thinking back to what his uncle said, how the Ragnar clan's all about those wild, unpredictable outcomes where anything can flip the impossible odds. Dude's in full denial, just inches from getting wrecked. He always looked down on this guy, calling him a worm, an insect, even an imbecile who didn't know his place. Turns out his uncle was right about the skill gap, though. Still stuck in his own strength delusion, Axion lashes out even while he's all beaten up and injured. He's just blindly charging in now, spouting that crazy maniacal crap about destiny and fate. Theo? Yeah, he doesn't give a damn about any of that. He figures those kinds of ambitions are exactly what got the people he cared about killed. So if Axion won't back down, Theo's gonna force him to. Saying that, Theo channels his power and summons this beautiful blue dragon. One last time, he roars out Triple Dragon's Claw, declaring he's gonna get strong enough to cut down anyone in his path. The attack punches clean through Axion. We get this sick frame of his body just rupturing apart. When the smoke clears, a corpse drops to the ground, head completely severed. Axion's head falls from the air and smashes into paste. Blood's trickling everywhere, but there's nothing left to do. Theo Ragnar's the winner of this long-ass fight, standing firm after finally getting his revenge. Liam's just standing there dazed, staring at the young master's headless body, fitting in for such an arrogant prick. Knowing how screwed he'd be if word of this mess reached the Sky Dragon, Liam rallies his remaining men to at least take Theo down in retaliation. The high-ranking Troven protectors snap out of their daze and charge forward. Theo stands tall with this satisfied, wry smile on his face. But yeah, he's in deep shit. Even if he was at full strength, trading blows and surviving a coordinated hit from 4 senior proctors would be a long shot. Right now, with his stamina maxed out and his mana pool bone dry from finishing Axion, it's basically hopeless. All he can really do is buy a little more time with whatever he's got left. By his count, Help should be showing up any second. The proctors finally get in range for one last push to avenge their young master. Thankfully, the valiant Remington Narcio and the lanky siblings pull through and arrive just in time. They surround Theo, forming a solid wall of defense against the proctors. From Remington's point of view, it's only natural. Comrades look out for each other when it counts. Theo glances at the reliable silver lion and feels a wave of relief. Erica Lanka shoots him a look, pretty pleased that this rising star she'd heard so much about actually turns out to be good-looking. Hocus Lanka, on the other hand, is hyped as hell to see someone strong enough to take down Axion and still hold his own against these heavy hitters. Pumped up by the cavalry showing up, Sibylrea forces himself to his feet and throws his sword in to help his young master. Remington turns his blade on the corrupt proctors and starts listing off their crimes. He's more than happy to pass judgment on these lowlives for straight-up interfering with a sacred tradition. Now that things have gotten even messier, and with extra witnesses to their dirty work, the proctors turn to Liam Troven for the next move. Realistically speaking, these guys are screwed no matter which way they go. They didn't even dig up a single thing about the Rose Palace's artifacts. That was the whole damn point of this mess. They couldn't get rid of the biggest thorn in their plans, Theo, and now the young master's dead on their watch. With this many witnesses and traces left behind, it's pretty much game over. Even so, the proctors still think their Sir Liam's gonna figure out some slick way to snake out of this hopeless situation. When shit gets too complicated, though, the simplest route's usually best. Just kill everybody. Liam still's got those marbles in his back pocket. They could cover the whole thing up by staging some abnormal monster outbreak that wiped out every candidate on sight, disguise their botched torture and assassination plot as a freak accident, and boom, no more traces of the Troven family's involvement. Out of pure desperation, Liam drops a bunch of 25th grade monster marbles on the ground. If they can stage the place just right, they might actually pull it off. Even staring down total destruction, the proctors put the family's interests above everything else. But before those marbles can even turn into their real forms, Liam feels a sharp pain in his gut for the second time tonight. Poor bastard just took another round of back shots. This time the guy holding the blade is the White Dragon Clan's supervisor, Sulford Gardner, with another supervisor, Aaron Bacchus, right beside him. And it's not just the White Dragons. Plum Blossom Palace and Daffodil Palace show up too, with supervisors Natasha Koppel and Sally Gardner. Liam, that crafty son of a bitch, finally hits the cold, hard ground. Supervisor Sulford tells the remaining traitors to drop their weapons right now unless they want to die on the spot. The Troven proctors are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Behind them is the most promising young Ragnar talent, and up front are these battle-tested veterans. When Theo sees that safety's finally locked in, the last bits of his strength just fade out. Breaking his fall is the woman who warned him not to go just a few minutes ago, Ray Ragnar. Before he completely passes out, he thanks her for the heads up. While the criminals are getting hauled off into custody, Remington finally drops the whole heroic act and runs over to his comrade, looking genuinely worried as hell. The Lanka siblings butt in too. Erica just wants to make sure Theodore remembers her, and Hulkus is already trying to schedule another duel. Pushing them to the background, the rest of the training ground 4 boys come pouring in, wholeheartedly thanking the young master. All of them are crying their eyes out. Hearing and feeling all that care and concern from his people, the Ragnar smiles. This is exactly the kind of strength he'd been longing for. Ray, of all people, really gets his nature. As the last sparks of consciousness fade, Theo asks for some bells. He'd be good with just enough to take first place. Moments after the traitorous proctors get arrested, the news hits Ragnar HQ. Of course, Ed Troven can't believe the words coming out of the messenger's mouth. The whole round table of Ragnar's big shots just sits there silent while the messenger repeats the report. Axion Ragnar's death sends a thunderbolt of pure disbelief across the room. Hearing that his nephew died in some test where he'd arranged for another fledgling's assassination almost makes the Sky Dragon crash out on the spot. While Uncle's trying hard not to go full feral, the announcement for the second round of the blooming ceremony kicks off. Gathered at the starting point, the survivors of that grueling test looked completely worn out. An old man steps up front and calls for everyone's attention, praising them for all the hard work. Then he announces the official end of the ceremony, and it's none other than one of the 9 dragons, the Zenith Dragon himself, Foul Ragnar. Everyone in the family knows who the Zenith Dragon is, so the new generation is absolutely starstruck. The guy barely even shows up at formal events. Reading out the results, Old Man Fowl declares that 45 out of 87 candidates made it through. Sounds rough, but the survival rate's actually above average this year. That's a pretty clear sign of how stacked this talent pool is. Might even be a contender for the best batch of all time. And even in a loaded group like this, the top scorer still stood out brighter than everyone else. Can you guess who that is? Everyone's reminded that passing the second round means an automatic promotion from apprentice to entry level. At this point, they're allowed to feel pretty damn proud of themselves. The ones who passed are now qualified to work as Ragnar's inspectors under one of the many factions. To keep the hype going, the Zenith Dragon moves on to the actual scores. First place, no surprise, is Theo Ragnar with a massive 1,021 points. Who the hell would have thought the guy sitting at 0 until the final minutes would shoot straight to the top? Well, knowing he took Axion's head makes it make a lot more sense. Second place goes to Remington Narcio with 926 points. Erica Lanka takes third with 843. Ray Ragnar lands fourth with 789, and Hulkus scrapes into fifth. The old man keeps listing the results all the way down to the passing cutoff at 45th place. These outstanding candidates are basically guaranteed some prestigious jobs, but the blooming ceremony isn't over yet. There's still a third round that only the absolute cream of the crop can even qualify for. When the ones who collected enough bells to enter the secret ceremony are told to raise their hands, the usual suspects proudly answer the call. Only the top 4 were beast enough to make it into the final trial. The hidden piece of the ceremony is all about the quality breathing method. After collecting enough bells, you get to learn from the inscriptions written inside. Sounds simple enough, but actually gleaning insights, reading, and understanding those etchings takes some serious discernment. Anyone good enough to master those insights can add the visions to their arsenal and earn a shot at one last assessment. In Theo's past life, he lucked out and got just one bell, but he couldn't understand a single lick of the hidden message. Now he's got hatchling synchronization, an ability that lets him peer straight into the thoughts of things. It basically shows him the essence of those encrypted words as pictures and experiences in his head. He watches countless scenes of past heroes and warriors honing their craft, and it floods him with a deep understanding of the hidden truth in no time. Normally, it's rare to see even one person qualified for the last test, yet this year they've got 4. As far as Theo can remember, Ray and Remington weren't supposed to grasp the quality breathing method tonight. Maybe his actions messed with their progress too. With the icy floor open, Old Man Fowl invites the top 4 to step up and show him what they've got. Going by the count, Theo Ragnar takes the stage. With Axion out of the picture, a whole lot of things are about to change real fast. Instead of dreading the future, though, Theo feels calm and centered. He's got all the tools now to build a better one. Walking toward the center of the clearing, sparks start crackling around his feet. Those sparks quickly ramp up and turn into full-blown thunder. After sifting through a ton of bells, he finally got attuned to his natural attribute. To show off his comprehension, he enters the first stage, flooding his mana with that roaring thunder attribute. The second stage is all about expression, actually manifesting the thunderous mana. Seeing their boss looking like the damn god of thunder, the training ground boys go absolutely hyped. Most outstanding candidates would stop right here and still get called true geniuses. But Theo Ragnar? He's built different. They haven't even invented a word that can cover how talented this guy is. Using the dragon heart beating in his chest, he hits the third level of comprehension, complete and absolute control. In the crowd, Erica Lanka is straight up drooling at the sight of the strongest man in her generation, while her brother's staring like a kid watching Dragon Ball. Even the Zenith Dragon admits he never expected this high a level of comprehension in such a short time. Everyone figures this has to be the end. Control is pretty much the ceiling for most prodigies at this stage. But no, Theo Ragnar wants to hog the whole spotlight for himself. After showing off that perfect control, his thunderous mana climbs even higher. The entire field lights up with a golden yellow glow, like a super scan's about to pop off. He snaps his eyes open, draws his blade in one smooth motion as wild bolts crackle around him, then swings and launches a lightning strike shaped like a blade wind. He's finally got a ranged attack. The thing almost gains a life of its own, taking the form of a ravenous thunder dragon. Out of the 5 stages of comprehension, this is the fourth, expansion. This time, nobody in the crowd can even say a word. Every jaw is just hanging open in pure astonishment. Theo aims his new technique straight at Old Man Fowl. Of course, the old man just chuckles, amused as hell. He's genuinely pleased to see a generational talent show this level of expansion. Before the Thunder Dragon can reach him, the geyser calmly raises a hand and summons dewdrops out of thin air. Those little drops compress themselves to the absolute limit and block a whole-ass Thunder Dragon. The Zenith Dragon isn't offended that a candidate dared to test him. If anything, he's glad to find such an interesting gem in this year's ceremony. The audience is completely speechless. Is this guy really one of their peers? Looking way more lively and in a better mood, Old Man Fowl awards Theo an extra 1,000 points for that bold display of mastery. Of course, Theo already counted on the old man's soft spot for truly outstanding candidates when he pulled that last stunt. After the demonstration, Theo's score shoots up to 2,021 points. 1,000 points is realistically unreachable for everyone else, and this dude just doubled that. His performance can only really be compared to the infamous Lord Thorol. Spirits lifted by Theo's boldness, the Zenith Dragon invites the remaining 3 to take the stage. Remington Narcio, attuned to the element of water, reaches the 3rd stage of comprehension, control, and nets himself an extra 500 points. Ray Ragnar hits the 2nd stage, expression, and picks up another 300 points. That cold demeanor of hers fits the ice attribute perfectly. Same deal for Erica Lanka. She also reaches expression for 300 points. Just like her fiery attitude, she's rocking the fire attribute. The geyser's extremely pleased with the talent this year. Normally, cracking the 1,000-point mark would put you right at the top, meaning there are 4 candidates in this batch who could have been the top dog in any other year. Of course, the gap between 1st and 2nd is still astronomical. Theo Ragnar just can't be compared to regular geniuses. Except for the 3rd-round candidates, everyone else gets dismissed so they can prep for the nomination ceremony next week. The top 4 stick around to get briefed on the next step of their journey. From the top of the snow mountain, this all-encompassing killing intent suddenly blankets the entire region. The top 4 almost drop to their knees from the hostile pressure crushing down on them. With a serious look on his face, the Zenith Dragon officially kicks off the next stage of their lives. Even with all the future knowledge Theo's got, he's never heard of anything like this before. To make it even weirder, he feels a familiar power boiling up at the top of the mountain. The force trying to grind them into the dirt is Lodrock's energy. The final part of the blooming ceremony is a complete secret that only a select few ever get to go through, a face-to-face with the family head himself. Nobody knows what actually happens in that meeting. Everything depends on the patriarch's whim. Through this, a candidate might get picked as a prospect for the fight for the throne. Right now, all 5 of the current frontrunners for next family head went through this last trial themselves. Getting chosen for the family head battle is a real mark of a strong candidate. That means Kyle Ragnar is currently waiting for this year's top contenders up on the mountain peak. Still doesn't explain why Theo can sense Lodrock's energy from up there, though. Then a chilling thought hits him. Could the guy who took the ancient dragon's heart actually be his father? Old Man Fowl gives the go-ahead signal for the top 4 to start ascending, break through the fear, and go meet the Lord. Easier said than done when they can't even take a single step forward. To help out his fellow contenders, Theo tells them to stop trying to tank the pressure with pure force and instead match its wavelength using mana. Remington quickly catches on to what he's getting at. It's gonna be tough as hell, but creating an anti-phase wave to neutralize the mounting pressure could theoretically work. This test is basically just a way of weeding out the candidates who can't properly control their magic power. Erica's hanging on the sidelines, totally confused about what the nerds are even talking about. Remington gladly launches into a whole explanation, blabbering on about the vibrational properties of mana. Erica just stares at him like he's some alien speaking a language nobody's ever heard of. Long story short, they just need to project mana with the exact opposite properties of the pressure. Erica straight up scolds Remington the goody two-shoes for using all these complicated terms when the solution's that simple. While the others are still arguing, Theo's already got his eyes closed and is damn near finished cooking up his countermeasure. A few seconds later, he puts out this thick, rich aura and steadily neutralizes the pressure that was locking him in place. When they ask how the hell he solved it so fast, he just confidently says, "This kind of feat is exactly what you'd expect from the next clan head." His fellow candidates are taken aback by how brazen that sounds, while the Zenith Dragon stays completely stoic. Leaving the rest in the dust, Theo takes off straight into the snowy woods. Old Man Fowl warns the others to pick up the pace. Points for this stage get handed out based on the order they reach the top. Those words definitely light a fire under their asses. Once the last one finally leaves the starting point, the Zenith Dragon turns contemplative and chuckles to himself. In all his years, he's never wanted to take a youngling on as a disciple this badly. Back at Camellia Palace, a certain elf bursts through the gates, laughing her head off, eagerly looking for her daughter. The demon craftsman Cursum is banging open every single door in the palace, hunting for Cecilia. From the way the maids react, you'd think she's been showing up every day since young Master Theo became the family's rising star. She interrupts an important meeting, shoves the right door open, and cheers the second she spots her daughter. For the nth time, Cecilia warns her mom about keeping some decorum on palace grounds. Cursum couldn't care less about pointless manners. She's about to get obscenely wealthy after all. Sure, she's already rich by every metric, but soon her coffers are gonna overflow with ridiculous treasures. Just a reminder, she's also known as the Elf of Capitalism incarnate. Ever since Theo blew up, orders have been flooding her workshop non-stop. Her business has finally hit mainstream popularity. Of course, Cecilia's happy for her mom. More than that, she always believed her son would excel. That's all she ever wanted before. But watching her little boy keep ending up in dangerous situations, a mother can't stop worrying. What if he gets hurt? What if he can't handle all the pressure and attention? Cecilia feels pretty useless just standing on the sidelines. Unable to bottle up the frustration anymore, she turns to the one thing she can do for her son, making sure he always has immaculate drip. Meanwhile, Cursum is yapping away about her future plans to expand the business. Besides weapons, her workshop's about to start crafting and selling accessories too. The profits from that expansion alone could boost her revenue tenfold. Since Cecilia's been thinking of ways to help her son more, she turns to her mom with a proposition. Up on the snowy mountain peak, Kyle Ragnar is howling with laughter after hearing his son's blatant declaration of aiming for the throne. The boss chats with a little blackbird, assuring the feathered buddy that he's not the type of father who'd stand in the way of his kid's dreams. Not to mention, it's important not to stomp out the ambition of youth. He was once just like Theo back in his younger years, after all. In fact, the very top of this mountain, packed with ownerless blades, the graveyard of swords, is living proof of that undying ambition. All Kyle Ragnar wants is the prosperity of his family. To make that happen, he's willing to take care of anything or anyone who gets in the way. With a graveyard stretching as far as the eye can see, what's one more body, right? For some reason, the blackbird still looks pretty worried about this year's contenders. Kyle promptly declares that his blade doesn't give a damn about blood ties when the big picture's on the line. After all, he's fully aware that his damn son is a regressor. That's right, the plot thickens. Finally, the time comes for father and son to meet at the peak. Kyle looks over Theo's ragged state, and that smirk of his fades real quick. The whole jovial, happy-go-lucky dad vibe is gone. Now he looks like the guardian of death itself, surrounded by the blades of every enemy he's ever dropped. It took Theo 4 full hours to climb that steep mountain when it normally would have taken him just 1. That suffocating pressure seriously slowed him down. Kyle beckons his son over and asks if he knows what the graveyard of blades actually signifies. Most Ragnar kids have heard the legend of their father and the myth of this final resting place. This spot embodies exactly what it means to be the clan head of the Ragnar family. It's a position where you have to shoulder infinite threats and challenges with nobody to lean on. The position only follows the rule of the strong. A clan head has to stand tall above every mortal. When he's asked if he's got what it takes to seize a spot like that, Theo answers with a loud, confident yes. His father warns him not to throw out such a definitive answer so lightly. On Kyle's own climb to the top, he had to send thousands upon thousands of souls to the afterlife. Not everybody can carry all that resentment. Standing here, Kyle's reminded of his bloody warpath. He can still hear his victims' curses and threats of revenge echoing from beyond the land of the living. Even so, Theo's resolve doesn't budge an inch. The kid knows exactly what he wants to be. As for the reason, it all traces back to his past life and that thirst for vengeance. If he can take the throne, he can finally put an end to the damned bloodshed inside the clan. That's the top priority. Of course, he can't just spit that answer out to his father. So, in true Ragnar fashion, he chooses to answer the loaded question with his sword. Kyle grins. His boy definitely knows what to say in situations like this. Since he decided to answer with the blade, he won't be treated as a son anymore, just another challenger. Kyle's also itching to see what this brat picked up from a certain special someone. Theo's pretty sure his dad's talking about Lodrock. That pretty much confirms his suspicion that Kyle Ragnar is the one who took the ancient dragon's heart. He tenses up, ready to defend, but it's already way too late. It only takes his father a nanosecond to cleanly slice him in two. By the time Theo realizes what's happening, he can't feel his lower half anymore. Death starts creeping in to claim him once again. Cleanly cut like a piece of meat, he slowly loses his grip on life. Kyle isn't even standing nearby. This is one of his terrifying techniques, the heart sword. After cutting his son down, the patriarch turns back to the concerned blackbird. He assures the feathered avatar there's no need to worry about the little prodigy. Only those with truly hardened will and resolve can break free from his heart sword. This is one hell of a cruel challenge for a greenhorn right in the middle of the awakening ceremony. But if Theo's got it in him, he should be able to bounce back. If all he shows is half-baked resolve, though, it's probably better he just dies here as a body without a soul. The patriarch doesn't need a regressor who could end up harming the clan. Theo's soul gets yanked into an endless void right on the boundary of life and death. He feels that familiar sensation of death grinding what's left of his essence into nothing. He quickly comes to terms with how he went out. Not everybody survives a hit from a demigod, after all. He starts reflecting on everything he's pulled off in this life and tries to convince himself he did all he could. He stole the Camellia Palace from the Trovans. He killed Renon and that raid dog Axion, the bastards who cut his previous life short. Everything else beyond that was just pure luck. Compared to his first go-around, he lived a happier, if shorter, life this time. Maybe it'd be fine if he just let go and rested for good. As his will starts fading and he accepts the untimely demise, the last bits of his soul evaporate like dewdrops. Right before those final droplets get erased from existence, the griffin living inside his sword steps in. The giant bird forces its way into the infinite void just to chew his boss out. If the kid's gonna quit this easy, the griffin is gonna be pissed as hell. Hearing that snarky voice talking trash snaps something back into Theo's soul. That first spark plus the bird's sobering words is enough to yank him out of loser mode thinking. This is not going to be Theo Ragnar's final resting place. His soul quickly rebuilds itself, pulling hard on that undying will. He already gave up once in his previous life. He can't let the story end this soon. After putting his soul back together, Theo goes above and beyond and manifests a blade sharp enough to cut through the endless void itself. He remembers the solemn vow he made to himself. His body, mind, and soul might break, but Theo Ragnar will never yield. Inside that empty space of pure nothingness, he swings the blade with pure, desperate refusal to fade out. That purest slash of his turns out sharp and strong enough to slice right through the possibility of disappearing. The illusion of death shatters, and the light of life rains down on his soul. Theo opens his eyes. He's back on top of the mountain. He successfully cut through the effects of the heart sword technique. Thanks to the griffin and his sword, he kept himself from becoming an empty shell without a soul. Kyle Ragnar stands in front of him with a sharp, discerning look. The ruthless demigod sneers and gives his son a passing grade. It was a literal do-or-die situation, and Theo came out on top. A whole week flies by after the final round of the blooming ceremony. Today's the nomination day at clan headquarters. The Lanka siblings are there, waiting for their names to get called. Hulkus hates being stuck in a place this crowded, and Erica teases him for being a big, anxious baby. You can't really blame the guy, though. The commanders of every unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, and the current patriarch are all in attendance. Still, Erica tells her brother to stop looking so scared or nobody's gonna want to pick him for a faction. Plus, he never even managed to unlock elemental breathing, even after collecting a mountain of bells. Hulkus is still salty about that. On top of it, his sister refuses to talk about whatever she got from the clan head when she reached the mountain peak. The brute argues that Theo would have been a cool dude and already spilled the secret if he just asked. The life of Alanka is dedicated to being the sword of Ragnar. Since that's the case, Hulkus has already decided to put everything on the coolest and strongest guy in their batch, the man who's got it all: power, character, and ambition. Holy glaze! Hulkus is dead set on betting his life on the young master. Even though he's never really talked to the guy, he figures he can just slide straight into Theo's camp by joining whatever unit he picks. That's only possible because, for some weird reason, the patriarch isn't taking Theo into the clan head's manor, meaning scrubs like Hulkus and the rest of the fan club should be free to follow their idol into whatever faction he chooses. Cutting through all the noise of the arena and the crowd, the ceremonial drum gets beaten, signaling the start of the nominations. Without further ado, the overall valedictorian of the batch, Theo Ragnar, gets called up to receive his honors. The crowd's packed with civilians and swordsmen alike, every single one of them cheering for a guy who used to get hit with the worst insults imaginable. Theo takes it all in with a smile as he stands in front of the Ragnar higher-ups. Somewhere in the middle of the crowd, Evelyn Naravel silently cheers for the young master she helped raise. If it were up to her, she'd love to see him join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Of course, that's just a selfish little dream on her part. As class valedictorian, he's proven he can excel in every single category and outshine every one of his peers. Right when he's about to get prompted to pick a faction, an unlikely figure stands up from the row of the 9 dragons. Ed Trovan, the Sky Dragon and director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, wordlessly steals everyone's attention. Tensions shoot up. Everybody's thinking the madman might try to pull some revenge stunt for his nephew. Of course, that would be an incredibly stupid move with all the other big shots sitting right there. The announcer pushes back and firmly tells the Sky Dragon to sit his ass back down. Theo figures the guy's probably still in shock over Axion's death, but he doesn't feel too threatened considering where he's standing. Then, much to everyone's surprise, Ed Trovan flashes this bright, phony smile and invites the young man to join the Central Intelligence Bureau as the new deputy director. Theo murdered the dude's nephew, and now he's getting a job offer as a reward. Earning the honor of valedictorian in the Ragnar clan carries some serious weight. Theo used to sit at the absolute bottom of the succession ladder. Now he's finally hatched, risen up, and taken flight. Word of his accomplishments has spread all over the clan. Everyone's talking about him killing Axion and going toe-to-toe with a proctor. His whole story of starting from the bottom and climbing all the way to the top hits hard with a lot of the apprentice swordsmen. More people look up to him now than ever before. The public's perception flipped real fast, from pure disdain to straight-up admiration. The imbecile of Ragnar is gone. In his place stands a generational genius with monstrous potential. As he stands in the middle of the stage, the system rings out. The 3rd scenario quest has been successfully cleared. As a reward, he obtains an ether core. Theo's pleasantly surprised. He'd gone so long without hearing from the system that he completely forgot about the quest. Considering how long it took to finish, this ether core thing's gotta be something pretty damn nice, right? He can't even enjoy the reward properly before this two-faced bastard offers him a deputy director seat in one of the family's most important factions. Using observation on Ed Trovan, Theo picks up that the guy's just trying to pull him under his wing so he can use him as a pawn to dig up the secrets of the primordial dragon relics. They already knew that, but it's nice to get confirmation. The Sky Dragon probably suspects Theo already has one of those relics. Too bad for Ed. Theo would never bow down to a Trovan. Crushing that cursed family with his bare hands is his life's mission. The demon dragon Julius immediately jumps in and protests Ed's thinly veiled coercion. Julius doesn't hold back at all, calling the snake out for trying to scheme his way to some kind of revenge. The Sky Dragon just brushes the accusations off with mocking laughter. He admits he's got a little resentment as an uncle, but as central director, he only wants to recruit the best man for the job. Julius clicks his tongue. Ed Trovan really is a slippery son of a bitch. Even now, he's still laser-focused on his hidden motives. The announcer breaks up the argument before it gets any uglier and tells the 9 dragons to stop speaking out of turn so the proceedings can actually start. When Theo's asked if he already has a faction in mind, he says he hasn't picked one yet. For now, he just wants to hear what the various factions have to offer. Basically, he's looking to kick off a full-blown bidding war for his services. First one to take the bait is the Sword Dragon, Osar Ragnar Plunis, director of the Plum Blossom Palace. She swears she'll take Theo as her direct disciple and junior lord. Lady Plum Blossom doesn't have any kids of her own, so becoming her direct disciple and junior lord is basically a straight shot to a nice little legacy. She's essentially offering to adopt him as a son and make him the successor to the Sword Dragon title. 2 of the 9 dragons have already thrown out offers, exactly what you'd expect for a hot commodity like Theo. With deals this juicy on the table, most commanders and directors can't even compete. Despite the intense bidding war, another big name still wants to throw his hat in the ring. He makes a flashy, thunderous entrance, a bird crashing down from the skies, all covered and masked up in bandages. Robert Ragnar, head of the Black Snow, also known as the Black Dragon, has just joined the bidding war for Theo. The audience is completely aghast. Most people have never even seen this guy make a public appearance before, yet he's been quietly watching the awakening ceremony from the very start. Robert concedes that Kyle was right. The boy's pretty interesting. If Theo agrees to work with Black Snow, the Black Dragon will gladly appoint him to the rank of Null Snow. As a covert intelligence agency, Black Snow agents usually operate in the shadows. The exception is the Null Snows, the highest-ranked officers in the faction. They're allowed to have a public face so they can grab fame and honor. In Theo's past life, there were only 8 of them in the whole faction. He tried so hard to reach that rank, but it was basically impossible. Now it's being handed to him right out of the gate. Stealing the spotlight from the Black Dragon, Old Man Fowl, the Zenith Dragon, speaks up. Theo Ragnar really left a mark on the guy during the 3rd stage, so he figured he'd let Theo know that Zenith Academy would be more than happy to snatch up the most promising talent the family's seen in ages. That makes 4 out of 9 dragons straight up throwing their offers on the table. Of course, the demon dragon himself, Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, would definitely try to reel Theo in too. Even with all those tempting offers flying around, Julius stuck to his guns and refused to give Theo any special treatment. His troops were basically yelling at him that this was not the time to be all principled, but Evelyn already saw that coming from Julius. Honor comes from proving yourself. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry lives and dies by that philosophy. Julius wants to stay fair to the other recruits, but he still proudly promised that Theo would get full support for proper development and the pride of being a dragoon. Theo got where the commander was coming from. Hell, he even respects it. Just as he was about to make his choice, a sultry voice from some soft lips suddenly rang inside his head, and only his head. The former clan head, Hilda Ragnar, asked him if he was a regressor. From her tone, she already knew for damn sure that he was. Trying to keep his cool, he telepathically answered, playing dumb. Hilda praised Theo's flawless acting skills and said she was curious about what kind of life he'd lived in his previous cycle. Hearing her mention some kind of cycle made Theo realize regression might not just be a one-and-done do-over. While he was having a full-on existential crisis, everyone else in the arena was still waiting to hear his choice, so he asked for a little more time to gather his thoughts. Hilda smirked at how flustered he looked. She told him there was no need to hide anymore. After all, she was a regressor just like him, but the cycle she was allowed to repeat had already run out. This old but still fine-ass grandma of his was basically admitting she'd been through the regression cycle multiple times. That's a hell of a lot of info to process on the spot. Maybe just asking Hilda straight up for a better explanation would be smarter. When he asked what she meant by cycles, Hilda was surprised he didn't know something so basic. That son of hers, Kyle, must not have told the poor kid a damn thing. Not that it was a shock. Kyle absolutely despises regressors. It's actually weirder that he even let one live, blood relative or not. Maybe that's why Theo got hit with such a brutal life-or-death challenge up on the mountain peak. Hilda liked seeing the boy hungry for answers, but they didn't have time to cover everything right now. If he wanted to learn the secrets of the Ragnar clan and the world itself, he'd better seek out his grandma later and finish the conversation then. During the last round of the awakening ceremony, all his father had given him was that merciless heart sword. At least now he knew to be even more careful around Kyle Ragnar, given the guy's alleged hatred for regressors. Maybe the patriarch took Ladrock's heart because that ancient dragon had been way too welcoming toward regressors. A human beating a powerhouse like that sounds impossible, but his father's called a demigod for a reason. Kyle Ragnar is always on that demon time shit. If Theo wants to dig up the secrets of regression, he's got to sit down for a long, hard face-to-face with Grandma. Other than that, Theo Ragnar has finally locked in which faction he's joining. Puffing his chest out with pride, he announced his decision with full determination. We're not spilling our boy's pick just yet. Remington Narcio, the runner-up of this batch, picked Zenith Academy and became the Zenith Dragon's disciple. Perfect match, honestly. They both use water current breathing. In Theo's past life, Remington went back to the Narcio clan and leveled up on his own. Eventually, he kicked off a blood-soaked rebellion against the Ragnars. Having the Silver Lion as your enemy never ends well. But this time, he chose to stick with the clan, a change that came from Theo's influence. It's a temporary goodbye for the rivals for now. They're heading off to different factions to get stronger, with a promise to meet again once they're both leveled up. In a pretty short time, they've become real brothers in arms. As expected, Ray Ragnar headed back to the Daffodil Palace, where her mom, the Ice Dragon, runs the show. No better place for that lady. Same deal with Sybil and the other schmucks from Training Ground 4. They wanted to tag along with their young master, but their grades weren't good enough to get into his chosen faction. Sucks to part ways with your comrades, but it's a necessary change. Theo's looking forward to watching his new friends spread their wings on their own paths. After everyone got dismissed, the Lanka siblings rolled up to Theo. Hulkus tried to play it off like it was pure coincidence they ended up in the same faction. Of course, Theo greeted them politely and thanked them for the help during the second stage ceremony. Erica's definitely going to hold that debt over his head later. She likes strong guys, and so does her hulking brother. No Diddy. One of the supervisors barked at the new recruits to pay attention. The commander's coming. You already know Theo would pick the most honorable unit in the whole Ragnar clan. The perfect place to boost his career and spearhead his run as the next clan head. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry, led by the relentless demon dragon himself. Talking to Grandma Hilda would have to wait. For now, it was time for the fresh recruits to make their declarations. Hulkus Lanka loudly declared he's aiming to become one badass dragoon. Some just wanted fame so their names would ring out far and wide. Erica wanted to become the strongest of her generation. That's going to be tough as hell. One kid just wanted to earn the commander's recognition. That got him a few weird looks. Finally, it was the Golden Boy's turn to shout his declaration for the future, to prepare for the great war that's inevitably coming in 5 years. He vowed to become the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within half a decade. Saying that right in front of the current commander takes some serious balls. Julius didn't take the straight-up challenge to his position as an insult. He actually likes hearing big-ass dreams from the new blood. Whatever reason these young ones might have for joining the cavalry, they've got to remember one thing. Every drop of blood and sweat they spill serving this unit will live forever in the legends. Today's hard work becomes tomorrow's pride. The cavalry shield does not break. Swords will never yield. From now on, they're bound by creed and must always have each other's backs. Waiting at the end of the road, forged in blood and sweat, is that sweet, sweet glory. With that, the demon dragon congratulated his rookies. As a little show of force, his intimidating ride made one hell of an entrance. The commander's partner is a flying dragon named Gula. This big boy right here is the absolute symbol of the dragoons. After Gula showed up, the rest of the draconic pack blotted out the damn sun with their wings. Riding on their backs were the seniors of the cavalry. The rookies got assigned their personal handlers for the day. The admittance test is about to kick off, meaning the fresh recruits are heading out to grab their own partners. The spectacle of those dragons flying in formation was straight up breathtaking. Pretty much every kid in the Ragnar clan has dreamed of having their own flying dragon partner at some point. Assigned as Theo's handler was none other than Evelyn. He was pretty surprised to see her out of Training Ground 4 and back in service with the cavalry. Curious, he asked if she'd finally returned to active duty. She happily told him she's taking up the mantle once more. With a brand new prosthetic arm made by the demon craftsman, Evelyn can finally get back to doing what she loves most. A few days ago, Mommy Cecilia and Kirsten paid Evelyn a surprise visit just to say thanks. She was in the middle of schooling the training ground boys when they showed up. As usual, Evelyn brushed off the praise and thanks, saying Theo's success was all thanks to the young master's natural talent. Still, Cecilia believes Evelyn's acknowledgement and support played a big part in her son's success. Hearing that Theo had someone this dependable in his life made Cecilia want to show her gratitude somehow. Evelyn kept talking herself down. Cecilia wasn't having that. Kirsten pointed out that the lights that guide you through the dark often don't realize just how bright they really are. The elf could see that in this one-armed swordswoman, and she wanted to help Evelyn shine even brighter across the world. Back to the present, her life as a premier dragoon for the cavalry has been fully reignited. Cecilia gave Theo all the credit, telling Evelyn that her son was the one who called in this huge favor. Thanks to that, Evelyn can hold the reins of her beloved dragon again. Theo had zero clue this was going on behind the scenes, even without him knowing his mom really is the best damn mom out there. To pay back this life-changing favor, Evelyn Narville pledged to be the young master's loyal sword. He accepted her vow right away as they flew into the perilous nest of the white-armored dragon cavalry. The nest of white dragons isn't a place fit for humans at all. The name's a bit misleading, too, since it's mostly home to the flying wyverns. This is also where the cavalry holds the admittance test. Failing to find a fitting partner means you don't get inducted, but actual failures are pretty rare. Theo wasn't too worried about himself, but he was a bit concerned about those brutish Lanka siblings. Evelyn explained that picking a partner usually comes down to vibes and sixth sense. You just know it when you see it. Their first observation point was the stomping ground of Opterex, a big-ass brown scaly wyvern known as a straight-up tyrannical predator. Next up was the den of the poisonous aviary. Those things sport serpentine bodies, can spray violet poison mist, and use their stingers as lethal weapons. There's also the blade dragon Sigia. They're classified as docile herbivores that normally prefer burrowing and nesting underground. They rely on ambushes against enemies. Up in the skies, you've got the speed dragons, velociraptors. They're small, quick, and smart as hell. They hunt in packs and spew fire from their mouths. The wyvern species, managed by the cavalry, mostly fall into these four groups. Unfortunately, Theo didn't vibe with a single one of them. Digging into his memories from the first life, one infamous wyvern popped into his head. 6 years after the start of the Great War, a massive mutated wyvern would raid the White Dragon's nest. It slaughtered hundreds of mounts raised by the white armored dragon cavalry. They aptly dubbed it the Evil Shadow Dragon. That day, 8 villages burned to the ground and dozens of warriors fell. Alarmed, the Ragnar clan categorized the Evil Shadow Dragon as a Class 2 calamity, a straight-up demonic fiend. In the end, it took the Demon Dragon and the Sword Dragon teaming up to take the vile thing down. It got its name from its ability to hide in the shadows. This is basically how to train your dragon, but with blood. Theo would love to pair up with that anomaly. As far as he could remember, the beast had one glaring distinguishing feature. After flying around for a bit, he luckily spotted that exact distinction. While the rookies are out there doing their best to lock down a partner, the commander is just chilling on the deadly cliffs with Gula. Interrupting his peaceful little moment, the sword dragon entered his territory today. He doesn't mind interruptions. He just secured the most talented prospect in the clan's history. A dragon he wasn't even expecting fell right into his grasp. Well, that's actually what brings Osa here. She knows Commander Julius is planning to establish Theo as a pillar of the cavalry sooner rather than later. Of course, he neither confirmed nor denied Osa's claims. Running your mouth is how a lot of men dig their own graves, after all. The sword dragon could just tell this guy was painting a bigger picture than she originally thought, even though he hadn't said a single incriminating word. Well, Osa didn't come here to cause trouble. On the contrary, she just wanted to put forward a proposal for the Golden Boy's sake. Julius kept his reply short and curt. He already has Theo in his faction. Switching teams to the Plum Blossom Palace is completely out of the question. What kind of proposal could this plump woman even have? Not mincing her words at all, she suggested joint mentorship for the rising star. That's an unprecedented idea. Factions within the clan never mix and bend traditions for a single prospect. Back to the action. Theo and Evelyn flew closer to the corner he'd spotted from afar. In there, four rascals were ganging up on a single wyvern with bluish-white scales. Evelyn was already aware of this particular wyvern getting bullied by its peers. The cavalry had tried every remedy they had, but nothing worked. The others were ostracizing him for not being pure-blooded. The poor dude is the child of a female wyvern and a male vapor. You see, vapors are Class 1 demonic fiends that live deep in the demon sea. It's a total mystery how one could even reproduce with a wyvern. A union like that, let alone a birth, should have been impossible. Theo couldn't believe the lore he was hearing right now. Class 1 demonic fiends are a blight on humanity. They're living calamities that seek pure destruction. If one ever successfully crossed the Great Wall, it would wreak untold havoc. Not to mention, they're ugly pieces of shit. Vapors are ghost-type monsters that dwell in the shadows. Now it makes perfect sense how the evil shadow dragon gained such exclusive abilities. It must be the vapor blood. The birth of this white wyvern caused a massive uproar in the cavalry. There was some pushback, but they decided to accept him into the nest for observation. Then came the bullying, with the other wyverns flat out refusing to accept a half-blood. Seclusion wasn't a real solution, so the cavalry had no clue what else to do. Hearing what the little fella had lived through, ostracized just for being different in origin, really hit home for Theo. The cavalry named him Umbra, which means shadow in the ancient language. Theo smiled. He had a strong feeling his partner was finally here. Without warning Evelyn, he hopped up on the saddle and announced his choice. Instead of waiting for her to safely park her ride, the madman just leaped straight out of the flying beast. No prep, no parachute. He was way too excited about meeting Umbra. Evelyn's heart damn near skipped a beat when the young master decided to skydive on a whim under her watch. Theo was simply too determined to help Umbra live a different life this time around. He got a second chance. Why the hell shouldn't the evil shadow dragon get the same shot at a new life? Stimulating his mana, Theo landed like a lightning strike straight from the heavens. Surprised, Evelyn didn't even have time to stop the young master's recklessness. On the way down to the cliff face, Theo pulled out multiple blades and launched them at different speeds. His eyes lit up as hatchling synchro activated, giving him full control of the blades through psychokinesis. Using this nifty little trick, he managed to break his fall and use the blades as footholds in midair. He looked like he was straight up running downward, completely defying gravity. Learning psychokinesis is one thing, using it in such a clever-ass way is another. Evelyn was amazed. This young monster's growth rate is honestly unbelievable. On the cliff, the wyverns ganging up on Umbra hissed and screeched in hostility. The bullied beast didn't back down one bit and met their snarls head-on. Seeing this injustice unfold reminded Theo of his days as the clan's so-called imbecile. All those times his peers sneered at him for being an incompetent bastard. Back then, all he could do was grit his teeth and take the insults. Now he's a completely different person, the undisputed goat of his generation. Sparks flew around Theo as thunder dragon breathing kicked in. Once he hit effective range, he used the blades for their real purpose, sending them flying at the bullies. Charged with ungodly amounts of wattage, he unleashed his dragon mark. If he'd wanted to, he could have straight up slain those wyverns, but he just scared the shit out of them with the attack. As the bullies flew off with their tails tucked between their legs, Theo Ragnar landed. He called the whole gang of wyverns a bunch of cowards hiding behind their superior numbers. When his eyes landed on Umbra, they softened with concern. Feeling threatened by the newcomer, the beast warily growled, ready to pounce at the slightest hint of hostility. Once Theo got close enough, Umbra chose to retreat, flying off to God knows where. Evelyn finally caught up to the young master and explained that the beast was on edge and approaching him wouldn't be easy. When she advised him to take it slow, he disagreed. It's more important for Umbra to have someone by his side right now. Why the hell would anyone stick around the nest if they're constantly getting ostracized? Umbra's lonely. Those emotional wounds hit way harder than the physical ones. Given how banged up he was, he couldn't have flown far, so Evelyn and Theo hopped back on the saddle and went looking for the poor guy. Sure enough, Umbra quickly ran out of stamina and decided to rest on one of the nearby rocky peaks. Even feeling weak as hell, he forced himself to get up the second he sensed the humans arriving. Plenty of dragoons from the cavalry had tried to tame this one before, but none of them pulled it off. He's super cautious around humans, and with those wounds, his wariness was cranked up even higher. So Theo asked Evelyn to go grab something to feed the poor guy. In the meantime, he'd try to get to know Umbra on a more personal level. He slowly strolled toward the beast, and it immediately unleashed wyvern fear. Theo promptly countered with Lesser Drake's fear. Beast and man went at it, trying to one-up each other with pure aura. In the end, Theo's presence came out on top as he steadily overwhelmed Umbra. The beast fully expected harm to come his way, but instead he got healed when Theo poured a healing potion on his wounds. As the medicine kicked in, Umbra felt his injuries rapidly improving and got some of his stamina back. After dealing with those nasty wounds, Theo gently pets the poor wyvern hybrid. Umbra was confused as hell. In his whole life, all he'd ever known was pain, suffering, and getting shut out. Now there's a human standing right beside him, showing actual kindness. Thanks to Theo's dragon heart, he could feel Umbra's emotions once he got close enough. He sensed that red-hot rage toward the herd that cast him out. The conflicting sadness came from still wanting to be part of the group. Most obvious of all was that long, painful loneliness buried deep in the lonely wyvern's core. On top of that, Umbra's feelings toward Theo were a total contradiction. He's wary of this random guy who suddenly showed up offering warmth, but he also hopes that warmth sticks around a little longer, that the man won't just leave. So Theo solemnly vowed to Umbra that he'd never turn his back on him. To seal the deal, Theo pulled out the gem he got from the previous mission and gifted it to his new friend. Seeing that shiny gem sparkling with a beautiful luster, Umbra was completely mesmerized. Still, the wyvern tried to play it cool and resist the temptation. Not much he could do when Theo just went ahead and put the gem around his scaly neck. Theo promised that if Umbra followed him from now on, they'd get plenty more shiny things. It was an offer damn near impossible to refuse. To sweeten the pot even more, Theo proposed they make reins and saddles encrusted with invaluable gems, super flashy and pretty as hell. They might need to rob someone's grandma to make that happen, though. That grandma in question? His own. Far away in her workshop, Kirsten suddenly got a bad feeling she was about to lose a ton of money. With all those promises of companionship and opulence, Umbra roared with pure elation. Theo Ragnar had successfully been recognized as the Vapor Wyvern's master. With that, he also unlocked the Wyvern taming skill. It grants him higher mastery proportional to his partner's trust, plus a nice 10% power boost to both rider and mount. A few minutes later, Evelyn came back. She was dragging two bulls by the horns while her wyvern caught its breath. The beast that no dragoon in the entire cavalry could tame was now cuddling up with the young master. They handed the bulls over to Umbra, and he happily munched through a hefty lunch. When Evelyn curiously asked how the hell he pulled this off, Theo simply explained that he looked after Umbra's wounded heart. After doing that, the present easily sealed the deal. The once aggressive outcast now looks like a cute puppy, offering his master some of the bull meat. At this point, Evelyn has just accepted that Theo is a total charmer, whether it's people or beasts. Seeing Umbra offer his neck and back to Theo as a clear sign of trust, Evelyn congratulated the young master for officially passing the test. Then she realized Theo wasn't planning on just ceremoniously hopping on his new mount's back for a second. Evelyn panicked. He hasn't received any kind of flight training yet. Plus, riding a wyvern without reins or a saddle is just asking for a gruesome accident. Theo grinned and assured Lady Evelyn he'd be fine. With wyvern taming, he can make up for his lack of riding skills, and so the partners took off, leaving Evelyn watching from the ground. Seeing Umbra so excited to take flight, Theo figured the little guy must be itching to show his new master something. For the first time in his miserable life, Umbra actually looked happy. Watching his partner soar with that pure childlike wonder, Theo couldn't help wondering how a pure-hearted creature like this ever turned into the terrible demonic fiend that earned the evil shadow dragon name. After flying across the entire nest, they arrived at the edge of a giant cascading waterfall. Umbra phased straight through the heavy downpour, heading into a hidden cave obscured by the water. Theo thought he knew the layout of the whole winter mountains from his experience in the black snow, but he had no idea a crystal cave was tucked away behind the waterfall. Given how shiny this place is, it makes total sense why Umbra loves it. Looking around, Theo found the reason Umbra eventually became the evil shadow dragon. He'd been eating the many ghost spirit flowers growing around the crystal cave. These things normally only grow in the deepest reaches of the demon sea by soaking up pure demonic energy. Dragons and demons supposedly have opposing energies, so it's a mystery how the hell Umbra survived on a diet like that. Whatever the case, burning these flowers is a must. Umbra was not happy about the idea, but Theo promised not to mess with the crystals. Deep in the cavern, another surprising sight showed up, an emaciated, rotting corpse chained up against the wall. By Theo's estimate, this guy had been dead for at least a decade, yet the rot was oddly minimal. The cold of the cave helped, but it was also a clear sign of tremendous magical power. This man must have been a high-level martial expert in his prime. Theo figured he'd have to come back another time for a proper investigation. When he turned his back on the corpse, it seemingly came back to life with a resentful glare. It started screaming the current clan head's name, Kyle. Umbra reacted instantly, pinning the corpse deep into the wall and roaring at the threat that dared show hostility toward his master. The corpse kept spitting out Kyle's name, and Theo could sense his new friend was in real danger. Mr. Corpse tried to take a bite out of Umbra's feet, but Theo sacrificed his own arm to block those rotting teeth. It refused to let go of Theo's arm as it cursed Kyle and Robert Ragnar from beyond the grave. Theo's father and the Black Dragon must be connected to this random chained-up dead body somehow. Right then, Evelyn came to the rescue, using the white-armored dragon cavalry's shared technique, Blade Barrage. Through a flurry of countless stabs, she effectively deleted the corpse's head, and Theo was finally freed. He hobbled down to his knees and apologized for messing up. Traveling from the bite, an unbearable pain shot all the way through his body. The bite was loaded with a toxin made of pure demonic energy. Without an antidote, Theo might end up dying an extremely agonizing death. Evelyn panicked and tried to lift him up so they could get him to HQ. Umbra was having none of it. He pushed her out of the way and kept nudging her away from the young master, like he was trying to tell her something. Sensing that, Theo asked his partner if there was a solution. Without hesitation, he put his complete trust in Umbra. Theo grinned and left his life in the Viper Wyvern's hands. Evelyn immediately shot down such a ridiculous idea. A corpse toxin mixed with demonic energy is a death sentence if you leave it untreated. As far as Theo knows, he's got less than a 30% chance of surviving even with normal treatment, so he wants to gamble it all on Umbra's method. This beast evolved into a Class 2 demonic fiend by munching on ghost spirit flowers. He must have tangled with that corpse before and figured out how to handle demonic energy and corpse toxins. Before he blacked out, he asked Evelyn to please just follow Umbra's lead. Looking around the cave, the Viper Wyvern worked fast, harvesting a bunch of ghost spirit flowers and snapping off some of the crystals. He handed the pile of materials to Evelyn, basically asking her to blend them up and feed the mixture to the young master. She clenched her teeth and did what Theo asked. Evelyn grabbed the crystals and flowers, used her mana to crush and mix them together, and ended up with a dark purple sludge that she dripped into Theo's mouth. The loyal soldier and the worried beast both held their breath, waiting for the concoction to kick in. When the mixture hit Theo's chest, his dragon heart started pounding loud as hell. With his heart as the engine, Theo began visibly recovering. His mana overflowed from his body and slowly took on his natural electric affinity. Little by little, his lightning got infused with the extracted corpse poison. The color of his magic power started shifting to black. Once the transformation finished, the black lightning flooded back into his body and restarted the whole system. Body cleansing purification was now underway. The trait of the evil shadow dragon had been obtained. While our boy was literally fighting for his life, Commander Julius Ragnar was in his office getting some grim-ass news. The black snow had already double-checked the facts, and the report came back with 89% authenticity. His emotions got the better of him, and the demon dragon straight up shattered his office desk. He'd been riding high on a good streak. He should have expected some bad news to rain on his parade. Still, this level of devastation was completely outside anything he'd prepared for. Trainer Isvin, captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's 5th Platoon, and 15 of his men had all this smoke and mirrors crap is just to cover up the theft and transport of the Dragon Slayer's sword Balmong. Once Ed Trovan gets his hands on that blade, the coup's gonna kick off. Looks like things are going a different way than in Theo's previous life. If this mess is somehow his fault, he's got to see it through himself. The hidden quest to snag the Dragon Slayer sword has officially started. 3 grueling days of basic training dragged by. The weather up at the northern stronghold was freezing as hell. The lone bandit lookout on the tower suddenly spotted something blotting out the moon way off in the distance. Then it hit him. It was a whole battalion of wyverns from the white-armored dragon cavalry. Before anyone could even sound the alarms, the watchtower got blown to pieces. Evelyn gave the order to rain bombs down on the stronghold. Those wyverns looked straight up like World War II bomber planes. The coordinated bombing was carried out like clockwork, leveling the place with laser precision destruction. The bandits scrambled to hide inside the castle so they wouldn't get blown up. Too damn late. The dragons dropped from their mounts and started cutting down every last straggler. Evelyn smoothly directed her troops to slaughter every bandit in sight. That's what you get for messing with the white-armored dragon cavalry. The guy tasked with smuggling the legendary sword was thanking his lucky stars he'd gotten out of the stronghold before the attack hit. If he can just deliver the blade, all that's left is to collect the fat payment, kick back and live the good life with his riches. Unfortunately for this dude, he was set up to fail from the very start. His greed got him a quick, uneventful beheading from a hooded figure. Once Balmong was safely smuggled out of the stronghold, the hooded figures could finally take over. With the main objective secured, the next stage of their shady plan could begin. They wheeled out the long-range cannons. Time to wipe out those wyvern-riding pests. The cavalry made short work of the bandits, wiping out and locking down every lowlife in the stronghold. The veterans were smugly laughing about how easy the whole operation had been. Theo, though, had a bad feeling it might have been way too easy. Hard to believe the original 5th platoon got wiped out by a bunch of newbies. He activated Hatchling Synchro and peeked into one of the bandits' memories. Turns out they definitely stole Balmong, but none of them had ever actually seen the sword in person. That made sense for the low-level pawns, but even the bandit executives were flying completely blind. One of the seniors asked Theo what was up, and another told him to chill, figuring the Flash Tiger was just having some newbie jitters on his first real deployment. Honestly, the seniors just wanted to wrap the mission up as fast as possible. That's when Theo got hit with a grim premonition. He suddenly broke away from his seniors, leaving them confused as hell. Without a word, Theo drew his blade and smashed it into an ordinary-looking wall. Behind the thick bricks were kegs stacked on kegs of highly volatile explosives. This whole operation had been a trap from the jump. Theo took charge and yelled for everyone to escape and start evacuating. Then the sound of cannonballs started whistling closer and closer. Theo screamed at his comrades, but his warning got completely drowned out by the booming explosions. The first round of detonations hit dead center. Time to reload. Those mysterious hooded figures kept raining cannonballs on the explosive-packed stronghold from every damn angle. They're under direct orders to wipe out the new 5th platoon. Not a single ant gets to walk out alive. Meanwhile, the person who called the hit is sitting alone in a moonlit room. Lady Amal Ragnar, former mistress of the Camellia Palace, is cradling the headless corpse of her psycho son, Axion. The woman has completely lost it. She wants Theo Ragnar's head no matter the cost. Taking advantage of the chaos from the explosions, the bandits tried to break free and make a run for it. Evelyn wasn't having any of that, so she ordered an all-out execution spree. The dragons got to work on the criminals while the stronghold burned around them. Even Evelyn was starting to feel suspicious about how the original 5th platoon got wiped out, considering how helpless these bandits actually were. Another explosive cannonball landed right near her. Evelyn barely managed to dodge getting literally cooked. With the second round of bombardment already underway, she put her troops' safety first and gave the order to retreat. After all, those bandits were about to get blown to pieces on their own anyway. Finally, the rookie group linked back up with Evelyn's battalion. Now that the 5th platoon was all together again, they had to find a way out of this hellhole. Theo suggested they head for the outer walls on the opposite side of the artillery fire. In the middle of all that stress, he somehow cracked open his mind gate and unlocked the limits of his brain. Suddenly, his thinking speed and sensory perception shot way up. When he looked around, the entire layout and blueprint of every structure nearby just lit up in his head. He got totally dazed by the flood of information pouring in. Evelyn had to yank him back to reality. She tried to drag him toward the outside of the stronghold like they'd planned, but Theo stopped her for a second. With zero hesitation, he said they shouldn't run for the exits. They needed to head deeper inside instead. Evelyn trusted her master's call completely and ordered the rest of the troops to follow. 21 lives were on the line here, and every single one of them was counting on the Golden Boy to get them out alive. With his boosted perception, Theo could tell the exits were a death trap, more artillery, and a coordinated ambush waiting right outside. That was the final setup. Using his unlocked mind gate together with hatchling synchro, he started reading the memories of every building around them. He was literally seeing the Matrix. The enemies figured nobody could survive inside the castle, but with this crystal-clear view of the stronghold's layout, Theo could find a way through. To the left were more hidden explosives. To the right, another round of artillery was about to hit. The only safe path was the central stairs heading down, so Theo led everyone down those stairs, all of them sprinting for their lives. Evelyn stayed at the very back to make sure none of her troops got left behind. Their hopes of surviving took a nosedive when they slammed into a dead end. Everyone panicked and looked straight at Theo, waiting for whatever genius plan he had left. Going back the way they came wasn't an option, and to make things even worse, the roof was finally starting to cave in from the blasts upstairs. Large chunks of debris started raining down, threatening to bury the new 5th platoon alive. Outside, the hooded Trovan agents were reveling in their fiery little stunt. They'd finally used up every last artillery shell they had. This was their revenge for young Master Axion. Blades drawn, the Trovan agents planned to head into the stronghold. Even if they had to piece Theo's corpse back together, they'd dig through the gore to get proof of the kill. Well, that wasn't happening anytime soon. The new 5th platoon narrowly avoided getting buried. When the roof and ceiling collapsed, the floor under them gave way too, thanks to Theo's desperate last-second slash. The whole gang dropped into a secret underground lair and ran straight into more hostile bandits. Theo had only steered everyone this way because he'd spotted an open space deeper under the hallway. Looking past the bandits, he saw an underground prison lined with steel bars. Sitting among the prisoners was Captain Trainer Eisen. Of course, Evelyn's troops made short work of the remaining pair of bandit jailers. Hell, Hulkus handled it himself. Evelyn got the full rundown of what happened from Captain Isvi. Who would have guessed the Central Intelligence Bureau was the one pulling the strings on this whole master plan? The original 5th platoon got freed from their shackles, but they weren't exactly jumping for joy. Every single one of them had lost limbs, including the old man himself. Evelyn had already suspected Ed Trovan had a hand in this treachery, but she never expected internal collusion on this scale. Those bastards actually raised their swords against fellow clansmen. This is straight-up treason, and treason gets the harshest punishment possible. Captain Isvi understood where the young ones were coming from, but he warned them to be careful with their response. The enemies weren't stupid. They'd planned this thing through and through. Taking them on with limited manpower was gonna be rough. For now, they needed to find a way to notify the Black Snow stationed nearby. Theo pointed out that the fact nobody had shown up yet probably meant the enemy had already taken out the Black Snow agents hidden in the area. It looked pretty hopeless, but the Rising Star had a plan. The Trovan agents had even tried to bury their own disposable pawns in the bombardment. They were going for a perfect cover-up. That meant they'd come in to confirm the deaths of their primary targets. They'd be riding high on victory while they searched through the corpses. The cavalry could use that against them, set up an ambush of their own and hide in the rubble upstairs. That was their best shot at turning the tables. Captain carefully looked the young man over. He could tell Theo had just recently opened his mind gate, an insane achievement at his age. He muttered that he was getting old. He'd given up way too early in the face of a crisis this size. Good thing the new generation still had solid heads on their shoulders, like someone had just rekindled the fire in him. Captain Isvis stood up on his remaining leg and rallied his troops with pure willpower. The white-armored Dragon Cavalry's original and new 5th platoon would move forward with the plan. Just like Theo laid out, an all-out death match between two of Ragnar's factions was about to go down. Trovan agents swarmed into the stronghold, searching for dead bodies. They had to literally turn over every stone and chunk of debris just to identify their victims. Those still left alive got dealt with in the most inhumane ways possible. It's been a minute since they started searching, and they still hadn't found a single remains of the cavalry. The western side was completely empty of corpses, and the eastern side wasn't looking any better. The ambush team reported 0 sightings of the dragons slipping out through the exit either. All they could see spread across the burning, flattened stronghold were the remains of those Black Skull bandits. Sensing something fishy going on, the operations leader called off the futile search. Then, blood started flying when the hidden cavalry finally jumped out for an ambush of their own. The traitorous leader almost got his head skewered by Evelyn's blade. 2 captains from opposing factions were about to throw down. The Trovan guy tried playing dirty to trip her up, but Evelyn was way too skilled to fall for that petty shit. She acrobatically slipped out of the way and reset the fight. Captain Trovan screamed a warning to his men about the ambush, but it was already way too late. He ordered a formation change, but his boys had already stopped breathing, cut down by the skilled dragons. With this treasonous operation fully exposed, Evelyn became the arbiter of Ragnar law. She hereby sentenced them all to death. The Trovan captain refused to go down without a fight. He traded blow for blow with Evelyn, managed to keep her in check, and even landed a few decent counterattacks. Deep down, he couldn't make sense of how these wyvern-riding bastards survived the total bombardment. That confusion distracted him for a second, giving Evelyn the opening she needed. She went for the killing blow and only narrowly missed taking the turncoat's head clean off. Evelyn kept carving into the rat, piercing through his flesh bit by bit and making him bleed. She warned the remaining Central Intelligence Bureau agents to surrender. Resistance was pointless at this stage. The second the ambush succeeded, it was straight-up checkmate. Anyone who willingly surrendered would get to keep their lives and wait for a proper trial. Before his men could even think about taking that deal, the Trovan captain loudly authorized the use of their secret technique. Every dragoon froze for a second. Sounded like the Trovans still had one final gambit up their sleeves. One of the Trovan agents suddenly went full feral and lunged straight at Theo. Theo felt a massive, unnatural jump in the guy's offensive power. These madmen had actually activated the reverse blood surge technique, a forbidden power that rapidly drains the user's life force. Theo was strong, but he still had a rough time keeping up with an agent juiced up on that forbidden crap. One was bad enough. Then the rest of the bastards started flocking around him, all eager to take his head. Seeing him in the line of fire, one of the injured officers from the old 5th Platoon threw himself in the way and blocked the crazed blades with his own body. Right before he went down, the officer calmly told Theo to run. Watching a good man put his life on the line like that woke up something primal and pure wrathful inside Theo. He tore into the lunatics with the most potent triple dragon's claw he'd ever thrown. Pushing himself even harder, the young master tapped into his mind gate. The world slowed down around him, and he instantly locked onto the positions of dozens of those hyper-powered maniacs. Then he unleashed an even stronger triple dragon's claw than the last one. His blades surged out in intricate paths, weaving around his comrades and absolutely shredding the enemy. It was a straight-up display of power and skill that even left the veterans stunned. When the dust finally settled, the ground of the stronghold was covered in some seriously terrifying marks of pure annihilation. The only traitor still breathing was the Trovan captain. Seeing how big a thorn in the family's side Theo had become, the captain decided then and there he was dragging the kid to the grave with him, even if it cost him his own life. He slapped the reverse blood surge technique on himself and shot forward like a loose arrow. Meanwhile, Theo's platoon seniors were just standing around uselessly staring at the rookie in awe. Theo, on the other hand, was barely staying conscious after completely overdrafting his mind gate. Unleashing that kind of power and precision was still way too much for him to handle properly. And to make things worse, the last lunatic was about to come crashing down like a pissed-off meteor, burning through his life force by the second. As a loyal Trovan vassal, he was fully ready to drag the young man straight to hell if that's what it took. Theo tried to throw up a defensive move, but his mana haul had gotten all twisted up from that last attack. This loyalist was already showing signs of a full mana haul detonation. He was about to blow himself and the whole area sky high. Thankfully, Theo's official first sword was right there to protect her master. For the first time ever, Evelyn activated the God of Tempest technique and launched the suicide bomber straight up into the stratosphere with a massive squall. After juggling the rat around in the air for a bit, she followed up, gathered pure wind power in her fingertips, and blasted it out to form a full-on maelstrom. Theo watched in pure awe as Evelyn's power swirled around the trader's mana hall and forcibly shut down the suicidal explosion. From there, sending the Trovan captain slamming back into the dirt was easy. With the last rat neatly taken care of, exhaustion finally hit Theo like a truck. Hulkus, Erica, and his seniors came running over, endlessly grateful to the young master for saving everyone's asses. The sun finally rose, its warm rays lighting up Theo's contented little smile. The real standouts in this whole operation were without a doubt Theo and Evelyn. Those two basically carried the entire group to victory with their ridiculous skills. Everyone finally started to relax as the mood turned light and almost festive. The long night was over, and a bright new dawn, led by a shining leader of the new generation, had arrived. Meanwhile, inside the miserable walls of the Rose Palace, Lady Amal Ragnar was completely crashing out like a lunatic. Ed Trovan had her in a deadly chokehold while screaming curses at her. Turns out she'd gone off on her own and orchestrated a bunch of unnecessary bullshit during the Stronghold operation. She'd actually stolen the Sky Dragon seal just to forge official orders, wiping out the entire white-armored dragon cavalry, and the illegitimate Ragnar kid wasn't supposed to happen this soon. Now the Trovans were in some serious hot water. One crazy woman had just tanked decades of Ed's careful planning. Lady Amal snarled that she wanted revenge for her poor little Axion. She wanted to tear that Theo bastard and everyone connected to him into pieces so her son could finally rest in peace. Ed found it completely unforgivable that this woman would throw away her duty to the family over the death of one lousy kid. In a fit of pure rage, he stomped on Axion's rotting, headless corpse. They'd lost the Dragon Slayer sword, the most important piece of the whole plan. From now on, Amal was getting cast out as a daughter of the Trovans. Looking into her brother's eyes felt exactly like getting stared down by their hot dad. Before he left, the Sky Dragon ordered the palace attendants to lock Amal up and make sure she was never seen again. They couldn't risk any info leaks, so the pests had to be dealt with too. The second she realized she was about to get sealed away and forgotten, Emile snapped back to her senses and started begging for mercy. Ed Trovan didn't even blink. He wiped out every single attendant in the palace just to blow off some steam now that the coup he'd spent years planning was completely fucked. If you really think about it, the root of all his recent failures came down to one single bastard, Theo Ragnar. The Sky Dragon was itching to get his hands bloody with that kid's organs. With his first mission in the books as a success, Theo finally had a bit of downtime to check out his spoils. In all the chaos, he'd managed to grab the Dragon Slayer sword, Belong, and found out it was still sealed. He tried holding it and getting a feel for the blade, but it straight up rejected his hands. Theo had to drop the thing the second a nasty zap hit him. It's not called a Dragon Slayer for nothing. Its properties are the complete opposite of Ragnar blood. If he could figure out the mystic's secrets, maybe he'd actually be able to wield it. Mystics are leftovers from the primordial mythic age. They're basically mirages, almost never fall into anyone's hands. But once you get one and unlock it, you gain straight-up mystical power like the heroes of old. These are the kind of legendary items that can rewrite history. In Theo's previous life, Ed Trovan had eventually cracked the secrets of the mystic Balmung. Thinking back on the guy's movements back then, Theo had a pretty solid idea of where the Sky Dragon had truly ascended. Until he could get to that place and solve the mystery himself, Balong was just gonna have to sit and rot in his inventory. A knock on the door cut through his thoughts. It was Evelyn. Pretty late at night, but she had an urgent request. The commander wanted to see Theo as soon as possible. Inside Julius Ragnar's office, the atmosphere felt heavy, even with all the polite small talk. Sitting across from him was Captain Trainer Isazin, bringing up the idea of retirement. The old man was embarrassed to even say it out loud, but losing his leg and his wyvern, Rosinante, during the last mission felt like a pretty damn solid reason to call it quits on the cavalry. He'd gotten old and just wasn't as strong as he used to be. With whatever years he had left, he wanted to head back to his hometown and properly mourn all the comrades he'd outlived. Julius could tell there was nothing that would change the stubborn old geezer's mind, so he approved Captain Isva's retirement. While sipping his tea, the old man brought up that brilliant rookie, Theo Ragnar. He told Julius how the kid had already opened his mind gate. Julius was obviously pleased to hear his rising star had already smashed through the wall that separates normal humans from superhumans. He was certain the boy wasn't one of those naturally gifted geniuses who'd been born with an open mind gate. There were clear signs Theo had forced that bottleneck open through pure effort. That meant his power vessel was about to go through a massive expansion, maybe even bigger than anyone could imagine. Julius was hyped as hell to start filling that bigger vessel and keep Theo's rapid development rolling. That wrapped up Isvin's final report. One last word from an old man to his junior. The future of the cavalry and the whole clan was now up to Julius to shape and mold. Later that night, the demon dragon met Theo at the HQ training ground. Commander Julius praised the boy for everything he'd pulled off during the last deployment, and Theo humbly said it was all thanks to his comrades. Then the commander asked him how his martial theory was coming along. Theo completely misread martial theory as just combat prowess and answered based on that. Julius shut him down right away. He wasn't talking about surface-level combat techniques. That's the easy stuff. Martial theory is about what kind of world your sword is painting. When it was put that way, Theo suddenly didn't know how to answer. He'd been laser-focused on chasing after the clan head's sword, the one he'd seen with his own eyes. Julius already figured as much. Everyone starts out like that. To widen the kid's horizons a bit, the demon dragon drew his blade and showed Theo a whole different way of looking at the art of the sword. The second he wielded it, Julius Ragnar turned the entire arena into the demon dragon's isolation zone, a straight-up diabolical hellscape of his own making. It was a far cry from the sword dragon's vigorous, beautiful isolation zone. This was the world painted by the commander's martial theory, basically a domain expansion. Julius explained that his sword is demonic by nature. Just looking at it and feeling the pressure was already enough to make Theo feel like he couldn't breathe. Then the commander settled into a stance and started flowing through the heavy motions of his attack sequence, heavyweight slashes, deadly blade spins, forceful stabs, and a whole bunch of killing blows. Theo felt a mix of pure awe and actual fear watching the commander's skill and power. After building up enough momentum, Julius Ragnar shattered his own world and sent a crimson tidal wave rising up. It completely surrounded Theo, making him feel trapped, helpless, and swallowed by something he couldn't even understand. Julius finished the sequence, let the tidal wave fade away, and asked Theo what he'd taken away from the demon dragon's martial theory. The only words Theo could come up with were strength and destruction. He wasn't far off at all. He actually nailed it. Strength and destruction are the core of demonics. The concepts are simple and direct. Even if it means breaking itself, the blade cuts in a straight line, hungry to smash through whatever's in its path. An explosion of pure destructive strength. That's the foundation of the commander's swordsmanship. He basically embodies death itself. In contrast, Julius asked what Theo had gotten from the plum blossom sword. Theo called it flashy and beautiful. Julius was fine with that answer. Lady Plum Blossom's sword carries the essence of life, after all. It's the whole process of a seed germinating and growing into a flower, the purest picture of life you can get. Slow and gentle, full of endless variations. It turns, bends, and adapts to whatever's going on. It just keeps spreading out until it finally blooms. 2 of the 9 dragons had just shown Theo 2 wildly different takes on martial theory. Seeing the kid deep in thought, Julius asked whether life and death were really completely separate ideas with totally opposite definitions. Most people would assume they are, but the commander hinted that might not actually be the case. Still, it wouldn't be any fun if he just spoon-fed Theo the real answer. He dispelled his isolation zone and started walking away. Before he left, he tossed a book over to Theo. Written inside was a long, detailed debate that Commander Julius and Lady Osa had once had about the principles of the sword. It's a little weird, but somehow Theo had ended up becoming the disciple of both the sword dragon and the demon dragon. Of course, that debate and the book itself came from that fateful day back in the White Dragon's nest. After writing the last word and closing the book, Julius immediately pouted that he wouldn't get to monopolize Theo's potential anymore. Lady Plumblossom just wanted what was best for the kid, and the commander wasn't the type to argue with that. Theo Ragnar had already racked up expectations that rivaled the other successor candidates. His talent was insane, and he was growing at a ridiculous pace, which also meant he'd slam into that wall a whole lot sooner. This book would help the kids smash through it in record time. Still, Julius had this nagging worry that Theo might one day turn into an enemy of the clan. People at the top knew all too well that prodigies who shot up this fast usually met some kind of ugly end. If history repeated itself again, their teachings might come back as blood spilled in the name of the Ragnars. After hearing those fears, Lady Osa became sure of one thing. Commander Julius was the right person to keep the book and watch over Theo. When the day came that he was certain the boy would stay free of greed, he could pass the teachings on to the young dragon. That day showed up a lot sooner than anyone expected. The insights of the two dragons, said to be number 1 and number 2 with the sword, were now sitting right in Theo's hands. He couldn't help wondering if he even deserved something this valuable. Julius had already judged him worthy and passed the test, so Theo gratefully accepted it. Looking back, his crazy rise had only been possible because of a handful of people who kept helping him no matter what, pushing him higher and higher. From the Randon incident all the way until now, Commander Julius had always shown him special favor. For that, Theo promised he'd repay the debt one day. Actually, there was a way he could start paying it back right now, but it wasn't going to be pleasant at all. The demon dragon was itching for a new jewel. It had been a while since he found a fun new toy. Sure, the book would help, but the real painful lesson was about to begin. Evelyn looked away from the sidelines, feeling genuinely sorry for her master. She made sure to lock the arena tight before leaving, even chaining the door from the outside while mumbling apologies the whole time. The training didn't stop until the sun came up. When the chains finally dropped and the gate opened, Evelyn got a good look at the aftermath. Her lively young master looked like he'd just survived an entire war overnight. The commander had definitely gone a little overboard this time. More importantly, Evelyn had already taken care of the task she'd been given. She'd locked a key piece of the puzzle down in the underground detention cell. They'd crippled and thrown the captain of the defeated Trovan squad in there. But the guy wasn't the type to spill anything, no matter what kind of torture they threw at him. So they just left him to rot while Theo cooked up a different approach. She quietly filled Evelyn in on the chain of events that would unfold over the next few days. A few days later, Theo finally showed up at the Plum Blossom Palace training ground. He politely greeted the Lady of Plum Blossoms. Oso Ragnar Plunas had been waiting for him after receiving that generous gift of insight. The book had already been a huge help to the young man. To put it to the test, Lady Plum Blossom summoned one of the training swords into her hand. The moment she held the blade, the entire training ground filled with the manifestation of her martial theory. She wanted to keep teaching him about the building blocks of her technique, the stuff people usually overlook, the actual root of swordsmanship itself. At the end of the session, she said she'd love to sit down and talk about how to make life bloom through a sword with the young man. For the second time, she formally asked Theo to become her official disciple. Before giving a straight answer, he wanted to ask something first. He asked if she was speaking as the Heaven Dragon Swordmaster. Lady Osa looked pretty surprised. Not a lot of people knew about that secret title. The Heaven Dragon Sword was a secret school that only ever passed its teachings down to one disciple at a time, and right now she was the sole inheritor of that whole legacy. Lady Plumblossom could tell the kid just wanted to know what her real intentions were. She honestly admitted the offer didn't come with any hidden agenda. From the full bloom of the plum blossoms all the way to the Heaven Dragon Sword, she wanted to pass every single thing in her arsenal over to Theo. A few minutes later, Theo walked out of the training ground after locking in his decision. While he was moving through the beautiful halls of the Plum Blossom Palace, a bunch of flowery faction idiots surrounded him. Theo wasn't the type to just sit there and take disrespect, and these bastards got real offended by his short replies. They figured he'd just been accepted as Lady Plum Blossom's newest disciple and started demanding respect as his seniors. Theo was just standing there wondering what the hell these dogs were barking about. It was nothing more than an immature attempt to protect their fragile egos. Same old shit. They weren't even his direct superior officers, so ranks shouldn't have mattered. Still, these flowery mutts wanted to act big and push around the rising star of the clan for some cheap clout, but they were completely wrong about one thing. He had been offered the chance to become Lady Plumbossom's direct disciple, and he'd turned it down. When he was hit with the choice of accepting two insanely valuable legacies, of course he was tempted. But he still couldn't figure out why Lady Osa cared about him so much when he hadn't done a single thing to help her. She told him straight up there was no big reason or clever scheme. She just wanted to help because Theo reminded her of a young Kyle. He looked and acted exactly like the clan head had in his youth. That guy used to chase his dreams and ideals nonstop. Hell, maybe he was still out there dreaming and chasing even now. He never let himself fall into despair. He just worked his ass off to break through every trial and challenge on his own. Every day was pure hardship, but Kyle Ragnar never once gave up or bent his principles. When Lady Osa looked at Theo, she saw the same Kyle she'd fallen in love with. How was she supposed to just stand by and do nothing? Stepmom really laid it all out honestly, so fair enough. Now it was time for Theo to decide. Even though the offer was damn attractive, he still chose to decline. Right now, he already had too many teachers guiding him, including Lady Plumblossom herself. A whole lot of people had shaped him in different ways. The demon dragon had taken him under his wing. His senior dragons, Evelyn, Selford, and Aaron, kept teaching him every day. Even his friends and comrades like Remington, Hulkus, Erica, and the guys from Training Ground 4 had all helped turn him into the man he was today. Hell, he'd even put Axion and Ed Trovan on that list of teachers. Lady Osa definitely wasn't expecting that last part. Everyone knew about Theo's beef with the Trovans, but the hardships those villains threw at him were exactly what built him up and pushed him into becoming who he is now. His sword had learned and changed because of every single person who either loved him or screwed him over. For that same reason, he didn't feel confident enough to uphold a school's tradition and pass it down to the next generation. Lady Plumblossom got what he was trying to say. Theo's sword was always changing and basically impossible to control. That was both endearing and a little bit of a shame to hear. But even if he couldn't be her direct disciple, he would still gladly be her son. Lady Plumblossom was really moved by that. After Theo left, Osa Ragnar Plunis headed off for some leisurely wine time, looking happier than she'd been in ages. Her attendant immediately noticed the big jump in her mood. The heavens had decided she'd never get to have a child of her own, and yet a boy like Theo had just promised to be her son. How could she not be over the moon? The attendant was just glad her master was happy. Lady Osa wanted to thank Theo for finally making her a mother, so she planned to send a letter to her husband. She also wanted to push Theo's promotion exam forward as soon as possible. Hearing that, the attendant told her to ease up a little. Theo was still a rookie who'd only just finished the awakening ceremony. Piling even more attention on him at his age could put him in more danger than he was already dealing with. But that was exactly why Lady Osa wanted to prop him up so fast. They needed to help Theo climb higher before those huge storms heading for Ragnar swallowed everything. This way, she could give her new son as much as she possibly could. Meanwhile, down in the cavalry's underground cell, their only prisoner finally opened his eyes when the help he'd been waiting for showed up. That help was an assassin sent by the Trovans to cut every last loose end. The captain calmly offered up his neck, ready to die as his final service to the family. Before the assassin's blades could finish the job, a sharp sword wind cut in. Evelyn smashed through the ceiling and grabbed the guy. She'd been waiting for this exact moment for a while now. This whole thing was the trap the young master had set from the beginning. With Evelyn's sword skills, a lone assassin who lost the element of surprise didn't stand a chance. The Trovans had never even listed her as a real threat, and they were about to pay for that mistake. It was a shame they couldn't just take out Captain Sidra, though. Things would get a lot messier if the cleanup guy got caught, too. The assassin scrambled for an escape plan, but Evelyn wasn't about to let him stroll out of that dungeon. She activated the secret technique of the god of Tempest and summoned Whirling Squall, locking him down tight. Inside the tight walls of the dungeon, there wasn't much room to dodge. At his absolute limit, the assassin decided to just erase the evidence by detonating his monohull as a last resort. Evelyn kept getting in the way, not giving him a second to pull the move off. She'd already seen this exact stunt once before. It didn't work then, and it sure as hell wasn't going to work now. She handled the Trovan family's cleanup guy without much trouble. Somewhere deep in an unknown stretch of woods sat a secluded black site. Inside, operatives were going over how Evelyn had caught the assassin who snuck into the underground dungeon. They confirmed the guy was tied to Serpent Season, a sub-organization of the Eastern elite clan, the Trovan family. Sitting in on the talk were Theo, Evelyn, Commander Julius, and a black snow operative. This whole incident locked in their suspicion that the cavalry had a mole. They were holding the meeting way out in the middle of nowhere to keep any more intel from leaking. According to Black Snow's info, Serpent Season was currently operating out of an ancient castle in the Calhelm region. In 3 hours, they'd call the mission a failure, burn every scrap of evidence, and bolt. So the plan was simple. Ambush that base, round up every member, and squeeze them for information and proof. The Black Snow operative giving the report was Cleve, a Null Snow agent. Theo hadn't expected to meet someone that high up in the ranks this soon. Before wrapping up the briefing and locking in the ambush plan, Commander Julius tossed one more thing onto the agenda. This whole mission was also going to double as Theo Ragnar's promotion exam. Theo damn near thought he'd misheard that shit. No way he already earned the quals for a promotion exam this early, right? The commander was on the same page, so they cranked the difficulty way the hell up. Climbing the ranks means the tests get harder. That's just how it goes. This time, the higher-ups were handing a mid-rank swordsman a mission that could straight up spark a full-blown civil war. The demon dragon already knew Theo was the one who cooked up Evelyn's stakeout and capture op. Only fair he sees the mess he started all the way through. Even if he's the heir, planning shit without looping in the commander first is straight up disrespectful. He's got to nail this critical mission perfectly if he wants that promotion. Julius drilled it into Theo's head that ranking up to mid-rank swordsman means he'd finally get solo mission privileges. At the rate things were moving, this kid was turning into the center of attention and history. To give him an extra kick in the pants, the system kicked off the 4th scenario quest, a chance to clean up the shady leftover ties from his previous life. Theo was hyped as hell to dig into whatever dark crap was rotting under the surface of this clan. With full conviction, he swore he'd finish the mission no matter what. And just like that, Operation Snake Cleanup was officially a go. Because there was a real chance of a mole inside the cavalry, they kept the team tiny, just 3 people, Cleve, Theo, and Evelyn. As swordsmen, they should have the edge in a straight-up fight against these snake-ass assassins, but they were still massively outnumbered. Whatever, they'd just have to adapt and get it done. Inside Serpent Season's HQ, the assassins had just finished stacking every single document that tied them to the Trovans. While they were prepping for the possibility of things going south, a little orb-like gadget came rolling in. Smokescreen, classic ambush opener. Before they could even react, heads were flying and bouncing across the floor. Cleve's a Null Snow operative for a reason. Only one assassin managed to stay alive, and even he was fucked up bad, bleeding from a nasty neck wound. Cleve wasn't about to let some injured prey slip away, so she doubled back and finished the job. Area cleared. She and Evelyn would grab the compiled documents while Theo got sent down to the basement. He was pretty damn impressed watching someone that high level in action. If the blueprints from the briefing were solid, the stairs to the basement should be right nearby. Theo got a little careless, though. He was so locked in on speed that he tripped a wire. Boom! Trap sprang and damn near took his eyes out, if he hadn't dodged on pure reflex. He yanked his sword free and knocked aside the hidden flurry of stingers. Using hatchling synchro to scan the area, every last hidden tripwire and trap lit up in his vision. On top of the fixed traps, there were plenty of guys lying in wait for an ambush. To wipe the nuisances out in one clean shot, he pulled multiple blades and charged them up with black lightning. His Thunder Dragon breathing dragon mark had already leveled up into something even more lethal. Those poor bastards waiting in ambush got erased in a second, stabbed and fried at the exact same time. With that mess handled, Theo easily slipped past the remaining traps and wires. The security down here was way tighter than usual. That's a dead giveaway. Something big is stashed in the basement. When he finally hit the lowest level of the ancient castle, the smell and sight of blood and gore hit him like a truck. Standing there was some lone dude in a red robe and hat going on about sacred prayer time. The blood priest was not thrilled about his little crimson ceremony getting interrupted. Theo clocked him right away as a priest from the Holy Demon Church. That rotten church's whole thing is preaching some apocalypse that's supposedly gonna swallow the world any day now. They dangle the promise of a savior dropping down from the heavens to their followers. Straight up cult that snagged a bunch of clueless people with that salvation bait. In a few years, they'll be the ones kicking off the great war that tanks the empire. Staying on guard, Theo ran hatchling synchro on the creepy-ass priest. What he saw was a bloody aura running on some weird mana that straight up ignored the normal rules of the world, flowing through a busted mind gate. Might be that grace the blood priests are always yapping about. In their eyes, Theo's a non-believer, so he gets the honor of becoming a sacrifice for their one and only god. The blood priest closed the gap, trying to snatch Theo with those blood-stained hands. Theo managed to parry the grab, but holy shit, the hardness of that guy's flesh was not normal. They traded more blows. Every single one of Theo's attacks bounced right off. He could feel the heavy weight behind every move the priest made. One solid grapple and it'd be game over. Finally, the priest just caught Theo's sword barehanded. A full power swing stopped like it was nothing. Blade out of the picture. The priest sent him flying into the basement wall. Blood priests are supposed to be bottom rung in the holy demon church, yet this guy's already packing this much power. Theo's options were looking pretty limited. Using triple dragon's claw in this tight space would just bury him alive, but his mana-infused attacks weren't doing jack. What the hell was he even supposed to do with his sword right now? Time slowed down and he remembered what the demon dragon taught him. Explosive, destructive strength that basically screams death itself. The sword dragon, on the other hand, drilled into him the pure beating heart of swordsmanship. Life and death shouldn't be treated like total opposites. The crazy priest came charging again, ready to cave his head in and spill some blood. Theo barely scrabbled out of the way at the last second. He kept dodging death blow after death blow, which was pissing the priest off big time. That's when the breakthrough at his martial theory hit him. Life and death don't actually oppose each other. They're just a natural cycle. Death waits at the end of life, and life grows using death as the spark. They look like two totally different powers, but they're really one and the same. Theo had been spreading his power too thin when he attacked. Focusing it into one single flash of light would hit way harder and cleaner. The priest, cocky as hell about his invulnerable skin, didn't even bother dodging Theo's next swing. Theo tested the theory right then and there and unlocked Dragon Flash. The priest just chuckled, unfazed by the louder noise the blade made. Then he started freaking out when that skin he trusted so much got shredded to pieces. The technique moved like it had a mind of its own, tearing through the priest's body. Now it was Theo's turn to send the pale bastard slamming into the walls. The priest called him a seed of evil for having a breakthrough in the middle of a slaughter, an existence that shouldn't be allowed to live. Theo didn't give a single shit about his ominous ranting. He wants to throw hands. Gripping the blood priest's face tight, Theo fired up hatchling synchro to dig through that lunatic's memories. Perfect chance to figure out where the holy demon church's weird-ass power actually comes from. Next thing he knows, his world starts spinning, and his consciousness gets yanked into another dimension. Familiar feeling, his soul floating through this endless void of space. But this time, it's nothing like the other memory dives he's done. Then his system spits out a completely glitched, garbled mess of characters. Like it's about to overload, it screams that he's about to run into an enemy way the hell above his level, and strongly advises him to run for his life. Run where, though? Nothing but pure darkness in every direction. Suddenly, a primal voice hits him so hard it shakes his entire being. The voice demands to know who and what the hell he is. When the view zooms out, all that infinite darkness is just a tiny speck of an eye belonging to something way beyond human understanding. Theo just woke up this universe's final boss from its sweet, sweet nap. The god the holy demon church worships now knows he exists. Getting pissed at the lack of an answer, the god demands a response again. Forced to stare down that grace the cultists won't shut up about, Theo freezes completely. It's like the thing sees straight through him and says his name, Theo Ragnar. Turns out this existence has been hunting for him this whole time, calling him a blight on this plane of existence. The being's endless body starts wriggling and reforming, wrapping around Theo's soul. It bends, twists, and squirms into shapes that make zero sense. Just as Theo's soul is about to get eaten, a golden light flares up and shields him. an avatar of the ancient dragon Ladrock, tears straight through the fleshy form of that primordial god and yanks him out. Theo's in pure awe, watching two absolute monsters far above his level go at it. Ladrock sweetly calls him her significant other and gives him a hard warning. This thing is not something he can mess with yet. Even if he somehow hits Cigar Ragnar's level, a win still isn't guaranteed. For now, she'll handle this cosmic headache herself. With a tail slap, she boots his soul right back to reality. He's got a million unanswered questions, but he's forced back into the bloody basement. The poor guy's still shaking from the ancient terror that almost swallowed him whole. Ladrock's been holding the line against something like that for eons, all by herself. While he's trying to process the absolute insanity he just lived through, the blood priest is having a full-on meltdown. How the hell does a non-believer like Theo get graced by the Lord's presence when a devoted lifetime servant like him never got a single nod? Theo finishes the job and takes the bald bastard's head clean off. That thing might call itself a god, but it sure as hell isn't his god. More importantly, he's now dead certain the Holy Demon Church worships that nameless sovereign Ladrock once hinted at. Protecting the world from that presence has been her job for a long, long time. Without her heart, Ladrock won't last more than 3 years, and in 5 years, the Great War kicks off. The death of the Guardian Dragon will be the start of the end. The rise of the Holy Demon Cult, led by Ed Trovin's rebellion. It's all connected. Everything finally clicks. Theo stumbles, his brain still scrambled from the whole out-of-body nightmare. Thankfully, Evelyn was right there to lend him a shoulder. Cleve was straight up impressed that the young master had taken out a blood priest all by himself. That achievement alone was more than enough to pass the promotion exam. After they cleaned out every last hostile in the castle, the trio finally got to dig into those damning documents. Problem was, everything written down was still just circumstantial evidence, nothing solid enough to act as a smoking gun in court. So Theo pulled out a familiar little box he just happened to find tucked away in the basement. Evelyn recognized it instantly as the exact thing she and Remington had been tasked to collect before the awakening ceremony. Inside were the secret trade logs between the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Trovins. She was genuinely impressed by her master's foresight. Dude had been holding that card and played it at the perfect moment. Cleve went through the logs and found formal trades with Ed Trovin, complete with official seals. With this, they could finally prove the Sky Dragon's treasonous scheming and the Holy Demon Church's involvement. They now had enough to go after that bastard Ed. First step, launch an immediate strike on the Ceres Guild. Time to correct history and crush Ed Trovin for good. When the Demon Dragon got word of the Sky Dragon's rotten schemes, he was pissed beyond belief. Even though they only had enough to pin him as a suspect, a deeper investigation was still needed. Julius got the report straight from the mighty Black Dragon himself. When Robert Ragnar is personally involved, the case is basically past the mere suspicion stage. With his influence, Robert had to have known about this undercurrent long before, yet he just let it happen. Steering the conversation away from himself, the Black Dragon started praising Theo Ragnar for killing a blood priest solo. Robert argued the boy's talent was way better suited for Black Snow and that he belonged there. Excellent perception, sharp deduction, ability to see the whole picture from the tiniest clues. Even his methods felt exactly like a Black Snow operative, almost like he'd been trained for it. Of course, Julius wasn't about to let his star rookie get poached by that shady Black Dragon. Osa already tried. Now Big Bro was circling. Hearing Julius call him Big Bro made the Black Dragon go all nostalgic. Back before they became who they are now, Kyle, Osa, Robert, and Julius had been sworn brothers and sisters. Julius could tell this conniving bastard was just tugging at his heartstrings to get his hands on Theo. Still, Robert kept insisting he was just a big brother looking out for a little brother. Before he left, he casually swiped a few of the commander's wine bottles and demanded something more expensive to steal next time. Julius could only helplessly curse Robert Ragnar as the guy cheerily hop-skipped off into the shadows. The Black Dragon had also swung by to check if there was a mole in the cavalry. He was pretty relieved to see this place had stayed free of the Sky Dragon's reach. Walking to the door, Robert's physical form just disintegrated, blown to dust by the wind. He was looking forward to watching the Ceres Guild fall, and of all days, today the corrupt family was in the middle of a wedding ceremony. Every higher-up was gathered at the Central Branch's wedding chapel. The groom, Navin Bakis, formally introduced himself as the second son of the Baki's clan. Quadraceres, guildmaster of the Ceres Merchant Guild, had requested the betrothal between the two families. His fourth daughter, Lilius, would be the bridge linking the two powerful factions. With this marriage, the Ceres family and the Baki's clan would finally be connected by blood. Quadra could barely keep his greedy excitement under wraps. With this marriage, he'd finally get that elite noble name he'd been chasing. This was only the start of his plans. He was gonna make the Ragnars pay for looking down on him. Soon he'd dish out some real bloody vengeance. While the pig was over there feeling all giddy, the patriarch of the Baki's clan was seething. As one of the Ragnar's 6 pillars, this union was straight up humiliating for them. Still, they needed the dowry from this marriage just to keep the family from going under financially. So the salty patriarch sent Navin, an illegitimate kid. The bastard could barely hold back his amusement. He could tell the higher-ups of his clan were boiling with anger. But he seriously doubted these calculative merchants actually planned to help his family. Either way, the Ceres store was lined up as collateral. Navin was cooking up a plan of his own. He'd get rich by spilling some blood. He was just here to watch a cursed family go down. With some seriously convincing acting skills, Navin vowed to treat his bride-to-be with the utmost care and love. Much to his surprise, Lily asked him to prove he'd actually stand by those words. Sensing she had a request ready, he listened. He'd be happy to help, as long as it didn't involve money. Just to piss off the bald-ass patriarch, Navin promised to hand over the Baki's family seal, but Lily Ceres didn't give a single damn about some random family seal. What she wanted was the head of Theo Ragnar, the guy who left her that grotesque scar from her amputated arm. Navin immediately thought she was crazy. She was asking him to assassinate a family heir out in public. Quadra jumped in right away to shut his daughter up, but what Navin said next was arguably even crazier. He agreed to give his young bride exactly what she wanted. He'd love to lop Theo Ragnar's head clean off to seal this marriage. Outside the chapel, the citizens of the central branch all looked up at the wyverns filling the skies. Arriving at their destination, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve ditched their ride for a flashy landing, completely opposite of their last covert op. This one was bold and public. They were flying the Ragnar clan banner out in the open. From this point on, they'd be enforcing clan justice. Cleve announced the Ceres merchant group's transgressions against the Ragnars and presented the warrant to search and dig up any trace of treason. Anyone who interfered would be killed on the spot, no exceptions. She suggested the culprits just surrender peacefully and let a thorough investigation happen. Quadra knew the full list of his crimes, but he chose to act strong. Cleve gave the criminals a countdown to walk out of the chapel peacefully. Quadra argued that a little piece of paper could be easily faked, and his family wasn't about to yield. He claimed the whole thing was a frame job, authorities playing dirty. He stuck hard to the story that his family had unwavering loyalty to the Ragnars, and to fight these unreasonable accusations, he sent his soldiers out to wipe out the law enforcers. Dude was looking so innocent right now. Trapped and clearly tied to criminals, Patriarch Bakis tried to wash his hands of the whole mess. Seeing things about to go sideways, he tried to dissolve the marriage agreement. The pig wasn't having any of that after coming this far. Way too late. The enforcers already saw the two families as bound by matrimony and working together. Quadra claimed that if the cavalry really had concrete proof, they wouldn't have sent just 3 people. They'd have brought a whole army that could blot out the sky. Operating under that idea, the pig wanted to borrow the blades of the Baki's clan to break through and escape. Interrupting the discussion between the two family heads, Navin calmly jumped in on the fun. He saw this whole development as nothing more than a chance to deliver his wedding present to the bride. Much to the patriarch's disapproval, Navin drew his blade, cut a path straight through the city, and aimed right at the law enforcement. The second he picked up that sword, the Baki's house officially became a Ceres accomplice. Working with the cards he'd been dealt, the bald patriarch ordered his men to follow and assist Navin. Meanwhile, our trio was already surrounded by city guards with spears pointed at them from every direction. Cleve solemnly gave the poor civilians one last warning to get the hell out of the way before she was forced to execute everyone for treason. Then Navin leapt right into the middle of the trio, completely stealing the show. He muttered how Ragnar people always jump straight to the threat of execution at the first opportunity. Theo and Evelyn were taken aback. This guy was bad news. With one circular slash, he forced the three of them to scatter and jump, putting them on the defensive. That was Navin's little greeting to the Ragnar entourage, especially aimed at young Master Theo. Our boy got stun-locked for a second. He knew Navin Bakis. In the future, everyone would. During the Great War, he was a straight-up force of nature who brought pure chaos to the Ragnars. He'd married into the Sayers merchant group and fought right alongside Ed Trovan on the front lines. People called him Ghost Sword Navin, and for some reason he wanted Theo's head. Ignoring the ladies completely, Ghost Sword locked in solely on killing the Ragnar heir. Theo's mind started working overtime. If he could use the info from his past life, this encounter might turn into a chance for a massive power boost. So he called the fight on Navin, telling the ladies to go ahead with the mission while he soloed the eccentric swordsman. Evelyn was reluctant as hell, but Cleve agreed with Theo's call. Those series crooks were probably destroying evidence right this second. They just had to trust Theo could hold off a monster like this. Navin playfully warned the young master that even if he didn't look like it, he was actually pretty damn strong. Theo amusedly matched his freak right back. Before they went back to crossing swords, the young master wanted to ask one question, and Navin was willing to hear it. He asked if Navin was committing a clear act of treason just to ruin the Bakis family and avenge his poor mother. The ghost sword's grip on his blade tightened. Theo had just dragged up a very annoying memory he'd rather never think about again. Now he had one more reason to take the young man's head. Instead of getting hostile, Theo asked Navin to hear him out on a proposal. He'd love to offer his help and kickstart the downfall of the rotten Bakis family. The system popped up a hidden recruit quest, aiming to turn Ghost Sword Navin into an ally. Dude needed some real Naruto talk no jutsu for this. Navin Bakis was an anomaly. He was his family's unofficial strongest sword. Even with abilities comparable to the legendary Thorkel Ragnar, he never got proper recognition from his own family, all because he was an illegitimate kid born in a brothel. Instead of pride, his exceptional talent only brought his mother grief she couldn't carry. As a young boy, Navin watched his mom take her own life. From that day on, he lived with a burning hatred toward his own family. Theo could use that fact to pull a seriously valuable comrade over to his side. Unfortunately, Theo underestimated just how pissed Navin got at anyone talking about his mom. He was forced to take another lethal attack from the ghost sword that damn near knocked his socks off. Navin didn't see a single reason to accept an offer like that from some stranger. He figures the Bakis family is already on a downward spiral even without teaming up with some hotshot punk. That might be true, but sitting around doing nothing means Navin goes down with the family he hates so damn much. Well, that's a useless worry. Navin doesn't have any regrets or future prospects anyway, but Theo knows the guy's only talking this pessimistic because of his ether fever. Navin's got an illness. His young, frail body just couldn't handle the sheer weight of his talent. Ether fever can be cured with intensive treatment if you catch it early, but Navin already missed that critical window, and now he's living on borrowed time. His dumbass family screwed him over from day one. Right now, he's only got about 5 years of miserable existence left. Honestly, he's impressed that a noble young master dug up this much dirt on his past. Still, with all that said, Navin isn't swayed. The end of the Bakis is coming, and he'll just sink with them. Smiling smugly, Theo asked if his mind would change if he had the cure. For the first time, Navin looked shaken and shot back that there's no possible cure for ether fever. Technically, he wasn't wrong, but in Theo's past life, the cure was found and made public. Like some twisted joke, it got discovered just days after the ghost sword's death. As of now, Theo might be the only one who even knows it exists. With total confidence, he assured Navin they could get rid of that pesky ether fever, 100%. The rotten family is going to burn to the ground no matter what. But if Navin takes Theo's hand, he can live on as someone important and leave a real positive mark on the world as a hero who helped the Ragnar family. All he has to do is trust and take that leap of faith. Closer to the chapel, the city guards had set up defensive measures to slow down Evelyn and Agent Cleve. Of course, those mortal contraptions were useless against fighters at their level. More than anything, batting away arrows was just an annoying chore. From afar, they noticed Theo and Navin had completely stopped fighting and were just talking about something instead. Cleve was getting impatient. She wanted to wrap this up and just kill every hostile presence around. The only thing holding her back was her boss's order to prioritize analyzing Theo Ragnar's potential for recruitment. The Black Dragon wanted more data on the boy's true capabilities. One of Black Snow's main jobs is accurately evaluating the people who lead Ragnar's future. A Null Snow like Cleve has to keep that in mind during this op. Before heading out, she'd asked at what point she could finally lift the limiters. Since the demonic cult had been thrown into the mix, she was cleared to go all out if anyone at bishop level or higher showed up. Like a good soldier, she behaved and kept her involvement limited, even if she was begrudging about it. Her only real worry with this setup was the delay. If the mission dragged on too long, she'd be stuck working unpaid overtime. While she was lost in thought, Nav and Bakis suddenly jumped over to their side. Evelyn looked around, worried that young Master Theo had gone down. She was wrong, of course. Navin and Theo were buddies now. After that short conversation right in the middle of clashing blades, Nav and Bakis had switched sides. It's a hell of a lot more reassuring having him as a friend instead of a foe. Hell, he even apologized to the ladies for being a dick earlier. After all, they were advancing on the same side now. No point holding on to any bad blood. Theo's hidden quest had been successfully cleared. Navin immediately proved himself useful to the cause as he went full demon time, completely untouched by those ordinary defensive measures. He launched into the skies with a single leap, and the poor soldiers thought he'd be vulnerable up there in midair. Annoyed by their silly wooden contraptions, Navin sliced through whole rows of anti-siege equipment like it was nothing. Anyone dumb enough to stand near those things got punished with a gruesome death too. While Navin was on his bloody rampage, the bald patriarch started yelling at the illegitimate sword for turning his blade on his own family. Navin just scoffed at the word family. Hearing it come out of this asshole's mouth made his blood boil. Finally, he did what he'd been itching to do for years and cut the blathering patriarch clean in half, cracking that bald head open like fresh fruit. Evelyn was in pure awe. That man really lived up to the reputation of being on the same level as young Lord Thorkel. Theo urged the ladies to capitalize on Navin's rampage and push forward. Now they had a clear path to grab that pig, Quadra Ceres. Speaking of the devil, Quadra was stressed the fuck out hearing reports that their defenses were getting wrecked. Now he was finally considering destroying the documents that could be used as evidence against his guild. One of his attendants suggested starting by burning the papers tied to the Trovans. The pig went completely crazy opposing the idea. No one was touching those documents except him. The scared attendant was just trying to think rationally and cut down on unnecessary casualties later. Quadra didn't want to hear any rational voices. If the Trovan link burned, how the hell was he supposed to get back the money he invested in them? He wasn't the type to give up on a single penny he could squeeze, even with the law knocking on his door. Another presence in the room insulted Quadra for being a pathetic mortal drunk on pure greed. The pig's eyes lit up. The only guy who could actually help him deal with the cavalry had just arrived, right on time. Outside, the four-man party's momentum was impossible to stop as they left a trail of corpses at every turn. Theo paused his relentless charge when he saw the crowd pouring out the door. Led by a representative of the Holy Demon Church, hundreds of hooded believers lined up outside the chapel, ready to put what they'd learned from their god into action. Quadra was thanking the devils themselves for sending him a bishop from the demonic cult. Since these freaks were also linked with the Trovans, maybe they'd lend a hand. The bishop agreed to offer some assistance, figuring the pig might still be useful on the day of judgment. When they asked him to hand over the Trovan documents, Quadra clammed up again. His obsession with riches was putting the bigger picture at risk. Some violence was needed to correct that. The bishop didn't have the patience to pacify an arrogant, foolish man, especially a wretched non-believer. So the bishop ordered Quadra's death. They didn't need his money anymore anyway. As his neck was getting wrangled, the pig managed to spit out a sincere apology. He admitted he'd been way too rude earlier and pointed out that his death would only complicate the link with the Trovans. Quadra might be a greedy pig, but he sure knew how to stay alive. The bishop gave him one more chance to burn the evidence and warned that running away wasn't an option. Their lord was watching over everything. Quadra hobbled over to the basement door, scared shitless that the bishop might change his mind. Outside, Theo's party was about to get a welcome party courtesy of the Blood Bishop. The believers spread out. Time had come to carry out the holy war. The sickly bishop of the demonic cult started preaching about the descent of their god, all bathed in blood, and the brainwashed fanatics echoed every insane word. There were only 4 fighters on Theo's side, including himself. They were up against an entire army of cultists. They'd already expected some demonic cult involvement in this case, but seeing a bishop show up this early was a real surprise. Looking at those dead, emotionless eyes staring out from under the red hoods, Theo didn't hesitate for a second. He just started mowing them down and cutting a path straight through the crowd. These lunatics didn't give a shit about their own well-being. They were single-mindedly throwing themselves into attacks even if it cost them their lives. Even Evelyn and Navin, both experienced fighters, got freaked out by the stampede of cultists. Cleve, on the other hand, stayed on the flank, thanking her lucky stars that a bishop had actually come out. It'd be more of a pain in the ass, but at least she could finally go all out. She drew her dual blades, itching to carve through swaths of demonic worshippers. Just when Theo was feeling stuck and the momentum stalled, Cleve jumped into the fray with a bloody display of her blade dance. From this point on, she was done analyzing. She was taking the lead. To punish anyone standing in Ragnar's way, she was ready to wipe this whole city off the map with her own hands. Before she went full killing frenzy, Theo reminded the Null Snow operative that they came here to collect evidence before it all got destroyed. Cleve scoffed at his tunnel vision now that the demonic cult had openly shown itself in public. No further evidence needed. Theo begged to differ. He argued they needed something concrete now more than ever. If the demonic church cared enough to deploy a bishop, then there had to be something inside the chapel they couldn't afford to lose. Cleve relented and asked what Theo's next move was. Right now, the priority was breaking through the Crimson Masses speedrun style. Theo's plan involved linking his lightning gate to hatchling synchro for expanded range. At the same time, he pushed his mind gate to the limit and map-hacked the surrounding terrain. Cleve was curious to see what Theo would pull off, so she took a step back. The second she slowed down a little, a blood priest jumped in with a sneak attack attempt. Cleve spun around instantly and turned the pathetic, muscly preacher into minced meat. Theo would secure the evidence while the rest of the gang handled the cultists. After mapping the terrain, the young master figured out the optimal route into the chapel. He tried crowd surfing through the sea of fanatics and felt like there was no end to their numbers. A full tidal wave of brainwashed believers was waiting. Evelyn and Navin worked together to clear the dirt off his optimal path, directly assisting him. Hearing Navin sucking up to her lord stoked Evelyn's competitive spirit hard. Theo never stopped advancing. Now he was using the lightning daggers as footholds through expert psychokinesis. He named the technique Lightning Dragon Rapid Protection Dragon Gate. Theo figured the job of destroying the evidence had been left to that High Commander pig, Quadraceres. After a quick sweep through the walls of the chapel, he easily pinpointed the guy's location. The fourth scenario quest continues. Back on the front lines, Evelyn and Navin had turned into one hell of a deadly duo. Ever the arrogant type, the Ghost Sword introduced himself as Lord Theo's new first sword. From the look on her face, he could tell Evelyn took real offense at him claiming that title. He said he'd only settle for second sword if that Null Snow girl was the competition. Against Evelyn, though, Navin Bacchus was pretty sure he was a lot better. To prove it, he masterfully took out a few cultists trying to sneak up on her while she was distracted. Since they were on the same side now, there was no reason to keep arguing. They could just settle who gets to be Theo's first sword based on who kills more of these believers. Evelyn's a by-the-book kind of gal, so she flat-out refused to join any trivial competition. When Navin called her a scaredy cat who was just afraid to lose, she almost lost it. In response to his challenge, she forcibly stole a kill right out of the Ghost Sword's hands. Her method was brutal and decisive. Navin realized he might have bitten off more than he could chew. Equipped with the Tempest God's legacy, Evelyn was dead set on proving she deserved to be Theo Ragnar's first sword. Navin, for his part, was pretty damn excited to have found a real competitor right in the middle of a bloody battlefield. Inside the chapel, the pig was hobbling deeper and deeper down toward the lowest underground floor. He grabbed some torches and broke a few locks before reaching the most secure room in the place. Right in the middle sat a chest packed with documents that could bring down entire empires. Quadra only saw them as paperwork that could score him more Trovan money. If he burned the stuff, he might dodge a treason charge to some degree. Still, his greed wouldn't let him drop the torch on what he considered his payday. He'd already sunk so much money into the Sky Dragon's plans, he couldn't stomach the revenue loss that burning those documents would mean. Then he remembered the bishop's threats. That freak wasn't around right now, but money's good. Keeping his life is better. Quadra finally dropped the torch, speeding in like a dark lightning strike. Theo arrived just in time to stop the valuable evidence from going up in flames. When Quadra saw Theo Ragnar, he ran through the entire spectrum of emotions. Looking like a straight-up harbinger of death, Theo had come to take a lot more than just the arm of the pig's daughter. The corrupt but resilient businessman finally realized how fucked he was and started begging for mercy. Theo wasn't having any of that empty talk. His electric energy filled the small room. Quadra Ceres was sentenced to death for rebelling against the Ragnar clan. With the fat ass out of the way, Theo's fourth scenario quest, Ties of Evil from a Past Life, got marked complete. Scouring through the paperwork, he still couldn't figure out how these documents were worth mobilizing the demonic cult and a whole bishop. The secret ledger he'd already handed to Cleve was more than enough to sentence Ed Trovan. Even so, Theo figured the Sky Dragon was just a tail the Trovan clan would gladly cut off to survive. He wanted a complete victory over that traitorous family. With an entire library's worth of evidence, the whole Trovan clan could be implicated. It was hard to tell which of these thousands of pages mattered most. For some reason, call it instinct, one book caught his eye. It was labeled the Rose Palace Investigation Report. Inside were detailed accounts about primordial dragon relics, all handwritten by Ed Trovan himself. From those pages, Theo learned the Sky Dragon had already acquired 2 relics and deduced that another one was sitting in the Rose Palace, Theo's former home. It finally clicked for him. All that discrimination, the bullshit false accusations, and his miserable ending in the past life? Yeah, there was a reason for it. In this book, orders were straight up given to wipe Cecilia and Theo Ragnar off the map, all because of some relic that might or might not even exist. The young dragon's hatred for Ed Trovan had never burned this hot before. He ripped the pages that mentioned him and his mom's names right out of that messed up book. Theo had to force himself to chill the hell out, center himself, and get back on mission. Time to finish his final revenge. There were 2 things sitting in that secret stash that would hurt the Trovans real bad. The idiots were dumb enough to stash the relics they'd worked so hard for in the same damn place. 2 more relics of the primordial dragon, both in cube form, ended up in Theo's hands. Back outside, Nan and Evelyn were still holding their ground against the swarm of blood cult fanatics. She picked that moment to drift back into old memories. 7 years ago, she'd watched Navin take second place in the blooming ceremony, and then just vanish into obscurity. The guy was honestly just happy someone still remembered him. But yeah, no time for that trip down memory lane right now. With the kill count he was racking up, he was currently leading the race for the title of Lord Theo's first sword. To wipe that cocky grin off his face, Evelyn called up some wind blasts from the Wind Thunder God technique. One big sweeping attack, and she yanked their little competition right back into high gear, interrupting the friendly rivalry. The bishop's right-hand man snuck up on Navin. Dude almost got turned into paste, but managed to stumble away at the last second. Holding a big-ass axe, the cultist refused to let anyone mess with his great god's plan. Navin and Evelyn quickly agreed the winner of their contest would be whoever took this freak out. Evelyn, powered up by the Wind Baron's legacy, and Navin, the forgotten genius, both lunged in greedy for the instant kill. Before either of them could claim the win, Selford and his wyvern buddy crashed the party by straight-up crushing the enemy. Under the giant wyvern's tight grip, Mr. Right-Hand Man was growling in pure agony. Selford was super pleased with his badass entrance, except instead of praise, all he got were hostile glares from Evelyn and Navin. With their prey stolen, the 2 of them exploded in anger. Right behind Selford came the rest of the white-armored Dragon Cavalry's 5th platoon. They'd been tipped off about the demonic cult teaming up with the Ceres Merchant Guild and got deployed in a hurry. The central square of the Ceres territory turned into a full-on war zone between dragons and cultists. Once those bloodthirsty wyverns joined the fight, the fanatics' numbers didn't mean shit anymore. While his people were dying by the dozens, the bishop was still praying for the new sun to rise in the blood-red sky and for the end of times. The freak kept preaching his twisted gospel while Cleve sat nearby catching her breath. Girl deserved a little break after going all out for once. The Null Snow operative completely wrecked the bishop while no one was looking, driving the fool straight into insanity. With the cavalry showing up, it only took a few hours to clear out all the gunk and bring peace back to the region. And now, everyone, including Evelyn, got stuck doing the paperwork for all the citizens hit by that short-lived war. The dragons who'd been heroically chopping cultists down just a minute ago would much rather go back to killing than deal with this mind-numbing desk job. Pretty much everyone felt like they were being tortured, except for Erikai Kalanka. She might look like a total savage, but damn is she organized. Her brother Hokus was actually enjoying his gig of compensating folks for property damage. Evelyn, on the other hand, was about 2 seconds from completely losing it. People kept coming up to her for help with their assigned tasks, and it was driving her nuts. When she finally snapped, she straight up tossed her subordinates and whipped up a whirling storm. While the cavalry was stuck doing all that admin bullshit, Cleve and Theo had gotten together to sort through the mountains of evidence they'd saved. Everything from traces of Ragnar's relics to detailed treason plans, it was all there. For his huge help in the operation, Cleve was the first to congratulate Theo on hitting intermediate rank. She also figured he'd do really well in Black Snow. Theo awkwardly tried to dodge the whole getting recruited by the Black Dragon topic. Cleve had one more piece of good news. The operation to capture the Sky Dragon had officially started. That ledger from last time was solid enough proof to greenlight the hunt, meaning the elite arrest team from Black Snow was already geared up and heading for the capital. They barely had time to celebrate before a messenger barged into the temporary camp with an urgent update. The elite arrest team got a rude damn awakening. Ed Trovan had been hiding his real power level this whole time. Now that he had no more reason to stay in the shadows, the Sky Dragon was finally letting loose. He knew showing all his cards right now wasn't the smartest move, but by stacking bodies along the way, he could buy Black Snow a decent bit of trouble. Ed Trovan even congratulated Theo Ragnar for forcing him into this desperate spot. The Chamelia Palace, Axion, the Dragon Slayer Sword, and now the Ceres Guild. Everything Ed had carefully set up was gone thanks to that imbecile. Ed was full-on hitting that insane anime pose now, his sanity slipping after taking L after L. But deep down, he's a hater through and through. He'll let Theo enjoy the win for a bit, but the Trovan plan is still rolling. The Dragon Slayer sword might be lost, but Ed managed to secure a solid backup. Now he's heading back to his father to call in something that could flip the whole situation back in his favor. With the series debacle finally wrapped up, Theo could head home to the Camellia Palace. The place was crazy busy, nobles everywhere getting fittings. Kursinin looked around and was completely taken aback by the chaos. Walking through the palace felt like marching across a battlefield. She would have gotten totally lost if her daughter hadn't found her in the middle of all the garment cutters. Cecilia excitedly explained she was launching a new business, a high-end brand using luxurious fabrics and jewels. She kept yapping about all the little details while Kursinin just half listened, completely distracted by her daughter's smile and energy. That happiness made Cecilia look even more beautiful than any jewel in the whole estate. Kursinin had actually come to deliver some news in person. She'd heard whispers about the Rose Palace. Cecilia's mind immediately jumped to the worst-case scenario, and she asked if her son was okay. Watching her daughter go from pure joy to an anxious wreck broke Kursinin's heart, so she quickly assured her she'd come with the opposite of bad news. AML, that vile woman, was found dead along with her whole camp. Their heads were stuck up on the walls of Rose Palace. Cecilia felt like the weight of the damn world had finally been lifted off her shoulders. She was more than relieved it was finally over. All this time, she never showed it, but every single day had felt like walking on knives. She'd been framed, blamed, threatened, and survived multiple assassination attempts because of that rotten Amil. She couldn't turn to anyone for help without risking her son getting dragged into it. With that mistress gone for good, her suffering was finally done. While Theo Ragnar was still recovering, the political landscape of the whole world had changed in a big way, and that change was paved with blood and death. Heads rolled, strongholds got painted crimson. The Trovan family straight up ignored the Draker family's summons and appeal within the deadline. That was basically a declaration of war. Tonight, the Nine Dragons Council Chamber held an emergency meeting. They'd seriously underestimated Ed Trovan's cunning. That guy had been cooking up his master plan for a long time. Some of them figured the weird movements from the warlords up on the northern continent had to be connected. A few of the more traditional chamber members refused to even touch the Trovan issue. They thought the warlord meetup up north was nothing to worry about. They were way more focused on filling the empty seat left by the Sky Dragon. The family head was staying quiet for now, but some of the elders were itching to finally talk about the succession problem that had been dragging on forever. Surprisingly, the Black Dragon spoke up and said this was the perfect time to seriously pick their next leader. If the heirs started fighting each other right before a full-blown war, it'd be a total disaster. He was just trying to cut down on the extra variables war could bring, but the old heads called him blasphemous for it. Thankfully, one of the Nine Dragons told everyone to calm the hell down. He believed they needed a proper gathering of all the parties involved, and he'd get that arranged right away. He already had a good upcoming event lined up where they could explore the idea a bit. They could decide what to focus on after seeing things for themselves. Meanwhile, Theo had been cooped up in Lodrock's lair, recovering from getting completely dog-walked by his father. With zero outside distractions, he was just sharpening his blade. The scars from the Patriarch's wrath were still fresh and visible, but honestly, he was in the best shape of his life. His movements were crisp, quick, and precise as hell. He wiped out a whole neat formation of candlesticks without breaking a sweat. Physically, he was as sharp as his relic blade. Mentally, though, he was struggling. Those same voices that drove his grandfather mad kept forcing their way into his head. They filled it with dark thoughts about killing everyone and taking everything. The voices kept pushing him to follow his basest desires and just cut down whoever stood in his way. After that schizophrenic workout, this dude had the nerve to flex his perfect physique. Dude was built like a dragon-slaying supermodel. Once he put his sword down, a familiar voice asked if the voices were weighing on him. Guardian Dragon Lodrock popped out and started musing about the lingering grudge of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Knowing he could trust his dragon mommy, Theo admitted the voices had still been bothering him even though quite a bit of time had passed since he got the half-sword. That lingering grudge was stubborn as hell with its interference. It's not at an unbearable level yet, but the fact that those voices belong to the Mad Dragon Emperor is still a real cause for concern. Not all bad, though. Thanks to them, he got a glimpse into the Emperor's realm. Lodrock totally gets what he's going through. She could never forget that man's name, even if she tried. He was the one who stole her heart, after all. She'd already told Theo that story before, which is why he's even more conflicted about the whole thing. It's still a mystery why his dad spared his life and handed him a weapon like that. Sensing Theo was starting to get ahead of himself again, Lodrock reminded him to be patient. If they rush things too hard, he'll just end up facing something way beyond what he can handle. Just like last time, they've got time. Thanks to the high priest who treated him right away, his severed arm got put back without any issues. Just to double-check everything was solid, Lodrock gave him a real up-close and personal checkup. Once she was happy with the thorough once-over, she shooed Theo out for the day. She could sense someone else was looking for him. Before he left, Lodrock hit him with a stern warning to stop wrecking her nest every time he came over to swing his blade around. One of them makes the mess, the other has to clean it up. That had become their little routine. The second he got back to Camellia Palace, he ran into a familiar face he hadn't seen in a while. The one looking for him was one of his biggest fanboys, Siberia. The guy excitedly hand-delivered an important message for his young lord, an invitation. The letter said the Daffodil Palace kindly invited Theo Ragnar to a banquet celebrating Lady Ray Ragnar's 18th birthday. Sybil pointed out how weird the timing was. Throwing a birthday banquet while war is sitting right at their doorstep felt completely out of touch. From the murmurs going around, it was going to be a pretty grand affair, too. Theo saw it differently, though. The event had to be grand precisely because things were so chaotic right now. Trovan's betrayal had thrown the family's internal balance into total chaos. Instead of Axion, who'd been groomed by the Sky Dragon, Theo had locked down the spot as the sixth successor. To make things even messier, one of the 9 dragons had pulled some treasonous moves and left a power vacuum in the chamber. This upcoming banquet wasn't some simple happy birthday party full of merriment. It was a performance to show the outside powers that the Ragnar clan was still standing strong and completely unbothered. It was also a perfect stage for the successors and their backers to size each other up. Sybil was straight up amazed at his young lord's read on the situation. He got hyped hearing that his idol was about to take center stage in something this important. If those old heads were so eager to see what Theo was made of, he'd gladly put on a show for them. The Daffodil Palace looked coldly beautiful this time of year. Inside the massive place was a huge banquet hall packed with every affluent family that had any connection to the Ragnars. The nobles were sipping expensive wine, eating fancy food, and mingling with their peers. The moment the new heir walked in, everyone stopped mid-sip, mid-chew, and mid-gossip. All eyes locked onto the newly minted succession candidate. Young Lord Theo Ragnar commanded the room's attention with his dark winter gear and sharp gaze. The drip was simply immaculate. He scanned the banquet hall and made damn sure everyone was paying attention. Of course, everyone already knew the birthday celebration was just a pretext. All these nobles had shown up to get a look at the new heir in line for the throne. Naturally, Theo wanted to leave a strong impression, and the man walking in right after him might make that a whole lot easier. Theo heard light, confident footsteps approaching from behind. A man spoke up about him and caused quite the stir. Navin Bakus offered proper salutations and respectfully called Theo his lord, making damn sure everyone in the joint heard him loud and clear. Theo lit right up at the sight of his buddy. He almost didn't recognize the rascal. Even on his sham wedding day, the guy hadn't bothered shaving his beard, yet here he was, clean-shaven. The nosy nobles started whispering among themselves. They'd all heard about the Bakus family purge and how the sole survivor had risen as the new family head. Even though the Bakus clan had collapsed, they were still one of the 6 pillars. Hearing the new family head address the 6th successor as Lord created exactly the stir Theo had been hoping for. All it took was a well-timed entrance and a few carefully chosen words to set the whole mood. Just as Theo was about to share the next step with Navin, a man built like an absolute tank snuck up behind him without getting noticed. Theo and Navin's instincts kicked in hard the second they sensed a mortal threat. The big guy dialed down the intensity of his sheer presence and properly introduced himself. With a smile, he casually dropped that he was the 5th successor. Theo got thrown off his game a little. The beast had approached sooner than he'd expected. This was the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry and Theo's direct competition, Thoril Ragnar. The guy towered over Theo's frame and magnanimously offered his hand for a shake. At last, 2 of the latest successors had met. Every noble in the room held their breath. The former leading heir versus the newly risen successor, who was going to come out on top when all was said and done. With a disarming and charming smile, Thoril told Theo there was no need to be so guarded. He'd just come to meet the rising star everyone had been talking about. He even laughed and said he was relieved that childish Axion had gotten slimed and a more fitting candidate had received the patriarch's blessing. His words sounded casual and believable, but Theo stayed cautious. In the Ragnar family, where only the strong are respected, only a fool would wholeheartedly welcome a rival with pure joy. With utmost caution, Theo took Thoril's hand for a respectful shake. He offered some polite platitude about what an honor it was to meet the famed commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, and made sure to mention that he himself was part of the White Dragon Squad. Thoril looked amused by the kid's subtle way of drawing a line between them. Then he tightened his death grip and ramped his aura up, wrapping Theo in a suffocating force. He demonstrated the gap between them by making the family's youngest hotshot drop to one knee, framing it as a proper display of etiquette for everyone watching. Thoril told the kneeling Theo to be at ease and call him Big Brother from now on. This was how a real Ragnar heir moved, devious and unfathomably strong. But when it came to a contest of strength, Theo wasn't about to just lie down like a loser. Much to Thoril's surprise, little bro actually had the juice to push back against that smothering aura. Back on his feet and putting up a decent fight, Theo gladly referred to Thoril as brother. On the other side of the banquet hall, the lanky siblings had just arrived, and Hocus was already complaining about having to wear a suit to a formal gathering. His sister was trying her hardest to rehabilitate their family name, known for being a bunch of barbarians, and he was not making it easy. While Hocus was melting in pure discomfort, another familiar face walked into the grand hall. Remington Narcio, the Silver Lion, strolled in to greet his old comrades. The pretty boy of the West had made quite a name for himself over the past few months. People are saying he's giving the Ascendant Dragon a real run for his money. Remington hasn't changed one bit, still the same humble knight. He'd made the whole trip up north just to catch up with Lord Theo and check in on how the white armored dragon cavalry was doing. Imagine how awkward he felt when the birthday girl herself happened to overhear him. The Silver Lion looked like a guilty little kitty while he profusely apologized to Lady Ray. She just laughed it off. Ray already knew what this gathering was really for. Suddenly, they felt the aura showdown kicking off right in the heart of the party. Two distinct powers clashed in the middle of the massive event space. The Hounds of the North immediately clocked that Theo had to be involved somehow. Nobody was better at causing a scene than that guy. On the surface, Theo and Thorol were just sizing each other up with a polite handshake, but no one dared get too close. Their auras swirled around and fought for supremacy while the guests kept a safe distance. Eventually, Thorol pulled his hand away and laughed. He jokingly admitted he was no match for his little bro and surrendered. Matching the casual vibe, Theo insisted he'd only won because Big Brother let him. Thorol mused that too much modesty could come off as a bit insulting to an opponent, but his surrender just now was completely sincere. He figured if they'd faced each other at the same age, it would have been a one-sided beatdown. Theo recognized the high praise coming from the most decorated young genius in the clan's recent history. Seeing such an interesting, magnificent little brother genuinely filled Thorol with joy. He turned to the nobles who'd been cautiously watching from a distance and urged everyone to raise a glass to the newly rising star of Ragnar. With the merriment back in full swing, Thorol asked his little bro if the debut he'd set up for the new successor was satisfactory. Theo gave his thanks. He quickly picked up that Thorol wasn't just strong, he was shrewd as hell. All the praise and that laid-back attitude were just a front. By showing off his martial prowess, he solidified his own position. By openly acknowledging the newly minted rival, he won over the crowd. Because of that, the atmosphere Theo had been trying to build with Navin got completely overshadowed by a bigger stunt. Thorol had easily shifted the public's opinion over to his side. The guy might look like a roided-up bodybuilder with a friendly exterior, but he was a ruthless opponent who could see the race to the throne from every angle. After that little pissing contest with his big brother, Theo got surrounded by his batchmates. They shared wine and laughed the night away. Unbeknownst to him, a whole bunch of eligible noblewomen had just bumped him straight to the top of their bachelor lists. While everyone was having a good time and socializing, there was a boomer seething up on the balcony. The elder dragon had been planning to use the half-breed's foul behavior as an excuse to kick him out of the place. If that clueless fool Thorol hadn't interrupted, he could have made the whole party about his old ass and his agenda. He couldn't stand the fact that a mere bastard was running around stirring up the hierarchy and the family's affairs whenever he felt like it. Since he couldn't go after the big fish, he started looking for something smaller to mess with. This fossil was just bored. He spotted Captain Evelyn Naravel having fun and drinking with her peers, and the elder dragon's hateful gaze lingered on her. He figured it was up to him to decide who should even be allowed in this place. Tonight, Evelyn had ditched her usual armor and put on an absolutely stunning dress that really accentuated her beauty. Her comrades were showering her with compliments. They almost never got to see their captain out of uniform, after all. She wasn't exactly used to being called cute, so every cell in her body was screaming at her to ditch the dress and put the armor back on. Tonight was supposed to be about celebrating and unwinding, yet some bastard had the gall to throw a full glass of wine right on Evelyn's head, soaking her dress and staining her skin. The second she heard that hateful voice, deep-seated trauma came roaring back. The elder dragon strutted closer like he owned the damn palace. Evelyn shivered and subconsciously flinched in fear. The old bastard asked where she got the balls to crawl out of her hole and start interacting with nobility. Evelyn's comrade bravely spoke up for her captain. Even if this guy was one of the 9 dragons, that kind of inhumane treatment was completely unacceptable. Evelyn held Erin back before she did something she'd regret. For her own sake, they couldn't mess with one of the highest-ranking douchebags in the clan. Evelyn was trying her hardest to keep her anger and fear under control. It was written all over her wine-soaked face. This was Erin's first time seeing the captain look so terrified. She couldn't help wondering what the hell had happened between her and the elder. The elder dragon towered over the ladies and reminded Evelyn of his old warning, never appear in front of him again. His hateful eyes caught a shiny glint hidden under an ornate scarf. Without hesitation, he grabbed her prosthetic arm and yanked it to pieces. With zero remorse, the elder casually destroyed the gift the young lord had thoughtfully given her, then tossed the shattered metal aside like pure trash. The freak called it a toy pinned onto a useless hunk of meat. In his mind, trash should live like trash, crushed on the floor. He gave Evelyn one last warning to get the hell out of this place before he tore her to shreds. Not wanting to cause any more trouble, she sucked it up and fled. Watching her run away like a scared little girl thoroughly amused the elder dragon. He joked that the stench was finally starting to fade. Erin threatened to report the whole unjust mess to the office of the law, and the old fart just looked at her like she was crazy. If she really wanted to snitch, she could go right ahead. She'd quickly learn what Ragnar's survival of the fittest actually meant if she went down that road. Evelyn ran and ran like her life depended on it. Her past came flooding back, and she beat herself up for ever thinking she could just relax and have fun with her comrades. She'd worked so hard to overcome all the trauma from when she was just a powerless little girl. One interaction with that man undid everything. The man hailed as the elder dragon used to beat the living hell out of her just for daring to call him father. She never understood why she was being punished and hurt back then. She was only a kid. In the end, she was still that same scared and confused little girl. Nothing had changed. She was running so fast with tears blurring her vision that she didn't notice someone standing right in her path. The demon dragon was puzzled to see her bolting in the opposite direction from the banquet hall. The second she saw a familiar face, she finally stopped and just broke down. Back in the banquet hall, Theo and the others were still drinking and sharing stories, completely oblivious that Evelyn had just been completely disrespected. That's about to change. The whole vibe of the party shifted hard when the sound of an old bastard's agonized scream tore through the place. It was immediately followed by the brutal sound of bones breaking, while the old guy stammered out obscenities against the captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon on full demon time, had heard everything from Evelyn, and he was hungry for blood. When he finally let go of that broken arm, the elder dragon scrambled backward as his security team rushed in. Julius had already warned the old fart that whatever happened to Evelyn would happen to him, too. The elder tried to spin the attack as a betrayal of the Ragnar name and labeled Julius a dangerous criminal who needed to be locked up immediately. The demon dragon just stood there calmly while the security team surrounded him on all sides. With the law council getting involved, even the leader of the white-armored dragon cavalry should feel threatened, right? They calmly listed his crime of injuring the elder dragon's head counselor and threatened him with jail time. They'd prefer to handle the arrest cooperatively, but Julius was not in the mood to play along. Seeing the pure smoldering rage in his eyes made the leader of the law council break out in cold sweat. Julius quoted the written oath sworn upon the sword back in Ragnar's autumn. 4 years ago, he'd sworn on his blade right in front of those old men sitting on their dusty laurels. They'd all agreed that Evelyn was completely untouchable. If the elder dragon didn't want to respect that oath, then it was fair game to take revenge. Like everyone else in the banquet hall, Theo moved closer to the commotion and overheard everything that had just gone down. This never happened in his previous life. He'd changed way too many variables this time around. As far as he knew, Evelyn Narville had been born the illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar. Such a cool name was completely wasted on a piece of shit who valued pure blood above everything else, yet still couldn't keep his dragon in his pants. Evelyn's very existence went against everything the guy stood for. She was a disgrace in his eyes. He desperately wanted to hide her from the public and planned to cast her out of the family for good. But Julius stepped up. Seeing the kid's potential, he brought her into the white-armored dragon cavalry, and Wolfgang's shady plan fell apart. She blossomed into a damn competent fighter and capable leader, climbing the ranks fast. When she rose to young captain of her own unit, Wolfgang's fear of being exposed as a total freak flared up hard. Ignoring the possible consequences, he tried to kill his own daughter and make it look like an accident. He missed the kill shot and ended up severing her left arm clean off. She barely survived, but losing the limb made it impossible to hold the reins of her mount. Evelyn was forced into an early retirement and spent the rest of her days managing the fourth training hall, never touching noble business again. Meeting Theo Ragnar had redirected her life right back toward glory. You could say the whole chain of events leading to this mess was a direct result of Theo's actions after he regressed. If that was the case, it was only right that he step in and set things straight himself. It was going to be tough stopping the situation from getting even worse with the demon dragon's killing intent filling the air. Wolfgang turned to the nobles and tried to get them on his side. He called Julius out for showing contempt toward an elder who'd safeguarded Ragnar for decades. He accused the demon dragon of using the authority of the 9 dragons to threaten his own kin, behavior that was basically outright treason. Hearing the old fart cry about abuse of authority only pissed Julius off even more. The situation could have gone completely sideways if Theo hadn't stepped up to mediate. He reminded both sides that this day was supposed to be a joyful celebration of his dear friend's birthday, not the time to freak everyone the hell out. Julius respected and listened to the young lord, so he reined his temper back in. Wolfgang, on the other hand, looked annoyed that his rage bait had been shut down. Since 2 high-ranking members of the family clearly wanted to tear each other apart, Theo proposed they settle the beef the old-fashioned Ragnar way. Instead of killing each other on the dance floor of a birthday party, they should just do a proper duel trial. Wolfgang immediately shot the idea down. He claimed he was the clear victim here. No need for a trial when he hadn't done anything wrong. Theo stayed calm and centered, and urged the old fart to just accept it so the disturbance wouldn't blow up any bigger. He noticed the Lord of the Daffodil Palace had made her appearance, and she looked pissed that her daughter's event was getting ruined by 2 meatheads. Every step she took dropped the temperature hard and started freezing the floor. Neil Ragnar, also known as the Ice Dragon, was not someone you wanted as your opponent. As usual, Wolfgang tried to play the victim card, but Neil just told him to shut his ass up. She didn't want to hear excuses, and she cared nothing for petty squabbles. For her daughter's sake, she strongly urged both parties to follow Theo's suggestion. That was the final mercy her steadily dwindling patience would allow. The nobles quietly murmured among themselves. They all figured Wolfgang and his fellow elders would come out on top even in retirement. They were high-ranking inspectors after all. Wolfgang was thinking the exact same thing. He trusted his men to dog-walk whoever Julius sent out. The dual trial rules said the plaintiff and defendant had to face off in the final round, while the first 2 duels were fought by chosen representatives. Looking around the room, Julius only had a 1-armed woman and a wretched bastard child in his corner. By Wolfgang's estimation, he wouldn't even have to lift a finger. His boys should win clean 2-0. He acted reluctant, but Wolfgang eventually agreed to a pure contest of the blade to decide who was right and wrong. While the guests filtered out of the banquet hall to watch the duel trial, they all started speculating on how it would go. Among the crowd, Thora watched with an amused smile, sipping his wine. He'd honestly not expected his little bro to step up like that. Knowing the demon dragon's famously short temper, this whole thing had been about to spiral out of control. If Theo hadn't jumped in, the rage-baiting dragon would have crushed Julius using the corrupt legal system and ruined him politically. In that short moment, the young man had found a solution that diffused the ticking bomb on terms both sides could live with. Thorol could already tell whatever happened next was going to be an entertaining watch. Everyone gathered outside the Daffodil Palace and planted their asses down around a snow-plowed arena. From this moment, under the supervision of the Law Council, the dual trial would begin. To keep things fair, mana use was banned. Everything that happened inside the trial would be protected by Ragnar law. Both parties had to solemnly swear that any revenge after the fact, no matter the result, would be punished. Lingering resentment was off the table. Julius and Wolfgang verbally agreed to the terms while eyeing each other up. With the formalities out of the way, the first combatants were asked to step forward. Much to everyone's surprise, the rising star Theo Ragnar confidently drew his blade, letting it catch the bright moonlight. His peers knew Theo was a beast, but they were still worried for their boy. The other side's leadoff guy didn't look easy at all. Remington recognized Theo's opponent right away, the Elder Dragon's aide, Gale Sword Beta. Among the high-ranked inspectors, he was one of the best in pure skill and combat prowess. Before stepping into the arena, Wolfgang gave Beta an unsettling little pep talk. He gave his loyal aide the green light to go for a killing blow without holding back. Beta was reasonably reluctant to cut down a successor candidate for the Patriarch position, but the old fart assured him that any accidents inside the ring would be fully covered by the dual trial rules, and if he couldn't snuff the life out of the young man, Wolfgang at least wanted an arm as a souvenir. While the other corner was making some shady coaching calls, Theo just stood calmly on his side of the arena. Julius had cooled down a lot and was stressing about dragging such a promising young man into his mess. Earlier, he'd apologized to Theo for his reckless actions and kept asking if this was really the right way. With total confidence, Theo just told him to trust the process. Through this duel, he planned to settle a long-standing grievance while hogging a little of the spotlight for himself. Once both combatants were in position, the Law Council referee blew the whistle. Beta decided to play it slow at first, settling into a stationary defensive stance. Theo, on the other hand, pushed the pace hard and came in with a flashy charge. Seeing the youngster rushing in, Beta matched the aggression. Their first collision looked roughly equal in strength. With mana banned, they could only rely on pure physicality. Sparks flew as the clash sent both of them flying in opposite directions. The second they regained their footing, both combatants flash-stepped in for round two. What followed was a blur of countless collisions that were almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. All the audience could really see was the flash of steel crashing against steel. Beta might have an unfortunate name, but he was a damn competent swordsman. He was practically neck and neck with Theo's raw strength. The Elder Dragon's aide was more surprised that he couldn't find a single opening to exploit. Even though they were still just exchanging probing blows, it was hard to believe a youngster could keep up with a veteran like this. Theo was clearly successor caliber, but with age comes experience. One of the tricks Beta had up his sleeve was using the terrain. He kicked up loose dirt and stones to obscure the young lord's vision. A split second of distraction was all he needed for a fatal blow. Beta felt pretty proud of himself for leaning on his real combat experience. To show a little respect for a successor's dignity, he planned to send Theo off with as little pain as possible. Just a clean decapitation should do it. As his blade swept near the young lord's neck, Theo suddenly sped up and leaned backward with a taunting smile. He'd known Beta would underestimate his combat experience, so he'd left a deliberate gap, and the dumbass took the bait. While Beta's arm was overextended from the missed killing strike, Theo was free to retaliate. At the last second, Beta used every cell in his body to get the hell out of the way. And he noticed something concerning. The young lord deliberately held back his attack for some reason. But why the hell would the rising star pull back on such an easy kill? If it were up to Theo, he'd have finished the job right then and there. Unfortunately, the voices in his head picked the absolute worst time to come back. They kept pushing him to murder the ones who'd mocked and abandoned him. Thoughts of random bloodshed flooded his mind. His vision and thoughts got all clouded by that hunger for violence. Beta noticed the weird behavior but didn't want to jump in again. He'd already gotten burned by a fake opening once, and he was worried this was just another deliberate bait. If that was the case, he felt pretty damn offended that some young buck would underestimate him this hard. An experienced inspector never falls for the same trick twice. With full confidence, Beta charged forward, ready to kill. Theo raised his blade and blocked the strike like it was nothing. He spoke out loud to the voices in his head and shut them up with pure willpower. If it's murder they want, he can handle the bloodshed without all that annoying chirping. Suddenly, Theo kicked it up a notch. He countered with a crazy barrage of chaotic slashes that straight up severed one of Beta's arms. One arm down and freaking out, Beta felt the pain and pressure while trying his hardest not to lose any more body parts. Using his remaining arm, he brute forced his way out of getting cornered by this unhinged Theo. The young lord made Beta's last stand look like a complete joke, sending the fool flying off the arena. The people sitting on the other side would have been turned into collateral damage if the ice dragon hadn't stepped in to shield the nobles. Feeling the force behind that attack, she quietly praised the young man's insane talent and power. Even without using any mana, he managed to wreck the arena in a single slash like an absolute monster. Poor Beta was laid out flat in a crater, armless and unconscious. Half of his drip was deleted. Bro got absolutely cooked. The Law Council referee took one look at the combatant and called an end to round one. For the opening duel trial, Theo Ragnar was the undisputed winner. While the crowd was cheering, Theo was still trying to push down that growing hunger for the kill. Thankfully, he got enough control back over those crazy urges in time. The level of grudges he felt today felt different than usual. It was this strange sensation, like something bigger was guiding him toward God knows what. He only managed to unleash that ridiculous level of power when he willingly gave in to that odd feeling. Trusting the grudges of the past is definitely a slippery slope. The danger is real, but if he can keep it under control, it'll be a huge boost to his combat power. Hell, he could become twice as strong with the flip of a switch. After they cleared out the debris and patched up the ruined arena, the second round kicked off. Both fighters were told to step up. Surprisingly, Theo walked over to the corner and said they'd be doing consecutive battles. The referee accepted him as the defense's representative for round two. That didn't sit well with Wolfgang at all. He thought the decision was straight up arrogant, so he sent out his most trusted fighter, the Sword of Mystics and former Dragon Gate Swordmaster, Paige Grayson. The Lanka siblings were absolutely hyped seeing this old man carrying an absurdly huge sword without using any mana. Sitting next to them, Remington's anxiety was through the roof, but the lanky siblings told him to chill out. The Silver Lion pointed out that unlike the first round, where the other side sent a high-ranking inspector just to save face, Paige Grayson was a well-known elder himself. Those with any common sense could tell Wolfgang's corner was dead set on killing Lord Theo no matter what. With that in mind, it's pretty hard to imagine Theo losing when the aftermath of his last fight was still fresh in everyone's minds. As soon as the referee blew the whistle to start the second round, Theo politely raised his hand. Instead of wasting time clashing swords with another old man, he just waved the white flag and forfeited. Everyone was shocked by that decision, especially Old Man Page. Theo humbly explained that a mid-ranked inspector like him couldn't possibly match an established elder. Even without fighting, he could see the gap between them. The Sword of Mystics was rightfully pissed that he got denied a fair fight. Mr. Law Council referee was also caught off guard as he announced the winner of round two. The audience actually applauded Theo's clever business move. He basically took a thorny variable out of the equation for free. Remember, the plaintiff and defendant still have to face off in the duel trial's third and final round. Wolfgang was so laser-focused on getting rid of the problematic successor that he got completely blindsided by such a simple maneuver. Now the bastard has to fight with a broken arm. In all her years alive, Evelyn had never seen her deadbeat father so shaken before. When Theo walked over to their corner, she apologized for dragging him into her problems again. He answered like a true comrade and gave her some solid reassurance. The warmth in his words reminded Evelyn of everything good in her life. Julius Ragnar was just an upstart in the cavalry when he enthusiastically invited her into the squad. He was the first one to recognize her growing talent. After she lost her arm, the demon dragon kept being her friend and reminded her she could always make a comeback. Then she met the charismatic young lord who completely changed the trajectory of her dead-end life. She swore to be his sword, and that gave her a new purpose. Lord Theo gave her the courage to fight for the things she'd wanted for so long. Her past was full of pain, but now there are people who genuinely care about her. How the hell could she just stand by and stay trapped in the past when these great people believe in her so much? Maybe it's time to finally slay the villain. Before Julius could step into the arena as the final participant, Evelyn spoke up. She's tired of being the victim. It's time to seize her fate with her own hands, even if she's only got one. For the final round of the duel trial, the Law Council referee promptly asked the plaintiff and defendant to step forward. Even with a sling holding his broken arm, Wolfgang Ragnar still looked menacing as he strutted into the ring. On the inside, he was still cursing that damn successor for pushing him into a corner with zero reputation left to salvage. He'd already come to terms with the fact that Julius would probably kill him, but he was determined to take at least an arm. The guy loves chopping arms off. After a quick discussion with the referee, the defense's request to change their third-round fighter was accepted. Wearing her form-fitting dress with a blade in hand, the one-armed captain confidently walked into the arena. As soon as he saw his crippled, unlawful daughter step in, Wolfgang burst into mocking laughter. He asked if she was going to beg for mercy one last time. His weak-ass trash talk didn't land at all. Evelyn brandished her rapier and kept her eyes locked on her disgusting target. She only needed to say a single word to drive Wolfgang completely mad. This bum absolutely hates being called father. The audience was floored when they heard her utter the forbidden word. They had no idea about the connection between the Elder Dragon and Evelyn Naravel. Everyone had heard the rumors about an illegitimate child, but nobody really paid that much attention to hearsay. Desperate and panicked, Wolfgang tried to paint Evelyn as some crazy person spouting nonsense. If she'd known she could get this kind of reaction out of him, she would have done it a lot sooner. She mercilessly aired out all the abuse she suffered at the hands of this son of a biscuit. She told everyone how he nearly beat her to death once when she was just a little girl, and even tried to end her again when she climbed the ranks of the white armored dragon cavalry just to protect his precious image. Enraged, Wolfgang's true colors finally came out. He claimed that as an esteemed elder of House Ragnar, he was well within his rights to clean up his history. The bastard got rage-baited so hard that he basically confessed to his own lowly crimes. The nobles watching felt bad for Evelyn and straight up disgusted with the old fart. Who would have thought the high and mighty elder, always fussing about bloodlines, was guilty of spreading his seed outside the family? Those who already knew about Wolfgang's shameful habits just stayed quiet. They'd warned him this day would come if he wasn't careful. The old fart knew he was completely tarnished at this point. Julius and Theo just watched the drama unfold from the sidelines. The demon dragon still wanted to take the final fight himself to spare Evelyn the grief, but the young lord was adamant about letting her sort this problem out on her own. As soon as the whistle blew, Evelyn went straight for an aggressive offense. With her severed arm and Wolfgang's broken limb, the fight was pretty even. Since she had way more experience dealing with the handicap, Evelyn controlled the tempo while the old fart focused on defense. When she felt the timing was right, she finally unveiled her new weapon. Being a veteran of plenty of battlefields, Julius immediately sensed the change in her stance and the whole atmosphere. She was using the Wind Thunder God technique, Duhart. With pure technique alone, she literally kicked up a storm. The old heads watching vaguely recognized the Sword of Windstorm. As far as they knew, that was supposed to be a lost art. How the hell could Evelyn deploy and master something like that? The Wind Thunder God technique definitely lived up to its name. Standing right in the center, she moved like the eye of the storm. She was effectively blocking Wolfgang's sword while constantly pressing him back. It's not every day you see someone so young going toe-to-toe with a top swordsman like Wolfgang. Theo was watching all of this with pure delight. Since the duel trial bans mana, pure swordsmanship finally gets to shine. With the difference in magical power taken out of the equation, a refined technique like hers could really stand out. Above all, Wolfgang is a fraud who got carried by his solid foundation of pure blood lineage. Without that crutch, he's a mediocre swordsman at best. Feeling completely suffocated by Evelyn's aggression, the Elder Dragon brute-forced his way out of getting cornered. Even though he's a bum, he still served as one of the family's top fighters for a long time. The guy can swing a sword like a caveman. After creating an opening, he charged at Evelyn with overwhelming force. Once he got past her initial showing, his confidence came back and he started talking trash again. He swore he'd beat her until she begged for mercy and came to her senses. Evelyn had heard enough of his hateful crap. She finally had the strength to fight back. Since the old fart wanted a contest of strength, she'd gladly beat him at his own game. When she was young, she used to see her horrible father as her entire world. She used to fear him more than anything. But now that she's got good people by her side, people she can trust, people who believe in her wholeheartedly, those useless thoughts are gone. She's no longer the little girl who clung to a horrible parent. She's a grown woman in full control of her life. She's got the strength to finally cut down the bastard who made her life hell. The weak child who got abused and scorned is now a warrior who can take down the monster that shared her blood. The nobles watching this cathartic beatdown were genuinely moved by Evelyn Noreville's resolve. The bout ended, and she was pronounced the winner of the final round of the duel trial. She finally got her revenge by severing one of the scumbag's arms. Even after getting beaten fair and square, Wolfgang still refused to accept defeat. He tried to come after her with full force, but ice restraints locked him down. Thankfully, Lady Neil, the ice dragon, sprang into action fast. She chewed him out for disgracing the name of the 9 dragons and acting completely out of line. When the referee called her name, reality finally hit Evelyn. According to the dual trial agreement, the verdict was not guilty. As she walked back to her corner, she felt the weight of the world lift right off her shoulders. Evelyn Narville is finally free. Julius and Theo welcomed their comrade with pride. At last, she can flourish without that constant fear holding her back. She credited the win to her lord and the cavalry's captain. Over on the other side, Wolfgang's lackeys rushed into the arena to drag their loser boss out for medical attention. They recovered his sword, and he definitely didn't appreciate seeing failure reflected on the blade. He shoved his lackey aside, grabbed the sword, and menacingly marched toward Evelyn's corner. Wolfgang roared her name like a slur and called her a wretched girl while swinging his weapon like a total madman. It was obvious this piece of garbage wanted to cleave her down once and for all. This time, Julius stepped in before he could even get close. The demon dragon grabbed him with his only remaining hand and made him sit his ass down like a good boy. Wolfgang was so clouded by rage that he must have forgotten he got off easy with just a severed arm. Julius stared the old bum down and asked if he really wanted to lose the other one too. If he wanted to look like a mannequin that badly, the demon dragon would gladly make it happen. The tension in the arena was through the roof. Things could have turned even bloodier if it weren't for an urgent interruption. A messenger burst in to announce that the Trovan family had started their invasion. Everyone needed to get back to their posts immediately. Julius clicked his tongue. The timing couldn't have been worse. He really wanted to do some serious damage, but that would have to wait. It took a lot of willpower to turn around and let go. He called on his trusted aides. They were officially at war now, and the white-armored dragon cavalry would be on the front lines. Wolfgang, like the dumbass he is, still couldn't take the hint. He kept yapping about how the duel wasn't over yet. Nobody was listening to him anymore. The ice dragon had to threaten him with cold violence just to shut his trap. She gave him one final warning. If he ever brought shame on the 9 dragons again, her ice blades would gladly turn him into a refrigerated pincushion. He tried to argue and pull rank, claiming that touching him would be disrespect to the entire Elder Council. Lady Neil just told him to take a good look at the council. Everyone had already turned their backs on their disgraced leader. They washed their hands of any involvement in Wolfgang's shameful actions. They couldn't keep a representative who defied the sanctity of the duel and brandished his sword after losing like a spoiled child. By the end of the night, the Elder Dragon had lost an arm, his council, and the respect of the entire Ragnar clan. Seeing him broken and defeated gave Julius a real sense of justice. The pitiful spectacle of a greedy old man who lost everything was a pretty damn satisfying conclusion. While the higher-ups of Ragnar were busy playing their political games, Ed Trovan was moving like an absolute villain. His troops had already occupied the central plateau and were closing in on Castle Harmon. According to the reports, the Ragnar forces, both the Lord's cavalry and the private troops of the 6 Pillars, were gearing up to meet them at the central plateau. Ed Trovan laughed to himself. Those dumb old dragons were moving exactly like he expected. It's about time they realized this war is just one piece of a far greater plan, and that one piece is real. While they focus all their forces on the plateau, Trovan will freely devour the real prize. All the pieces are in place for his wicked takeover. On the other side of the map, the Bacchus family territory seemed oddly quiet. One of the 6 Pillars had gone through a drastic change after the Sarah's Guild debacle. The guards manning the walls couldn't help but gossip about the new head of the house. Since taking over, Lord Navin had done nothing but lock himself away and drink all day. In times this turbulent, his own people were starting to doubt whether he even deserved to be called family head. One of the more experienced guards insisted that with the whole family locked up, all that's left of this territory are debts. A lord is pretty much useless when even the knights and vassals who swore loyalty to the Bacchus family for generations have packed up and left. It's understandable that the new family head chooses to drown himself in booze every day. Hell, the freedom to do that is a blessing in itself. Recently, the guards received some reinforcements sent by the Ragnar clan. These troops were supposed to fix the manpower problem, but they turned out to be useless freeloaders. Just like the family head, all they do is drink the days away. The captain of the Ragnar reinforcements just happened to be Sybil Drea, along with Iod Neuron and a bunch of other Theo fanboys. They were supposed to be the night watch, but every single night they're just drunkenly passed out in the streets. Their deployment is basically the main family's way of saying get lost. One of the guards stationed on the wall heard all this distressing info and seemed a little too pleased about it. As soon as the sun set, that guard slipped out of the territory and reported back to someone shady. He recounted how the morale inside was already at rock bottom. The operation might as well be considered an automatic success. Even more hooded shady figures emerged from the shadows and started marching toward the Bacchus territory. They'd heard enough. It's time to roll out. With the current state of the fallen household, they could probably finish their objective in record time. As expected, Captain Sybil, who was supposed to be manning the walls, was passed out with a bottle in his hand. One of the hooded figures quietly snuck into his position. With a knife flourish, he cursed out the drunk bastard for sleeping on guard duty. He aimed for Sybil's head and plunged the blade with incredible precision. Back at the White Armored Dragon Cavalry HQ, Julius had just heard an unreasonable request. Theo asked to invoke independent operation rights as an intermediate inspector. Captain Demon Dragon swiftly shut that idea down. During wartime, all military operations take priority, and he couldn't make an exception, even for a successor. Theo pushed back, saying his request was very much related to the war effort. He even had the documents to back it up. Julius's eyes went wide when he skimmed the contents. Theo explained that Trovin's main invasion points, Castle Harmon and the Central Highlands, were nothing but clever diversions. He was positive the real target of this invasion was the floating archipelago and the compromised Bacchus territory. Backed by reports that supported the theory, Julius could tell Theo's assessment was solid. Judging from the Black Skull's recent actions during the series of hostage crises, it was clear they were in cahoots with the Trovin family. Theo added that Black Skull originally started as a maritime league from the floating archipelago, the hub through which all the Empire's gold once flowed. That certainly explained how the Trovin clan managed to amass such seemingly endless war funds. Given the archipelago's geographical position, it was only a matter of time before that place turned into a direct threat to Ragnar territory. So Theo suggested bumping up the priority of fortifying the neglected Bacchus territory. Even if his calculations were airtight, the majority of Trovin forces had already gathered in the Central Highlands and around Castle Harmon. They had enough numbers for an all-out war. Their side had already deployed troops to counter that imminent clash. The clan simply had no manpower left to spare. Still, they couldn't just abandon the real strategic points. That's exactly why Theo asked for independent command authority. He would oversee the reinforcement of Bacchus territory and the investigation of the archipelago. In doing so, they could shine a light on Trovin's financial artery, give him some hand-picked troops and a little bit of time, and he was confident he could make a more direct impact on this war. Julius was honestly astounded by the young man's clever thinking. How the hell could he not approve of such a bold plan? This was tied directly to the war. They had to pull out all the stops. Even so, he reminded Theo not to overextend himself. When the young lord left the HQ, the demon dragon was left pondering how the kid had pieced everything together by himself. He'd somehow gotten his hands on highly classified information. He would have been better off sharing that precious intel with an intelligence expert like Black Dragon, but he chose to report straight to his captain. That meant Theo wanted to keep this operation under wraps so he could move freely on his own. Julius could tell the kid had only asked for permission as a mere formality. By Julius's estimation, Theo had already made his move long before he walked into the HQ, and he was absolutely right. Theo had already placed his troops inside the Bacchus territory. Tonight, they shed their drunken camouflage to deal with the invaders. Captain Sybil dropped the drunkard act and completely decimated the hooded invader by surprise. When the bottle of booze got flung into the air, its contents spilled out and the hooded figure caught a whiff of plain orange juice. Sybil is sober and wide awake. The guy doesn't even drink at all. After days of pretending to be an intoxicated fool, he can finally stretch his limbs and swing his sword without any restraint. Without the element of surprise, a Trovin operative is no match for a swordsman who used to train with Lord Theo. Sybil's troops easily cleared out the vanguard. Next step was lighting up the beacon. None of them ever expected their first real assignment would be killing Trovan operatives. They never could have imagined this back at the blooming ceremony. While Sybil was trying to spark the signal, the sneaky operative he'd just gutted suddenly sprang back into action after biting his time face down on the floor. The Sybil squad got caught lacking, and Sybil nearly bought it. Thankfully, someone came out of nowhere and cleanly decapitated the deceptive bastard. It was none other than Navin. Naturally, he chewed the boys out for letting their guard down. If any of them got hurt, how the hell could he ever face Lord Theo? Realizing he'd messed up, Sybil stood up straight and paid his respects to the head of the Bacchus family. Navin told him to be at ease and just relax, though if they really wanted to relax for real, they needed to take care of the Lord's orders first. With a smile, Sybil got right back to lighting the beacon. Navin actually liked having these boys in his territory. They matched his vibe. Once the walls of the Bacchus territory were lit, crossbowmen lined the ramparts waiting for the next wave of invaders. Navin casually monitored everything from the highest point of the castle, just like his lord had predicted. Enemies would come crawling tonight. How could Theo even see through the Trovan plan of attack to such a terrifying extent? The guy's really just built different. With the Trovan rats exposed by the fire, Sybil roared the order to defend the Bacchus castle at all costs. While the hooded invaders were climbing the tall walls, thousands of arrows pelted them from above. Absolute bloodbath. By the time Theo reached the castle aboard his Viper Wyvern Umbra, the battle had already broken out. He arrived just in time to watch his boys in action. He sped up in pure excitement, eager to see some familiar faces again. When the sun rose over Bacchus Castle, the land outside the walls was littered with corpses of Trovan operatives. Just like Lord Theo commanded, the mission to defend the territory was complete. Sybil was rightfully proud of his work. Theo knew the boy could be loud sometimes, but his report was extra rowdy this time. Must have been the adrenaline from slaughtering an entire battalion. Of course, the exceptional defense of Bacchus territory deserved some praise. A single compliment and a bit of acknowledgement drove good old Sybil to tears. His comrades were so damn jealous of their captain. Navin hadn't expected Theo to drop by in person, but it was a nice surprise. Thankfully, Theo didn't need to interfere at all. Thanks to the reinforcement squad, the operation went smoothly. Even Navin was surprised. Theo scooped up all his fanboys and recruited them to join the Comedia Palace Guards. He was delighted to see how quickly they progressed. He could tell they'd even wowed Navin. The family head hadn't expected much at first. They were intermediate inspectors with little to no experience under their belts, yet they clutched up when it actually mattered. Their skills were still on the rougher side, but they were good people who could be trusted. Hearing Navin sing his boys such high praises made Theo feel like a proud big brother. Since Navin liked Sybil and the boys so much, Theo suggested they fill the Bacchus family's vacant night order. If Ghost Sword Navin handled their training and turned them into a proper night order, Sybil and the others could really flourish. Navin seemed receptive to the idea. It had been a long time since he felt any real sense of anticipation. Theo was glad his subordinates had found a great home where they could stay together and keep helping with his agenda. Since he was no longer needed in this territory, Lord Theo said his farewells. He'd seen what he came to see, so it was time to head to his next destination. He was bound for the floating archipelago to conduct a thorough investigation. Navin thought he'd be used to his lord's boldness by now, but Theo still managed to catch him off guard sometimes. The archipelago was notorious for its hostility toward outsiders. It was hard as hell to even get in. Luckily, Theo had his ways. After a few days of smooth sailing, he arrived at the port city of Dion. Donning his hood to avoid standing out, he went straight for the pub. Right away, he ran into trouble. A man twice his size deliberately bumped into him on the way in. The big guy was pretty aggressive, but Theo kept his cool and backhandedly insulted the brute. Then he swiftly grabbed a pint of booze and smashed it against the troublemaker's head. The whole pub erupted at the commotion. Everyone wanted to see a fight. Judging by how the pub service just kept going undeterred even with a fight happening right at the doorstep, trouble seemed pretty commonplace around here. On the other side of the door at the end of the pub hallway was a neatly maintained office. The man in charge of the establishment was listening to a report from his subordinate. Lately, they'd been under pressure to regularly supply the Trovans with gunpowder and steel. All of those goods were supposed to count as the rental fee for the dragon-slaying sword. Antonio Spinola, the Spinola family's next patriarch, was rightfully pissed. The Trovins had worded the letter like a request, but it was really a bloody threat. They'd stolen the dragon-slaying sword, and now they were trying to lend it back to the original owners in exchange for precious resources. Antonio didn't even want to acknowledge the report, but at the end of the day, they had no choice in the matter. Without the dragon-slaying sword, the floating archipelago would sink. If they hadn't lost that legendary blade, they wouldn't be at the mercy of these exploitative overlords. He was wrestling with the thought that there might be no hope left for the archipelago. Right then, the sounds of a rowdy mess leaked through the closed door. Already pissed that he was getting ripped off, Antonio kicked his office door open to shut down the noise. If his customers wanted a drink, they should drink a little quieter. Under the hood, Theo smirked. The man he wanted to see had finally shown himself. He just needed a little encouragement to get out of that office. Antonio Spinola would be instrumental for the next phase of his plans. After being escorted down to the pub's liquor storage for causing a scene upstairs, Theo immediately shared his desire to go to the floating archipelago. He wanted to tag along with Antonio's ship as a combatant. He pointed out that sea monsters had been showing up more often on the route lately, so he wanted to lend his sword. He'd already demonstrated his skill in the brawl upstairs, and he'd heard the Spinola family was short on manpower these days. It was a win-win. Antonio acknowledged that everything he said had some truth to it. They were looking for crew members. Still, he refused to let this shady young man on his ship. For an alleged mercenary looking for work, his gear was way too clean. Not a single sign of wear. He walked into the pub, caused trouble, and just happened to know a ship was bound for the archipelago soon. Antonio wasn't about to let an unknown variable like that onto his boat. Theo chuckled. He would have been disappointed if Antonio hadn't seen through his sloppy ruse. Now that he knew the man wasn't an idiot, they could finally talk business. He slid a coin onto the table and brought up the armed resistance fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago, the Black Skull. He'd come all the way to this port city to make a deal with the resistance leader himself, Antonio Spinola. Antonio felt threatened by how much the young man already knew, but that wasn't important right now. This wasn't about how he knew, it was about what he knew. For example, he was fully aware that Antonio was stressing hard about the dragon-slaying sword. The second Theo uttered the name of that blade, Antonio immediately accused him of being a Trovan dog. Theo just laughed and reminded the businessman to keep his composure. Antonio checked himself and reined in the hostility. His security detail poked their heads in when they heard the noise, but he waved them off. Theo hinted that he actually had the dragon-slaying sword in his possession. Antonio called him ridiculous. As far as he knew, those Trovan dogs had it under lock and key. But Theo poked a hole right in that belief. Those Trovan dogs had probably just claimed they had the sword. There was no concrete evidence they really did. Come to think of it, the Trovins never even showed the damn thing they were holding for ransom. Antonio realized his judgment might have gotten cloudy with the archipelago's fate hanging in the balance. Since he had nothing left to lose, he might as well listen to what this stranger had to say. So he calmed his tits and sat down while Theo launched into the legend and mystery of the infamous floating archipelago. The tale began with the hero known as Kriemhild. This was a legend near and dear to Antonio's heart. He even kept the storybook in his drawer. Kriemhild supposedly drove his sword into the head of the sea dragon that once ravaged the vast ocean, sealing the beast beneath the waves. It sounded like a generic fairy tale, but Antonio knew it was real historical fact. People said the floating archipelago stayed afloat thanks to mysterious natural currents, but that wasn't true. In reality, the dragon Kriemhild sealed still lay deep under that land. It released immense monowaves that created an updraft strong enough to hold the islands up. The dragon-slaying sword was the device that maintained the seal, a medium that stabilized the flow of mana. Ever since the Trovins stole that blade, the mana current had grown more and more unstable. If the dragon-slaying sword wasn't returned to its rightful place, the archipelago would face total disaster. The islands would sink, taking every last inhabitant with them. The lives of Antonio's people were on the line. He couldn't afford to mess this up. If Theo really had the dragon-slaying sword, Antonio would gladly grant him anything he wished in exchange for it. But simply handing the sword back wasn't a real solution. Those crafty Trovan goons would just steal it again whenever they felt like it. More than that, Theo didn't want to give up the extra power either. Since the young man wanted to talk business, Antonio gladly opened the negotiations. If it was money he wanted, the Spinola family would pay any amount. Thankfully, Theo already had a plan to keep the dragon-slaying sword and save the archipelago at the same time. All he needed for now was a ride to those mystical islands. The desperate Antonio eventually caved, and Theo was welcomed onto the ship bound for the floating archipelago. Of course, he didn't miss the chance to aura farm on the boat. From the port city of Dion, their journey was smooth sailing. From afar, the floating archipelago looked like any average port city. This series of floating rocks was widely known as a merchant federation, with its own unique history and traditions, so much so that the emperor himself recognized their autonomy. In Theo's past life, the Great War had been a turning point for the worse. It got occupied by Trovan, its rich history erased, and the whole place reduced to a mere production base for war supplies. Toward the end of the Great War, the entire archipelago sank and vanished from the map. For the sake of both Ragnar and the people of the archipelago, Theo was determined to drive those dogs out of this place. Antonio had been promised that his homeland would be saved, but he still couldn't fully trust Theo. The young man's plan sounded downright ridiculous. Antonio was especially skeptical about the whole idea of moving the entire landmass. Theo confidently assured the nervous businessman that it was a feasible solution. After all, the sea dragon sealed at the bottom of the archipelago was another guardian of an ancient dragon's relic. Prior to sailing off, Theo had consulted his guardians about the dragon-slaying sword. They immediately confirmed it was an ancient dragon's relic. That only stumped him even more as to why it was incompatible with the Ragnar's. He couldn't even touch the thing without feeling that painful rejection. The lesser Drake wasn't privy to the specifics, but he could tell that the guardian of this blade had abandoned its duty and escaped the relic altogether. There was precedent for that. Mr. Griffin over here had tried and failed the same stunt. Curious, Theo asked his guardians if they could escape their relics if they paid the price. They all claimed that escaping and continuing to live was only possible because it had been pulled off by that one particular guy. It wasn't something a regular guardian could do. That sea dragon had enough power to keep an entire archipelago afloat with just residual mana. That's when the genius idea of subduing the beast entered Theo's mind. If he could pull it off, he'd have the power to move the landmass on his own. Theoretically, he wasn't wrong, but the process would require resealing the sea dragon first. It may have lost most of its power when it escaped the relic, but it was still one of the most powerful guardians in existence. Griffin mocked that Theo didn't even have a way to get to the bottom of the ocean. But he was wrong. Theo already had a plan for situations like this. From how to reach the seafloor to how he was going to reseal the beast, he had everything mapped out. He told Antonio that the key to this absurd operation was the colossal statue on one of the islands. It held a power that even the natives didn't know about. Theo had already shown Antonio the sword, yet the man still wasn't fully convinced this would work. You couldn't really fault the guy for second-guessing the young lord. The fate of his home and his people was on the line. Either way, they'd see what happened once they reached their destination. Just as expected, Theo's system pinged him with a new subquest. Return belonged to its rightful place. He had to find the location, subdue the guardian, and prove his worth as its master. By nightfall, they had docked at one of the many ports. Under Antonio's leadership, the Black Skull revolutionaries gathered. They received their assignment: guide Theo to the Krim-hilt statue. After that, they were to stay the hell out of the way while the young man did his thing. As everyone knew, all the heads of the major families had already been bought by Trovan. Security around the statue had been heightened, so they'd be using the infiltration route into the floating archipelago. Every Black Skull member growled with resolve. Antonio gave Theo one last good luck while the guys scanned the Black Skull lineup. Theo immediately spotted the odd man out. Just like he figured, that huge-ass statue was locked down by guards on every side. Those corrupt families weren't messing around when it came to security at the historical site. What those hard-working guards didn't know was that the Black Skull agents had already slipped in through their secret route. Theo followed his guides through the tunnel and was right next to the target in no time. The waterfall nearby did a great job drowning out any noise, so they could move around pretty freely from here. Theo pulled the dragon-slaying sword out of his subspace and instantly felt that electrifying rejection hit him. He thanked the Black Skull agents for getting him this far, but told them he'd handle the rest solo. Watching him yank the legendary blade out of thin air left the Black Skull people wide-eyed as hell and buzzing with excitement. Theo noticed the negative reaction getting stronger the closer he got to the statue. All he had to do was climb that winding sea dragon carving and get this over with. With his solid footwork and agility, he scaled the stone statue no problem. The Black Skull agents still couldn't believe the blade they'd been busting their asses to find was now in some random stranger's hands. The ones who believed in the revolution suddenly felt like there might actually be hope for the floating archipelago again. Unfortunately, the odd man out finally got sick of watching and jumped into action by killing his fellow Black Skull agents. Turns out the armed resistance was already full of spies. With Belong in sight, they dropped the act and made their move. Meanwhile, Theo had finally made it to the top of the statue's head, where Kriemhild's sculpture sat. He plunged the blade straight into the monster's head. Balm's reaction hit its peak, but Theo had no clue what to do next. For starters, he tried copying Kriemhild's pose and stabbed the colossal statue's head again. Sadly, nothing happened. While he chugged a potion to heal his burned-up hand, Theo racked his brain for any clues from the system message about this subquest. That's when the spies showed up trying to jump him. It was a decent sneak attack, but Theo was way too sharp to fall for that dirty little trick. The spy was caught off guard. He thought this was going to be a quick and easy job. He glanced around looking for Ballman, but the guy was nowhere in sight. That little moment of distraction earned him a nasty kick right to the gut. The spy was pissed that one dumb lapse got him hurt and compromised. Baldy's spy fought to keep his footing while dealing with some minor internal injuries. The other spies rushed over, worried about their lord, Gray. Gray warned his men not to engage Theo carelessly unless they wanted to get one-shotted. Outside, the guards heard something shatter and looked up. They couldn't believe their eyes. The statue of Kriemhild that had stood there for God knows how long was violently crumbling to pieces. Further away, Antonio and his team were still waiting for any updates. It had been a hot minute since the infiltration team left. Then, one of the agents from the squad came rushing back through the secret tunnel, wounded and completely wiped out. She reported how Gray and his brothers suddenly jumped in and killed everyone. Antonio realized he'd completely messed up. The Trovan servants had already infiltrated his group right under his damn nose. Up on the sea dragon statue, Theo was busy fighting off the traitors to the cause. He wasn't really threatened, but they were annoyingly slowing down his mission. To make things worse, Gray and his posse were pretty damn good in a fight. Even when he gave them an opening, they refused to go all in. It was obvious they were just stalling for time. Theo figured they'd already taken control of the nearby 3rd District and were waiting on reinforcements. If they weren't going to bite on what he was putting down, then he'd just have to go on the offensive himself. He attacked like crazy, chipping big chunks off the colossal statue. Those wild strikes finally thinned out the stony layers and revealed an ancient metal box hidden underneath. The second Gray spotted the hollow slit meant for a blade, he yelled at his brothers to stop Theo at all costs. The young lord kicked himself for overcomplicating the whole mission for no good reason. The subquest had clearly said Balmong needed to return to its original place, so he just had to follow where the blade was leading him. The hollow slit of that ancient box was right there in front of him. All he needed to do was slide the tip in. Gray threw his body over Theo, hoping he could stop the inevitable. He was way too slow, and Theo was simply too fast. Theo plunged the blade into its rightful spot, and a bright light completely flooded the area. The impact was strong enough to blast the Trovan dogs away. Theo gritted his teeth and endured both the blade's rejection and that overwhelming force, keeping his hands locked on Baum's hilt the whole time. That's when the shattering finally got the attention of those useless guards outside. When they looked up at the statue they were supposed to be protecting, it was already falling apart. They never could have imagined they'd actually see the Colossus collapse tonight. The fall knocked Theo out cold and somehow transported him somewhere else, somewhere he didn't recognize at all. When he came to, he got hit with the absolute worst headache of his life. The pain was brutal, but at least it meant he was still alive. After taking in his new surroundings, he figured he must have been dumped inside the relic dungeon. He was surrounded by tall, lush greenery on every side, wildly different from any other relic dungeon he'd been in before. While he was still trying to gather as much info as he could, he heard a tiny voice right next to him. All four of his guardians had decided to pop out in their chibi forms. Fairy Dragon explained that they'd managed to create a physical form using Theo's mana as the medium, but because his magical power was still too low, they could barely keep up even this miniature size. She also mentioned that this relic dungeon was dripping with deep longing and pity aimed at one particular human. Theo's mind immediately went to Kriemhild, but the Guardians couldn't say for sure. They could only pick up on the leftover scraps of the Guardians' thoughts. Still, using the context clues, it was pretty obvious the legendary hero had to be involved somehow. Since the Relic Guardian had abandoned this place, they figured they should be able to look around and investigate slowly. That turned out to be a big mistake. Unbeknownst to Theo, a skeletal archer had already locked onto him as a target. When the arrow finally flew, it triggered a massive explosion. The sound kicked Theo's reflexes into gear right as the arrow tip got dangerously close to his head. With his ultra instinct, he yanked his noggin out of the way and snatched the arrow right out of the air. It looks like the intel his guardians fed him had some pretty big holes. This place wasn't as ownerless as he thought. The skeleton archer was just the beginning. A whole bunch of skeletal creatures started popping up, and every single one of them was hostile as hell toward the only guy with actual flesh in this space. They all saw Theo as an intruder, a threat that needed to be wiped out of the dungeon. The bony locals of this weird dimension kept chanting Kriemhild's name with pure respect and reverence. Little Griffin pointed out that the original Guardian must have created these things just to protect ownership for the human named Kriemhild. More arrows came flying in, and the little birdie almost got clipped. Theo casually deflected the incoming shot and redirected it straight into a skeleton swordsman's skull, crushing it. He figured these skeletons weren't all that threatening on their own, but they had the numbers to be a real pain in the ass. If he could just wipe them out in bulk, clearing the dungeon would be simple enough. But of course it wasn't going to be that easy. Fairy Dragon could tell these weren't ordinary skeletons. They were undying soldiers that wouldn't stop until they finished their duty. They were dragon fangs. Theo drew his blade with a grin and welcomed the challenge. He shot up into the treetops, forcing the skeletons to chase after him. After burning a bunch of energy trying to cut down as many of those regenerating dragon fangs as he could, he finally decided to back off. Since he was struggling pretty hard, Little Griffin reluctantly tossed him a piece of advice and reminded Theo that this Kriemhild guy was just a human like him. If he could get that man to give up ownership of the dungeon, the whole mess would be over in a few seconds. Theo snapped when he heard that useless suggestion. If that dude was still alive after who knows how many eons, he sure as hell wasn't human anymore. Little Griffin sulked and immediately regretted giving valuable advice to an idiot. While Theo was trying to figure a way out of this mess, a system message popped up. To focus on reading it, he forcibly clamped Little Griffin's beak shut. It said the dungeon was the final gift the Leviathan left behind for the hero Kriemhild. Now Theo had to take ownership of that gift from its current landlord. Reading between the lines, Theo had to admit his annoying little bird might actually be right. Thankfully, the dragon fangs weren't fast enough to catch him no matter how well they coordinated. Using vines to stay constantly on the move, he thought about how the hell he was supposed to wrestle ownership from a dead man. To process as many variables as possible, he activated hatchling synchronization. His vision went full superhuman, letting him take in everything around him at an insane level. If his hunch was right, he was still missing one crucial piece of info to beat this dungeon. Through hatchling synchronization, he spotted a lone dragon fang hanging back away from the aggressive pack. It had a different aura than the rest of those skeleton nightmares. When the whole group of dragon fangs rushed him, he noticed one of them turn around and bolt. Now he was pretty damn sure he just needed to hunt down that odd one out. With his ridiculous speed, he easily caught up to the anomalous fang. He launched his fastest attack, the lightning dragon flash technique, and closed the gap in the blink of an eye. His black lightning formed a cage around the lone dragon fang, leaving it nowhere to run. The cage sparked a massive lightning explosion that pulverized everything inside its range. Lightning Needle wasn't just fast, it was insanely destructive. Taking out that oddball dragon fang triggered a system notification. He had to gather 206 pieces of Kriemhildt's remains, and after all that work, he'd only gotten one. The number was ridiculously high, but at least he finally had a clear goal. This particular dragon fang dropped Kriemhildt's third cervical bone. With a solid direction now, Theo just needed to collect a dead man's bones and he'd be out of this place in no time. Back in the real world, a sailing fleet had just docked at the floating archipelago port, right in the middle of a raging storm. Porters rushed toward the ship while an attendant walked up to the only man who stepped off. The guy casually mentioned that the fog should work in his favor. The porters who boarded the newly arrived ship were completely floored by what they saw. The entire deck was soaked in blood. The whole crew had been massacred without a single bit of mercy. The man had heard that those foolish floating archipelago spies he'd sent to infiltrate Black Skull let the dragon-slaying sword slip away. Honestly, it didn't really matter if the weaklings failed or who was holding Belong now. The entire archipelago was already in Trovin's grasp. No. Number 9 out of Trovin's 9 lords had come to finish the job himself. In the middle of that rainy night, the citizens of the floating archipelago got woken up by the terrifying sound of explosions. They watched as the great merchant who'd protected the archipelago for hundreds of years finally fell. Back inside the relic dungeon, Theo had just finished his bone-hunting speed run and hit the full quota of all 206 of Kriemhildt's remains. The system prompted him to view the memories engraved into the hero's remnants. As the surroundings started to blur, he wondered what the real legendary hero actually looked like. Suddenly, Theo's consciousness got yanked into a snapshot of Kriemhildt's life. At this point, a kid would regularly trek across an island, all excited to visit her friend Levi. She'd crossed the tropical island to reach a giant cavern, bringing food with her. The dragon-slaying sword was just lying around in that nondescript cave. The child excitedly tapped Belong, trying to wake Levi up. Slumbering inside the ancient relic was its guardian, the Leviathan, Levi for short. Levi was kind of a hot-tempered beast. He kept telling the young human that she had to address him by his full title, Leviathan, guardian of the primordial dragon's relic. Even the Ragnars wouldn't dare call him something as casual as Levi. The kid didn't care about his rough edges. His whole title was too damn hard to pronounce, and Levi worked just fine. Eventually, the guardian gave up and accepted that the child was never going to learn how to show proper respect to his name. Talking to a foolish kid made his jaw ache. To save energy, he'd often shrink down into his miniature form so they could break bread together. They'd hang out until the sun went down while she yapped about her day-to-day life. Levi had gotten used to her constant rambling, but he still had to sit there and listen in exchange for the bread. Time passed, and he actually started finding comfort in listening to her colorful, animated stories every single day. He watched her grow up over the years and heard every story she had to share. Stuck inside the dragon-slaying sword, the only thing keeping him engaged was the girl's daily visits. Through all those years, Levi kept up his aloof attitude, but it was pretty obvious he was just a big tsundere. The second he heard footsteps entering the cave, he'd quietly start looking forward to whatever story the girl was going to share this time. That hidden anticipation got completely shattered when he caught a whiff of fresh blood. Upon suffering a fatal wound, it took everything she had left to run toward her friend for help. The bastard who cut her up was right on her heels. She cried that a bunch of strange people had suddenly shown up and attacked her village, killing everyone without any mercy. Before she could get any closer to Levi, one of the soldiers grabbed her by the hair and stabbed her without a second thought. The soldier twisted the blade deeper into her body, treating the girl like nothing more than a savage. They were operating under the Emperor's orders. This was their twisted idea of compassion towards some rural backwater island, and since the chance was right there, the guy decided he wanted to have some disgusting fun with her too. While he was creepily coiling around the dying girl, Levi's rage hit absolute peak. The guardian of the ancient relics finally snapped and broke free of his restraints. Blinded by pure wrath, he completely pulverized the cave that had been his home for years. Kriemhildt's village had already been fully taken over by the Empire's dogs. They were threatening the citizens with death by fire if anyone refused to cooperate. This whole inhumane invasion would have kept going if a towering beast hadn't come flying in for revenge. Levi roared and unleashed an attack that wiped out every single Empire soldier in the area. Sitting right on top of Leviathan's head was a person. Thankfully, Kriemhild had survived that horrible encounter with the Empire's disgusting dog. That day, she unlocked the strength to actually carry the dragon-slaying sword. The moment the remaining soldiers spotted her up on the dragon's head, they focused everything on trying to snipe the girl. No matter how hard they tried, they were no match for a force of nature like that. While the Empire dogs fell one after another, the villagers stayed protected by barrier spells. When it was all over, the Empire's forces had been completely wiped out, and the village had burned to the ground. Kriemhild apologized over and over to Levi for picking up the sword. She was sure she'd messed everything up by not waiting for the Chosen One to claim the blade. Levi comforted her, telling Kriemhild that things had actually turned out pretty damn well. He wrapped her in the same barrier that had protected the villagers and gently presented the hero to her people. Everyone started chanting her name and singing her praises for saving them from the Empire's greed. Levi admitted he might have forsaken his sacred duty, but he still felt at peace with the choice. For the first time in his long life, he'd acted on his own will instead of the primordial dragons. Just to protect Kriemhildt's bright smile, Levi would gladly disobey his creator. Around that time, news of the mighty Empire army getting wrecked by a savage girl who commanded a sea dragon reached the ears of much bigger threats. The Emperor refused to take an L on his record, so he immediately sent out his royal guards to reclaim the land. Somehow those Empire royal guards pulled off the impossible. They managed to wound and restrain the Leviathan, but they had to use some seriously dirty tactics to do it. They kidnapped the villagers and threatened to kill every last one of them if Levi kept resisting. The royal dogs singled out Kriemhild and pressed her hard to spill the secret of how to finally kill the beast. Levi urged her to save herself and just confess. He was a guardian, an undying entity. Death for him simply meant falling into a deeper slumber. The magic left inside the dragon-slaying sword when he emerged should be more than enough to put him to sleep. For the sake of Kriemhild and the villagers, Levi would gladly take the fall. Compared to how long he'd been alive, the time they got to share was pretty short. Still, he'd never felt more connected to anyone in his entire existence. Kriemhild climbed up onto her best friend's head and gripped Balong. Using water to force her limbs to move, Levi made the hero do something truly cruel. He figured that the second he escaped his original fate, this ending was pretty much destined to happen. Levi told her never to feel guilty for protecting her people. This was the last time he'd ever be able to help her. Those last few years had been the best of his long life, but they had to end in the most heartbreaking way possible. The sea dragon killed himself just to spare the hero and her people from the Empire's wrath. The royal guards just stood there watching as the beast fell without them having to lift a single finger. The man in charge of this twisted operation laughed his ass off at the dramatic ending. His laughter died instantly when a massive storm started brewing right over their heads. As one final act of defiance, Levi unleashed a tidal wave big enough to swallow the entire army. They screamed and begged for mercy as they drowned. The terrifying waves carefully coiled away from the villagers, sparing them from a cold death. The land they were standing on got ripped right off the seafloor and raised up to the surface. Theo finally had the full picture of how the floating archipelago was formed. Turns out Kriemhild wasn't the valiant hero the tall tales made her out to be. She was just a victim of pure cruelty, an unfortunate girl who somehow formed an unlikely bond and friendship with a relic guardian. Still stuck in the vision of the past, the image of Kriemhild walked up to Theo and called him the chosen one Levi had been waiting for. Even in the afterlife, Kriemhild still felt guilty for stopping Levi from fulfilling his sacred duty. Now she finally had the chance to fix that. She relinquished ownership of the dragon-slaying sword and gifted the relic to Theo. She hoped he could make that stubborn beast happy. Theo accepted the relic with real gratitude and assured Kriemhild's soul that Levi had already found more than enough happiness in his life thanks to her. Hearing that sincere reassurance put her mind at ease. Back in the real world, those useless guards had surrounded the ruins of the Colossus, trying to assess the damage and keep anything else from collapsing. Out of nowhere, a figure appeared on top of the shattered stone pile. The dark clouds parted and let the sun peek through after the violent storm. The guards saw the figure holding a familiar blade and were immediately reminded of Kriemhild's face. They took it as a sign that the savior had finally arrived to save their sinking homeland. Meanwhile, the richest people who controlled the floating archipelago had gathered for an underground meeting to figure out their next move. Troven's ninth dragon, Noi, was pretty pleased to see these leeches come together so quickly. One of the old heads pointed out that this was definitely not the time to relax, not with a massive disruption like this hitting their plans. As far as the islanders knew, the dragon-slaying sword was supposed to be safely in Troven's hands, yet some foreigner had just walked out of the colossal rubble holding the damn blade. Because of him, the residents were already rallying around a new hero and calling him Kriemhild's second coming. At this rate, the power of the three shipping clans was going to fall right into the foreigners' hands. They sure as hell didn't sign up for this when they got in bed with the Trovens. They had handed over Balong themselves in exchange for keeping their comfortable positions. After all, Noel waved off their concerns like it was nothing but a trivial little problem. Honestly, just hearing all this noise was already pissing him off. One of the moguls actually dared to push back against Noel, offended that a Troven representative was looking down on the three shipping clans. Big mistake. Noel raised his hand and turned the fool into a fine mist of blood and guts. He didn't come here to coddle a bunch of greedy pigs. The civilians didn't matter either. They were just insects that could be crushed whenever he felt like it. Frankly, Noel was disgusted by these business moguls. They were the kind of traders who'd sell out their own homeland for personal gain. If they'd simply followed orders to the letter, none of this mess would have happened in the first place. Now that their grip on the sinking archipelago was slipping, they were panicking hard. One of the moguls bravely called out Noel's hypocrisy. Everyone knew how much the traitorous Troven family relied on the archipelago's resources. The ninth dragon got right up in the old man's face, intimidating the hell out of him for stating the obvious. Noel boiled everyone's directive down to the simplest terms: shut up and follow orders. If they wanted to live, the three clans had better work together and get that dragon-slaying sword back. With the utmost respect, one of Noel's soldiers asked if it was really a smart move to entrust such an important job to these incompetent merchant clans. Noel recognized the concern. He'd much rather handle it personally, but the current situation wouldn't let him make a move yet. He'd just gotten word that one of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the Hegemony Dragon, was already on the way to this very archipelago. Dealing with a threat like that was the absolute highest priority. Back outside, almost every citizen of the archipelago had gathered just to catch a glimpse of their new hero. They were chanting Kriemhild's name with pure admiration, exactly like their ancestors used to. Theo knew Kriemhild had been treated like a deity over the years, but he didn't expect this level of full-blown fanaticism. Maybe he was the only one left who actually knew the real Kriemhild. She wasn't a god or some perfect hero. She was just a kind, ordinary girl who got shoved into a cruel destiny. On top of that, the dragon-slaying sword was originally an artifact of the primordial dragon meant to be wielded by a Ragnar. From somewhere in the crowd, one of the disgruntled citizens yelled out a request. Everyone knew the Troven scoundrels showing up was what started the slow sinking of their land. To make things even worse, people were being barred from leaving. All they were asking was for the hero's second coming to save the floating archipelago. Deciding to play along with the misunderstanding and set the mood a bit, Theo raised the legendary blade and addressed the people. He solemnly swore he would save them and their home. His sword would bring salvation. After sneaking out of the rowdy district, Theo got welcomed by a pretty odd fellow. With a bunch of priestesses backing him up, the guy introduced himself as Marty, the priest overseeing Kriemhild's temple. From here on out, they would serve Theo wholeheartedly. Following Marty's lead, Theo made the short pilgrimage to the temple. The crowd followed them all the way to the bridge that connected to the sacred ground. Marty dismissed everyone else and continued walking with Theo alone. He explained that Theo's arrival had been prophesied a long time ago. The temple had been carefully maintained for generations just for this very day. As they walked through the halls of the sacred ground, Marty introduced a necklace that Kriemhild herself had worn hundreds of years ago. The system tagged the necklace as a magical enchanted accessory and a gate connection key. It was going to be an essential item for reaching the sea dragon still slumbering down in the depths. Seeing how the priest was giving him the full VIP hero treatment, Theo decided it was time to come clean about his little lie. Marty just smiled and assured him he was already well aware of Lord Theo Ragnar's true identity. That one really caught Theo off guard. The priest explained that he knew all about Belong's origin as a primordial dragon artifact. He was fully aware that a relic like that would only awaken in the hands of a Ragnar. And yet, even knowing every bit of that, Marty still kept calling him the reincarnation of Kriemhild. Digging a little deeper, Marty said that the people who'd guarded this place for generations knew the hero's real story. They knew the sorrow of having no choice but to harm a friend. Since Theo had been acknowledged by their reluctant savior, the temple had decided he deserved the proper treatment and respect that came with it. At the end of the temple halls, they finally reached the top of what looked like endless stairs leading all the way down to the bottom of the archipelago. Marty told Theo to throw the necklace below, and a gate leading to the sea dragon would open. Carrying the artifact would also let him move freely underwater. The priest put all his hopes in Theo's hands, and the Ragnar Lord promised he'd deliver. Outside the temple, the citizens had huddled together to pray for their salvation. They pleaded for Kriemhild's well-being and for the archipelago's safety. That solemn vigil got interrupted by a sudden threat of aggression. The three clans had shown up and were ordering the crowd to disperse. They announced that they'd conducted an investigation and concluded the man falsely claiming to be the hero was actually a terrorist. This three-clan coalition was dead set on pinning the crime of stealing the dragon-slaying sword on the so-called terrorist. Citizens were strongly urged to clear out immediately. Umberto Spanola, head of the Spanola family shipping clan, reaffirmed that his judgment was correct. Sure, Antonio might share the same last name as this bug, but the two of them couldn't be more different. Umberto knew this would probably damage his reputation, but his life was on the line if he failed to recover the blade. Reputation and prestige could go to hell. He sure as hell didn't want to die at the hands of that cruel Noel. Even if he had to kill every single person here, he'd gladly trade their lives for his own. So he ordered his kill squad to cut down anyone who didn't comply. While a full-blown slaughterfest was kicking off upstairs, Theo was carefully making his way down into the depths. After what felt like forever, he finally felt water touch his foot. He'd reached the end of the descent. This quiet, tranquil space had to be the place where the gate needed to be unlocked. He pulled out Kriemhild's necklace and gently tossed it into the water, sending a soft ripple outward. That ripple slowly turned into a bubbling whirlpool as immense power rose up from below. Accepting the necklace key, the current shaped itself into a swirling door right in front of Theo. Without hesitation, he jumped straight into the water, letting his body relax as he entered a completely unfamiliar place. In an instant, he found himself drifting at the bottom of the sea. All kinds of sea life swam around him. Somewhere down below, something vicious and hungry was waiting. Theo scanned the area with Belong in hand. He knew he was close to the slumbering guardian. He just didn't know which direction to search first. Unfortunately, reaching his objective wasn't going to be smooth sailing this time. Theo suddenly sensed killing intent circling him. Something had locked onto him as prey. Something big. When he finally caught a glimpse of what that something was, he was completely gobsmacked. An entire army of starving sea serpents had surrounded him from every direction. All of them were staring at him like he was the last slice of pizza in the box. As the sea serpent army swam in slow circles, steadily cutting off any possible escape route, Theo Ragnar just smiled. No matter how menacing they looked in their own backyard, these sea serpents had nothing on the goat. Up on the surface, the Spanola patriarch had officially dropped the hammer, ordering a full wipeout of anyone who dared stand in their way. The crowd rightfully banded together to defend themselves. They tried reasoning with the armed guards, but their pleas fell on completely deaf ears. It wasn't until the feisty priest Marty stepped in with a commanding shout that the armed forces finally stopped. He was pissed that these knuckleheads were accusing the temple and the civilians of being terrorists with absolutely zero evidence. Marty firmly declared that the man he had escorted was clearly the reincarnation of Kriemhild. He swore it on the honor of every priest who had come before him across multiple generations. If anything, the ones who needed to explain themselves were the three clans and their hired thugs. Marty then exposed the shameless Spinola patriarch for bringing Trovan mercenaries into the archipelago's religious sanctuary. The second the people heard that the same group who stole the dragon-slaying sword was now trying to cause chaos all over again, the crowd lost it. Their rage turned a tense confrontation into a full-blown brawl. Their anger and frustration were completely justified. The devout temple believers formed a human barricade, putting their own bodies on the line to protect their hero. Umberto thought he could just bulldoze straight through the masses without much trouble. He completely underestimated their faith. Even some of the people on his own side tried to talk him down, saying he was being way too cringe and that they should just retreat and plan their next move more carefully. Since his local soldiers refused to raise weapons against their fellow archipelago citizens, Umberto simply handed the dirty work over to the Trovan mercenary corps mixed into the formation. Those goons had zero problem spilling innocent blood as long as they got paid. They were quick, vicious, and ran like an efficient death squad. It was a complete travesty, a straight-up massacre right outside a holy sanctuary. Umberto's most trusted aides did their best to convince the senile old man to back off. Using force like this would only fuel the residents' resentment and wreck the family's reputation. The cruel patriarch just argued that he was doing what needed to be done, and everyone else needed to keep up. Reputation meant jack shit when you were 6 feet under. Once the floating archipelago turned into nothing but a Trovan slop factory, the three clans would have to adapt and become perfect hunting dogs. The unwitting soldiers who'd thought they were only there to capture a terrorist watched in pure horror as people wearing the same uniform as them butchered civilians. Trovan mercenaries dove into the crowd and killed to their vile heart's content. Marty stood firm right where he was. Right now, he had to stand and fight alongside the citizens. The civilians held their ground just as stubbornly, refusing to budge even an inch in the face of certain death. They wanted to push back against the tyranny, but it's pretty damn hard to stay tough when a spear is heading straight for your heart. Thankfully, the prodigal son Antonio Spinola showed up just in time to stop his insane father's stunt. He brought his armed resistance army, the Black Skull, and they immediately started picking off the Trovan mercenaries in the crowd. Completely caught off guard by his son crashing the bloody party, Umberto threw a full tantrum like an overgrown baby. Antonio slowly made his way toward his father's position, casually parrying attacks left and right as he went. Umberto just couldn't wrap his head around the fact that his own son would throw away the coveted position as successor for something as pathetic as protecting his people. Antonio was pissed. He was disgusted that his dog of a father would sell the entire country out to the villains, even going so far as murdering innocents for a single crumb of Trovan favor. Driven by pure rage and the need to fix his father's sins, Antonio ordered his Black Skull soldiers to subdue every last one of those Trovan dogs while keeping the citizens safe. His war cry somehow managed to boost morale, but the hard truth remained. They were still outmatched and outnumbered in every possible way. If this fight dragged on much longer, they wouldn't be able to hold out. Their only real hope was currently under the sea, surrounded by a bunch of hungry sea serpents. Admittedly, Theo Ragnar was a little worried about the sheer number of sea serpents sizing him up. He'd already given the beasts plenty of openings, but they still hadn't shown any real hostility. It almost felt like they just wanted to watch him. He figured the Leviathan's aura sealed inside the dragon-slaying sword must be keeping them calm. Going with that gut feeling, he reached out and gently petted one of the serpents on the snout. The system immediately notified him that the sea serpents had recognized him as their master. Who would have thought his wyvern taming skill would work on draconic creatures underwater, too? He felt the same kind of connection he'd experienced when he tamed Umbra not long ago. Their emotions flowed straight through his dragon heart, forming a genuine bond. Through the sea serpents, Theo tapped into the feelings the Leviathan had experienced as it sank into the depths: curiosity, fear, and a bit of awe. Levi must have gone through some pretty layered stuff down here. The sea serpents had originally been drawn in by the Leviathan's power and eventually claimed the whole area as their territory. That explained why they'd all come out just to observe Theo, the guy carrying the same aura as the legendary relic guardian. With the ability to communicate with the sea serpents unlocked, he finally got a clear picture of what was going on in this unfamiliar place. Theo was sure he now had the tools to put everything back where it belonged. He mounted one of the sea serpents, and the entire army guided their new master toward his destination. Theo noticed that the deeper they went, the stronger the currents became. Navigating these waters alone would have been damn near impossible thanks to all the twisting and turning caused by the warped mana. To make sure he didn't miss anything in the dark, he activated hatchling synchronization. Once they got deep enough, those abnormally strong currents finally died down. Theo laid eyes on one of the strongest relic guardians in existence, the Leviathan. Just as expected, it was resting at the very bottom of the deep sea. Even in deep slumber, its overwhelming mana and gargantuan size were completely absurd. But unlike the pure mana of the other guardians, the Leviathan's energy flow felt off. That had to be the problem the sea serpents had told him about. Griffin popped out of hiding and immediately cringed at the rotten state of their fellow guardian. The fairy dragon was usually more tactful, but this time she agreed with the bird. She figured Theo had already pinpointed the issue, especially since he carried the same aura deep in his soul. That's right, the Leviathan was suffering from a bad case of demonic corruption. Levi the Leviathan had fully succumbed to prolonged contamination by demonic energy. With Levi the Leviathan all fucked up, wild currents under the archipelago were kicking up some massive waves along the coast. Somewhere in one of those island temples, a shady little meeting was going down. Noel, the ninth vessel of Trovan, walked in to have a word with someone about this ongoing war between two absolute giants. Even though they were on opposite sides, they still had a bunch of private shit to sort out. His co-conspirator, Barian, just gave him this goofy, unserious smile. It's been a while since Noel and this jacked homeless dude who refuses to wear shoes got together to talk business. Seeing that ridiculous grin, Noel's annoyance shot right up. He didn't have time for the usual hello, how are you nonsense. They only teamed up because they had to. Barry was supposed to grab the territory up north while Trovan's forces mixed it up with Ragnar. In return, the whole annexation of the archipelago would stay nice and quiet. The homeless muscleman doesn't remember ever breaking that deal, but looking at how pissed Noel is, he figures something must have gone sideways. The ninth vessel was about ready to lose his cool. He suspects Barian's just playing dumb on purpose. That outsider Theo Ragnar somehow sniffed out the archipelago and started sticking his nose in. No way a fellow heir like Barian would have missed the guy showing up. With a thinly veiled threat, Noel told Barian to cut the crap and talk straight. To make it clear he wasn't messing around, the ninth vessel let some serious murderous intent roll off him in Barian's direction. Since the mischievous heir still wanted to dance around acting clueless, Noel decided right then to scrap their little arrangement. Meanwhile, under the sea, Theo Ragnar was trying to wrap his head around what the hell was happening to the Leviathan. The supposedly unstoppable guardian was infected with demonic sea poison. Its whole body was right on the edge of getting completely wrecked by that nasty toxin. Looking at how quiet and subdued its usual savagery was, Theo figured its mind had pretty much checked out. He didn't have hard proof yet, but he was pretty sure those Trovan bastards had something to do with the poisoning. Fairy Dragon pointed out that once the dragon sword gets drawn and the seal comes off, the Leviathan would have normally woken up to protect the archipelago. She was more curious about how a bunch of mortals managed to poison a relic guardian with this demonic sea crap in the first place. Had to be some messed up technique. Either way, the Leviathan was seconds away from going completely berserk. With its logic and reasoning tainted by that demonic stuff, it was about to cause a ton of damage. Lucky for Theo, he still hadn't been noticed. The smart move would have been to stay back and figure out a plan. But the chosen one had a different idea, something a lot more straightforward. He drew Belmong and charged straight in. He wanted to hit it while the beast still couldn't sense him. He fired up hatchling synchronization to lock onto the exact spot where the poison first started spreading. Thanks to his boosted perception, he found it right on top of the Guardian's head. The toxin had already taken over underneath and shut down control of its brain. If he could just smash the source of the Guardian's suffering, maybe they could still save the situation and stop the contamination. Belmong's tip closed in on the crystallized origin of the sickness, ready to end it. Centimeters from contact, some powerful force stopped the attack cold, then flung Theo away like he weighed nothing, shoving him out of range. That repelling force didn't show an ounce of mercy. It made the Chosen One eat dirt hard. Yeah, he made a pretty dumb call there. Whoever set this whole mess up had slapped some kind of protective ward on it to keep the contamination rolling. Good news is Theo's now dead certain he found the weak spot. Bad news? The big-ass dragon finally noticed him. Theo almost got crushed by that ward. Trying to tank the full force of a leviathan going apeshit is a terrible idea. It tore through the seafloor hard enough to whip up a current storm. Now that they'd poked the beast, running away wasn't an option anymore. All Theo could do was roll the dice again and go for its forehead. He really couldn't afford to screw this up. The plan was simple enough, but actually pulling it off was a whole different story. That thing was basically a walking Yu-Gi-Oh card from hell. He was scrambling for any idea that might get him out of this giant pile of shit. Before he could even think of another move, the Leviathan opened its jaws and started packing unimaginable power into its mouth. Then it let loose a blast of pure energy that could have wiped cities off the map in one shot. It took everything Theo had just to barely dodge out of the way. While he was still feeling the full weight of a Guardian's power, an idea suddenly clicked. First, he jumped backward to put some distance between them, while the Leviathan chased. Thankfully, an ally showed up right on time to help with the tactical retreat. One of the sea serpents he'd tamed must have heard the ruckus and came to back him up. Even though Theo could breathe and move underwater just fine, it still felt weird and limited. But with the sea serpent's help, that all changed. Now, with a serious speed boost, he ordered the serpent to charge straight back in and aim for the wound on the Leviathan's brow. The closer they got to the crystal, the thicker that demonic miasma got. Once he was in range, Theo hopped off his mount. Time to put everything he'd learned fighting the griffin into practice. His eyes went black and red, his features turning more draconic. He pumped up all his stats with help from his guardians, Griffin's ability to suppress tougher foes, Fairy's buff for better resistance against demonic influence, Flame Eater's extra attack power to counter demonic energy, plus the Lesser Drake's fear suppression. A Guardian relic can only be put down by the strength of another Guardian relic. In the absolute strongest state he could manage, Theo unleashed a full-power Dragon's 5 Talons. That supercharged attack slammed into the crystal and punched right through the protective ward. He pressed down with everything he had, putting it all on the line in one single slash. Once the ward broke, smashing and shattering the toxic source was pretty much inevitable. Theo refused to ease up until he knew the job was done. Then he heard a massive explosion, the sound and shockwave ripping through the deep. It emptied his entire tank, but Theo did exactly what Kriemhild would have done. The second that source of demonic sea poison got crushed to smithereens, Levi's own power kicked in and started scrubbing the toxins out of its system. A few moments later, the Guardian's eyes cleared up a bit and some life came back into them. Still shaky from the demonic corruption, for a second Levi thought he was looking at an old friend. He saw the dragon-slaying sword and pictured Kriemhild standing right there in front of him. Theo had to snap him out of it and introduce himself as the Chosen One, meant to wield the Guardian's power. He was here to deliver the hero's final words. As Levi listened, memories of Kriemhild, good and bad, flooded back in. He bought Theo's story and mourned his friend's sacrifice. Her consciousness had stuck around all that time just for his sake. Griffin had to cut into the bittersweet moment and urge the sea dragon to get his ass back into the relic right now. Fairy jumped in too, trying to convince the beast that Theo was the real deal, the chosen one they needed to back up. Even though Levi had been waiting for this exact moment, doing the right thing just wasn't possible anymore. He'd already gone against the ancient dragon's will by leaving his vessel on his own. The second he ditched the relic, his guardian status got stripped away. On top of that, even though Theo's help fixed his mind, his body had taken permanent damage from the demonic taint. His physical form was about to vanish for good. So before that happened, Levi offered another option. Before he faded into nothing, he wanted to hand Theo every last drop of his remaining power. He warned the Chosen One that the pain would be absolute hell. Not a lot of people could handle the process. Still, Theo agreed without hesitation. Who wouldn't want to suck up some dragon juice for power? That confidence was exactly what the sea dragon liked to see. All Levi asked was that Theo use this massive power for the people Kriemhild wanted to protect. Since that's what Theo planned to do anyway, he swore it on the hero's sword. One last time, the sea dragon thanked the Chosen One. Then Levi's body faded into an ethereal mass of leftover energy and life force. Thanks to Theo stepping in when he did, Levi could finally rejoin his friend. The moment Levi's physical form fell apart, the currents that had been keeping the floating archipelago up started to weaken. At this rate, the whole damn place was going to sink. No time to mess around. Theo had to absorb the Leviathan's final gift fast. He dove straight into the vortex holding the crystallized form of the sea dragon's power, grabbed onto the gift, and held on like his life depended on it. Once he got this power, Theo planned to move the entire floating archipelago by his damn self. His confidence was through the roof. After freeing Levi from the demonic poison, though, he got humbled real quick the second he tried absorbing the sea dragon's leftovers. His flesh started tearing from the sheer force he was trying to take in. He'd been arrogant as hell. His guardians had warned him that the Leviathan was on a completely different level from the other relic guardians, but he never expected it to be this overwhelmingly strong. The vortex from Levi's power completely dwarfed him. At the rate he was going, there was no way he could take it all in. His body would give out before he even absorbed a fraction of it. Suddenly, Levi's thunderous voice echoed in his head, telling him to use the sword. Theo drew Belmong and used the blade instead of trying to raw dog the absorption. Because of the natural link between the sea dragon and the relic, it cut down the damage to his body. This time, the giant vortex of pure power felt a little more manageable. Theo held his ground and slurped it all up. Griffin reluctantly gave his master props for actually using his head for once. Fairy agreed and helped channel the overwhelming force through the dragon-slaying sword. The strain on Theo's flesh dropped a lot. Even in death, the Leviathan was still helping out at the very end. After what felt like forever, Theo finally took in the sea dragon's gift completely. He felt an insane amount of mana flooding through his veins, like the Leviathan itself was right there in his grip. The initial pain and struggle were definitely worth it. Fairy had to rain on his parade, though. This was not the time to relax. If he wants to move the archipelago somewhere safe, this is the perfect chance, while he's still got a solid grip on every bit of the sea dragon's power. Taking Fairy's advice, Theo ordered the sea itself to do what he wanted. He calmed those wild currents and made them lift the whole massive landmass up. He'd already picked the destination, the northeastern region of Ragnar, the exact spot where the place used to sit. With the power of a dragon, a god, and straight-up anime on his side, he turned the sea into his personal servant. Back in front of the Hero Temple, the war between the Three Clans' army and the Black Skull was still going full force. The fighting only stopped when gigantic tidal waves started slamming into the middle of the bloodbath. The regular people caught in the crossfire looked up and prayed to their hero, scared shitless that their homeland was about to sink into nothing. Didn't matter which side they were on. Everyone on the archipelago felt the exact same fear. Finally, one of the soldiers realized the coastline wasn't sinking at all. It was actually moving. With those tidal waves helping out, the entire landmass was slowly drifting away from the spot it had sat for their whole lives. Mountains, cities, everything was getting hauled off toward the northeastern region. As the archipelago shifted, the rundown temple where Noel and Barian were meeting started falling apart. The ninth vessel felt the ground moving under his feet and got completely confused. He figured the outsider must have finally absorbed the power of the dragon-slaying sword. Barry kept that mischievous grin on his face and apologized for cutting their little chat short. This really wasn't the time to be hanging around. Noel refused to let it go, still pissed about Barian's obvious lack of commitment. The heir just shrugged it off, saying even he hadn't seen Theo Ragnar's moves coming. Still, the plan was almost wrapped up. He spun Theo, unlocking the sword as a good thing, a convenient thing. Now that Belmong was free, all they had to do was kill the guy and take the blade back. Basically, Barian wanted to use Noel to wipe out a rising political rival. He wanted to blow his nose without getting snot on his hands. The homeless muscle guy ignored Noel's constant bitching and told him to quit wasting time and get to work already. Besides, this could end up being a huge win for the Trovans. Back on the front lines, Antonio Spinola immediately knew the island's movement was Theo's doing. The little bastard had actually pulled it off and kept his promise. Antonio ordered his men to stop fighting right then and there. Now that the real danger of the archipelago sinking was gone, everyone could be safe and there was no point spilling more blood. That reasonable order got taken advantage of real quick. A blade came swinging from behind, trying to sneakily take the Black Skull's head off. Luckily, the hero's successor showed up just in time to save Antonio's ass one more time. As for the soldier who tried to kill the guy ending the war, Theo didn't feel an ounce of sympathy. He sliced that bastard clean in half with his shiny new sword. The believers started cheering that Kriemhild had come back to stand with them after sealing the sea dragon and saving their homeland. Antonio checked if everything was handled, if the archipelago and his people were actually safe now. The second Theo confirmed it, the weight on Antonio's shoulders finally lifted. Antonio wholeheartedly thanked the unlikely savior, then shamelessly asked for one more favor. Theo didn't even wait to hear the full request. He already knew what Antonio wanted. Looking around the battlefield, corpses of civilians and badly wounded survivors were everywhere. It was pretty obvious what had gone down in this supposedly sacred place. The Black Skull and the regular people had gone all out to protect the archipelago and their hero. Only fair that Theo pay them back. The second the three clans' army saw him coming their way, they seriously thought about just tossing their weapons and running for it. Their boss, Umberto Spinola, though, saw it differently. He figured the dragon-slaying sword was walking right into their hands. He forced his men to quit hesitating and grab the prize. Scared of the Spinola patriarch, they did what they were told and charged at Theo. Before their weapons could even get close, an absolute menace stepped back onto the battlefield and flooded the place with thick, killing intent. In the short time he'd been gone, his useless pawns had turned everything into a complete mess. Theo's instincts screamed at him. Someone monstrous had just joined the fray. As loud as he could, he yelled for everyone around him, friend or foe, to hit the ground face down. A single slash cut across the bridge in one clean, unbroken line. The people who got hit never even saw it coming. Time basically froze. First, the bridge railings got sliced clean off at the base. Next went the tops of every soldier's head who didn't listen to Theo's warning. At least they got to keep half their brains. The already bloody battlefield got painted an even deeper, thicker red. In a split second, the entire three clans coalition was wiped out. The only ones behind Theo who survived were the people who trusted his warning. Nobles and soldiers got massacred in the most helpless way possible. The guy responsible was, of course, Noel, the ninth vessel of Trovan. He cursed those wormy pirate bastards for failing to take out one single brat and letting the whole situation spiral. One of the victims was Umberto Spinola. Just like everyone else, he died with his head sliced open. At least he got to keep the mustache. Antonio hated his father with a passion, but seeing the old man's body like that still hit him hard with dread. Theo had to snap him out of it. The Black Skull leader needed to pull himself together and get the citizens out of there. The floating archipelago was going to need him for the rebuild. Pushing his feelings aside for now, Antonio jumped into action. While everyone retreated into the temple, Theo stood his ground to size up the slaughterer. Noel's dislike for the Ragnars flared up hard. He wanted to cut down that insolent little whelp who was meddling with Trovan's big plans. He was itching to shred the young lord so thoroughly that even his own father wouldn't recognize the bastard. With every step Noel took, that bloody aura filled the air thicker and thicker. Theo gritted his teeth. If someone this strong just showed up out of nowhere, there was a damn good chance the Trovers had sent one of their noble servitors. From what he knew, those guys were reinforced humans built specifically to counter the 9 dragons of Ragnar. During the Great War, they'd shown power that matched and sometimes even beat the 9 dragons. Theo had no idea they'd already been cooked up this early in history. While he was still thinking through what this guy's existence meant, he barely dodged another long-range slash. He couldn't afford to sit around twiddling his thumbs any longer. The masked man had forced the fight right onto him. Noel showed off some insane speed and verticality, popping up above Theo's head before the young lord could even react. Exactly what you'd expect from a strategic bioweapon built to counter the 9 dragons. This servitor could cut through pretty much anything if he felt like it. Speed wasn't the only scary part either. Noel's strength was way beyond anything Theo had ever dealt with in a one-on-one. Right now, the young lord knew damn well he didn't stand a chance against one of these noble servitors. After checking out Theo's reactions, Noel finally closed the gap. Theo barely managed to raise the dragon-slaying sword in time to block that immovable force, and it still sent him flying backward. He felt the full sting of taking a probing attack straight on. Noel was actually surprised the kid could soak up that much power at his current level. He figured the surprising defense came from Belmong's dragon-slaying juice. Not letting up for a second, Noel kept closing in, giving Theo zero room to breathe. Trovin's research said nobody with dragon blood in their veins should even be able to hold Belmong. Theo was proving that wrong, but Noel didn't give a shit. After hammering the young lord non-stop, Noel paused and told him to just give up before things got a lot more painful. Using the dust before it settled, Theo launched a few thunder-infused blades at his attacker. Noel saw right through it, snatched the blades out of the air mid-flight, and killed their momentum. He mocked Theo for relying on cheap tricks, but those hidden blades were just a distraction so Theo could close the gap himself. Unfortunately, Noel's perception caught the sneaky follow-up and he scoffed. Their eyes locked for a split second and alarm bells went off in Theo's head. Before he could fully swing Belmong to slash Noel's side, the servitor's blade knocked him flat. The noble servitor finally got what Lord Ed Trovin meant when he warned everyone about this Theo kid. Out of all Ragnar's next generation, Ed had kept the closest eye on the boy and told his servitors to do the same. If they ever ran into Theo Ragnar, the orders were crystal clear: eliminate him for good. Noel planned to follow that order right here, right now, on this drifting archipelago. He cleared the area with a big circular slash that swept out in a wide radius, but Theo was nowhere in sight. By this point, Noel was sure the young lord was going to turn into a massive variable in the war. The tip of his blade dripped with Theo's blood. That last attack must have nicked him on the way out. Right now, Theo was clutching a deep wound, trying to stop the bleeding while failing to activate the fairy dragon's buff. His guardians still needed more time before they could help. Even so, Theo refused to just roll over against a seemingly unbeatable opponent. According to the system, he had to wait 2 minutes and 15 seconds for Belmong to fully stabilize. If he could last that long, he could tap into the Leviathan's power again. But Noel wasn't about to give him any free time to stall. Looking at his reflection in the water, Theo saw the noble servitor locking onto his position from above. The empty port of the floating archipelago had stood for hundreds of years without a single fight. That same port got blown to bits with one attack from Noel. Theo took more hits that made the blood loss worse, but he managed to stay alive with some crafty maneuvering. He kept his eyes wide open for more of those lightning-quick attacks. Sure enough, Noel started wrecking even more shit, hoping to take Theo's head clean off. This time, Theo bent his body way back and just barely dodged a slash that sliced straight through the buildings behind him. Staying sharp about his surroundings, he acrobatically dove into the cut-open building, grabbed a chair on his way through, and came out the other side. He chucked that chair at Noel as an annoying little distraction while rocketing backward to put some distance between them. That bought him just enough time to use the building's inevitable collapse to his advantage. Hidden behind the debris, Theo poured a massive amount of mana into the dragon-slaying sword and let loose a resplendent blade attack that tore through everything in its path, not giving a damn about the extra destruction. He was hoping it would be enough to bury Noel in pure chaos, but no such luck. The servitor just stood there completely unharmed. His blade was glowing crimson. Then Noel vanished from the tiny patch of land that had survived Theo's big strike, slipping right out of the young lord's perception. He reappeared directly above him and launched a relentless storm of destructive swordsmanship. Theo had his hands full just trying to block the barrage of deadly hits. 1 second of lost focus, and he'd get cleaved in half just like those port buildings. His defenses barely took the edge off the force, sending him bouncing across the water like a skipping stone. The second he dropped into the sea, Noel followed with scary precision. Using that crazy verticality, the servitor rained down a ton of aura blades that crisscrossed and covered a huge stretch of water, making them almost impossible to dodge. By this point, the port didn't look like a port at all, just debris floating everywhere and no sign of the young lord. A few moments after the attack stopped, Theo burst back up onto the surface without any new injuries. He'd somehow dodged all those crisscrossing aura blades underwater. Still, it took everything he had left to survive that vicious combo. He was completely gassed. The upside, those defensive moves had bought him almost 2 full minutes. According to the system, Belmong would stabilize in exactly 17 seconds. Unfortunately, Noel had gotten bored and pissed off with Theo's slippery fighting style. Ready to end the whole thing once and for all, Theo could feel the servitor gathering a dangerous amount of energy into his blade. Theo couldn't go down now. He just needed a few more seconds of distraction to unlock his full power. The only idea he had was to dangle Belmong itself as bait. Since Noel was probably sent here to grab the sword in the first place, Theo yeeted Belmong away with everything he had, basically making the Trovan dog play fetch. Before the servitor could snatch it, Theo's newly contracted sea serpents caught the blade midair. Noel looked visibly pissed at the childish trick while Theo wore a big shit-eating grin. Behind him, the rest of the sea serpent pack surfaced. Every one of them was ready to ride or die for their new boss. In their mouths, concentrated water power started building up. Noel couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was miles stronger, yet this kid kept pulling new tricks out of his ass just to drag the fight out longer. Finally, the sea serpents unleashed their attack from a distance. Individually, those attacks shouldn't have been able to touch someone like Noel, but all together, they packed a real punch. The servitor had to put his full attention into blocking the combo. He was annoyed as hell that this brat thought a few fish could stop him from finishing the mission. He swung his blade with serious force and wiped out the sea serpent's combined attack completely. Theo had been running around this whole time, but now he came charging in hot with zero regard for defense. Noel couldn't figure out what the young lord was planning, but he welcomed the challenge with open arms and his aura fully unleashed, basically daring Theo to give it everything he had. Halfway through the clash, Theo's timer finally hit 0. The dragon-slaying sword Belmong had stabilized. Time seemed to freeze for a second, and he heard the Leviathan's voice in his head. Levi thanked the Chosen One and hoped the leftovers of his power would help keep Theo safe. For the first time since the fight started, Noel actually felt threatened. The young lord had unlocked the skill Nibelung embedded in the blade. He activated it on instinct, and Nibelung took the shape of a dragon that looked just like the raging Leviathan. That monstrous draconic construct tore straight through Noel and his blade, ripping them apart with the crushing pressure of the deep sea. It blasted Noel clean off his feet and sent him flying toward the open water. Theo's plan worked. He'd stalled long enough to unlock a brand new devastating weapon for his arsenal. Nibelung was a straight-up force of nature. The attack, packed with a guardian's will, tore Noel up, breaking bones and wounding him badly. He dropped into the sea, and the water itself seemed to shove him toward the bottom. Theo landed back on what was left of the port with Belmong in hand. As an artificially enhanced warrior, Noel was ridiculously durable. After tanking that direct hit, he still managed to cling to life and swim up against the vortex trying to drag him down. Once he got a breath of fresh air, he laughed mockingly at Theo for failing to finish him off with his big trump card. The servitor's mask was destroyed, showing a grotesque body and face full of the side effects from all that human experimentation. Luckily, Theo wasn't dumb enough to think one attack would put an enhanced monster down for good. No matter how messed up he looked, Noel was still a noble servitor who could go toe-to-toe with the 9 dragons. Those guys were famous for their toughness and staying power. Still, Theo felt pretty confident his new power could cut through whatever human enhancements were keeping this guy going. Using the sea as a conduit, he reshaped Nibelung into a giant hand right behind Noel. If he couldn't destroy the artificially enhanced body, he'd just sink the whole damn thing to the seafloor. Noel felt the currents crushing him from every direction, locking him in place as the hand closed in. To make sure he couldn't fight back, Theo put enough force into it to surround the entire archipelago. With one final roar, he ordered the massive body of water to swallow the noble servitor and bury him at the bottom of the damn sea. Unable to wiggle free from those crushing currents, Noel realized he was completely screwed. A wild vortex with insane suction force dragged him down into the abyss with no chance of escape. Once Noel's presence was buried deep, Theo's shoulders slumped, and the pain from all his injuries hit him hard. His knees gave out and he collapsed onto his back. Huffing and puffing for air, he was just glad he'd kept his promise to the Leviathan. If that big-ass dragon asked him for one more thing right now, he might not even live long enough to do it. After wrapping up the fight with one of Trovin's 9 noble servitors, Theo recovered and got to work steering the entire archipelago to safety. From a distance, his navigator, Antonio Spinola, carefully figured out their route. They were moving at about 2 knots, so hitting the shore at that speed shouldn't cause any real problems. Just a few days ago, when the young lord told him they were going to move the whole floating archipelago, Antonio could barely believe such a crazy statement. Hell, it was still hard to believe even now that they were actually doing it. Some of the citizens asked why he'd gone through all the trouble of moving the entire landmass when, according to legend, just sealing the dragon would have been easier. Theo agreed with the sentiment, but pointed out that what happened today could easily happen again if they left the archipelago floating like before. He convinced the people that quick peace always comes with a price. Groups like the Trovers would just keep coming for the dragon-slaying sword. Better to wipe out the risk of the place sinking for good. From now on, the floating archipelago would settle in the shallow northeastern bay of Ragnar territory. From there, they could start rebuilding and getting things stable again. And since their home wouldn't be floating anymore, they might need to give the place a new name that actually fit. Watching Theo throw himself into helping the people through this disaster made Antonio feel pretty damn guilty. He bowed his head in front of the young lord and asked for forgiveness. Antonio confessed that the Ceres Merchant Guild hostage incident had been carried out by his own organization. The Black Skull, the white-armored dragon cavalry, had taken heavy losses in that fight. Even though the Trovers had threatened them into doing it, Antonio still took full responsibility for the mess. Theo put a hand on his shoulder and agreed that, yeah, he needed to own up to what he'd done. Antonio was ready to be held accountable, even if it meant losing his head. Instead of taking his head, Theo wanted to promote him. Antonio Spinola would make a solid leader for a new Northern Maritime Alliance. The Ragnars had already cleaned out the Ceres Merchant Guild, which left no big distribution hubs up north. Theo figured the archipelago's new maritime alliance could fill that gap perfectly. Before Antonio could insist he wasn't worthy of the title, Theo turned to the citizens and asked what they thought. The first hand up was the temple priest, who spoke up about Antonio's sincerity. A few more citizens followed right after. Not long after that, every single surviving person voted unanimously to make Antonio their new leader. The guy had saved lives and stood up for them when it counted. Theo had pretty much expected that result. Even with his flaws, Antonio was going to be a strong leader in these rough times. The Northern Maritime Alliance would focus on getting supplies and money flowing into Ragnar. In return, Theo promised to take responsibility for the archipelago's independence and safety. Under the honorable Ragnar name, he swore an oath on it. To the very end, Antonio recognized he was always the one receiving the young lord's generosity. On behalf of the new alliance, Antonio Spinola vowed to work with and serve House Ragnar as best he could. They sealed it with a firm handshake, forging a solid bond. The citizens watched their land get a second chance thanks to the young Ragnar. Right on cue, the ground rumbled. They'd finally reached their destination. The archipelago slid into place seamlessly against the nearest island. While the people of the famous landmass were busy celebrating, the waves were still raging out in the middle of the sea. Too far away for Theo to keep controlling the crushing pressure, his whirlpool trap finally weakened, and Noel miraculously survived. The noble servitor managed to drift until he found some land and poked his ugly head out for air. His lungs were full of seawater after getting battered by the elements, but the real injury was to his pride. He wanted nothing more than to tear that Ragnar brat's limbs off and chew on his guts. Noel's anger got doused real quick when he heard a familiar voice mocking the idea that the servitors could actually rival the 9 dragons. His supposed co-conspirator, the tyrant dragon, looked down at Noel's miserable state with pure disappointment. Noel protested that the plan could still be saved. He just needed a little help from Berrien. Maybe the homeless, hulking guy had given this abomination more credit than he deserved. Noel still seemed clueless about what Berrien really wanted. From the very start, Berrien had planned to grab the archipelago for himself. He'd just been playing around with the Trovan dog a bit. He wanted the whole landmass. Berrien's idea was to spin the whole incident as a taking back what was stolen campaign. Had a nice ring to it. He could have gotten rid of the annoying brat too, but he'd overestimated Noel. This modified worm couldn't even handle one dragon kid. Feeling threatened and insulted by the tyrant dragon's criticism, Noel raised his arm as it grotesquely twisted and transformed from the inside. He started ranting that the time of the 9 dragons was over and the true power of the 9 noble servitors would rise. His skin tore apart and got replaced by a ridiculously monstrous blade made of bone and flesh. The tyrant dragon immediately made him regret pulling that trump card. With one single punch, Berrien turned the servitor's upper body into fine mist. He scoffed. These fools always want to talk their way through a fight instead of just squaring up. The old geezers and the 9 dragons might have lost their edge, but Berrien was a different beast entirely. By his count, the old man or that damn lizard might have trouble with these enhanced freaks. The biggest takeaway for the tyrant dragon from all this chaos was a growing fascination with Theo Ragnar. Up in the snowy north, Trovan soldiers were tearing through the Ragnar camp in small skirmishes. With Ed Trovan running the show, the battles were already lost before they even started. No matter how much the remaining Ragnar soldiers cursed the disgusting traitors, they got beaten and tied up. Lord Ed had zero patience for anyone still loud about Ragnar pride. He sliced their throats just to shut them up. He coldly chopped heads off without so much as blinking. He'd gotten sick of hearing the same final words over and over. While he was busy with the executions, a messenger showed up with urgent news about the floating archipelago operation failing. All contact with Noel had been lost too. Another noble servitor appeared out of nowhere to humbly apologize for the failure of their defective piece. The one wearing a metal plague doctor mask, Ain, the #1 Trovan servitor, recognized that losing their main distribution hub could seriously shift the tide of the war. He wanted to jump on the chance to fix this massive screw-up. He was surprised when his master ordered them to just abandon the archipelago. They'd already secured the landmass's huge capital, after all. They'd take a financial hit, but they couldn't let that blind them to their real priorities. Ed Trovan ordered the rest of his forces to pile up right in the middle of the battlefield, just to keep selling this whole war thing. Yeah, it's basically a distraction to mess with those Ragnar bastards, but he still reminded his noble servant they've only got one real goal here. Everything they're doing is for bringing back the Mad Dragon Emperor. Meanwhile, back on the relocated archipelago, things finally chilled out and reconstruction sped up. The brand new Northern Maritime Alliance should be able to use the rails left behind by Sarah's Merchant Guild, but they still haven't heard a damn thing from the Southern Guild yet. Antonio's stuck in his office, buried under a mountain of paperwork. Theo just walks right in and clocks that stressed-out look on the new leader's face. At least Ragnar's supply distribution isn't their biggest headache anymore. Moving goods around should be way easier without all the crazy sea variables. Honestly, Antonio's pretty scared of Ragnar's influence. He's glad his people got free from Trovan's grip, but he knows nothing in this world comes free. One snap of Theo's fingers and they could end up right back in the same mess, just with a different boss. He's a bit hesitant to bring it up, but he can't help wondering if they were actually safer floating out in the middle of the ocean. The young lord gets it. A leader's got to stay paranoid about someone taking over, after all. But Theo sees it the other way around. In his opinion, the floating archipelago was at its most vulnerable because of the sea. Sure, being isolated meant nobody would mess with them, but it also made them soft and unable to defend themselves properly. The whole Trovan takeover proved they can't just keep relying on other people for national defense. Even if the new location has some risks, a nation needs its own way to protect itself. And hey, the fact that Antonio's worried about this is actually a good thing. Theo's got a few ideas to put his mind at ease, and it kinda ties into the white-armored dragon cavalry. Those guys ride airborne wyverns, and the archipelago's got similar creatures hanging around too. Antonio immediately gets it. He's talking about the sea serpents. But those things are famous for swarming and wrecking everything in sight. They've been nothing but a pain in the ass in constant emergencies. Speak of the devil, sea serpents show up at the docks. Civilians start evacuating, and the fighters get ready for a fight. Before Antonio can even spin around in his chair, Theo tells him to relax. No need to freak out. The young lord basically rolled out the welcome mat for his serpents. Antonio's rightfully skeptical. He spent his whole life knowing these monsters as destructive sea thugs. Theo just promises he'll teach the people how to tame the majestic creatures. Just like the white armored dragon cavalry, the archipelago could build its own unit of dragon riders. Sounds ridiculous, right? As far as the citizens are concerned, riding and fighting on dragons only happens in fairy tales. Theo finds that oddly perfect. Krimilt, the archipelago's hero, was famous for riding and fighting with a sea serpent in those same stories. They could just call their new dragon riders the Krimhilt Knight Order. Hell, one of the serpents already seems to have taken a real liking to Antonio. While Theo was just chilling and watching the citizens mess around with the sea serpents, a messenger rolled up to tell him some guest was waiting. He headed over to one of the warehouses near the docks and found a woman rifling through stacks of documents. She thought it was straight up absurd how much the young lord had pulled off in just a few days. Black Snow operative Cleve was already getting a headache. Supposedly, only the Null Snow rank folks in Black Snow were supposed to know about this top-secret archipelago situation. She spilled that her team had already been checking out the place, figuring it was the Troven's floating distribution hub and cash cow. So yeah, they knew losing the archipelago would screw the war long term, and they still did jack shit about it. Before Theo could dig deeper, another guy barged into the warehouse asking for Theo Ragnar. It was none other than Barry. The great 9 dragon lords wouldn't shut up about this kid, so he had pretty high expectations. But now that he's staring at the boy wonder in the flesh, all he sees is a pretty boy who doesn't even. Theo recognized the tyrant dragon right away, the one the Ragnars and Barry and everyone else called Dante Roll. He gave a polite salute, and Dante told him to relax. Sounded like Cleve had been expecting the guy, and the tyrant dragon half-assed an apology for being late. Cleve straight up chewed Lord Dante out for letting the archipelago situation get this bad without reporting a damn thing to Black Snow. Theo put it together pretty quick. Black Snow and the Tyrant Dragon had been running this supposed top-secret op together. Cleve was blaming Dante for putting the whole organization in a really shitty spot, and Dante did not like her attitude one bit. He dropped his suffocating aura across the whole warehouse, freezing Theo and Cleve in place. No apology, nothing. He just forced them down to their knees without even lifting a finger. The pressure got so bad the windows shattered. Theo already knew the Tyrant Dragon was strong, but this level was just ridiculous. He finally got why, in his past life, Ragnar never managed to free the floating archipelago. The guy might look like a muscular homeless bum, but that aura was the real deal, straight up overbearing. After putting Theo and Cleve through borderline torture, Dante reined the aura back in and just laughed, claimed he'd been hanging around and simply missed the timing to report the new intel. Said he'd been watching the Troven camp's movements the whole time. In Dante's book, the 9 dragons don't need to bother with small fry. He wanted to sit back, let the problem get nice and big, then swoop in and crush it all at once. Then this Ragnar kid showed up and cleaned up the mess for him. He gave Theo a friendly slap on the back that nearly knocked the young lord out cold. The Tyrant Dragon might be joking around and acting chill, but he's genuinely pissed right now. Dante Roll sits in the upper ranks even among the 9 dragons. The guy's only driven by one thing, wanting more power. That's the only reason he joined Ragnar in the first place. He'll use every scrap of authority he can get to climb higher. In Theo's past life, Dante had suspiciously massive financial power. Makes total sense now. He must have snatched the floating archipelago for himself back then. This man's definitely one of the trickier bastards among the 9 dragons. Best play along for now. So Theo put on the humble soldier act and apologized for getting in the Tyrant Dragon's way. Dante just laughed his ass off and told him no harm done. In his first real sit-down with the 6th heir candidate, Theo Ragnar, Dante was actually pretty impressed with the kid's personality. He stuck out his hand and gave Theo the official stamp of approval as a new heir candidate. The more Theo talked with this eccentric musclehead, the more confused he got about what the guy really wanted. Still, he shook the hand and tossed out a few more humble pleasantries. Dante ate that humility right up. Cleve interrupted their little moment to pass along Theo's new orders. Archipelago missions done. No more deployment needed. Every operative is supposed to haul ass to the central front line right now. Dante was all for it. Kid needs to get out there on the front lines, get bloody, and protect the home base. But before he left, Dante wanted to clear something up. The tyrant dragon tensed up and asked Cleve if the orders to interrogate him about the archipelago scouting mission came straight from the Black Dragon himself. With barely hidden hostility, he called the boss of Black Snow that damn Robert Ragnar. Feeling like the pressure was about to crush her, Cleve confirmed it. Dante told her to pass a message along to that black rascal. If Robert wanted answers, the bastard should have come down here himself. Theo didn't waste any time. He headed north and linked up with his comrades in the war against Trovan. The main fight on the central plateau was raging hard across the Blade Mountain range. Soldiers from both sides were slamming blades together, while sky bombardments kept thundering overhead. Aboard his trusty Umbra, Theo threw on the white armored dragon cavalry uniform and jumped straight into the action. He tore across the battlefield, wrecking the Trovan vanguard. Shoulder to shoulder with his brothers and sisters in arms, he was cutting heads without a shred of mercy. Up in the sky, Captain Evelyn Naravel was calling the shots and keeping an eye on the big fear debuff. The second she spotted an opening, every white-armored dragon cavalry unit followed her lead and dove in. Off in the distance, another troop just watched the slaughter unfold. Black Iron Cavalry's commander, Thorol Ragnar, was grinning at how cleanly the flying units were carving things up. His vice commander yelled at him for making their own soldiers and horses feel like crap again. Thorol just laughed and said he was only teasing. He slowly pulled on his helmet and told the guy his men knew better than to get insecure. They were way better than those glorified birds in the sky anyway. The second that helm went on, the light-hearted Thorol disappeared. He barked for his troops' attention and gave them a simple order: crush anything that stood in their way. Once today's enemies were thoroughly wiped out, they could step into a better tomorrow. Led by the sharpest tip in the Empire, the Black Iron Cavalry charged with zero regard for human life. Lord Thorol showed exactly how effective he was in an all-out war. Every swing of his free-flowing spear dropped Trovan soldiers by the dozens. The battle maniac was actually smiling while he beheaded countless foes. With the aerial and ground cavalry of Ragnar working together, the day's fight wrapped up fast. They pushed the line forward, and by nightfall they were burning bodies in a pit. Cheers and celebrations were already rolling through the temporary camps. Thorol made a point of swinging by his little brother's tent to throw some praise his way. Theo took the commander's compliments with his usual humility. Standing face to face, the resemblance between them was almost creepy. Thorol told him to just call him Big Bro, and even invited the kid out for drinks next time. Theo and his comrades stayed respectful as Commander Thorol headed out of the tent. As soon as that battlefield monster finally left, Theo got hit with a full barrage of jeers and teasing from Selford for acting all buddy-buddy with the Black Iron Cavalry commander. His senior wouldn't let up until he spilled everything about what went down on the archipelago. Luckily, Aaron stepped in and gave Selford a solid smack upside the head. Senior Aaron was way more chill about Theo's situation. Dude just got thrown into the battlefield today. At least let him catch his breath for a second. Theo asked Aaron how the war was actually going. He barely knew anything since he'd only just gotten deployed. Aaron said the overall flow was in their favor, but a few things were bugging her. They'd been creeping closer and closer to the Trovan base, yet the traitors weren't making a single move, almost like they were waiting for something. Pretty much everyone was thinking the same thing. The strategists had read Trovan's pure counterattacking style as them setting up some kind of trap, but Theo had info from his past life that nobody else did. He could see past the usual consensus. Trovan's real goal was grabbing the White Tower ruins, where the relic of the primordial dragon was sleeping. All that spilled blood? Just a big distraction. Speaking of spilling blood, a lone fighter was currently slipping through the dark night, casually carving up unsuspecting Trovan soldiers in their own camp. The guy looked up at the night sky and muttered that he wished he'd run into one of the 9 servitors already. He'd gotten pretty sick of butchering small fries for days on end. Together with a woman, The two of them wiped out an entire platoon like it was nothing. Just another Tuesday for Ragnar candidates number 3 and 4, Anio and Gishar Ragnar. Anio called her brother out for lying. She knew better than anyone that this maniac actually loved picking on unsuspecting soldiers. A familiar face strolled in to back her up, the tyrant dragon himself, Dante Rowe. Dante had already chewed out the unruly Gishar before about mindlessly swinging his blade around. The tyrant dragon was not thrilled to see the young lord's rash, nasty habits again. Gishar called Dante master and casually brought up how someone else had snatched all the credit for Dante's work back on the archipelago. The tyrant had already moved on from that. He preferred to think of the little bump as the ticket price for a fun show that was about to unfold. He warned Gishar that someone would be climbing the ranks real soon. Gishar figured his master was talking about Thoral. Anio, though, could tell he was referring to heir number 6. The mention of fresh meat got Gishar all excited. He was convinced that with the tyrant dragon as their master, there was no way anyone would surpass them. Dante just floated the idea that Theo Ragnar might actually be the chosen one. Instantly, both Gishar and Anio went deathly serious. Their master simply told them to be ready for the days ahead. When the chance showed up, they needed to crush Theo Ragnar completely. Several hours before Theo even reached the battlefield, he'd been riding in a carriage heading north to the front lines. The fairy dragon was filling him in about the White Tower and how it housed the relic of the primordial dragon. Come to think of it, that general area was the very first region Trovan had seized for themselves. Luckily, guardians could roughly sense each other's locations. The fairy dragon warned him that the White Tower's guardian had grabbed the biggest slice of the primordial dragon's fractured power. His other guardians chimed in and agreed. Not all relics are built the same. Every guardian relic has its own job and its own set of powers. Some got blessed with way more strength and way more responsibility to match. The White Tower's guardian is the most extreme example of that. Bad news is, the most powerful relic is currently sitting inside Trovan territory. Who the hell knows what they're planning to do with it? Theo had already seen what those bastards did to the Leviathan. They had a way to poison guardians and squeeze the primordial dragon's power out of them. No matter what, they had to reach the White Tower before the Trovans got their grubby little hands on the strongest relic. Back in the present on the central plateau, Theo headed straight for the demon dragon's tent. He laid out his request to go solo and scout the Rocky Mountains, where enemy forces were weirdly concentrated. He couldn't exactly dump everything he knew from his past life, so Julius Ragnar shut the idea down immediately. The demon dragon wasn't about to let one of his best soldiers dip out of the front lines for some vague, independent mission. Even if Theo had just been made an heir candidate, that didn't mean he could just skip his responsibilities. Theo tried to argue that he was actually doing the opposite. He wanted to make up for being gone. Seeing the young lord getting all exasperated, Julius cracked an amused smile. He'd just been messing with the kid. Theo had proven time and time again that he could be trusted with this kind of thing. The commander promised to cover for him so he could go without worrying. Besides, the white-armored dragon cavalry wasn't going to fall apart just because one soldier stepped out for a bit. Julius did make him promise not to come back empty-handed, though. Theo was grateful for the trust and swore he wouldn't disappoint. Without wasting another second, he hopped on Umbra and started sneaking toward the Trovan-infested White Tower. Those camps would spot him for sure if he flew any closer, so he used the mountain ranges as cover to land. Even now, he was still fascinated by Umbra's ability to camouflage himself and vanish at night. That unique mix of evil shadow dragon and viper blood was just perfect. Umbra's skills had made it possible to slip into enemy territory this fast. But from here on out, Theo needed to go solo. He ordered Umbra to fly back to base camp. Moving in total silence, he parkoured down the treacherous slopes of the mountain range. He made sure he was basically undetectable and even threw on some spy gear. From a distance, he eyed the situation at the base of the tower. Security was every bit as tight as he'd expected. Theo was still a decent ways from the entrance, and some of the patrolling guards had already started picking up on his movements. One guard in particular was feeling jumpy and decided to check out the rocks Theo was using for cover. He carefully circed the innocent-looking rock and slowly drew his blade. When he finally peeked behind the rugged pillar, nothing. After a few more quick checks, the patrolman sheathed his sword and let his guard down. Big mistake. His buddy, who'd been hanging back while he poked around the rocks, got taken out by a stealthy intruder. The patrol guard tried to follow protocol, call out and send a warning, but Theo dropped him just as fast. A few miles away from the tower, Ed Trovan was admiring a blob of ominous flesh sitting on top of a shrine smeared with a pool of blood. A hermit priest slipped up behind him, giggling in that creepy way at the sight of the altar. The priest never would have guessed the Trovans would team up with their holy demon church for a forbidden ritual to bring back the dethroned Mad Dragon Emperor. Inside that blob of grotesque flesh, a fleshy figure was curled up in a weird fetal position, steadily soaking up the corrupted power. It throbbed and pulsed like some exposed organ. Ed did not appreciate the priest's casual tone when talking to him, and he especially hated hearing the word dethroned when referring to the Mad Dragon Emperor. In his eyes, there was only one true Ragnar master. The guy currently sitting on the throne was nothing but a fake. Pretty soon, the Mad Dragon Emperor would take it back. Ed Trovan and everyone he considered a true Ragnar were just servants to the real masters, and he'd appreciate it if the holy demon priest remembered that. Right now, the resurrection ritual he'd ordered was almost finished, but to actually pull the great mighty master out of the underworld, they still needed the right material, the perfect vessel, a Ragnar body that already contained the primordial dragon's power. Ed wasn't stressed about getting that final piece. What really worried him was the key to conquering the White Tower. According to the latest reports, the power inside that tower was just too massive. They'd been pumping it full of shadow demon toxin non-stop, but the resistance was still way too strong. Even with the high priest of the Holy Demon Church going all out and barely hanging on, taking the tower on schedule felt impossible. Ed did not like that progress report one bit. Frustrated as hell, he let his aura rip and forced the poor messenger to eat dirt. He'd gone way too far already for the Mad Dragon Emperor's resurrection. All he needed now was the primordial dragon's power to finish the ritual. Impossible was not an answer he was willing to hear. He warned his people to pull out every stop and use any means necessary to make it happen. Scared of losing his head, the messenger apologized for being short-sighted and swore he'd get it done. Instead of getting beheaded, he walked away with just a broken nose. Honestly, a big win. Then, another messenger popped up with an urgent report for the junior clan head. An intruder had successfully slipped into the White Tower camp. Whoever it was had stolen the clothes off one of their guards. The second other patrolman found one of their guys stripped and unconscious. They rang the alarm bells and started a full search of the area. From a distance, someone was watching the whole mess unfold. Eventually, they spotted a masked patrolman blending perfectly into the search party. Through his long-range vision, Gishar was surprised to see the new heir candidate already deep behind enemy lines. He figured Theo had only killed as many as he needed to and fooled the enemy like a pro. The whole style reminded him of Black Snow. Gishar suspected the kid must have worked for that sneaky group in a past life. He had to admit the young lord was more fun than he'd expected. He couldn't wait to get a taste. Anio told him to stop salivating and focus on tailing. They'd already screwed up once with Thorol. Gishar knew how important this mission was. He promised to behave, but that twisted look on his face said otherwise. When Ed heard that an intruder had gotten past the White Tower's security, he nearly lost it. This shouldn't have been possible at all. Only a handful of people even knew the real goal of their operation. Hell, the entire war was just a distraction to keep the Ragnars busy. His gut was screaming that there was only one person who could throw a wrench into his perfect plan. Time and time again, Theo Ragnar had been nothing but a thorn in Ed's side. Before the anger and frustration could fully take over, the more rational part of Ed Trovan stepped in. The messenger nervously suggested throwing more guards at the search so they could catch the intruder right away. But Ed had a completely different idea. From now on, they were changing the plan. He ordered a full retreat from the White Tower camp, leaving only the bare minimum forces on the ground. It was a weird-ass order, no question. Doing that would only raise the risk of whoever breached security walking off with the primordial dragon's power, and that was exactly what Ed wanted. He was 100% sure the intruder was that pesky Theo Ragnar. Looking at how fast the kid had been progressing, he'd definitely conquer the White Tower on his own and walk out with the primordial dragon's power. With a wave of his hand, Ed summoned his most trusted troops, his noble servitors. If taking the White Tower themselves was impossible, they could just do what they did best, steal it from the kid. To make sure everything went perfectly, he handed the job to his number one, A. Alongside the plague doctor was a Goliath swinging a ridiculously huge warhammer. His number two, Switty Nazi Dammy Mommy, and number three, Dre, rounded out the team. Never let her touch your pecker. The second they confirmed the young Ragnar had grabbed the primordial dragon's power, they were to kill him and take it. That was the directive, and they'd follow it no matter what. Down at the White Tower camp, the clueless idiots were still running around with torches looking for the intruder. With so few people left after the retreat, the captain split the remaining manpower into two groups, one searching around the tower itself, the other covering the south side. Just like he'd planned, Theo slotted himself into the White Tower search team. These idiots didn't even question why he was wearing a mask. Theo couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about how easy this had been. Sure, it made his job simpler, but a nagging thought kept bouncing around his head. Those supposedly well-trained soldiers hadn't used a single password to check friend or foe, and the extra reinforcements he'd been expecting never showed up. In fact, compared to his first scouting run, security had gotten way worse. It almost felt like someone was trying to lead him straight into the tower. The second he got near the tower's entry point, the system pinged him about a primordial dragon relic. Even if there was a high chance this was a trap, it didn't really matter to Theo. He put his hand on the ancient walls and felt the draconic origins resonate with his blood. Even if he got trapped afterward, he was determined to seize the primordial dragon's power before Ed Trovan could. Without hesitation, he dropped his torch and walked through the gate that the White Tower willingly opened for him. Finally, the trial of the White Tower begins. Outside the tower, the hunters tailing him made their move. Even though their master had already told them about the White Tower, Gishar still hadn't expected to stumble across a genuine primordial dragon relic out in the middle of nowhere. Now it made sense why the tyrant dragon had been messing with the Trovans lately. Gishar let out a manic laugh when he saw the Chosen One stroll into the tower like it was nothing. Anio admitted the Chosen One title was enviable, but titles didn't mean shit when you were backed into an impossible corner. The twins scooped up Theo's discarded uniform on the way. They could probably use it to stir up some trouble later. Still, the whole thing felt a little too convenient, like they were getting baited. Baited or not, it shouldn't matter much. For now, they needed to pull back and set the stage before the Chosen One came out. But Gishar flat out refused to leave. He wanted to wait right outside the tower for Theo. Much to Anio's annoyance, the battle maniac was just too damn curious about the kind of face the Golden Boy would make when he got cut down by a fellow Ragnar's blade. After stepping into the White Tower, the blinding light slowly faded. Theo's eyes adjusted, and he found himself standing inside a massive superstructure made of pure white materials, packed with countless pillars and rooms. Knowing the kind of threat this place could pose, he quickly drew the white moonlight blade. Since the Guardian here had inherited the biggest chunk of the primordial dragon's power, he was expecting something ferocious. Right on cue, a draconic figure with burning red eyes stepped out of one of the many doors. Theo tightened his grip on the blade, ready to go all out at any second. Imagine his surprise when the Guardian of the White Tower finally walked out, and it was just a tiny little guy with cute beady eyes. In tears, the little Guardian started grumbling about some weirdos trying to sneak into his domain and infect him with demon shadow toxin. Trying to stop them had been supremely annoying. Theo honestly thought he was getting pranked or something. Completely speechless, he just stared at the flailing lizard and wondered if he'd somehow walked into the wrong tower. He even summoned his other guardians to double-check if this was really the one they all feared. The fairy dragon told him to stop judging the little guardian by appearances. The griffin chimed in that Theo didn't have much room to talk when he looked like a pretty boy instead of some awe-inspiring chosen one. Seeing his guardians actually trembling with fear, Theo's worries eased up a bit. The little guy apologized for being distracted and properly introduced himself. His name was Keratosicus, Curato for short, the most loyal subordinate of the great primordial dragon and the majority inheritor of the master's power. He'd been protecting the Gate of the Pantheon since ancient times. Theo had never even heard of the Gate of the Pantheon before. Curato casually explained that it was the place where the gods lived. The primordial dragon's relics were just fragments that shared his power. Back in the day, the master of all guardians had a ton of duties to handle. Guarding the gate that connected the pantheon and the mortal world was one of them, and the one who inherited that duty was little Curado, the most loyal subordinate of the big boss and the upright vassal who preserved his power. Theo's knowledge of the gods was limited to whatever he'd read in the ancient texts. Hearing they were actually real was a pretty big shock. He wanted more info from Curado, but the cheerful lizard just stared at him with a dumb smile, looking completely spaced out, before slowly repeating his full name, Keratosicus. Theo repeated it back, and the little guy seemed to reboot. Weird little critter. Every guardian Theo had ever met just couldn't be normal. He asked Keratosicus if God really existed. Curado happily answered that yeah, they do. In fact, the Chosen One should already be familiar with them. After all, they'd been sending him messages only he could see. Every breakthrough he experienced, every trial he conquered, every reward he'd received so far, and every notification he'd ever gotten through the system. Those were all messages from God. Up in the Central Highlands, where the Ragnar executives had gathered to talk strategy, an important meeting was underway. The Black Dragon led the discussion and didn't bother with any pleasantries. Everyone already knew why they'd been called to the front lines, Robert Ragnar included. 7 of the 9 dragons were present for this little gathering. With Trovan's 9 servitors showing up, the war had dragged on way longer than expected. That's exactly why the 9 dragons had been pulled in to fight directly. The Black Dragon stressed how important it was to get everyone up to speed on the current state of the war. He'd take questions and suggestions after. Before Robert could even get started, the Tyrant Dragon raised his hand and said he had more important shit on his plate than just sitting around on the battlefield. He waved a finger and let one of his disciples in. Anio Ragnar stepped into the tent. She politely apologized for barging in so suddenly and dropped an urgent matter on the table. Anio held up a white-armored dragon cavalry uniform and claimed she'd witnessed Theo Ragnar's betrayal, and the uniform in her hands was the smoking gun evidence. As expected, the elder dragon jumped all over the chance to trash the heir candidate. He was the first to declare that tossing aside a Ragnar uniform was straight-up treason. The other dragons stayed a lot more reserved. The demon dragon was stuck in a tough spot, trying to figure out what the hell Theo had been thinking when he ditched the uniform. While the higher-ups were busy debating what to do, the guy they were talking about was currently having a full-blown existential crisis. If he was understanding Curado right, that blue message window that had been helping him this whole time was God's way of talking to him. The little guardian just shrugged and confirmed it without a doubt. Theo asked if every Chosen One could see the same thing, but Curado was sure he was a special case. When the little guardian tried to explain why, all Theo heard was this muffled screeching in his ears that nearly knocked him off balance. Curado scratched his head. Looks like the Chosen One wasn't supposed to hear that part yet. The powers above were filtering the info. Theo pushed for more clarity, and Curado's cute little smile twisted into something a lot more dubious. He'd been waiting a long time to finally do his duty. Suddenly, a massive stone door appeared right in front of Theo. According to the weird little guardian, if he wanted the truth about this world, he was going to have to work for it. One of Curado's sacred jobs was handing out the trial of the Pantheon to the Chosen One. Theo had zero clue what this so-called trial of the Pantheon even was, let alone what it involved. Curado explained that the trial would force him to dig deep into his soul and find his true self. Going to the other side would let him trace his past lives through his subconscious, and the subconscious wasn't something to mess with lightly. It was a whole other world inside yourself that most people never touched. Fail the trial or get too lost in that subconscious, and your mind would just shut off, forever trapped in the endless expanse of your own head. But if you passed, you'd be deemed worthy to face the truth and maybe even meet the gods. By this point, Curado had completely lost that cute charm. The tower had 12 tiers total. That was all the explanation Theo was getting. It was up to him whether he wanted to take the challenge or not. The message from the gods left the choice in his hands. Step into the first tier of the Pantheon trial or walk away. Theo gripped his blade tighter and steeled his resolve. He wanted answers, no hesitation. He hit yes on the message window and walked straight into the unknown. The truth about how this world worked was waiting behind Karado's door. A ton of questions were spinning through his head. Would a great war still happen in this life too? Why the hell was he the one picked as the chosen one? Theo shoved Karado's door open with force and conviction, letting the mysterious light swallow him whole. The second he stepped into the first tier of the Pantheon, he got dropped into some bizarre space. It looked like a beat-up old Colosseum floating out in the middle of the vast emptiness of space. As Karado's door slowly faded away, Theo took a look around. This definitely didn't feel like he was still inside the White Tower. His system chimed in. To fully enter the subconscious realm, he needed to suppress his consciousness and open the gateway. A few moments later, he felt something bubbling up from the floor. Some kind of black goo started sizzling and spreading, slowly taking shape right in front of him. It didn't take long for the black sludge to form into a humanoid figure with zero recognizable features. According to the system, this first trial was all about his consciousness. The humanoid blob didn't look all that dangerous, especially after how much Karado had been hyping it up. That chill attitude lasted about 2 seconds before the thing suddenly lunged at him out of nowhere. It whipped a familiar throwing blade straight at his head. Theo barely dodged. The blade still nicked his cheek. He got into a proper fighting stance. Yeah, this thing was definitely hostile. His eyes went wide when he finally saw what form the black sludge had taken. The gatekeeper of the door to his own subconscious was none other than himself. The entity called I was right here. The system's job for him was simple: eliminate it. By every possible metric, I was Theo's perfect copy, down to the tiniest details. The chosen one and the manifestation of himself just stood there staring at each other. At first, Theo felt pretty unnerved about the idea of fighting himself, but on second thought, maybe this wasn't so bad. Instead of some random enemy he knew nothing about, he got to fight a foe he already knew inside and out. Solid justification, until he watched I go all out and start spreading that thunderous aura. Instant second thoughts, no wasted movement. I raised a hand and charged his throwing blades with thunder dragon breathing, launching a thunder stab with pure kill intent. Theo had never been on the receiving end of his own techniques before. He tracked the trajectory, used the white moonlight blade to deflect most of the barrage, and dodged the ones that were harder to parry. By the time he steadied himself, he was already at the edge of the Colosseum with basically no room left to work with. Before he could even recover his footing, another wave of thunder stab-enhanced blades tore through the air with nasty sharpness. Theo wasn't about to get dog-walked by the same move twice. This time he was ready. The second those blades entered his range, he unleashed a quintuple dragon's claw, shredding the ground and turning the throwing blades into scrap. The force of the attack wrecked the already dilapidated floating arena even more. Theo let out a breath of relief. That attack from I had been way stronger than he liked. He looked at his perfect copy and actually laughed a little. He'd been hoping the quintuple dragon's claw would handle both defense and offense in one go, but that was just wishful thinking. Alright, here's the same script but dialed into a more casual, chill, friendly vibe, with just a light sprinkle of swearing where it feels natural. If I was a perfect copy of Theo as a fighter, he figured he must have gotten a hell of a lot stronger after all. With that smooth, practiced precision, I fixed his stance so I could pounce again. Holding a copy of the white moonlight blade, his dead-ass, lifeless eyes locked right onto Theo. This time, he was the one to lash out with a supercharged quintuple dragon's claw. Theo answered with a dragon flash to knock those 5 claws aside, straight up equal strength clash. Their little probing hits were still crazy destructive, no joke. When all that wild energy finally scattered, Theo was shocked to see his copycat just vanish. I literally got the jump on him. Taking advantage of Theo's blind spot, he came in with an attack from above. It wasn't until the copycat had another quintuple dragon's claw loaded up that Theo even noticed the threat from the sky. The copycat was clever as hell and weaved 2 of those attacks together, letting the full power rip. Felt like a real dragon just mauling the crap out of him. 10 claws dropping right on Theo's head forced him to get creative fast. In the end, he leaned on that blistering speed of his to slip out of the lethal mess. Still took a solid beating though, clothes left in total tatters. After that, he just bum-rushed the stoic imposter. Their blades clashed hard, equal strength again, so neither of them budged an inch. Theo took the aggressor role, sparks flying with every swing. Whatever move he threw, I answered with the perfect counter. Perfect mirror match. Nobody had the edge. Nobody slipped up. All they were really doing was wrecking the arena even worse. The copy of the white moonlight blade was surprisingly durable and strong, basically equal to the real one. Theo was starting to realize what a tricky bastard of an opponent he could be. Their sword paths, right down to the tiniest habits, were freakishly identical. I dodged most of his attacks with ease, like I already knew exactly what he was about to throw next. Hell, I even shut down the young lord's big techniques by hitting him with the same ones right back. Bit by bit, Theo was grinding hard, trying to figure out how the hell he could beat himself. By most metrics, this fight could have gone on forever. But unlike Theo, who was burning through his tank with every exchange, this copycat seemed to have infinite stamina. Knowing he'd lose the war of attrition, Theo realized something that might blow this whole farce wide open. While he was dodging another thunder-infused attack, his mind was working overtime, looking for a way to trounce his evil twin. I wasn't even giving him a second to think up a surefire plan. He already expected that relentless fighting style from himself. Since the copycat had a seemingly endless supply of mana, it just kept spamming big attacks over and over. The Colosseum was starting to look like a total disaster zone because of it. Instead of trying to match the enemy's unfair advantage, Theo switched to small, sneaky attacks. For the first time since the fight started, he caught the eye off guard with an oddly timed sword throw. The copycat was confused for a fraction of a second, but recovered quick and knocked the sword aside without much trouble. Theo realized he just needed to do the kind of thing that would fluster himself. Throwing away his main weapon for a half-baked attack would definitely do it. That tiny moment of confusion was all he needed to exploit with his dragon-slaying sword in hand. Nobody would expect him to waste a rare sword on a throwing technique, not even himself. He'd learned that move in his past life. With the copycat's flank wide open and just begging for it, Theo stabbed his off-colored clone right in the chest. The body slowly started breaking down as that black sludge couldn't hold its shape anymore after taking a fatal hit. Theo had to admit it was a damn great match against his now past self. The system recognized his win against himself and cleared the first tier's trial. Not long after the weird black goo finally disappeared, another one of Curado's doors popped up out of the ground. The system prompted him to take on the second-tier challenge of the Pantheon, and the young lord just smiled with total confidence. Theo had always been the kind of guy who finishes what he starts. Without wasting another second, he pushed that door open to the next tier. Back in the Central Highlands, the Elder Dragon was still going on, enthusiastically yapping about slapping Theo Ragnar with a treason charge. The Demon Dragon questioned Anio Ragnar's statement. She was basically saying Theo deserted his post and defected to the Trovan forces. Heavy-ass accusation. She insisted she saw the whole thing with her own eyes. The young lord crossed into enemy territory on his own. The uniform she brought back should be proof enough of that egregious betrayal. Having known Theo back when he was just a cadet, the sword dragon flat out refused to buy the allegations. She traded some mental words with Julius for answers, and the demon dragon gloated that he was the only one who actually knew what Theo was up to. He was pretty proud to rub it in her face that the kid trusted him more than her. Still, he never expected things to spiral into this complicated mess. Last time he talked to the boy, he just reminded Theo not to come back empty-handed. With a confident smile, the kid promised he wouldn't disappoint. But before Theo headed out on his solo mission, he used sound telepathy to tell his commander something first. Theo shared that his candidates number 3 and 4, Gishar and Anio Ragnar, had been tailing him for a while. In fact, they were just outside the camp, watching his every move from afar. Julius was surprised to hear the notorious twins had gotten mixed up with Theo for some reason. By the young lord's estimate, the two had been sniffing his trail ever since he got back from the archipelago and joined the front lines. He figured they were trying to disqualify him from contention. Theo had already cooked up a way to turn the twins' plan against them. He planned to use this chance to figure out his competitor's weaknesses. For that to work, Julius had to play along and just do whatever the twins said. Seeing Anio Ragnar throw those grave accusations at Theo gave Julius a pretty good idea of what the boy had decided to do. Theo was truly an insolent little brat, but the commander loved the drama. Since the kid seemed confident he could play games with the big boys, Julius wasn't about to ruin the fun. Much to everyone's surprise, the demon dragon straight up agreed with Ennio Ragnar's allegations. Ennio thanked him for believing her story, but the tyrant dragon didn't like how little pushback the commander was giving. The black dragon could tell something was off when Julius took charge and proposed forming a pursuit unit to chase the alleged traitor down. Robert's spies had already confirmed Theo deserted his post after meeting with the demon dragon, which meant there was a strong chance this was all part of an act. Reading what Julius was putting down, the black dragon decided to jump in and see how the whole thing played out. From now on, Black Snow was tagging Theo Ragnar as a deserter. He even accepted that flimsy evidence to back up Ennio's claim. He committed his whole organization to quickly putting together an elite pursuit unit. Things have gotten pretty messy, and Theo is clearly pulling the strings, making the 9 dragons dance to his tune. Meanwhile, the supposed traitor was going through some otherworldly trials way beyond anything they could have imagined. When Theo stepped into the second tier of the Pantheon, he had no clue what to expect. He sure as hell didn't see being dumped straight into the burning Rose Palace from his past life coming. Just like the last one, the second tier's trial was basically a trip into the subconscious, like being yanked back into the past. Theo's eyes narrowed when he heard that familiar grating voice. The scumbags who killed him were standing right there in front of him, calling him the imbecile of Ragnar. The system told him he had to overcome the trauma that had been screwing with his head for so long. Instead of losing his shit, Theo just smiled like he was amused as hell. Looks like whoever's running this Tier 2 trial made a mistake. These bastards didn't stir up any traumatic feelings. All they did was light up pure bloodlust in Theo. In his eyes, this whole trial felt like a funny joke. Sure, these guys used to haunt his dreams, but not anymore. Axion cursed at his weirdly chill reaction, thinking they could just chop Theo down whenever they felt like it. Before they could make complete fools of themselves, Theo zipped behind them, lightning fast. He casually raised his blade and hacked the first bastard clean in half. He'd already dealt with his corrupt instructor before. Doing it again wasn't any big deal. Theo even had time to aura farm with his abs out, just soaking in the blood of his enemy. More than the killing itself, he just wanted to make the bastard grimace. It was a quick clear for the second tier's fight against trauma. He got the green light to move on to the next one. As he pushed open the third door and kept climbing the ranks, Corrado watched Theo through his beady, all-seeing eye. The little guardian was intrigued. He wanted to see just how high the young one might actually climb. He also knew another entity that had to be looking forward to Theo's rise, the god of causality. Theo went on to blitz through the next few floors. Third tier was fighting the persona. Trial number 4 ended with a win over his shadow self. The 5th was some so-called battle against the collective unconscious. He crushed that one too. His climb felt inevitable. In the 10th tier trial, he took down the primitive, instinct-driven part of the mind, the ID. Theo was a little battered after the rapid climb, but it was no big deal. Honestly, each floor was taking less time the higher he went. The only one that actually gave him a real run for his money was that first tier fight against the copycat. Pushing the 10th door to enter the 11th tier, he taunted Keratos Sakus to throw something a little more challenging at him. The little guardian heard the cocky jab and told him the real deal was just about to start. The 11th tier dropped him into the Cave of Origin, a cavern that basically imitates the process of birth. He had to climb against the flow of life itself. Unlike the last few tiers, this one didn't dump him into a nest of monsters or anything. The challenge was just to make it through the passage. The whole vibe was totally different from the ones he'd already cleared. The system hinted that to reach the source, you've got to return to the void before birth. As you retrace your origin, the senses you picked up from living start vanishing one by one. It was a unique challenge, something Theo never saw coming. Halfway through the passage, he lost his sense of smell. Theo could no longer perceive the world the way he used to. When he took another step, that fishy smell that had been hanging around the shallow water in the damp cave just vanished. A few more steps later, he lost his hearing too. Couldn't pick up a single sound from the world anymore. The senses kept disappearing, one after another as he pushed deeper. Losing his sense of touch left 4 out of 5 senses completely useless. Last one to go was his sight. Theo couldn't see a damn thing about the world anymore. To make it even worse, with all 5 senses blocked, his mana got cut off too. That mana disconnection caught him totally off guard. He felt like some shapeless blob just drifting through endless darkness. In that state, making it all the way through the cave felt pretty much impossible. Still, this wasn't the first time he'd felt something like this. It reminded him of when his father's heart sword sliced him clean in half. Maybe he could beat this weird nothingness the same way. He called out to Griffin, Fairy Dragon, Desert Worm, and Lesser Drake for help, but got zero response as he sank deeper and deeper into the void. Eventually, even his formless figure started cracking and fading into the endless dark. The only thing that still felt real, his consciousness, was slipping and scattering at a scary speed after his senses were gone. Without his guardians, Theo had no clue what to do. The only way to find an answer was to dig deep inside himself. While he was fighting just to keep his existence from getting wiped out completely, his guardians were worried sick watching his body. Even the usually nasty Griffin was showing real concern. To explain what was going on, Corrado hopped into the Cave of Origin to stop the other guardians from uselessly yelling at their catatonic chosen one. He adorably explained that Theo's senses and mana were currently blocked, so their voices wouldn't reach him no matter how loud they got. Every living thing relies on their senses to feel space and time. When all those senses get stripped away, one thing becomes painfully clear. The only real thing left in that nothingness is the primal fear of being abandoned by the world you belong to. For humans who enter the Cave of Origin, the self and the world are the same thing. At this rate, Theo's sense of self was going to get deleted, leaving him basically the same as dead. Corrado honestly thought this new chosen one would be different after how fast he climbed to the 11th tier, but at the end of the day, he was just another disappointment. Right when he was about to leave Theo's lifeless body behind in the cave, the boy started opening his mouth, muttering the same word over and over, kill. Some foreign power took over the catatonic vessel and restarted Theo's body with some seriously dark intentions. A thick, bloodthirsty aura exploded out of the boy as he demanded everyone's blood. Even Corrado was caught off guard. Theo got up from the cold, hard ground looking like a straight-up wild animal. Fairy figured their boss was losing his mind. The Mad Dragon Emperor's leftover ego that the Ragnar Patriarch had planted inside Theo had seized control of the Chosen One. Given what the Cave of Origin does, it was pretty much inevitable. Instead of feeling scared or uneasy, Corrado was fascinated by how the young lord was holding on to his rapidly fading consciousness through pure madness. Inside the void, what was left of Theo's sanity was getting pulled in by the Mad Dragon Emperor. In exchange for helping him beat the trial, he had to steal, violate, and destroy everything in the Emperor's name. All he had to do was take the hand and offer the world up to that little wisp of ego sleeping inside him. Instead of taking the easy way out, Theo's willpower just crushed the external influence that was trying to trick him into the path of slaughter. He forcefully smashed the Mad Dragon Emperor's will with a confident smirk. The old monster felt straight up cheated. Theo was only able to wake up thanks to the power the Emperor had already pumped into the boy. No matter how hard the Emperor's ego tried to protest, Theo just scraped that wisp right out of his consciousness. He even did the honorable thing and gave every bit of that monstrous energy back to the Mad Dragon before crushing him completely. He told the old demon to consider the little help earlier as a kindness from grandfather to grandson. The Mad Dragon Emperor laughed like a maniac at his defiant grandson, but warned Theo he'd remember this betrayal. Theo beat the void. His senses and mana came back, and his self-awareness leveled up big time as it expanded. Theo got his sanity back and cleared the 11th tier of the Pantheon. He's not totally sure if waking up and pissing off the Mad Dragon Emperor is going to bite him in the ass later, but that's a problem for future Theo. The collective worried calls from his guardians snapped him out of his thoughts. All his adorable relic guardians were super happy to see him back on his feet. They swarmed their master and literally pushed him right back down onto the ground. The Desert Worm and Lesser Drake were more honest with their feelings, while Griffin and Fairy Dragon pretended they weren't that upset. While Theo was wrestling the little critters off him, the door to the next trial lit up behind him. All he had to do was finish the walk through the Cave of Origin by following that bright light. Knowing he was finally out of the woods, Theo sat down and just soaked in the refreshing glow. Once he was ready, he stepped into the 12th tier of the Pantheon's trial. Much to his surprise, Theo woke up in a body he didn't recognize. He slid out of the soft bed and his feet hit the cold wooden floor. On the bed were plushies that weirdly looked like his relic guardians. Theo didn't recognize a single thing in the room. He felt this odd familiarity with the place, even though he'd never been there before. He found a mirror nearby and walked over to check himself out. He saw the face of the man from that strange dream he had last time. He had no idea why this guy kept showing up. After trying and failing to figure out what the hell was going on, the worst headache ever slammed into his brain. A few agonizing moments later, the system cleared him for the 12th trial. He also got the notification that the primordial dragon's relic, the White Tower, had been successfully conquered. As a reward, he'd unlocked entry to the 13th and final floor, the Pantheon itself. One second he was in that bizarre bedroom, the next he was staring at countless stars floating in the endless expanse of space. He subconsciously walked up an invisible set of stairs, heading straight for this ornate gate. Behind that giant doorway was the Pantheon of the gods. As a reward for conquering the White Tower, his mind gate had been strengthened. Before he could get any closer to the mysterious gate, a flirtatious voice gliding through the infinite space caught his attention. Ladbrok had been waiting for Theo. The avatar of the ancient dragon, his significant other under oath, was looking damn fine as usual. Her twins were healthy as always. Theo asked how the hell she managed to reach this place beyond normal space when she was supposed to be stuck in her nest. She explained that her real body hadn't left her lair at all. What Theo was seeing right now was just a manifestation of her leftover thoughts. With Theo's mind gate expanding, she could now wander outside through residual manifestation, using the young lord as a conduit. Theo's little software update also deepened his connection with Ladbrok, letting him talk to her anytime, anywhere. Strengthening his mind gate must have bumped his rank up quite a bit. Still, she never expected him to hit the peak of the Pantheon this fast. She, of all people, knew just how hard Theo had worked to reach these insane heights. He humbly said what he pulled off wasn't anything special. He was just doing his job as Ladbrok's significant other. She was impressed the boy could sweet-talk her without even batting an eye. Same bold guy as the day they met. Ladbrok touched the gate to the Pantheon with a complicated look on her face. She was certain that beyond this plane, Sigurd was waiting. Instead of opening to a bright light, the Pantheon's gate suddenly rumbled at her touch. The same black sludge Theo faced in the first tier started seeping out of the tiniest cracks. It happened fast. Ladbrok barely managed to pull back and throw up a barrier while yelling at the young Ragnar to stay close no matter what. In a matter of seconds, the black sludge coalesced and took the form of a creature beyond human comprehension. With its piercing, omnipotent eyes, the nameless sovereign had arrived. The eldritch beast grunted about injustice. It kept yapping about how it didn't deserve to be tormented and vowed to destroy everything in existence. Theo's alarm bells were going off hard. Nothing's more dangerous than the nameless sovereign, but something felt off here. According to Ladbrok, the creature with infinite eyes was one of the so-called outer gods. She didn't have time to dump the whole lore on him right now. Her attention was better spent keeping Theo alive. They needed to get the hell out of there as soon as possible. Suddenly, a bright light exploded, lighting up the dull emptiness of space. Much to Ladbrok's surprise, the outer god's manifestation got blasted away and completely vaporized. The all-consuming light pouring out of the now open gate didn't touch or harm Theo or the dragon in human form. A man stepped out of the 13th gate of the Pantheon, greeting Ladbrok after eons of being apart. Recognizing his voice, Ladbrok craned her neck to look at the man she could never forget. Chiseled body sculpted by the gods, and a face that uncannily looked like an older version of Theo. The man, the myth, the legend, Sigurd Ragnar, showed himself. The young lord stayed back to watch the situation from a safe distance. Sigurd was the supposed progenitor of the Ragnar clan. Instead of looking like some old man, he looked like a damn supermodel. The vaporized outer god started rebuilding itself from the tiniest atom that survived the light blast. This time it was way more aggressive. It was desperate to get its hands on Sigurd and kill him again. The nameless sovereign stretched out its newly generated tendrils with pure kill intent. Sigurd Ragnar stayed calm and just chopped his hand downward. That simple chop somehow felt slow and fast at the same time. No matter the speed, it packed enough power to slice the tentacled outer god clean in half. The nameless sovereign shrieked. Sigurd's attack made it a lot harder for the thing to regenerate back to full form. Ignoring the disabled outer god floating right above them, Sigurd addressed Theo directly with a welcoming tone. This time, more figures stepped out of the gate, each one of them giving off that godlike air. Sigurd could tell Theo had a ton of questions. He promised to answer whatever he could. Taking his ancestor's offer, Theo felt like he had to ask about the man he'd seen in his last trial, that sickly guy who showed up in his dream. Sigurd just said that since Theo is a regressor, the man from the last trial might be connected to that. Maybe he regressed too. Theo wanted more details, desperate to unravel all the mysteries around him. Unfortunately, Sigurd was limited in what he could share right now. Without wasting any more breath on words for a mortal, the ancestor masterfully summoned countless swords of light. Each one could probably wipe out a whole continent on its own. Sigurd quickly sent those summoned swords plunging into the main body of the nameless sovereign trapped inside the gate. The ancestor was genuinely apologetic that he couldn't give more answers to Theo's endless questions. Someday, when the boy gets granted entry to the Pantheon, he'd find the answers on his own. Seeing Sigurd turn back toward the gate, Ladrock loudly protested. She wasn't about to let him leave her without telling her a damn thing again. The dragon tried to chase after her former contractor, but got helplessly blocked by another godlike entity. Ladrock recognized the impossible-looking being as the god of causality. Refusing to look her in the eyes, Sigurd apologized for having to leave Ladrock hanging for the second time in thousands of years. She simply couldn't enter the Pantheon yet. With Sigurd's back turned to Theo and Ledbrock, the gate of the Pantheon slowly started closing. She tried calling his name, but Sigurd had more important stuff to deal with. Before the gate completely blocked the view of the other side, the god of causality locked eyes on Theo. Those calculating eyes looked like they could see straight through his soul. Theo and Ledbrock were left hanging, totally unsatisfied by the lack of answers to their nagging questions. At least he'd finally completed scenario quest number 7. As far as Eldrock knew, the horrific monsters on the other side of the gate were from outside their world. Just like the nameless sovereigns, Sigurd and the other gods were holding them back for now, but those things were going to be Theo's opponents in the future too. The rules of the world didn't apply to them, yet they still relentlessly tried to destroy something so fragile. The only advice Ladrock could give the young lord was to spread his wings and get stronger. He had to do his best to protect the world he'd grown fond of. Unexpectedly, the system gave Theo an extra reward just for witnessing the Pantheon. He could now freely wield Nirvana as the proud new owner of the strongest primordial dragon's relic, the White Tower. On top of Nirvana, he unlocked the ability called Dragonization. Uncharacteristically, the system wished him a splendid journey ahead. It even started calling Theo the bearer of causality's blessing. After that wild ride through the 13 tiers of the Pantheon, he got transported back to the White Tower, where Curato was cheerfully waiting. Watching Theo mess around with his new power, the little guardian was amused. Theo didn't even notice at first that something was really different about his body. Draconic scales had formed a protective layer all over his frame. His hands had turned into big, bulging dragon claws. Intimidating horns stuck out on his forehead. Dragonization was in full effect now that he realized the massive change his body had gone through. Theo stretched his limbs to get a feel for the new form. Curato said that with all the primordial dragon relics he'd collected, his latent dragon blood talent had grown a lot stronger. From Theo's first impression, Dragonization clearly boosted his stamina and physical strength. It felt like being reborn. The most obvious thing was the huge change in his magic. In this dragon form, cultivating mana felt as natural as breathing. He deactivated Dragonization and found that flipping it on and off was pretty simple. He had full control. Theo also wanted to check out his other reward, the so-called Nirvana. He must be smelling like Teen Spirit or something. The moment he activated the newly unlocked ability, he felt his mental realm freely expanding to a scary degree. He'd never heard of an ability that could strengthen the mental realm before. It was weird as hell, to say the least. Using it felt like holding the entire space in the palm of his hand. His control was still a bit shaky, so he'd need a lot of practice to master it. Plus, he had to be careful about when and where he used Nirvana. Every Ragnar kid has heard the stories and legends about their ancestor Sigurd ascending to the heavens, the realm of the gods. He just saw proof that those tall tales were actually true. Sigurd's words were still echoing in Theo's head. The man strongly implied that if Theo wanted to learn the secrets this plane was hiding, he needed to hurry up and become one of the gods of the pantheon. Aside from Sigurd's cryptic quest, the presence of the god of causality in the same space completely threw Theo off. From his point of view, it almost felt like the Ragnar clan wasn't just the rulers of the North, but some greater force that protected the world from crazy catastrophes. According to Kurado, he nailed it. It was the Ragnar's duty to protect the world and make the noblest sacrifice. That meant the Chosen One was born with Ragnar blood so they could ascend as a deity and help fight the vicious outer gods alongside the god of causality. Taking a shot, Theo asked Kurado if any of these grand ideas were somehow connected to that mysterious man's foreign world from the 12th tier trial. The little guardian admitted he was fascinated by Theo's 12th trial, but he genuinely didn't know the answer. It would be up to Theo to figure that out himself. Even after seeing all those grandiose, godlike scenes in the 13th tier, Theo's mind kept drifting back to that foreign world. Now that the trial was done, Kurado hurriedly pushed the Chosen One to leave the tower. Before kicking him back to where he came from, Kurado warned the kid that an uninvited guest was waiting outside. Theo smirked when he heard that. His bait had worked exactly as planned. It wouldn't be polite to keep a guest waiting, right? Cracking his knuckles, Theo got transported back to the material world. One of the White Tower's entrances exploded with light. Theo found himself at the base of the tower. White snow was falling straight onto his bare skin, but the cold didn't bother him one bit. He didn't even have to look for his guest. Gisher was the one who excitedly came up to him out in the open field. The maniac complained that little brothers should never make their older brothers wait this long. In a fair world, Gisher figured Theo should be the one waiting on him. Holding those oddly shaped double-headed sides in both hands with an aggressive stance, his intention was crystal clear. He kept emphasizing little bro, thinking it would piss the Chosen One off. Instead of getting annoyed, Theo slightly lowered his head and apologized for unintentionally being rude to big brother Gishar. Gishar kept up his edgy tough guy act, insisting that only a handful of people alive could match his name to his face. Theo wouldn't have recognized the guy if he hadn't run into Gishar once in his past life. He'd briefly caught a glimpse of this absolute freak at a friendly sparring arena for the influential heir candidates. Back then, Theo had been working as a spy, and every set of eyes in the place was glued to the spar on the main stage. That day, a lot of people learned that not all heir candidates were built the same. Gishar had been excited to hear a new heir candidate was climbing the ranks, but when he sparred with Axion, he didn't even need a sword to completely humiliate his little bro. Overpowering Axion Ragnar bare-handed was a pretty big deal back then, but history's taken a completely different path now. Theo kept that happy-go-lucky smile going while he casually chatted with Gishar. He even stumped the guy by thanking him for coming all the way out to such a remote place just to save him. Gishar was absolutely stunned. Theo's seemingly naive words made him laugh like a damn madman. Unlike that bastard Thorkel, it looked like this newbie still didn't know how the real world worked. After he finally got all the laughter out of his system, Gishar suddenly vanished in a flash. His speed and blade control were scary lethal. As the scythe inched closer to Theo's neck, his real intentions couldn't have been clearer. He was here to cut down the competition. Theo casually raised his white moonlight blade to protect his neck and dropped the innocent act. He asked Gishar if they really fell for the traces he'd left for the tailing twins to find. By Theo's estimation, Trovan forces would be storming the tower any second now. Those dogs would be foaming at the mouth to catch the White Tower's conqueror. Theo had already figured out that escaping that inevitable mess on his own would be borderline impossible. So he used the twins by leaving his uniform behind, knowing they'd try to rat him out, which should lead to a pursuit squad getting formed. Gishar had suspected how conveniently placed that uniform had been earlier. Even though his sister fell for the trick, he felt a little vindicated. Theo kept blocking and parrying every single strike from Gishar, sparks flying everywhere. Getting frustrated, the maniac put a little more power into his next attack and shoved Lil Bro back quite a bit. While Theo was still trying to regain his footing, Guichard chased him down like a hunting dog. Guichard listened to Theo's admittedly brilliant plan, but he refused to lower his weapon. If he could chop Theo's head off before the Trovins and the pursuit squad showed up, the result would be pretty much the same. Theo never thought words were going to get through this nutjob's thick skull anyway. As far as he knew, Thorol was the only relatively normal one in the line of succession among the heir candidates. The strong rule, and each of them carries an unshakable conviction of their own. As one of the possible successors, the same thing applied to Theo too. He finally stopped focusing purely on defense and spitefully brandished his sword against Big Bro. Before his sword could even make contact, a third party swinging a comically large warhammer interrupted their fight. One swing of that warhammer hit with the force of a massive earthquake. As expected, both Theo and Guichard reacted fast enough to get the hell out of Ground Zero. Even the maniac recognized this wasn't the time to keep beefing with his little brother. Zai clicked his tongue in shame. He really wanted that 2-for-1 swing deal. Theo got himself ready for actual combat. The big shots had arrived. Dry spoke through her mask and praised Theo for raising his guard so fast the second she and her colleague touched down. She figured the young lord must have realized they'd been deliberately delaying the attack. On that note, it really hurt her pride that the Ragnars thought 2 green boys could take on 2 of Troy Van's 9 servitors. As the servitors numbered 2 and 3, C and Dre were expecting a little more of a challenge. Looking at it another way, they pretty much hit the jackpot. 2 heir candidates just dropped right into their laps for free against the servitors trained to fight the 9 dragons. On paper, Theo and Guichard should be at a disadvantage. Dry also mentioned something about turning them into a sacrifice. Z angrily told his mouthy comrade to watch her damn words in front of the boys. She didn't see the point of zipping her mouth when they were supposed to kill the 2 anyway. If the big hulking idiot really wanted Dre to hold her tongue, then he should have landed that surprise attack earlier so they could wrap things up already. The servitors bickered and chewed each other out like the Ragnar boys were the least of their worries. It was a hard pill to swallow, but Theo had to admit their pure show of force through magic was overwhelming. Good thing they weren't very cooperative with each other. Theo was still thinking of a way to exploit an opening when Dre suddenly charged straight at him with her claws ready to tear him apart. It became obvious real fast that the woman was frighteningly quick. In just a few seconds, she carved up Theo's body like he was fresh meat. Thankfully, he managed to keep the damage to shallow wounds. He counted 30 attacks in that tiny moment of inattention. Even worse, he felt that last strike had come dangerously close to slicing his neck open with a much stronger cut. Dre seemed impressed that he survived her opening move. She'd genuinely been trying to take his head off with that last one. She finally remembered Theo was the boy who took out No on the archipelago. Dre grumbled that the failure never should have been sent on such an important mission. If she'd been given the job, things might have gone a lot differently. Hearing her call that fearsome servitor a failure bruised Theo's ego a little. No was the first opponent who'd given him a real challenge in a long time, after all. Dry could sense her words were getting to the adorable young lord. She liked getting him all hot and flustered because she found him pretty damn handsome. The big-titty Nazi Dami Mommy promised to keep his face intact. Instead of cowering or focusing on defense, Theo matched her aggression right back. Not far from the main fight, Gishar Ragnar created identical clones of himself using shadows and charged forward. Once he reached his target, his real body in the shadows launched a coordinated attack, covering every angle with flying shadow sword strikes. Unfortunately for the maniac, Dre was way too fast to fall for his flashy sneak attack. She simply jumped out of the way without breaking a sweat while trying to provoke the freak into attacking his brother instead. No matter their beef, they were still related by blood. Kishar had to cherish his little brother at least a little bit. The edgy maniac glared at her with a murderous look and warned the wench to shut up and stop stealing his prey. Dry didn't take his edgy threats seriously at all. She wasn't exactly a fan of love triangles. She just wanted some alone time with her honey Theo. She couldn't give less of a damn about some other brat trying to make him scram. Dre closed the distance and got to scratching. Her pace was inhuman, and Gisher had a tough time even following her with his eyes. To make matters worse, number 2 finally decided to get involved and smacked him from behind with that big-ass hammer. Dry almost got her ass clipped by that reckless hammer swing, but she managed to fly clear of its path just in time. The second her feet hit the ground, she switched gears and targets. Friendly fire? Yeah, that shit was officially on. She scrambled up the brute's shoulder, claws tracing a nice little line along his neck, while she warned him to back the hell off unless he felt like dying first. Twy was just trying to get the job done efficiently after all. First one to land the kill gets the prize. Dry couldn't stand her teammates' guts, but right then all she could do was swear and cuss him out. Theo just stood there confused, watching the servitors bicker and threaten each other. Their little spat reminded him of a certain older brother who'd been trying to kill him only a few minutes ago. Thankfully, Gishar's rage had completely shifted onto the servitors instead. He launched a long-range attack from the shadow sword-slaying arts, the 1,000 ink daggers. Murder was written all over his face when he called dibs on the big one. Dry watched from a safe distance and teased the brute to watch out for the pissed-off Ragnar brat. She made damn sure to return the favor, keeping that big hunk of muscle right where he was, so he'd be an easy target. The moment Kishar got close enough to unleash those 1,000 ink daggers, Dre playfully hopped away and left Zai to deal with the mess. The wench was giggling to herself now that she could finally solo the handsome young lord again. All they had to do was pick up right where they left off and let their blades do the talking. Theo adjusted his approach, factoring in Dre's crazy speed. He raised his blade, expecting a straight-on attack, and managed to block both of her claws cleanly. He was starting to realize a fast-paced fight like this was way harder than any simple brute strength contest. One slip-up or second of hesitation, and he'd be minced meat. He could say with confidence this woman was faster than Naven, and even at that breakneck speed, she still stayed precise, always aiming for his vital points. So Theo cooked up a plan so risky it just might work. He deliberately left a juicy vital point wide open, exactly like he figured. Dre's body reacted on instinct and left her massively overextended. Now that the wench was right where he wanted her, Theo gripped his sword and burned through his mana. He combined two of his big moves, Dragon's Claw and Dark Thunder, boosting their range and power like crazy. Unfortunately, the barrage of lethal slashes was just a tad too slow to land any direct hits. She still got nicked by the secondary effect of Dark Thunder, though. Now she knew Theo could sling sword energy infused with lightning. Her dodging stayed flawless, but that paralyzing shock still snuck into her body. When the last wave of energy whooshed past, Dre finally noticed the real goal of Theo's onslaught. The kid had wrecked the terrain on purpose to slow her down. Last resort move, sure, but not a bad one. Shame the rough ground wouldn't do much to actually hamper her speed. Flat or uneven, she could still leverage her agility to the max. This time, Dre used the protruding rocks like platforms, mixing up her approach even more and making her movement that much harder to predict. From afar, the third servitor assigned to the mission gave Dre a solid, satisfactory grade for the whole performance. She might be an incomplete specimen, but she's still packing 30% of the Black Dragon's abilities. Was furiously scribbling observations in his notebook like this life-or-death brawl was just some science experiment. The number one servitor was more surprised that Theo Ragnar managed to stop and counter Dre for even a brief moment. He kept his eyes locked in as the young lord pulled out yet another surprising move. Could already tell the next few minutes were going to be fun as hell. Right now, Dre was just building up speed, deliberately leaving openings to try and lure Theo into the same trap he'd used on her earlier. But the young lord stayed patient. He just kept himself tucked away in the dust and debris while she kept taunting him to come out already. Dry complained that she hates men who make women wait. So, like a proper gentleman, Theo summoned his dragon construct, Nibelung, and tried to chomp her damn head off. Even without solid footing, Dre flexed and pivoted her body clear of the bite. When the dust settled, she locked eyes on the young lord and froze in pure disbelief. Their master had warned them this was possible. The boy could use dragonization. Theo really thought he could cheese her in midair. It didn't work, but it was a solid try. Dry looked at his new draconic form and couldn't help blushing at the wild side of him. In this form, Theo had zero problem matching her absurd speed. While they kept ramping up the pace, Dre jokingly accused him of messing around with some shady dragon experiments. Just like the other servitors, she admitted she liked this look way more than his plain human one. He's way more her type like this. Theo warned her things were about to get even more fun. He infused his blade with a lot more dark thunder, and combined with his boosted speed, Dre found herself in a real tight spot. Theo kept slashing away, and the speedy servitor was stuck eating the brunt of it. His draconic eyes stayed locked on target while his mouth curved into a mocking little smile. For the first time since they started trading blows, he actually made Dre bleed. Ayan climbed a nearby cliff for a better view of the whole mess. He was pretty impressed with young Theo's performance so far. This was his first time seeing dragonization in action. The kid went from barely reacting to Dre's speed to straight up overpowering her. A admitted that in this form, Theo was probably stronger than the 9 servitors in their normal state. They were teetering on a dangerous slope, but A could still see the beauty in all that peril. Once he drew blood, Theo got a lot bolder, keeping the pressure on and making her injuries worse. Dry finally shut her mouth, realizing that taking it easy could get her killed. Before things got any worse, she decided to end the young lord in one clean strike. If her earlier attempts were light scratches, this next attack was pure bomb-level force. A mumbled to himself up in his private viewing spot. Theo Ragnar had blown past his expectations by a long shot. Over on Z-Wire's side of the field, Gishar was proving he didn't get that air candidate title for nothing. He was keeping up with the musclehead through pure skill, risking his body on every hit with a manic smile plastered on his face. But A wasn't worried about Z, not one bit. Just the boy's bad luck that he picked the wrong opponent to fight this close. Z's eyes stayed locked on the trajectory of Gishar's next attack. When the maniac brought his blade down, Zai slipped out of the way with some seriously crazy speed. His warhammer was already up and ready to smash some Ragnar flesh. Z had kept that monstrous speed perfectly hidden until the exact right moment to dodge and call out Gishar's overconfidence. The air candidate made the classic mistake of judging a book by its cover. Just because Z was a massive dude didn't mean he was slow, and backing up that ridiculous speed was pure gargantuan strength. One single hammer swing completely rearranged the terrain. A pulled out his notebook and scribbled down how disappointed he was with the older air candidate. Z was modeled after the demon dragon, but right now he was only running at about 20%. Overall, this whole deployment was giving A ton of ideas on how to improve the servitors. He was pretty happy about that. But Gishar hadn't heard any bell ring. He was still in the fight. He'd admit he might have been a little too cocky earlier. The kind of damage this brute could dish out in a second was way beyond what he'd imagined. According to the latest intel, the Ragnars already knew these servitors were just counterfeits built to go toe-to-toe with the 9 dragons. Gishar really didn't want to picture a world where he couldn't even beat a cheap copy. Realizing that might actually be the case knocked his ego down a peg. If raw power wasn't gonna cut it, he'd just have to play every last card he'd been saving up his sleeve. First, he took to the air and started spamming a sword energy attack from his shadow sword slaying arts, the Ink Orchid. Z just stood there spinning his hammer, batting the flimsy shots away like it was nothing. He made that big-ass weapon look light as a feather. He only stopped spinning when Gishar seemed to give up. Z called the air candidate pathetic and dared the kid to dig deeper and keep fighting. Gishar wasn't bothered one bit. The real attack was just getting started. After the Ink Orchid spam, he built ink chains that stretched out from all over his body. Those chains were anchored by dark blades sunk deep into the ground. This whole setup locking Zai in place came from Gishar's shadow sword slaying arts, the Cosmic Web. It looked like the musclehead was struggling to free himself from the inky chains. Still, Z thought it was ridiculous the kid believed the little toy web could stop him. Without any arrogance, Gishar admitted the technique wouldn't be nearly enough to keep the monster locked down. But that was fine. Z wasn't even his main target. Gishar used the chains as footholds so he wouldn't have to touch the ground. Z had finally had enough of the dude's petty tricks. He snapped the cosmic web like it was nothing, just flexing his muscles to try and take Gishar down with him. That's when the second part of the technique kicked in. The broken chains set off a huge explosive reaction that buried Zai under tons and tons of rubble. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the battlefield, Theo had been doing damn well for himself. Once he got used to fighting with dragonization active, he handled the speedy servitor with no problem. Without her arms in the way, it was easy to tie her up on some loose debris. Theo decided to let her live for now. He promised he'd head back to his commander with full hands, and a live servitor prisoner would make a nice little gift for the demon dragon. Dry's black heart skipped a beat. She was completely smitten with his strong and supposedly sweet side, even though he wasn't really being sweet at all. Theo glanced over to the other side of the field and wondered how his brother was holding up. Z had already dug himself out of that annoying rubble before he could even gather his thoughts. Gishar appeared out of nowhere with a perfectly timed drop. Z's instincts screamed at him about the incoming attack. Without giving the musclehead a second to breathe, Gishar jumped straight into a brutal series of melee exchanges. Surprisingly, Gishar actually managed to land some real damage on the hulking beast's body. Gishar clicked his tongue in frustration. He'd gone all in on that last combo and still barely cracked Dwee's outrageous defense. Seeing Big Bro struggling against such an unfair matchup, Lil Bro decided to jump in and make it an even more unfair 2 versus 1. It was electric as hell. With Belong in one hand and the white moonlight blade in the other, Dragonized Theo was basically a cheat code. He flashed his insane brother a smile and offered a hand to help. Gishar looked straight up ashamed and instinctively cursed the cocky kid out. Watching Theo use Dragonization wiped away any lingering doubts that the kid was the chosen one. He shamelessly warned his little brother that they'd pick up their own fight the second the servitor was cooked. Theo accepted the challenge with a confident grin before they spilled some family blood. Better to take out the traitors first. Gishar had the nerve to call Theo complacent and said that complacency was going to get him killed. He figured Sui was on a whole different level compared to the woman Theo had turned into an armless mannequin. Theo agreed 100%. Meanwhile, the Black Iron Cavalry's commander, Thorkel Ragnar, rallied his forces and announced that by the sacred laws of Ragnar they were deploying to arrest Theo Ragnar on suspicion of treason. Deep down, Big Bro didn't believe Theo would ever forsake the family. Doing that would basically be denying the patriarch himself, but if the accused resisted arrest, summary execution was authorized under Ragnar martial law. The Black Iron Cavalry rolled out in full force. When the news of Theo's alleged betrayal reached his comrades in the white armored dragon cavalry, they turned to Evelyn for answers. Commander Julia shut them up with a firm order to move out immediately. Captain Evelyn pushed back against the orders to line up and capture one of their own. The demon dragon told her this unit didn't give a damn about political trifles. They just had to trust their comrades like they always had. Evelyn followed the commander into the air with the whole squad right behind her. The tyrant dragon caught a glimpse of the wyverns taking off and felt seriously unnerved. He was annoyed, extremely so. Leading those flying lizards was a man who'd break an ancient dragon's arm just to save a single subordinate. Julius Ragnar would never have taken a discarded uniform as proof of treason, let alone lead a pursuit squad against the Golden Boy. It was obvious those flies were up to something. In frustration, the tyrant dragon pinched a whole cliff to bits, itching to jump into the chaos himself. Back in the fight, Theo and Gishar Ragnar were forced to team up. Gishar warned Lil Bro to pay attention. The big one was on a completely different level than the Nazi lady he'd just faced. Theo threw out a plan, and his crackhead brother flat out refused to listen. He hated being ordered around. In fact, he'd gladly kill Theo after taking down a noble servitor all by himself. Lil Bro backed off. You can't just trample on the pride of a succession candidate. Gishar focused back on the fight, gathered his power, and jumped clean out of frame. When he reappeared, his dark assassination technique was on full display. Dark, heavenly daggers surrounded and cornered Zai. The pesky blades exploded the second they made contact. Even so, the servitor just stood there and pounded every single one away. When the barrage finally stopped, Zui switched to offense. Gishar got hit with impossible speeds despite that massive frame. It was like fighting prime LeBron James. Taking that warhammer head-on would be a straight-up death sentence. Gishar's defense could only carry him so far. Deflecting forever wasn't going to win the fight, so he waited and watched for any little stance break opening. To make things even more tilting, Sai started talking trash about the so-called Gale Dragon. Theo honored Gishar's wishes and stayed chilled on the sidelines, but the fight was dragging on longer than he expected. Figured he might as well interrogate his prisoner in the meantime. Standing in front of the captive Nazi lady was the plague doctor herself, number 1 of the 9 servitors, Ain. She was straight up nerding out about how perfect Theo's chain and dagger setup was. Theo had never felt mana this overwhelmingly ominous and alien before. A admitted that 30% of the Black Dragon's power just wasn't enough to beat dragonization. Turns out the 9 servitors are modified humans built to create monsters that can rival the 9 dragons of Ragnar. The test subjects were numbered by power level. Dry, the third subject, only had 30% of the Black Dragon's power. Theo called all that 30% nonsense pathetic, which pissed off the woman under the mask. In response, Ain injected Dre with some mysterious substance, jamming a giant syringe straight into her neck. Dry tried to beg for mercy, promising she'd fight again. It was futile as hell. The stuff warped her body in the most grotesque ways. In just a few agonizing moments, she exploded in a mess of guts and gore. The boom came from Manhwa backflow. Theo had seen something similar before. Happily explained that the syringe held exactly 40% of the Black Dragon's power. Truth is, they'd already perfected powers that could rival the original. The only real bottleneck was finding a vessel that could handle that much juice. And on that note, Theo Ragnar would be the perfect frame to push A's research further. She even promised to make him stronger than the patriarch himself. Their little chat got interrupted by the fight still going in the background. Surprisingly, Gishar had whittled Dwee down enough to strip that freak bare. The crazy bastard was feeling himself. Seeing that, A stepped in. With a casual flick of her finger, she ordered Z to get up and wrap it up. After taking all that beating, the second servitor rose back to his feet like a zombie. While Gishar was distracted, Zu's aura turned into a spike that skewered him clean. A's original mission was to kill Theo and grab the power of the ancient dragon. Still, she'd gladly settle for a lesser succession candidate for now and bounce. Even Theo was left bamboozled by how fast everything went down. Sensing uninvited guests about to show up, A melted into the dark, reminding the young lord that her offer still stood. The first one to find the missing Theo was Big Bro Thorl. He almost canceled A's bailout teleport, but his spear was just a tad too late. Thorl's forward charge tore up a good chunk of the terrain. Theo walked up to his brother to ask for a pursuit squad, but got cut off immediately. Thorl officially put him under arrest on suspicion of treason. Not long after, the rest of the Black Iron Cavalry caught up to their commander. Almost at the same time, Julius and the White Armored Dragon Cavalry pulled up too. Seeing 2 succession candidates stare each other down made the whole atmosphere tense as hell. To make matters worse, the Tyrant Dragon and Anio Ragnar showed up. Naturally, Anio was freaked out that her brother was nowhere in sight. By her count, the 9 servitors jumping in must have complicated everything. Worst-case scenario, Gishar had already been taken. Even after hearing one of his students might be in danger, the tyrant looked pleased. He finally had something he could use to crush that insolent Theo Ragnar. Tyrant Dragon Dante R swaggered right into the middle of it and insisted that in the middle of a war, immediate execution was the only fitting punishment for treason. Theo would have loved to tell his side of the story, but there were way more pressing things to deal with right now. This time, the tyrant actually tried to put his hands on the young lord. Thankfully, Commander Demon stepped up for his protege. Julius wasn't about to let anyone kick his boy around on such flimsy evidence, especially when they now had a bloody servitor corpse that Theo had taken down himself. The tyrant kept pushing like a stubborn kid, so Commander Julius planted his foot down hard. Anyone who kept spouting nonsense was going to get dealt with in the ancient dragon style. As expected, the tyrant was always down to clown with Julius. They were right on the edge of throwing some diabolical hands when Theo stepped in and broke up the tension. He made it clear that Gishar had been defeated and captured. There was still a chance they could chase down those servitors. The second the soldiers heard a succession candidate had been abducted, opinions started swinging toward Theo's side. He promised he'd face the charges in a proper trial, but rescuing his brother had to come first. Evelyn figured that no matter how reckless the tyrant was, he should still put a disciple's safety above politics. She was dead wrong. He didn't want to hear a single word about Gishar. In fact, he was sick of all the yapping. He'd rather just duke it out right here and now. If Theo couldn't prove his innocence, Dante might straight up execute the young lord on the spot. Bracing for a slap from the tyrant, Theo underwent dragonization. Right there in front of every soldier present, he condemned the tyrant while putting Gishar's rescue front and center. Theo asked him point blank whether the family or the throne he was so desperate for mattered more. The young lord's power kept rising like a tide, every eye locked onto his glorious transformation. Theo Ragnar locked in his status as the legendary descendant of the ancient dragon by flexing his guardians in front of his hostile family. Griffin wasn't thrilled about being used like that at all. Theo had figured out a way to use Nirvana to mimic a glass domain. At his current level, though, the best he could do was project the image of a guardian. They looked mighty and mythical, but they didn't actually have the power to hold the tyrant down. Theo wasn't really looking for a fight. He was fine just shutting the aggressor down by tilting public opinion his way. Showing off as the true ancient dragon descendant who could command guardians worked especially well on a family built around dragons. Soldiers from both cavalries started cheering for the true descendant and the noble choice to save a fellow Ragnar. With the momentum successfully shifted, Theo was ready to lead a search and rescue mission, but the tyrant saw straight through the flashy illusion. With one punch, Dante shattered the mimic glass domain into a million pieces. The illusory figures of the dragon guardians melted away with the broken domain. The tyrant made damn sure everyone heard him trash-talk Theo and those fake lizards. He launched into a weird rant about how the whole family was full of pathetic worms who still believed in childish fairy tales and got fooled by simple parlor tricks. By the time he caught himself slipping, it was already too late. He'd straight up called the soldiers stupid and gullible. In complete silence, everyone just stared at the tyrant like he'd shit his pants right there. Even the traditional elder dragon looked offended when he called dragons lizards. Theo kept his mouth shut and let the hot-headed son of a bitch dig his own grave. Without lifting a finger, the idiot had just made Theo's job a whole lot easier. Dante Roll's true feelings were now exposed in front of the entire clan. Those stupid legends he mocked might end up being his downfall. Knowing how his fellow 9 dragons operated, the tyrant decided to double down and push even harder. He conceded that if these legends were so impressive, they should easily handle one of his attacks. Theo hadn't accounted for just how crazy this dude really was. Halfway through that blatantly flagrant attack, time suddenly froze. Everyone felt a presence that stopped them dead in their tracks. Upon landing, the newcomer simply asked why his soldiers were aiming for each other's throats instead of bringing in enemy heads. The whole battlefield lit up with his pure aura. Patriarch of the Ragnar clan, Kyle Ragnar, had arrived. How the hell was he supposed to entrust the front lines to these bickering kids? The second they recognized the patriarch, every soldier dropped to their knees for a formal greeting. Julius didn't offer any excuses, while Dante desperately insisted he just wanted to punish a traitor. He pointed out that Theo was wearing the enemy's threads and dragging the Ragnar name through the mud. For that reason alone, he asked the patriarch's permission to execute the boy immediately. Kyle's dog must have forgotten its place. It was barking way too loud today. A dog that bites whoever it wants while the master is standing right there needs a serious lesson. With a sudden increase in downward pressure, Dante buckled and folded. Kyle turned to the others and demanded a status report. Commander Thorol Ragnar was one of the few still able to speak. He explained that the 4th successor, Gishar Ragnar, had been kidnapped by Trovan. Backing Theo's plan, Thorol suggested they form a pursuit squad right away instead of arguing over petty politics. Kyle locked eyes solely on Thorol and reminded him of an ironclad truth. The family operates under the law of the strong. Losers deserve death. Despite their complicated relationship with Gishar, Thorol didn't want to lose a brother. How could they even talk about the clan if they abandoned their own? Once again, the patriarch corrected him. Ragnar isn't a place for playing happy family. Even so, Theo jumped in to back Thor's argument, not out of some warm, fuzzy family feelings. If they didn't save Gishar, they'd lose more than just one successor. They'd lose the honor and the fear that came with the family name. The Ragnars had to instill a terror greater than death itself into their enemies. Now, more than ever, they needed to punish anyone who dared lay a finger on a Ragnar warrior, so no one would ever try that shit again. Terror was the key to never being looked down on. Dante called Theo's effective speech pure sophistry and pathetically tried to drag the conversation back to the treason charges. Annoyed, the patriarch made him eat dirt with one more handless smack. Kyle was honestly impressed by Theo's silver tongue. The kid was talking about Ragnar honor like he was already running the whole family. It was a slick little excuse to get what he wanted, and Kyle decided he'd play along. The patriarch quickly organized everyone present into rescue squads and ordered them to go grab Gishar right away. While the soldiers started rolling out, Kyle told his son to stick around so the old man could chat with him about a few things. Thorald noticed their father favoring Theo and felt a little conflicted before heading back to rejoin his unit. Meanwhile, the first servitor, A, was getting chewed out hard by her boss. Ed Trovan swung her around by the neck, pissed that neither Theo nor the relic had been delivered to his feet. His number one had the nerve to come back alive with nothing but a consolation prize. Blamed the arrival of the Ragnar main force for the failure. Truth was, she just didn't want to kill an interesting subject like Theo Ragnar this early. After smacking her around a bit, Ed Trovan finally accepted the L. The resurrection ritual was impossible without the relic of the ancient dragon. After all, the priest they'd hired suggested using the dragon sword as a backup. Among the few weapon-type relics out there, the dragon sword was top tier. Problem was, the Mad Dragon Emperor was gonna need something like that to face Kyle, so they couldn't just sacrifice it. Things got even worse for the Trovans when the Ragnar main force finally unleashed their full attack. They were punching through the front lines faster than ever, claiming they were out looking for their successor. Ed knew the patriarch was the kind of guy who'd just shrug off losing one successor by citing the law of the strong. Waking up from his nap, Gishar started rage-baiting Ed Trovan. He figured his master and sister were the ones pushing for the rescue. The priest pointed out it was only a matter of time before their HQ got discovered. Even with the demonic cult's barrier, they could only buy so much time. On the flip side, abandoning the site and running would set them back big time on the ritual. Resurrecting the Mad Dragon Emperor was only possible in the northern territories anyway. They'd barely scraped into the edge of the north. If they pulled out now, they might never set foot on this icy land again. Desperate, Ed made the call to use Gishar Ragnar as a sacrifice along with the dragon sword. Far from ideal, but they were out of options. Realizing he was about to become the main course in a messed-up ritual, Gishar's screams for help got cut short. The demonic cult had to finish the ritual before the pissed-off Ragnars broke through. It was a gnarly, bloody process, being a sacrificial lamb for the mad dragon. The fleshy tendrils of the altar tore massive lacerations all over Gishar's body. Under the bloody skies, his flesh got offered up to the dead. With Ragnar blood and the relic, Ed Trovan kicked off the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor and altered the timeline in the process. Kyle's version of father-son bonding was pretty extreme. It involved ripping a hole straight through the fabric of space and time, stepping into it, and showing his boy what was waiting on the other side. Perfect quiet spot for a chat. Ladrock's soul popped up beside Theo the second he sensed the kid had entered a gap between time and space. The stuff Kyle Ragnar could do with a sword couldn't even be called swordsmanship anymore. According to Ladrock, the patriarch barely seemed human at this point. Kyle did not appreciate all the internal chatter between Ladrock and Theo. He'd brought his son out here for a private talk. His personal slice of space was no place for some ghost from the old era. With one mean-ass look, he forcibly shut Ladrock's Thundergate, temporarily cutting her off from Theo's mind. Ladrock took some real damage from getting kicked out like that. Even Theo felt a little headache coming on. He'd never fully grasped just how strong his father really was. How far ahead could the patriarch actually see? Surprisingly, Kyle got all somber and asked Theo if he ever resented his old man for the years of neglect and the endless family slaughter under his absolute rule. Theo was caught off guard, but decided to keep it real and just nodded. Kyle appreciated that his boy had the balls to answer honestly instead of scrambling to butter him up with some panicked denial. The patriarch sliced a finger through the air and showed off the kind of absolute strength it took to keep the whole world running. His whole life he'd never minded sacrificing the small stuff for the greater good. With pure ruthlessness, the clan had kept this realm safe. It was only half true that he was some crazy regressor hunter. He'd weeded out the rats who brought nothing but chaos. Just so happened most regressors turned out to be rats. The biggest chaos rat of them all had been his own father, the Mad Dragon Emperor. Kyle had to put that geyser down for the clan's survival. His hands were stained with family blood to protect the bigger picture. In his chase for stability, Kyle Ragnar had gotten way too powerful before he even realized it. Theo recognized that brilliant structure forming on his father's back. Last time he'd seen one of those halos was back in the Pantheon. On top of that, Kyle was partially bound by the chains of fate. The second his power stepped beyond the human realm, a grand calling from beyond started yanking at him. He was being summoned to some bigger battlefield, but he refused to leave the clan behind, so he consciously sealed his own power just to dodge the calling. The more strength he showed, the tighter those fate chains got. That's why he ruled with fear as his main tool. With fear, he didn't even need a sword to keep the family from falling apart. At this point, Kyle Ragnar was more god or monster than human. He was just showing his son the real weight the family head had to carry. Whether the boy could break those destiny shackles was entirely up to him. Truth was, Theo didn't even know if his current path was the one true path. Using Nirvana to briefly expand his mental realm, he went full big brain mode. The space itself rumbled as he confidently declared that when his turn came, the clan, the calling, and even the whole realm would be under his care and responsibility. After all, he was aiming to become family head and surpass his father. Kyle loved that kind of confidence. The kid was arrogant as hell, truly his father's son. In that case, Kyle found one more reason to stick around and fight his calling a little longer. It was on his son to prove whether that arrogance was empty bluster or the real deal. Kyle would be watching, always. This was an open challenge to show the big boss that Theo was a worthy successor. Out in the real world, Thrall and his unit had been circling and pushing their search way past what the map showed. It was weird as hell that they hadn't seen a single soul. He kicked himself when he finally realized what was going on a little too late. Thrall sensed a disturbance in the empty air and lifted his spear to poke it out. He quickly confirmed they'd been running around inside a mirage barrier the demonic cult had set up. The commander tore the damn thing apart and exposed the horrors hiding underneath. The flesh altar had basically exploded, coating the entire HQ in tainted blood. The Ragnars got to work right away, checking every nasty little crevice of that blood-soaked mess. ID results came back. They found the withered remains of Lord Gishar Ragnar, completely lifeless and drained. The second Anio heard that ridiculous news, she forced her way straight to what was left of the flesh altar. She straight up threatened to kill anyone who tried to stop her. The Black Snow investigators just gave her space to mourn her brother. Anio Ragnar was taking her dumbass brother's death hard as hell. It hadn't even been that long since Gishar died. Thorol was beating himself up over the possibility that they could have saved his brother if he'd found the place sooner. Thankfully, Julius was right there with him. The whole spot was dripping with traces of demonic cult rituals. A successor's body plus the faint leftover energy of a relic painted a pretty clear picture. Anio was working through the stages of grief while her master looked like he couldn't give less of a shit about his disciple dying. She'd remember this day. Instead of checking on his remaining student, the tyrant was over there admiring the move Ed Trovan had just pulled. By this point, Kyle and Theo had left that private time and space rift. Both of them caught a familiar stench in the air. Kyle even joked about cutting his father's head off again. Knowing something big in the world had just shifted, the patriarch told Theo to get serious and stand on business. In this life, trials always showed up sooner than expected. No doubt about it, the Mad Dragon Emperor was back from the dead. From the very start, Trovan's real goal with this whole war had been resurrecting the previous patriarch. Ragnar couldn't confirm it at first, but those gruesome remains of the ritual altar proved the Mad Dragon's return. They decided to end the war for good before Trovan could let that power loose. Under a much more aggressive assault, Trovan lost most of its ground and got shoved right to the brink. Still, a full month of digging around turned up zero progress on finding the Mad Dragon Emperor. The 9 dragons gathered to figure out their next move. Julius figured their recent wins were probably leading them straight into a trap. The tyrant dragon showed up late to the meeting, mouth still as filthy and antagonistic as ever. Fresh off the front lines, the tyrant insisted some old fossil coming back from the dead was no big deal. His priority was simple: wipe the floor with the corpses of whatever enemies they could actually see. Results would speak for themselves. A fellow Nine Dragon called him out for being a short-sighted fool. She explained that the Mad Dragon's specialty was mental manipulation. Once that old monster really started moving, Ragnar could crumble from the inside. She even implied the tyrant might already be under the enemy's control. Dante snapped right back, telling her to worry about that weak daughter of hers instead of sticking her nose in his business. The Black Dragon shut their bickering down. Either way, the momentum was on their side right now. Once they took the capital, Trovin should be pretty much finished. Jumping on what the Black Dragon had just said, Dante pushed everyone to give him the green light to crush the Trovin capital. 3 days before the final assault, the white armored dragon cavalry was deep in prep mode. Alright, here's the same story with a chill, buddy-to-buddy vibe, and just a light sprinkle of swears where it feels natural. Everyone just wanted this damn war to be over already. Selford was teasing Aaron about wearing that weird-ass dress of hers for the victory ceremony. Bad move, though. Making fun of the dress Aaron's mom made was never gonna end well. Sure, it was awesome they were on the winning side, but Theo still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. In his past life, this war wasn't even supposed to kick off for another 5 years. Maybe he pushed the enemy's hand a little too hard before they could fully gear up. His actions had already messed with the future he used to know way more than he planned. Weird shit always pops up when things are going a little too smoothly. Still, there was one person he could bounce this stuff off of for some clarity. While he was stuck in his own head, Big Bro Thorl swung by to check on Little Bro. The two of them, brothers in arms and actual blood, talked about how weird the whole situation felt. Thorl ribbed his little brother for worrying about the enemy like some kind of traitor, then laughed it off like the joke it was. Come to think of it, Theo never really got the chance to thank Thorl properly last time. Yeah, one of their brothers, Gishar, met a tragic end, but Ragnar was still gonna stay on top. Commander Thorkel was big on the idea that strong bonds inside the group would carry them to victory. His tone got serious when he tossed Theo a simple question. What kind of Ragnar did his little brother actually want to see? Theo answered straight. He didn't want a Ragnar built on the whole law of the strong thing. It might sound kinda naive, but he genuinely wanted an order built on trust instead of fear. Thor was really happy with Little Bro's answer. He headed back to his unit and told Theo to take it easy and rest up for the next 3 days. Through the whole conversation, Theo realized Thorl was still the same guy he'd known in his past life. They saw eye to eye on most things. Sure, they were both competing for the family head seat, but as an ally, there was nobody more solid than this guy. Now that they finally had some downtime, Hulkus invited Theo for a quick spar, just like old times. Unfortunately, Theo had somewhere else to be. He called up Umbra, hopped on his partner, and took off to check on the future. Off by himself, Commander Thorl kept turning his little brother's answer over in his head. He felt proud as hell to have a brother he genuinely wouldn't want to fight against in the best way possible. While he was just chilling, he spotted some random old man trying to cross a raging river. The old guy stumbled and nearly got swept away by the current. Luckily, Thor was right there to haul him out. The commander suggested taking the safer but longer way around the bridge, but the old man sounded like he was in a real hurry to get across as fast as possible. He had some herbs stashed in his pack for his sick grandson waiting on the other side. Being the soft-hearted guy everyone knew him as, Thorl just offered the old man a piggyback. So the old man and the valiant commander slogged through the roaring river, chatting casually the whole way. After the geezer shared a few stories about his own family, he asked the commander about his. Truth was, Thorl never really felt close to his father. Kyle Ragnar had made it crystal clear that their clan wasn't some warm, fuzzy family place. The old man's question hit him right in the feels and got him a little down. When the other side of the river finally came into view, the old man invited Thorl over for dinner at his place past the water. The kind commander politely turned him down, but the old man had other plans. The vibe shifted fast as Grandpa locked his arms tighter around that warm, reliable back. Thorl had shown vulnerability to the absolute last person he should have. The old man read him like an open book and put every feeling he'd been carrying into words. Once he was hooked by the old guy's little mind games, the Mad Dragon Emperor formally invited Thorl to come over to the dark side. While his brother was getting straight up groped by their grandpa, Theo was out flying near the boundary forest by the Demon Sea north of Ragnar. He was heading for the Ghost Castle, some sneaky hideout tucked behind a barrier. At midnight, when that barrier's at its weakest, the place finally shows itself. This hard-to-find little retreat belonged to the old family head from 2 generations back, Big Grandmommy Hilda Ragnar. Umbra and Theo showed up right on time to slip inside. For a place called Ghost Castle, the whole territory was surprisingly well kept. Walking through the gates, he was actually kinda excited to talk to that mysterious woman. Back at the nomination ceremony, she'd been pretty friendly and curious about him. No way she'd try to kill him, right? And even if she did, Theo already had a backup plan ready. He wandered the halls of Ghost Castle. Pretty soon, the place started showing him visions of a woman grinding herself through brutal training. The scenes felt all floaty and unreal, probably illusion magic. Safe bet Hilda was the one putting on the show for him. Then the training visions slowly bled into full-on war scenes. Next thing Theo knew, he was standing in the middle of a raging battlefield. Her aura was so intense, his body tensed up on pure instinct, even though she was just an illusion. For whatever reason, the Grand Matriarch decided to give him a guided tour of her past life. Before he realized it, Theo was standing in Hilda's throne room, her loyal soldiers lined up and bowing like crazy to Hilda Ragnar. Another flashback. This version of her life ended with her dying in a sea of blood right in her own home. Watching someone that powerful go out in such a nasty way felt surreal as hell. The vision looped right back to her training montage. Stacking all these scenes on top of each other finally made Theo get what she meant the first time they met. One look and Hilda had clocked him as a regressor. She didn't even mind admitting she was one too. Same as him, except her free lives had already run out. When a regressor dies, they just snap back to a specific point in time. The illusion kept replaying Hilda's progress over and over. In one of those runs, she took over by beheading her enemies and sticking their heads on spikes all around the castle. Back then, she was basically unbeatable. Unfortunately, she took her only real L from the man she loved. Her own guy stabbed her straight through the heart from behind the throne because of all the shit she'd done. She'd turned into a monster he couldn't stand looking at anymore. No regret, no pain, just pure fury. She was pissed at herself for having such a huge blind spot. With her last breath, she swore she'd crush the man she loved with even worse terror next time. If he didn't want to look at her anymore, fine, screw him. What came next was basically a highlight reel of all her kills for Theo to watch. She died over and over, but her body count just kept climbing every cycle. After a while, the deaths and destruction all blurred together. Theo got the picture. No matter how many times she reset, Hilda never escaped that same tragic ending. Hard to say exactly what pushed her over the edge into madness. Maybe living the same loop again and again just eats away at your mind. And if that's true, was Theo fated to end up on the same fucked up path as the ones who came before him? Right in the middle of those anxious thoughts, the real Hilda finally stepped out. Reality melted away, and Theo found himself back in that familiar throne room. She asked if the kid enjoyed her little illusion magic show. Not wanting to be rude, Theo bowed and gave the proper formal greetings to Lady Hilda. Last time they talked was way back at the nomination ceremony. This was the kind of person you never fully drop your guard around. Hilda just told him to lighten up already. They'd already spilled some pretty deep secrets to each other, after all. With just a flick of her finger, the whole room bent to her will and transformed. Empty throne room 1 second, cozy dining hall the next. Perfect for a meal and a chat. Surprisingly, Theo got escorted in by a familiar face. The Ascendant Dragon himself was right there. He'd heard the rumors before, but this was basically confirmation. People said Grand Matriarch Hilda kept the Ascendant Dragon around as her loyal servant, and yeah, that checked out. Who would have guessed someone that powerful would personally serve Theo steak and wine? Hilda noticed he looked a little uneasy. She told him straight up that the Ascendant Dragon was solid, someone she could trust. She'd kept the guy by her side through countless lifetimes. Sadly, she'd already hit the hard limit on regressions. Hilda didn't even know if there was some official way to count how many cycles you had left. In her case, she just started getting this gut feeling, an abstract little intuition that told her how many resets she still had banked. One thing was for sure, though. She had zero clue about Theo's system window. That thing gave him actual concrete info. Changing the subject, he asked Hilda about his dad, the patriarch. He mentioned the recent talk with Kyle where the old man showed off his ascendant state. The second the word ascension left his mouth, Hilda's mood went sour. She asked the kid if he'd already laid eyes on the Pantheon. No way she was buying that some brat on his first regression cycle had already gotten that far. The ascendant dragon stepped in to calm her down. Weirdly enough, it worked, even though she looked ready to tear Theo apart a second ago. She admitted she was a bit too sensitive when it came to anything about ascending. Then she confirmed it. Kyle Ragnar was currently holding back the call of the Pantheon with pure willpower just so he could stay in the mortal world. He wouldn't ascend right away, but if he kept sticking his nose into worldly shit, those chains would only get tighter. The call of the Pantheon wasn't something you could refuse forever. That's why the patriarch just sat there like an idiot on the sidelines, watching his own kids try to kill each other. Hilda did not hold back. She was basically daring the old man to kill his own grandmother before he finally left the mortal plane. Theo was glad to get secondary confirmation about his father's ascension. Now it made total sense why Kyle Ragnar went into seclusion right before the Great War in his past life. Still, Theo didn't haul his ass all the way out here just for intel he already knew. He'd had enough of the appetizer. Time for the main course. Hilda knew how regressors worked, so she wasn't surprised. See, back in his Black Snow days, Theo had picked up some info on Hilda. People basically treated her like a god because of her parchments, prophetic records of the future she handed out to anyone who offered enough profit or loyalty. Straight up divine foresight on a scroll. Considering how many times she'd regressed, the accuracy of those parchments suddenly made a lot of sense. She must have been collecting intel across an infinite number of cycles. With the Mad Dragon Emperor's resurrection hanging over the clan, Theo needed one of Hilda's parchments yesterday. Hilda made it clear those parchments were born from burning her own lives. Today, she specifically brought up records about the future magical empress, Cassandra. Safe to assume that kind of premium info wasn't going to be free. As a fellow regressor, she'd gladly give him an honest price. All Theo had to do was become her disciple and spill every single detail of his current cycle. Theo didn't even let her finish the sentence before he shut that shit down. Hilda looked visibly annoyed. She wasn't used to getting rejected after all these years. Theo told her straight he had zero interest in getting dragged into her little political games. Even though it'd been decades since she stepped down as family head, there was still one solid way to mess with Kyle's era, become the power behind the next family head. This woman only showed Theo her past lives to build some fellow regressor camaraderie. Problem was, it had the opposite effect. It just made him realize her obsession with power wasn't any different from the Mad Dragon Emperor's full-blown insanity. Hilda went ice cold. She realized her soft approach from the start had been a mistake. In this family, the law of the strong always wins. Reality around Theo warped and got straight up suffocating. In a blink, he was yanked into her deathly domain. One last time, Hilda hit him with an offer he supposedly couldn't refuse: get spared and become the Grand Matriarch's disciple, or else. Inside the domain, Theo found himself surrounded by some seriously sexy-ass apparitions. They locked him down tight and started slowly taking over. Grand Mommy of the clan went straight for the freaky glass domain. Some people would have folded on the spot. Hilda had never failed to get whatever she wanted. Even if she had to crush it to pieces first, she'd own it in the end. Some regression rookie wasn't going to be any different. According to Frel, only 1 minute had passed outside since she trapped the young lord in there. That meant Theo had already been struggling for a full hour inside. By now, his spirit should have been nice and broken. Instead of his spirit, the first thing to crack was Hilda's domain. With dragonization and nirvana running, Theo's willpower and endurance shot way up. Those apparitions of the Grand Matriarch were annoyingly clingy as hell. No matter how many he took out, more just kept popping up. Theo was throwing everything he had at it and pushing way past his limits. After a whole hour of grinding, he finally cracked the domain. It was a tiny gap, but big enough to make a move before it sealed up again. Still stuck in Hilda's hold, Theo called up a slithering shadow from inside himself. He pointed at the crack and let Umbra out in covert form. Umbra knew exactly what to do. He shot for the crack and slipped through. Close call, but he made it out just in time. Outside, Hilda watched that little shadow sneak out of the crack in her domain. She already knew about Theo's demonic shadow dragon. Frel asked if they should chase it down, but Hilda didn't feel like bothering with a beast that just ditched its master. More importantly, cracking her glass domain was actually impressive. Even Robert, the black dragon, took over 3 minutes to break out the first time. Since Theo beat that record, she decided she wanted to mess with him a little longer. Frel obediently praised his master for the brilliant idea. Deep down, though, he was worried her old bad habits were creeping back. Successor or not, Theo Ragnar was still just a young swordsman. She was pushing it too far. Hilda's current cycle had already lasted 150 years. Add up all her past lives, and nobody even knew how long she'd really been around. Frel didn't want to watch a promising young sprout wither away, but his loyalty to the Grand Matriarch was rock solid. Hilda finally changed her mind when another uninvited guest crashed her place. She told Frel to step back. She could already sense a dramatic entrance coming. Sure enough, the newcomer blew in hot, ripping a forced entrance straight through the ceiling. It was none other than Robert Ragnar himself, the Black Dragon. Robert eyed the glass domain and instantly remembered all the times it tortured him back in his younger days. With one light touch, he shattered the whole thing from the outside. He wasn't big on fun and games at all, especially not when Theo Ragnar's survival was on the line. A few moments later, Theo puked up some nasty black gunk and finally woke up. Umbra really came through for him. That little guy got him the help he was desperately needing. Theo already knew Robert had been tailing him ever since the talk with the Patriarch. Wasn't exactly a secret. The Black Dragon had dropped plenty of hints about being around. Robert was probably sent by his father as a watcher, but he always felt more like a protector than a spy. Theo tried playing dumb, but Robert knew how sharp the kid actually was. He thanked the Black Dragon for the save. From here on out, Theo should be able to handle the escape himself. Hilda wasn't going to make getting out easy, though. She started torching them from a distance while complaining that she just wanted to share a meal with her great-grandson. Maybe her naughty grandson had come all this way to join in. Robert didn't even bother entertaining her abusive ass. Instead, he coordinated an escape plan with Theo. Umbra still had one more job to do. When Hilda kept throwing her reality-bending tantrums, Robert gave Theo the signal to run like his life depended on it. He matched the Black Dragon's speed, sprinting side by side while letting Robert tank all of Hilda's heavy hits. The second she figured out what they were up to, she switched to close-range combat. Robert read her like an open book and blocked every attack cleanly. Even though the Grand Matriarch couldn't regress anymore, her greed was still very much alive. To regressors like her, the whole world was just a toy to grab no matter the cost. Hilda really wanted to stop Theo from leaving, but Robert did a solid job keeping her busy. The young lord seized the opening and jumped straight through one of the ghost castle's windows. It was a long-ass freefall. Thankfully, Umbra was right there, waiting to catch him mid-air. Just like that, Theo Ragnar slipped free from his crazy great-grandmother's grip. The moment he flew off, Hilda stopped swinging her blade at Robert. She left the mess for Frel to clean up and said she was going to rest for a bit. Robert was surprised she wasn't going after the kid. Hilda just shrugged. She'd lost her appetite after watching the boy leap out of her highest window because he hated her guts so damn much. When she checked her parchments, she actually laughed. Somehow that cheeky little brat had managed to swipe one of her priceless pieces of intel right in the middle of all the chaos. After the daring heist and escape, Theo headed straight for the Priamos East slums of the Eta Empire. In a humble little house in those slums, a little girl woke her mother up after another scary dream. Mom told her it was only a dream. Even though the bad people had killed Mom in that dream, the mom, a little unnerved, gently asked if little Cassandra had been hurt by them too. She hadn't. She'd just been tied up and forced to watch her mommy die. Mom reassured her that everything would be all right. Putting her back to bed, she told Cassandra that even if the dreams ever came true, it would never be her fault. They would always be on each other's side, mother and daughter. That night, the bad people actually showed up. The dream hadn't just been a dream. Theo hadn't even changed clothes yet. He'd flown non-stop. According to the info on Hilda's parchment, it was hard to believe the legitimate heir to the empire, later known as the Magic Empress, Cassandra Ea, had spent her early years in the slums. The Ragnar clan worked under the greatest nation on the continent, the Eta Empire. Long ago, the imperial family, the Ita clan, had unified the whole continent by using their special hereditary talent of future foresight. Over many generations, though, the number of people with that foresight had dwindled. Maybe they'd been punished for relying on that power a little too hard. Right now, the imperial family is basically a shell of its former glory. At this point in time, Cassandra is the only one in the whole empire who still has the gift of foresight. If Theo can find her and keep her safe early, she'd be an absolute goldmine of an ally for whatever he needs to do later. She won't even know her real status for years, not until the imperial family finally tracks her down. The slums suited her way too well. As Theo got closer to the house marked on the parchment, his nose caught the sharp smell of blood. He slipped inside carefully. Surprisingly, nobody jumped him at the entrance. Upstairs, he could hear a bunch of loud guys playing cards like they didn't have a care in the world. Theo crept up to the second floor to get a better look. Hooded criminals had completely taken over the place. In the corner, tied up inside a sack, was Princess Cassandra. Right in front of her lay her mom, collapsed in a pool of her own blood, already gone. Theo wondered if this might be the imperial family's doing, but it felt way too early for that. To figure out what the hell was going on, he'd just interrogate the scarred guy leading this crew. Behind the door, Theo charged up an electric attack that only the scarred man noticed. The guy tried to yell at his subordinates to get ready, but they were wiped out in a split second. Scar charged forward anyway and immediately got his ass pinned by a couple of electrifying daggers. He pulled the classic "Do you know who I am" card, which worked out perfectly for Theo. Right away, Scar recognized the young lord who was supposed to be off fighting on the front lines. Considering how much he knew about Theo's role in the war, it was obvious Scar was working for Trovan. Even though he had no clue how everything got this crossed up, the 8th servitor of Trovan still tried to seize the chance and take Theo's head by force. He went all in trying to grapple, but one dagger was all it took to stop him cold. Theo had been dealing with interdimensional threats lately, so it was almost refreshing to handle a regular scrub. As a servitor, Oct still had a few tricks. His skin turned bright red, like some second-gear Luffy look, desperate to drag the young Ragnar straight to hell with him. Truth was, Oct didn't actually want to die here. Everything just went sideways when he tried to link up with the Azure Peak squad. That squad was supposed to grab Cassandra soon. Theo wasn't the least bit surprised by Number 8's crazy last-ditch charge. These servitors always tried to take themselves out the second things went south. He easily danced around Oct's predictable pattern and sliced the red bastard's head clean off. Head and body hit the floor with 2 separate thuds before exploding in a blaze of demonic glory. Theo stepped back into the house and respectfully covered up the mom's remains. Hilda's parchment never said anything about Trovan going after Cassandra. The Mad Dragon Emperor's return must have thrown another wild variable into the mix. In a way, Theo felt a little responsible for this unknown woman's death. Cassandra sensed the movement and asked if her mom was okay, begging him to say something. When he got a closer look at the future empress, he realized she was blind. Cruel twist of fate. The one who can see the future is completely blind to the present. He thought about telling her the truth about her mother, but the little girl already knew. She figured out that the woman who raised her was dead. She'd already watched this exact night play out in her dreams. Everything she dreamed always happened exactly the way she saw it. But tonight was different. In her dreams, she always ended up getting taken away by the bad people. In reality, though, someone showed up and saved her. Maybe Big Bro Theo over here could actually change the future. The 5th scenario quest had officially started. Find and protect the future Empress.